Right. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Uh, for now, I think I'm gonna go in and hang out with Grid One and do a debate panel. Maybe I'll open up my own panel here in a little bit. Uh, I gotta find a shirt to put on so I can actually turn on my camera. Alright, so let's jump in here and see what these dummies are doing. Uh, all right. All right. Damn it.
Of course,
Better,
of course we all live a better life than our
There's
ancestors.
more
did.
is there
Well,
more
hold on,
degeneracy?
hold on. But
Is there more degenerate?
Yeah. So you're talking about things that
Hello,
men
gents.
created that they would have created anyway without the aid of women. However, what we're talking about is kind of what. Where'd he go?
He got mad because he wasn't allowed to be the one talking all the time.
Oh, gotcha. What's his name was saying EBR. Is it EBR?
EB3?
EB3. Thank you. EB3 was saying degeneracy is rampant, and we can trace you can almost trace a line from when the women got the right to vote and straight through to the amount of degeneracy going more and more. Oh, he's gone. No, I'm not sad.
Britt, I was going to ask you too about degeneracy because that was something that we
were
talking about before. But like when you talk about degeneracy today compared to what you were talking about, like the Roman Empire, for example, are you saying that's similar degeneracy or is it just a different type?
So when I define degeneracy, I specifically pretty much limit it to like deviant behavior, sexual immorality, drug abuse. Hey, we've got Lily.
Do you think there is a difference between now and the Roman Empire when it comes to degeneracy?
Oh, that we're way worse. 24/7 pornography.
No, but I'm asking Cassell.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I thought you were asking me.
Wait, what were you asking?
Do you think there's a difference between degeneracy now and in the Roman Empire?
Well, I think there's some similarities, but I think when we talk about degeneracy today, a lot of it is based on sexual degeneracy. At least I think that's where Greg was coming from, at least when talking about pornography and you know what society is like in terms of people paying for sex, sex workers, things of that nature, people getting more into that, which I would argue isn't degeneracy. I think when you talk about things like rape or drug use or things like that, I think that's degeneracy. But when you talk about sex, I don't think that really fits into the mold of degeneracy, at least for me. I would argue that.
I'm gonna grant you the idea of sex not being degenerate. Okay, so do you think there is a difference between now and in the Roman Empire?
Yeah.
What is the difference?
The difference is that I would say largely, at least globally, being gay or gay sex was pretty much accepted back then and it isn't today. I think we've become largely more conservative in that area.
So you think that the greatest difference?
No, it's not the greatest difference. You asked just what a difference was.
Well, I'm asking for a difference. So your difference, the one that you're pointing out, is because of butt sex. Is that it?
Yeah.
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 Don't you think that there is a peel that is an actual difference between then and now?
Sure. Give me an example.
Like contraception.
Okay. Did they have contraception in Roman times?
They had contraception in Roman times.
Yeah, they had all kinds of
public, so everybody could just go ahead and be completely degenerate, and they couldn't, and there was no ramifications for your actions.
See, y'all are comparing.
All right, guys, just calm down for a minute. Welcome, EOD. Welcome, Emmett. Welcome, Agrillipus, and welcome, Lily. How are you all?
Thank you.
Lily, I don't know where Norwegian Dan is. I sent him the link. He's probably sleeping.
Hey, man.
I can imagine it's like 4:30. So
it's 4:30 in the morning.
I got to run and let my dog go pee really quick, but I'll be right back.
Kissy Cat has made it into the chat. That's awesome. So we're kind of shooting the crap here for a little while. I understand Andrew's having his 200K celebration. I get it. It's going to be a slow night. That's okay because we got some noobs. Maybe we'll just have a kind of a training night tonight. And I'm not worried about making money or anything. Just, we'll do the best we can. And we'll get through this. We only have 2 judges right now. So that's unfortunate. But that's okay. Make it work. I don't know where Glenn Lawrence is. But if I say his name a couple more times, maybe he'll show up. So
Kissy Cat would make an excellent judge.
No, she would not. Plus, you would harass her all night, and then I got an SA complaint coming my way. So let's not do that. All right. So Emmett, I get where you're going with this. So let me ask you a question, Castle, and I'm really not picking on you here. It's just I'm really interested in your viewpoint. Thank you. That's awesome. That's right. So, Castle, so let me ask you, do you think that if it were the case that every time a woman had sex, there was a potential that she could get pregnant, and there was nothing she could do about it. There was no morning after pill, there was no birth control, there was none of this, and abortions were didn't exist or weren't frowned on. Do you think that they would be more or less likely to have sex with random partners?
I think it depends on the woman. I think a lot of times when you take demographic, more educated women, I would say they would be less risk averse or more risk averse. And then I'd say less educated women, maybe less risk averse. So you'd see kind of how it is today. I think people who grow up poor or lower income have more kids than people of higher income, usually based on education.
That's an interesting observation. I like that. I like the line of reasoning, but I think you're a little off. I think your causation, you're looking for causation in the wrong place. First, we know through some documentation, through some studies, that women who are in higher education tend to have more sex than women that don't. The reason that women that have less of an education tend to have more children is they have more children over time, because our current system rewards them for the more children they have. Right.
I think that has more to do with sexual education, to be honest. I think people who are poor.
No, I think most people understand if you fuck and if you put the P in the V, there's a chance for pregnancy. I think most people get that.
But do you think people of higher incomes are using more protection?
Yeah, I think in the United States, that's the truth. And we can look to other countries, which unfortunately we only have one foreigner here right now. Emmett is not a foreigner. He sounds like a foreigner, but he is not a foreigner.
I'm not a foreigner. What? I am a foreigner.
No, you're not. You live in America.
Take away my tacos, okay? I work for them really, really
I'm going to
hard.
take away your accent. That's what I'm going to do.
Mire, señor, puedo hablar español, okay? Stop it.
You don't habla. You don't.
Yes, sí hablo.
All right. I'm sorry. Okay. Anyway, I think that the actual statistics and research that's been carried out, I understand why you would think that, right? I mean, I get it. Yeah, when you first think about it, it seems obvious that would be the case, but I don't think that that's the case. Now, I could be wrong. We got a lot of smart people here. Anson, am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I'm not very smart. You are wrong about that.
I am very wrong about that, actually. Anson is not smart. He's educated, but he's not smart.
Yeah.
Castle, can I ask you one question about that? Because I always hear this argument about education. What is the curriculum that we need to have for kids to learn about the bees?
The what?
The bees and the bees, about the sex
No,
of
we got our
what
doctor.
it needs to be.
The Romans did actually have abortions. The
Yeah,
original Hippocratic oath had doctors promise not to administer an abortifacient or whatever.
Abortifacient.
Abortifacient. Glenn says he'll be here soon to judge too.
So what you were talking about, Grid, is absolutely correct. You can look at the data for countries that still have a positive birth rate in like Africa and Yemen and Afghanistan. And what you'll see is there's a strong correlation between educating women, economics, and wealth. Those are the three main factors that most greatly impact the birth rate, because when you give women freedom, what they do is they become degenerate, because that's the nature of women, right? So if you want to fix the problem, you have to keep them down, Grid.
There's a mixture of women and men.
You can't say you can say it, but come on, man, that's not exactly the truth.
Anyway, so what do you think is the curriculum? Like, what do we need to teach them? How long does it have to be?
You mean like sex education? Like what age do they have to be to learn about it, or what?
What age? What are the topics and how long?
I mean, when I was taught sex education, I was about in the 6th grade. So I think around that time, 6th or 7th grade, makes sense. And I think what you talk about is what sex is, what your body parts are, what they do. I mean, it's around the time when most people start, at least women start going through puberty, men a little later. So understanding how your body works, what that's like. I mean, I think it's important to understand that, because once you go through puberty and start becoming sexually attracted to folks and start engaging in sex, you don't want to become a teen mom.
You want to know it before it happens, before you get sexually interested in other people. You want to know what protection is and shit. Because
I still don't know what is the curricula and how long does it
I have no clue. I'm not American. Like over here, it just happens.
You can say what is the class about and how long does the class have to be?
Well, it's not like how long it has to be. It just has to be like if you start early, like let's say you start, I don't know what classes, like your classes are compared.
So it's an infinite class that starts when you are
I mean, like
5 years old and
he
ends up when you're
grade.
27 years
grade.
old, because that's your prefrontal cortex.
No, I meant he said grade. So I don't know what grade is that, what age is over here. I would say like if you're like 8 or 9, at least you should start to learn about it, because it's not about learning necessarily general intercourse. It's about like learning what biology is, how the body works, all of these things. Learn that there is attraction between, and what happens with this attraction. And
so you want
how
a
babies are made.
biological class instead of a sex education class?
No, because biology is not just that. It can be a lot. Like you can have animal biology. It doesn't put it in the same. You need to have something to tell the kids, when you feel this, you need protection because you're still a child, and this is the consequence of being a mom at 14.
I mean,
So-
if you think about it,
you want a feeding class?
If you learn about consent, how do you know if you're a young kid what consent or what isn't consent? If an older adult
Can kids
says to you,
consent?
that's okay, if it's not okay, things like that. So I think that's important to learn, especially.
It's
You're
like
young.
And consent?
just because you're interested in someone, you don't go like touch the boobs or something, you know.
Right.
Like there's limits and stuff,
Yeah,
and
don't touch the boobs. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to say, look at that man's haircut.
I always touch the boobs. What are you talking about?
Shagging you're muted, by the way.
Oh.
I don't know why. Unmute yourself. But I gotta say, you were shagging, man, and look at him now. Look at that haircut. Wow.
I was gonna say I always touch the boobs. I'm always touching the boobs. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't touch
Yeah.
I did. It's hot, man. I had to get it cut. But
no to him.
having hair down to my chin in the middle of July is no good. So.
Yeah.
This is very funny. Like they all say that we need more education, but they cannot define what is the education about and how long do we need to give the education.
Yeah, I mean,
I just told you.
I don't know what 9 or 10-year-old is. I don't know what 9 or 10-year-old is going through fucking health, education about
they are here,
sex and whatnot.
But it's
We didn't touch it until I was 15 or 16 years old when I was in 10th or 11th grade. That's about where it ought to happen, is when you're becoming a sexually active person, right?
That's too late.
EOD. Calm down.
That's too late to, like, if you first learn about it when you're 15, like you can already have a child. You can technically have multiple children. There's kids, like little girls, that can become pregnant at 13.
So then you're saying that all of public schools should be ruled by the lowest common denominator, or
No,
She's in
I'm
Norway.
I'm Danish.
She's in.
So I don't
middle
have
grade.
like your educational system. I just say over here. If
How
you're
interesting.
normal, you have it earlier because then
But
it's
you're
not
not
like this
teaching.
is like
Hold on. Let me clarify here for a minute, Lily. Just so I understand.
Mhm.
You're not saying that they're teaching kids to have or how to have
no.
sex. They're teaching them that, hey, don't touch the boobies because that's a bad thing. Little boys should not
Well,
touch boobies. That's
let me
bad.
tell you
That's
about a
another class.
small
It's called How
country
Not
in
to
the
Get Arrested.
southern hemisphere.
I couldn't hear her, Emmett. I'm sorry. Go
No.
ahead.
No,
I
Lily.
just said
oh,
like it.
go ahead.
I just say no. It's another class. It's called How Not to Get Arrested.
How not to get arrested. Okay, right. So, I mean, so I guess my
Seems like a
Yeah.
stupid thing to get arrested for.
Let me
I
go ahead and tell you
mean,
about a
you
little
can be
country
arrested for
named
less.
Argentina in the southern hemisphere, where they implemented all of the sexual education these guys want to have. And in fifth grade, they were teaching little kids, 5-year-olds, sorry, not fifth grade, to 5-year-olds, they were teaching how to perform.
That's not what I'm
salacious.
asking. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
I don't
saying
care what you're
kids
asking. I'm telling you what sex education is and how this
somewhere,
implemented.
it's not the same
Somewhere
everywhere.
it was implemented by the World Economic Forum, okay,
But it
and it
shouldn't
was
be.
done in
Yeah, but again, Emmett, the problem is that first of all, nobody really cares about the World Economic Forum except for really poor nations that need their
it's
help.
the
The
it was
U.S. doesn't follow it, that's for sure. And she's in
yes, but
Norway,
it
which
was
they
set
don't
by the
follow either.
Denmark.
US.
I'm not fucking Norwegian.
Huh?
Wait, you're
I'm
not? What are you?
I'm Danish.
What
Oh,
is
Danish. I'm sorry. I
is-
keep
what
saying
is
Norway.
Denmark, Vikings,
Yeah,
pastries, the Little Mermaid. I don't know. We have
she's
nothing
only
else.
half Viking though. She's half Thai and half Viking.
Yeah, half.
So
Yeah,
she's really angry and yells at you.
yeah.
So anyway, this
Where
is
do you
very
think they get the
interesting.
curriculum?
This is a very interesting topic, but unfortunately, when we start talking about kids and sex, we get really close to TOS, and I don't know.
It's a tired topic in my
Here's some
opinion anyway. I
Denmark
don't even know
stories.
why we argue about it. The only reason that we argue about that shit in the United States is because Democrats want to teach 9-year-olds how to have gay butt sex. This shit's weird. So
But
I
you
mean,
shouldn't teach the
I'm one
children
of the
that.
I'm one of the people that still believe. Like I had that talk with my son, and my 4-year-old is 9 or 10. I'll have that talk with him, and most of the biggest talk I have with him is never be alone with little girls because you can't trust them because they will fucking lie.
I mean, I agree. It's something that should be handled in the home. This is not something I want some public school teacher instructing my child about. When
You're
they
not an American public school teacher. Let's
How are they supposed to
but
have
parents
kids
have
if they're not
failed.
alone with women?
But parents have failed in doing this, and that's why all the kids go to Pornhub.
Right.
Well, then this is a cultural issue that we need to correct, Glenn. It's not something that we need to try to correct with the public
No,
education
you know,
system, right?
The purity.
All right.
Puritan
We're
culture
gonna
is
start
what
rolling. We got
makes
enough.
them
Let's
up.
see how many debaters we got here. We got Abe, you're debating, right? And Emmett, you're gonna debate. You really don't have a choice. Lily, and we have EOD, and we got Cassell. For judges, we have the great Anson Knowles, Agrillipus, and the mighty but not visible Glenn Lawrence. If you're in the chat, you can still join. Thanks to Agrillipus, we have funding for the first debate. I'm going to leave it to I want some recommendations from the chat who they want to see debate, but I'm going to make the decision. So that's just the way it is. And yeah, but I'm really interested in. I mean, we kind of got off on the what we consider degeneracy, but I can't help but think that we have maximum degeneracy right now, more than at any other point in the world. And by my metric, right? Like again, I understand, Cassell, you have a different metric of degeneracy, and it means different things to different people. So it's. I kind of wanted to clarify. I don't know. We kind of got off on we went down some tangents there, but I understand where you were at.
Yeah.
So I mean, So, Cassette, let me. So, are you a leftist? Are you a liberal? Are you what where do you fall on the political spectrum?
Moderate left. I'd say like
Moderate left.
Obama liberal, Clinton
Obama.
liberal. I don't know. I mean, if you
How did
ask
you
me if
feel
I'm
about the
like a
job
Bernie,
Biden did? How did you feel about the job Biden did?
I I'd say up until the midterms he was really great, and then after that, kind of started going downhill from there. But
Okay.
yeah, I'd say first 2 years were great, and then the last two, obviously, the way he had to bow out just wasn't good. So specific, I can get into specifics, but I don't know if that would. I mean, that I feel like that's
No, I mean, I get it. So I understand that. I think the first 2 years he had really good people doing his job for him, and the second, the towards the end of it, whoever was doing his job for him got fired, laid off, or just didn't want to do it anymore. And then, of course, whoever took over, there was a definite change. I agree with you, but I see no change in Biden himself from during the election where he hid in his bunker to the day he left, other than he progressively got worse. But he was always bad, right? Like there was no point where he could make coherent sentences. They just couldn't hide it anymore there at the end. But okay, at least that's a modicum of honesty that I rarely see in liberals. I have to be honest. Do everyone agree?
Well, that's the problem with the liberals, the Republican conservative debate space. Everybody kind of is in their echo chamber, so no one wants to.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I don't have an echo chamber. I got a full on.
Not you. I'm just saying a lot of commentators out there like to defend everything that their favorite president or worst president they think does. So yeah, I'm different in that respect. I don't mind calling each other out.
For you. How much do you care, really, about the Epstein, whatever, debacle?
So I probably didn't care at all, and I probably care a lot more now because it's just funny to see how the tables have turned on that. Before this, I knew that there was no chance anything would happen because of Trump's improprieties himself and his relationship with Epstein. But nothing's ever happened to Trump, so I didn't care.
That's interesting.
But now that it hasn't come out and they're kind of like slow rolling or not even releasing these files, I think it's really interesting to see the infighting happening in the Republican Party. So
why do you think Biden didn't release the files in the 4 years that he had control?
Because he was over there.
I think.
Shut up, Glenn. I wanted to hear from the liberal.
I know that the argument I've heard is because he's been protecting whatever Democrats may be on the list. Do I believe that? Sure. I think people are like, oh, they're protecting Bill Clinton or whatever, and it's like, why would I care about Bill Clinton? I'd be glad to see him in jail for raping a kid or whatever he had done on those lists. That's evil and disgusting. So if he did that, that's great. But people point to that. I think that the real case is he probably didn't care and forgot about it because his memory was turning.
So I have something I have to ask, man. And look, I'm not coming at you, bro. I really want to know.
Yeah.
So since the Democrats tried for almost 4 years to prove that Trump had anything to do with Epstein post whenever he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, and Trump was never on one of his planes. He never flew anywhere with him. There's no history of Trump going anywhere near Epstein's island. And they looked for 4 years, full weight of the government. When you look at that and you say, if there was anything there, it would have come out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet we know because we know because of the 177 names that were released and the people who were mentioned during the depositions under oath that Bill Clinton, Bill Barr, a bunch of other people, notable Democrat left-leaning people, were all part of Epstein's little inner crew and flew to the island. We don't know when. Right? We don't. I mean, obviously, we know when because the flight logs. But I mean, we don't know what happened there. There's no video. So nobody's going to be tried for any of this shit. I've said the whole time, the whole thing is like bullshit because nobody without the actual evidence, there's no way to know what happened there. And if there's no way to know what happened there, there's never going to be a court case. No prosecutor worth his salt is going to do anything about it. So why is it that the first thing people say after knowing that the Democrats tried for 4 solid years, and that's before Biden got in office, 4 solid years to place Trump on Epstein Island, and they couldn't do it? How is it that now people have forgotten all of that, and they're talking about, well, Trump was on the island?
I don't think Trump was ever. I don't think Trump was ever on the island. And correct me if I'm wrong. I could have sworn he was associated with being on his plane, maybe. But I know he.
No, he was offered a flight on his plane, and he has his own plane.
Okay, so he wasn't on his plane. He just associated with him with
well,
other
so there was
parties
two
and videos
associations.
or whatever.
They did business together.
Right.
Well, okay, no, I lied. He didn't do business with Jeffrey Epstein. He did business with Jeffrey Epstein's father.
Okay.
But it's still kind of the same thing, because you know that Jeffrey was there, right? I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
They had some type of rivalry over some fucking mansion on the Florida coast.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was.
That totally pissed them off, and they never hung out after that.
They never hung out. Yeah, and then at Mar-a-Lago, women complained to Trump that Epstein was making passes at them, grabbing their asses, grabbing their boobs. You know, the normal rich boy stuff. And Trump threw him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Right.
And so those are the only two, by the way, documented. We know this happened. There's no doubt about it.
So what's your question though? Like why? So your question is, why didn't Democrats release the files when they were in charge?
Because if they had anything on Trump, they would have released it. Anything, the slightest thing. And I tell you what, they wouldn't have cared who it burned. I don't care if it burned Bill Clinton into the dirt. If there was any mention of Donald J. Trump, they would have released it.
I think so. 2 things. I don't know if they wouldn't have cared. I think that is like second point. First point, though, what I would say is because before they even got there, they had already dirt that they were trying to use against him, whether it was Russia, which was easier for them, or the documents case at the end there. So they had
Russia
all these
case
other
was totally crap.
there. So I think they were trying to use that before they had to get to Epstein.
Okay. So guys, here's the thing. You can't hear it because you don't have YouTube up because you're in the studio. But when these come up, they TTS, they're text to speech. It's a really pleasant British lady's voice. So I'm going to re-trigger that because she paid the $50, man. Apparently Abe and EOD, we need a little blood sport there. Give me 1 second. I got to go to gotta find my phone. Let me re-trigger this. And here we go. Abe versus EOD rematch. You heard it here first. Yeah. Well, so when this comes up where it says if it's over $10 when it comes up here, you guys can see that on your screen. Then that's going to be a TTS. And just try and be quiet. But in the meantime, everybody's got to get in the back. Got to get all back of the bus because EOD and my man Abe are gonna throw it down.
What are we gonna throw it down about? I won that last debate, Abe. That's bullshit.
We're already going in.
Good. That's
already happening. All right. All right. Okay, what are we gonna debate about tonight, guys?
I don't know. You took devil's advocate last time. Why don't I take it this time?
Sure. I mean, I don't know what we're debating, but sure. Why not?
Can I take devil's advocate? Okay. Not releasing the Epstein files. God, please help me.
Okay. All right. What about let me think. There's got to be one here for you two specific. Is you're kind of both on the same side, but you're kind of not.
I'm not sure what we really disagree about, in all honesty.
Yeah, it's probably true. Probably good.
No, I find that I have to devil's advocate quite often on debates anymore because I'm going to agree with most of the people. So I have to just take a stance and
Okay. All right. Let's do. Has sex education in schools gone too far?
Well, I can take the affirmative on that, which would be my actual position.
sure, I'll do devil's advocate. Let's go.
You're gonna do devil's advocate.
Okay,
All right,
let's go.
we got it. All right, hang on. I got to get my timer up. Plus, I'm ignoring all the shit that's going on my other screen. Like I'm not even looking at the side of the room right now. There's things like lit up like a fucking pinball machine. Oh wait, you guys don't know what those are. You're not that old.
I did play pinball machines.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I know what a pinball machine is.
You guys know what
Oh, yeah.
pinball machine? I thought those things were all in junkyards or museums.
So
Well, I mean,
you have a bunch of pinball machines over on the side of your room? Is that what you're saying? Or-
No, they're just lit up. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's one
room
day I
is
have to take a picture of this monstrosity that I've put together here. All right. So let me get the.
There's actually a bar down the street from me called Zanzibar. They have a big collection of classic old pinball machines. It's really cool.
Really?
Yeah.
That's rad. Man.
It's not actually an arcade. It's just a bunch of pinball machines, and then a bar, and then they have like a stage, and they do a kitchen. It's kind of a neat little place.
but is it
A couple of years
Zanzibar?
ago, someone near me, some business near, I don't know who owned it, but near me, they opened a classic arcade, like an 80s arcade with Pac-Man and Mrs. Pac-Man and all that.
Yeah.
And it was like awesome for like 6 months, and then it was just empty. Just
Trash.
absolutely empty. Yeah.
It happens. We have a
Yeah. It was bad. I felt bad for them. Because they had to have had so much money in those machines.
some of them are rare these days, 5-10 grand a piece.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So you're taking the affirmative EOD. You go first. Abe, you will follow up. 1 minute is on the clock. EOD, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Go.
All right. Well, sex education has definitely gone too far in America because we have liberal teachers out there trying to tell us that 9-year-olds need to understand the difference between gay sex and heterosex and try to differentiate some sort of identity and willingness to go between one and the other before they're even at an age that they're reasonably sexually active. I think it's insane that we want to offload our parenting responsibilities and what should be happening in the home on public school teachers. That shit blows my mind. Now, when it seems appropriate to me is when children are 14, 15, 16 years old, when they're becoming sexually active, when they're more prone to actually having issues, with how to put on a condom and how the things fit together. But that's not what's being advocated for. That's how it's always been since I was a kid. Since my parents were kids, that's how it's always been. When you're in early years of high school, freshman, sophomore year of high school, that's when we do sex ed. What's wrong with that? I have no idea. But Democrats can't help but try to go after people's kids. Shit blows my mind.
You've been hanging out with Rob Noor. That was some Rob Noor level motor mouth right there. All right. You ready, Abe?
Let's do it.
Go.
My opponent says that sex ed in public education has gone too far. I disagree. I think that it has not gone far enough. We have a population collapse happening globally. And if we trained these children to be ready to make those babies, we wouldn't have this problem. Now, what we should be doing is promoting sex education and teaching the children to find the best the best mate that they can, and then we should prompt them to go along with it. We should get them ready at adulthood to be making those babies, get those houses full of children, and train those children up.
Well, you had 24 seconds left. That's actually, I think that's a record for you.
Not quite. He did 30 seconds last time.
Oh, he did? Yeah, he did like really fast. All right. 5 minutes are on the clock. All right, you guys, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
All right, go.
Okay, so how is it that teaching children how to use contraceptives and wheeled condoms is going to help our population demographic crisis right now? Please help me understand that, because that's a huge part of sex education.
I think that you would be more in favor of that than you would be the fact that they would be making children in their early teens. I mean, contraception is probably a good thing,
Well-
and I don't see how you would say that that's bad.
Yet this contradicts your opening statement point is that
No,
teaching
I'm saying it
teaching
contradicts
kids
yours.
teaching kids about sex is going to help the population demographic crisis. It's not if they're going to be using contraceptive. It's not if they're going to be
Really?
engaging
Tell
in
me,
gay
is
sex.
pregnancy up or down right now?
I have no idea. Probably
Oh,
up.
I bet you it's up. So what does that contraception do for us? Nothing. It does absolutely nothing. If it
Then
did,
sexual
then the
education does
education
absolutely nothing, and sexual education will not help
No,
with the
it promotes
population
sex.
demographic gap. No, it won't.
promotes sex.
What promotes sex is a good, healthy relationship. What promotes raising families and increasing our population is having a good man and a good woman in the home, raising a child, bring them up to be contributing people of society. We don't have that if people are just whoring around all over the street trying not
Did you
to
just
get
defend
pregnant.
Your own argument, EOD.
No, I didn't. What I'm telling you is that instead of having a bunch of freaking breeders running around like Liliana says there in the chat, we need people that raise families. That's the way we address the population gap. You don't address the population gap by having a bunch of whores running around wearing condoms or engaging in butt sex that does not lead to procreation in the first place, which is
Running
what
around
sex
wearing
education
condoms?
will accomplish for
You
society.
just said running around wearing condoms.
Yeah,
Why would they be running around wearing condoms?
they're
EOD?
comfortable, man. I don't know. You ever have a
Sounds like you're
lambskin
being
condom on? It actually feels pretty good.
The best thing that we could do is promote healthy relationship building, and we can do that in a sex ed course. So you could literally teach these children during that time to use contraception until they're ready to produce, and then you can show them how to build good, strong relationships.
That never works. It never works that way. You're talking about children. You're talking about people who have malleable minds and an instant gratification fucking necessity kind of thing going
so
on.
we need
You're not going to
more
be able to
training.
tell them to hold back. You're not going to be able to train them.
More training.
You're not going to be able to train them. If you try to hold them back, if you try to train them, what you're going to end up finding is that they
Really?
rebel against the system just like every fucking teenager did, just like you did when you were a fucking teenager, and you're going to go out and you're going to fuck around anyway.
EOD,
Just in
religion
spite.
were you raised in? What
Just in
religion
spite.
Were you raised in? What religion were you raised in?
That's not even fucking relevant to the
What
prompt.
religion were you raised in?
It doesn't matter.
What religion? Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Are you a Christian? Have you been your whole life?
Yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that children are not trainable, but somehow you still have the same religion as you did when you were a child? Bullshit. They are trainable. You just have to do it right.
I tell you who fucking trained me was my parents, my family, my pastor, my church leaders, not the people at my school.
teach
The
you
people
about
at my school
teach you about
specifically caught my ire at 100% of the time, man. That's what
Did they teach you about
happens.
sex? Did they teach you about sex?
No, not really. I learned about that before they fucking taught me, honestly. But
Gee, maybe somebody should have taught you.
now that doesn't even make sense, Abe, because I'm not fitting into your worldview either, or the thing that you're actually playing out. Because I'm not running around whoring around with everybody. I'm not sleeping around with 16, 15
Then you need
different
more
partners.
training.
Okay,
You need
so
more training.
okay, so on one hand, my training is good because I'm a Christian. On the other hand, my training is not good because I'm not a whore. I don't. This is not tracking, man. You're not making logical sense. Your whole thing is falling apart because you can't hold together a coherent fucking thought, man.
You can't.
You're jumping around all over the
They taught
place.
you- No, you can't. They taught you religion.
This is
and it
hilarious.
sucked. They didn't teach you sex, and it didn't stick.
Let's move on to the
That's the
second
point.
point that you had in your opening statement. You said to find a mate. So the last thing I want is for my my public school system to try to teach my children to find a mate. That's not even remotely helpful to
Oh, if
to
they were
the
Christian
situation
schools,
right
you
now.
would, though. If they were Christian
And the
schools, you would.
reality of the situation is that the school
were
teacher,
Christian
even if it is a Christian school, the school teacher's responsibility is not to help children find a fucking mate. That's not
No,
the
thing
point
that
of a
was- they
school.
could teach them
You
what
guys
to
are
do.
offloading the responsibility of
guys.
parents onto people who advocate for this are offloading the responsibility of parents
guys.
onto teachers and putting home responsibilities, family responsibilities onto public servants in the public institution of schools. And that's primarily what we're talking about. We're not talking about Christian schools. We're not talking about private schools. We're talking about public schools. So again, it's actually a misnomer to try to lead the conversation down. What is your
No, it's
religion?
still a school.
Where was you raised?
Still school.
It,
No,
that's not good enough. No, it
My
has
point
to
was
apply
training
to the
six
broader
if done
spectrum
correctly.
of human beings that live in
Training
America, right?
six if done correctly. The point was you were
All
raised
right,
Christian. You're
that
still
is
Christian. You
that
weren't
is
trained in
time.
sex. You
That is time. That is time.
Okay, so
Oh my
that's the
god,
point.
I was
for
about
for a
to
note,
cry laughing. First of all, we had
to the judges. I disproved
Lily
both of his
Cat-
opening statement points. Okay. So next.
First of all, we had Lily
talking about?
Anna Cat and Kissy Cat both just being hilarious in chat. That's a lot of pussy going on there, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm. Mhm.
And it's just really
I'm
funny.
single, ladies. So y'all give me a call.
Wearing condoms during the
And you're
debate. I mean,
saying that.
my
is,
God,
Oh,
my God. Anson is about to die. Everyone was laughing so hard into their microphones. I don't know. We may have to send EMS service after Glenn Lawrence. He's probably passed out. But that was great. That's got to be one of the funniest ones yet. I mean, honestly, I was about to die.
I'm right here.
That was awesome in weird ways. But yeah. All right. So Agrillipus, let's get your verdict, man. Arthur Daya says Glenn is trying to get his condom off still. Yeah, that's
yeah.
I don't wear condoms. I got fixed for a reason.
Oh well, there you go. Yeah.
Ready to roll condoms.
Well, he's not helping with the population problem, is he?
all right. So the
I
dog
already
wants
procreated.
attention.
I did my due diligence.
Agrillipus, go with it, buddy.
I'm gonna go with Abe. He EOD kind of conceded on a couple of points there, and
I did not. That's bullshit.
yeah, just from the notes I took, yeah, you kind of agreed with him on a few things.
Which things?
including that they're trainable. Pastor and the church leaders trained you, but they apparently didn't train you good enough. They might have taught you wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, we were talking about sex education, not Christian education. But
Yeah,
okay.
Well, I mean, you're the one that brought it up that they taught you about sex education, not me. I'm just saying.
No, I didn't.
Um,
That's not what I said at all.
Okay. All right.
I literally took the notes right as you were saying it. I wrote it down. I
All
do
right.
that.
I did not say the pastor taught me about sex. That's not what I
Said
said.
pastor and
Yeah,
church
that's a
leaders
little weird.
taught
That's a little
you-
creepy, honestly.
And
I
Abe
gotta be honest with it.
Abe brought it like, well, maybe they taught you wrong, and you agreed with them. So you're like, I don't know. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna go with Abe on that because he not just that, but a couple other things. I take notes. So.
Well, I guess I'm gone because Anson can't fucking judge for me under any fucking
Well,
circumstance.
that's
So
not true.
I'm
Anson,
not-
you're next.
I'm not trying to take sides.
Anson.
Yeah. So in terms of clarity and precision, EOD did better than Abe. I scored him 4 points and Abe 3 points. In terms of force of argument, I thought that y'all both had the equal in terms of talking over each other and being obnoxious. Y'all both got 4s on that.
Obnoxious.
In terms of sheer like bloodlust though, and the style and delivery, I actually preferred Abe's style because it was less robotic than yours, EOD. You sounded like a Spurgy machine, so I scored you a little bit lower. 4 for Abe and 3 for EOD. In terms of strategy though, in terms of the argument that you did, EOD, it was a little bit better. You were able to call back to prior arguments that were made more effectively and make more relevant arguments than I thought Abe did. So I scored you at a 4 and Abe at a 3 on that because he had about an average. And then in terms of audience engagement, I gave it to Abe by a lot more because he got everybody talking about wearing condoms in the chat. And audience engagement is important in this, and so it was actually fucking hilarious. And from my perspective, Abe won by 1 point, 18 to 17 over EOD.
Yeah, I use
Wow.
a different scoring calculator than Anson.
He has a lot. Anson developed
Pretty
his own
close.
calculator. And Glenn, where were you on this?
Abe won.
Abe. Okay. All right.
That's it.
Dang it, EOD.
So
Well,
he
even
doesn't
with the
come over to my
haircut,
channel
man.
enough.
I was
That's
rooting
right,
for
EOD. If
EOD.
you would
after
come over to
this.
my channel more, EOD, you might get a W from me.
Oh, that is mean. Don't say that. That's
I'm
mean.
kidding.
No, I fucking believe it, man. Like that's all it is. It's just fucking confirmation bias. You assholes already have it in your head that you can't vote for me anymore because I won the first fucking round of this shit. So that's fine.
Oh.
Whatever. Fuck you
Oh,
guys.
man, I wasn't taking any sides, man. I was just taking notes.
Uh-huh.
I got to be honest.
You just made shit up. You said I said a pastor taught me about sex. That's garbage. That never came out of my mouth.
Yeah, I got to be honest.
Oh.
That was the funniest debate I think I've ever. And I was like, what was even worse was the chat. So you had, we're gonna have to rename Liliana Cat to like
Also,
Cat or something.
on fucking audience engagement. First of all, it's the first time I've heard that in the 3-4 times I've been over here doing this. Secondly, I'm the only one who read a chat that was up on screen the whole fucking time. I'm not engaging in the audience. I mean, come on.
Well, no,
I gotta
it's
sit
the
here and read
audience-
the audience and debate this asshole at the same time.
It's the audience engagement with you, not your engagement with the audience. It's not how you talking to them. It's the way that they respond to the debate.
Okay.
It was funny. Whatever it was hilarious. That was and apparently Cassell really wanted that debate. So that we may be revisiting condoms tonight. And although don't reuse condoms, okay?
Yeah, definitely not. That's disgusting.
Tip.
That's
I
gross.
mean, you can. Is it not like underwear? You can just like flip it, you know?
No, it is indeed not.
That's
like,
gross. That's
obviously she's dated a Boy Scout. And
What if you wear two and flip like only the outer one?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not up on that. I'm not up on that.
Actually, the friction between the two latexes will rupture both of them.
No.
Yes.
The voice of experience coming in clutch.
Let me tell you, by the way, from experience.
It sounds like panic.
Kissy Cat donated $100.
Cheers, Kissy Cat.
Bring back EOD because he's in his fee-fees. All right.
Thank you, Kissy Cat. I appreciate you.
So we have Kissy Cat. What are we going to name the other cat? I'll figure it out.
You really love me.
Yeah,
You're
it's
laughing
fake
at
fake ginger solidarity.
That's what it is.
Ginger solidarity.
She highlighted her hair teal. That's what she told me the other day. I was like,
Oh, I bet
what?
that's hot. She's so hot. She's got to get up here and get on cam. I got to see that.
I asked her if she was going to show pictures. She's like, no, I'm not doing debate panels anymore. I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah. All right. Well, you won that one, Abe. That's good.
Yeah, but
that
he's
was
gonna come back
hilarious.
for blood
That was
now.
really funny. We got Econo Boy Light in the Econo Cat. We've got Econo Cat, Economy Cat. There we go. I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Oh, soy.
Soy pill. That's what it is. Not
Mhm.
Econo. So, Kat, tell us on give us your political positions. I read them out the other night. Not everybody was here. Also, I made Cassell do it. So, are you say that Cassell or Castle or how do you say that?
Castle, but it's fine the way you've been saying. Yeah, Castle's.
I really like to say people's name correctly, unless I can't. Like, Kissy Cat put the OXXO at each end of her name, so that's why she's Kissy Cat.
Like
No, I
my former
appreciate it.
name was Fludendude, and everyone was like, "How the fuck do you even say that? Fludendude, Fludendud, I changed my name when I got back to
Blowing
Twitch,
dude.
Like, just got up.
Yeah.
I started streaming in 2019, and it was my cat's nickname. I was like, I just picked something. It's like apparently, but yeah. What do you want to know? Like, there was a lot of opinions there.
Well, all right. So, like the conversations we've had this evening, where would you find yourself agreeing and disagreeing? Do you believe the world is a degenerate?
Yeah, definitely. I think the world is degenerate, but more in the sense of woke degeneracy. People are too fucking woke, and there's too many people just want to be special or have no life, and they just want to be. Well, they have nothing to do, so they want like a name, a title, a pronoun, a disease, your condition, and self-diagnosed. And I just feel like there's too fucking many people that just fuck it up for the rest of the people. So, also, I do think we should not teach children about bum sex when they're 9. But we should teach them the consequences of having unprotected sex at that age, because some kids actually are fertile at that age, and it becomes younger and younger.
Do you think it would be parents though that know their kids and say, "Hey, you know, like for example, let me throw this out there.
Depends if it's
Let's say
here
that
or
you
there.
have- hold on, let's say that you have a sweet young daughter, and all of a sudden she's got boobs. Probably a little advanced. Would you? Oh, kissy cat. Grillis. Yeah. So EOD, you've been brought back twice.
Wait, she did it
Do you
twice?
have like an extra?
Grillipus did it. So,
Oh.
all right. So
Well,
to
thank you,
continue my
Agrelipus. I appreciate that.
To continue my thought is, so if you were to, for example, have a daughter and maybe she matured early, right? Would you prefer that you, as her mother, sit down with her, maybe with your husband, I'm assuming husband, whatever, and say, hey, look, this is how this works. Don't be letting dudes like, you know, do things, and just, you know, and you provide the information that you feel like she is emotionally and mature enough to handle, and also will help her out. Would you prefer that, or would you prefer a school system where it's just something that is on a overhead projector and maybe a couple magic marker diagrams
And a few bananas, and you know.
Yeah. Banana.
I am both yes and no on it, because I think it's like a balance kind of thing. Because on one side, like I'm from Denmark, so I don't have the same school system as you do.
I understand.
But I think when I see what is happening in the States compared to here, of course, if I had a daughter that got boobies early, I would think like we should tell her something. But I also think it's important that a teacher that is educated in biology, because not everyone can like actually know, you know, biology, basic biology. Like a lot of guys are like, oh, chicks has 2 holes. They pee out of the vagina. It's like, no, they don't. Okay. You know,
3 holes. You have a mouth.
I would.
But my point is,
The urethra, the
like,
vagina, and
the further part,
anus are 3 holes.
education in the States, where I see it from over here, over the pond, it shouldn't be like that, because I don't want like some random person telling my kid about what they feel like and what is between what is a trans person, or in that.
Right?
I don't want, but get me right, that is kind of included in the entire
I understand
conversation.
that it's,
and I don't
being
think that is
combined.
appropriate. I don't think that is appropriate. You shouldn't tell children about that kind of thing, but you should teach them basic biology and what the consequences are. Like there's diseases, you can get children, this is a period, this will happen at some point, because from my perspective, a lot of chicks, a lot of little girls are so fucking scared when it happens because their parents don't tell them about it.
Okay, that's fucked up. If you're gonna raise a girl, it's one of the main things that ought to be on your mind when they turn,
That's the
what,
thing.
9,
They
10 years
don't
old.
tell about it. They don't tell about it. Like so many, like, oh, it's just gonna happen, or you know, we're gonna talk about it when it happens. And
Why
this
is
little
that?
girl,
No. Why is that not a legitimate parenting style?
To not tell them?
because
Yeah.
personally,
How
I was
are
not
you to
told,
judge-
and I was scared to death, because all of a sudden, I thought blood was bad, and all of a sudden, I was just like, okay, I'm dying,
Well, who are you to judge?
because I actually bleed out of my second or third hole.
Yeah. Okay. Weird. I mean, I can kind of get there with you a little bit, that some parents aren't equipped or emotionally capable of having that conversation.
But you can't say people know basic biology, because not everyone necessarily knows.
Well, if you've had a child, a doctor
No.
explain that biology to you.
You don't need to know biology to create a child. You just need hormones and potentially alcohol.
Can be potentially alcohol. We can at least agree that the mother knows that little girl is gonna have a period at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, but what if she don't want to talk about it? What if she feels awkward about it? It's the entire thing. You can't just expect.
I've had
What if
three
she feels
girls,
awkward?
man.
She's
I've had
a
to explain
parent. I don't give a
about it
fuck if she
every
feels
so
awkward about it
far.
or not.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
what-
the point
yeah,
is,
dude.
should it be? Should it be? I think
What-
it should be basic. I should think it should be basic. It should be like, what is a period? What is like it should be split because little girls have no business in knowing what a wet dream is. You know
So
what I mean?
You think you know better than other children's
Like-
parents? You think you've got a better
I'm
parenting
gonna
strategy?
take a break from this conversation for just 1 minute. And I've had this up for a while. Jordan
No.
Lofgren or Jordan L of Gren, I'm not really sure. Is that
Lofgren.
Jason Castle? I don't know if his first name is Jason, but he is Castle.
There's somebody who shows up in Rob's chat a lot named Jason Castle. Is that you, Castle?
Not me. No.
Oh, yeah, right. The weird guy. Yeah, he's not weird, man. He's been cool.
No, Nico
He
Pluto's
might
the
be
weird
on
guy.
Other people's channels, but he's been cool here. All right, so
I just think basic biology should be taught because not every parent is necessarily comfortable with it, and the children still deserve to know.
I
what
agree, but
things
not
are.
when they're 9 years old. When they're more like 14, 15,
Children
16.
actually no, because that's too late. Then they actually are able to have the kids. They need to know the consequences of whatever's happened. If you're getting a driving license, you need to know the law
Okay,
before you get out on the street.
That's true. That's okay. So when I get a driver's license, I first start with a driver's permit, right? And I'm not allowed to drive a car on my own, right? I have to have tutelage. I have to have someone there with me in the car all the time, right?
A teacher telling you how
A teacher's place is not in the bedroom, okay?
I enjoy
That's
this
for the
trade.
parent.
biology is not necessarily in the bedroom. I can tell you what like a uterus is without it being sex.
So
That's not what you're talking
we have
about.
an actual doctor here. Arthrodaya is a real doctor. She is a bunch of stuff. She got a lot of letters after her name.
Yo, I'm a doctor. I'm Dr. Philip Anya.
Apparently, she says, obviously, I missed the first part of this, but the educators absolutely do not do a better job than most parents. This is how they take away parents' rights. And this is more of an American thing on this, I believe. I do
think
believe
it is.
that in Denmark, where Lily is from, there's there is a difference, and maybe there are parents over there that are socially or just don't have the education. But here in America, I mean, you literally cannot have a child in the United States of America without the doctor explaining to you in gross detail how all of it works, and even so when my after my first child,
That's after she got pregnant.
sure, but we're saying if she's a mother, then when she teaches her child, the mother teaching the child is she has this actual frame of reference of actually having given childbirth. The problem that we run into is a lot of schools have unmarried women as teachers that have never had a child and have this
I'll be
very
right back.
strange idea of sex and all of that.
100%.
And
That's
so
what I say basic.
that's where we're running. I'm running into the disconnect. When my wife had our first child, the doctor was exceedingly candid about how she will be after the birth she could be exceedingly fertile and probably should unless we wanted another child to have immediately to use take extra care not to become pregnant and a bunch of other things. And unless you're just some kind of complete idiot, all you have to do once you've had a child, you should be able to teach your child.
Should does not mean you do.
Well, okay, hold on. Great. Like, if that's the case, then we wouldn't have the problem that we do.
Sure. Well, also parents are emotionally immature too, and they're counting on the school to do it.
I don't know how interested you all are in this particular conversation, but I'm not super interested in it. What am I going to say is the fucking the judging and the debate, right? Like this is exactly what happened last time. As I made a myriad of points, 6 to 8 different points supporting my point of view, my argument. Hold on, my dog's chewing up the freaking carpet. I'll be right back. Hold on a minute.
You know, like that's
Yeah,
what's
I'm
wrong
kind of with
that
Anson on this. What's
part.
wrong with that?
It's human biology. It's human nature to think about that stuff.
But we need to have a base. I'm not
Why?
saying we should not let the parents have a talk, but there should be the minimum of like basic
Why?
biology. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't know what that is. I asked you, and you didn't.
Yes, I
you
know
didn't
what
answer
basic.
that.
I did. I said it's stuff
What
like
is
there's diseases. This is like pregnancy. Like how long is a pregnancy? Like basic like human biology. Nothing.
they're
This is a
saying,
period which I
basic
also
stuff.
said with the guy, like the boys. Little girls shouldn't be in a class that said like, "Hey, this is what happens when you get your morning whatever thing."
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Anyway, what happens is I'll lay down 6 to 8 points to support my argument. Fucking Abe does 1 or 2, and just because they like the way Abe talks better, they're like, "Oh no, Abe totally won, man." And I'm like, okay. I swear, I think it's because the first time I came through, I fucking sweeped everybody. I did like 6 debates and won every single one of them. So they can't give me any victories anymore. Shit's frustrating as fuck. But it's whatever. I don't give a shit. Doesn't matter anyway.
To you about this because this is really interesting.
That's fine. That's fine.
So
this isn't actually
first of all,
about debate.
Michelle,
It's
I
about
believe that
bullshit.
It should be shared.
No.
Obviously, although I think that it could be a little weird with the dad talking to the little girl about it, and sometimes the mom talking. Like my wife did not.
Yeah,
wanna
exactly,
have me
Octavius.
talk
It's
with
fucking
my,
the lowest common denominator. We have to
I had
govern all of society based on the lowest common denominator.
As
That's
it was your
fucking
responsibility.
communism.
It is my
It's not as
responsibility.
it's not as weird as you think, man. I've got 3 girls, and my 2 oldest have had their periods already.
And
I've
that's
had to have a
great.
talk with them.
This doesn't
It's,
mean that
it's
people
really
do it.
not that difficult, man. You just explain to them the basics and what it means, and dude, they're pretty fucking smart. They understand.
Here's the thing,
Yeah,
Lily. I think what you're focusing on is like the extreme example where that doesn't happen, and then a girl ends up in a weird situation she doesn't understand, and she's fucking confused, and then
Look how many
you're saying that
you have over there.
she should rely on a public school teacher to fill in the gap, and that's just not
Yeah.
that's not how society
how
ought to
many
work.
pregnancies
The
you
government's
have.
not there to
You
solve
have a
all your
TV
problems
show.
for you.
You have a
Let's,
TV show
I'm
for
gonna-
teen pregnancy.
The government
Like,
should be
We've got to
allowed-
have another.
do.
Michelle was handed a book. That's right.
You know what? I will send you a podcast. I talked to my son about it, about the birds and the bees, and where you don't stick things like twigs and seeds. Yeah. It was a great episode. Great episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always just been historically too. Like, there's not that many teen pregnancies.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Lily and Emmett
There was a
debate
lot of teen
sex.
pregnancies back in the day. I mean, like Jesus's mom was a teen pregnant. She was pregnant as a teen.
Yeah, it would be awesome. I think that's great. What's the problem
Okay.
with it?
Actually, I think I want to see Emmett and Castle debate.
Damn.
Well, that was a mic drop right there, baby. Castle, what do you feel like debating tonight?
Oh man, I mean, that last conversation, I felt like it was kind of getting in my wheelhouse a little based on previous stuff. So, but I'm down for whatever, honestly. If Emmett wants to pick something, or you have something in mind, Grid.
All right, I'm going to throw everybody in the back. Go back, get all back of the bus again. Bye. You two, you're still here. That's Emmett. Abe, you got to go. And Emmett, once again, proving that he's cool because he knows enough to cam up when he's debating. All right, what do you guys want to debate about?
Nice. I don't think I've seen Emmett on camera yet.
It can be anything. I'm gonna give you the floor for now. If not, just bring up a topic and let's see where we stand.
Okay. Castle, what would you like to debate about? What do you feel good at about? What's your strength? What's your strongest argument?
I mean, my background's in finance, so I can argue economics or something. So, yeah.
Don't.
You can do economics. That's fine.
You can do economics? Really?
Yeah, economics. Yeah, of course.
All right. Okay.
I mean, we could talk tariffs if you want. Then, if not, we can go back to the social arguments about degeneracy, sex, those things. So,
yeah, I've unfortunately I've heard the tariff argument so many times. It's literally like
I
pulling a
figured.
hole in my head.
Yeah.
Where are you guys at on the Second Amendment?
Pro Second Amendment.
Okay.
Like, I think this is how pro I am for Second Amendment. I think if you're lobbying against Second Amendment, you should be prosecuted for sedition.
Okay. How about you, Castle? You pro?
It's anti-constitutional.
You were
that's
just
for damn
hiking
sure.
and out doing wood stuff, so I'm assuming that you're at least semi-pro.
I'm semi, yeah. I'd say semi-pro. I mean, I feel like the argument is, I mean, listen, if you're gonna want to throw people in jail, I could argue against that. But yeah, I don't know if it would be as good of a debate, but we could talk about it.
Well, let me shift gears here a minute. Do you think where would you?
This is gonna take a minute. Here's what I'll say is the whole thing about teen pregnancy, right? Is that yeah, there we go. The whole thing about teen pregnancy is that when they say teen pregnancy, what they're actually talking about is any girl that's aged like 10 to 19 years old. Anyone younger than 20 is actually what they mean. So there's 2 years of pretty sexual high level promiscuity there that I don't think we should be including when we talk about teen pregnancy. But they do that to artificially inflate the numbers, right? And so if we take a look at data from the CDC, it'll tell us that in 2021, which I suppose is the most recent data, at least that the CDC has, births per 1,000 females, 15 to 19, varied by race and ethnicity. For Hispanic, Black, and Native Americans, it appears to be approximately 20 to 25 births per 1,000 females. And then for non-Hispanic whites, it's more like 9 or 10. And for non-Hispanic Asians, it's more like 2. So that's an interesting distribution there. But also we find that that's, I don't know, I feel like that's relatively low, especially considering the plethora of civilization over the course of human history. You know what I mean? In general, teen pregnancy has been on the fall in the United States for decades. Contraceptives and, best practices and sexual health have really helped a lot with that, I think. But at the end of the day, it's not. I don't think teaching 9-year-olds is the way to accomplish anything other than perverting our children. I mean, that shit's crazy to me that people are out here trying to advocate for this kind of stuff. As if having drag queen story hour wasn't retarded enough for some people. Blows my mind. But apparently, these guys are going to talk about the Second Amendment. I don't know. We'll see. Octavia says the teen pregnancy convo is just advocating for the government to be able to step in and also give consequences to parents if they teach wrong. That's all it is. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's really about having the government solve society's problems for you. That's the point I was trying to make to Lily. It's like, look, you're saying this one little sliver of society needs special attention, and so that all children should be taught about sex, at a very young age. That's crazy to me. No. And then the excuse that mothers don't teach their daughters about their period? What the fuck are you talking about? What kind of bullshit is that? My mother raised 2 boys. She taught us what a fucking period was. Because we'd go to the toilet and see a tampon in there and a bunch of blood sometimes. We'd be like, what the fuck, Ma? Are you okay? She had to fucking explain it. That's just insane to me. Like, I think people assume the absolute worst possible cause for something, and then that leads them to the conclusion that we must have government intervention in order to make a societal correction here. And that is some scary communist fucking horseshit is what that is. That's what that is.
Data specifically.
Okay. Fucking
vows is to say
Emmett
that
over here
you
knows all
are
about that,
doing
living
this
in
for
socialist
life,
Mexico.
or if whenever you're taken apart. The whole point of marriage is the actual is the protection of those that are vulnerable. I think that both men and women, neither men nor women should be able to just leave a marriage on a whim. Especially
Yeah,
when
that's what
there's
it is,
kids
Octavius.
around,
Her mom
because
didn't,
the
so
idea
therefore
of
no one
marriage
does.
is
Exactly.
for the kids. So
That's
you
insane.
have a responsibility for them to have a proper family.
Is that it? That's your opening?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. All right. So that was the affirmative. Now we're going to hear the negative from Mr. Castle. I'm sorry. 1 minute. Let me know when you're ready.
Sure, ready.
Go.
Yeah, so the argument that women should be jailed for initiating divorce is an extreme one. First off, if you're going to understand it from a legal view, there's no law in place, or there's never been a communication of law saying that this should ever happen. This is only on religious guidelines, and that doesn't really mean anything if you're not religious. So that's one argument. The second piece, I would say that not everybody gets married to have kids. So if your argument is talking about how it will affect kids or having children, I don't think that's relevant either in most cases for people who aren't looking to have kids either. I think basically what it comes down to is women should have the right to choose how they want to live their life. If they've been in a rough relationship, they should have the right to file for divorce or whatever reason they so choose.
All right. You had 10 seconds left. That's awesome. All right, guys. I want a nice, clean fight. No hitting below the belt. You know, keep the ad homs to a minimum, and let's see you on the other side. Ready? 5 minutes starting now.
Are you a feminist, Castle?
Sure, you could call me one.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed you are one, because the moment I said enforcement of marriage, you think that it only applies to women. Like, do you think it would not apply to men? Do you think it's moral for a man to just say,
Like David says, this Castle guy sounds like Milton from the Office Space.
Yeah, but what does that have
That
to
was
do with
hilarious.
jailing women for divorce?
Have you seen my stapler? I could
Again,
I
it's
could
not
burn the
moral.
building down.
Anyone that leaves marriage without any kind of reason, I will even grant reasons, but you are defaulting.
Okay, so you're saying a
woman.
man
Why
or
are
a
you
woman in
defaulting
this
to
case?
woman? Yeah, what do I care about woman? What's important, the sex of the person?
Okay, so you're saying anybody who okay, so even if a man goes to jail, why would a man have to go to jail for filing divorce?
For abandonment of the family.
Well, you don't have to have kids.
You think kids are the only way to have family? Are you getting married? You're going to have a family with your wife or not?
Well, when you say family, you mean that if I marry my fiance and I have a wife, then their family is going to be, I mean, not genetically related.
Do they have a family?
Not genetically related at all. I could care less about
there
my
is
fiance's
people
family.
who cannot have kids and are married. Do they have a family?
If you don't have kids and it's just you and your spouse, you're calling that a family? No, nobody would call that a family.
That's not a family?
No, not to me.
What is it?
When you have kids.
So only when you have kids you have a family. When you are married and you have a wife.
Nobody says I'm going on vacation with my family and it's just me and my wife.
Years, that's not a family.
My wife.
Okay, what's your other argument? This is silly. Okay, but what's your argument?
Why did you even get married then? Why?
Nobody thinks that.
Nobody thinks that?
If I say I'm going on vacation with my family, nobody thinks I'm going just with my wife.
Listen, it's that easy. I think that. So that is wrong. You are wrong.
All right. What's your other argument, though?
Oh my God, nobody thinks that. Yeah, I think that.
Okay. What's your other argument?
Okay. What's my other argument?
Yeah. What's the other point about?
You are the one. Listen, I am the affirmative. I propose the argument. You're the one that should be able to tell me why am I wrong. Why am I wrong?
Okay, so let's say that my wife has physically abused me and I can't get a divorce because, and let's say we do have kids, I can't divorce her.
That there are reasons why you can get divorced. Okay, going for a pack.
So you're talking about just no fault divorce.
It's not a reason, right?
Okay, but you're talking about just no fault divorce then.
I'm talking about, of course.
So not just any divorce.
No reason. I'm talking about abandoning the family. Do you think there's a reason to abandon your family?
Yeah, of course. There can be outside of abuse reasons. So of course you can.
What is
the
reason for you to say I don't like this woman and the kids that I have? I'm gonna leave and never support them as a man.
Because it's a free country and I can do what I want.
Because my freedoms?
Yes.
You think freedom comes without responsibility?
Freedoms are more important.
Do
Yes,
you think
individual
freedom
freedoms.
comes without responsibility?
What do you mean freedoms come without responsibility?
Yeah, do you think there's so if I have a kid, I just can go ahead and delete him, right? It's my
Well,
freedom. I want to
we're
do
not.
it. If
I'm
I
not
get
saying
married and I
abandoning.
delete my wife, that's fine because I just
My
do it for
argument
my
isn't that
freedom.
abandoning a family is wrong. I'm saying that you can and should be able
You
to do it.
said, listen, you said that the reason why abandoning the family is perfectly fine is because of your freedom. So if I have a kid and I delete him and I do it for my freedom, that will be perfectly fine, right?
What do you mean delete him?
Murder them.
Okay, no, that's illegal. That's a crime. You can't do
I
that.
don't care about legality. We're not talking legality right now. It's legal right now to divorce for whatever reason.
Oh, it's
So we're
legal to
talking
abort up to the
about
9th month of
morals,
pregnancy too,
about what should be.
in some
Okay?
states.
In this case, if I decide for my freedom to delete my kid, why shouldn't I
The
be
white
able to use my
Texican.
freedom?
Well,
Just
because
noticed that.
nobody would say that that's a morally righteous thing to do. Even and this isn't about morals anyway. We're talking
I don't
about
think it's
what.
morally righteous to abandon your family as a man or as a woman. There's
Okay,
no
but that's
moral.
not a. But then you have to say that. How is that a crime? We're not talking about morality
It
here.
is
We're
a
saying what
crime.
is
It
the
is a crime
crime?
to abandon your
No,
family. Yes.
no, that's not a
Yeah.
crime.
In fact, a lot of men go to jail every year.
All right. I'll say this in addition, right, to the judgment is they're probably gonna favor Castle, would be my guess, because he's the liberal. That's really what it's about. One of the things that we learned on Abe's channel one night is that the debate that me and Abe had over whether or not the United States should be imperialist, an AI made a determination that I had better arguments, I had more of them than Abe did. And I found that to be fucking hilarious. Steelman is trying to put that together, so we'll see if he ever gets it
All
on here or
right.
not.
This is gonna be good for the judges. What's
Probably
up,
not.
John? How are you?
Hello, John.
How's it going?
I'm gonna lead off with Boomerang, the manhole inspector.
I'm still tallying.
You're tabulating. Okay,
Yeah, I'm
and Philip,
tabulating. Start with you.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Okay, Glenn Lawrence. We'll start with Glenn Lawrence. We got tabulation problems over here.
Yeah, this is gonna be weird. I normally don't go with the libs on this one, but I think that
Told you.
I mean, you need to forgive your dad. Just forgive your dad, okay? I know he left to get some cigarettes. He never came back. Forgive your dad.
It was my
Right.
mom. It was my mom.
His
Okay.
mom left. His
Oh,
dad
well,
stayed.
Oh, so why?
Then
Why?
talk her up too.
Yeah.
I mean, but here's the thing. Either way, you'll get deported.
Why do you hate the man so much that you're the fault about who left me?
Well, because who normally leaves to go get cigarettes? It's never mom.
Why? Well, my mom smokes cigarettes. Have you ever seen a woman smoke? You sexist. You're so sexist.
Yes,
man.
I am sexist. I am
You are
very
so
sexist.
sexist.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
you're so
I am
sexist.
Okay,
biggest
Man,
misogynist there
the
is.
judgment and move on.
I mean, so much.
You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Take it now, buddy. And forgive your mom.
Also, so who are you saying won?
Not Emmett. I just said Emmett, take your L, buddy.
Oh, Emmett, take the L. Oh, ow, Emmett.
I just attacked him too close to home. He was the fifis,
Yeah.
you know.
No.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay.
My dad never left me.
It was your mom too.
Okay.
No, I wish you would have.
Oh shit.
All right. Anson, are you tabulated yet?
Yeah, I'm tabulated. So I thought that Castle made a cleaner argument. He had more precise language that he used in the debate than Emmett. Emmett just basically repeated himself the entire time. So I gave Castle more points on that aspect. In terms of force of argument, Castle, man, I mean, you got to take some testosterone or something, because Emmett like big boyed you the entire time. He was much more forceful. He got 4 points on that, and you only got 2. In terms of style and delivery, also Emmett had more points than you. And strategy, I thought that you had a better strategic style where you were trying to do internal critiques during the debate and asking him why he was believing what he was believing a couple of times, and that was a good way to attack someone having a positive position. So I give you more points on that. But in terms of audience engagement, Emmett, I mean, you sucked at like getting the people in the chat on your side, and Castle did way better. But in terms of total points, Emmett, you scored 16, and Castle, you scored 15. So I gave it to Emmett.
Neck and neck. All right, Grillipus, let's hear about it, guy.
I'm not doing like a point-based system like Anson is, but I'm gonna have to go with Castle on this one. He kind of delivered his message a little bit better instead of kind of going at it with a little bit of fifis.
I have to separate these two. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
It was pretty close, though. It was pretty close. But yeah.
Oh, Emmett, I'll say that I think you did a great fucking job, brother. They just don't have any respect for based ass homies around here, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
No, I totally get what Emmett's.
Nah, listen, okay. I know this is the Leaptard panel, okay.
You know what, Emmett?
But
I give you credit.
It's all right.
I would have given it to you. Honestly, if you're, I probably would have given it to you if you hadn't kind of stalled out there in the middle, because you had way more energy than Castle. Castle is kind of very reserved, and you had him, man. You had him with the why do you assume that we're only going after the women? You had him right there, and you kind of let him slip out of that.
I don't think I let him sleep at all. He didn't have
No, you called him on it, but the
answers.
You were a couple of times.
He didn't have any answers to it, and then he was like, "Okay, well,
This is not a
I
democracy.
don't know, but I'm not gonna go ahead and just keep it in that specific point. Like we have other points, and he wanted to debate, and I wanted to debate too. So I'm not gonna go ahead and be like, you cannot say anything. You tell me why."
Yeah.
Whoa,
I think your energy level was way higher, and which is by the way, for you guys that don't know, that's a massive improvement for Emmett. Emmett used to be very, very. What's the word I'm looking for here? Milk.
Affable.
Affable, yeah.
Steven spent his energy when a debate.
He whooped me.
I'm not saying it wasn't close. I mean, it was super close, man.
Yeah.
Like literally, I'm looking at my notes and I'm comparing them, and I'm like,
hey, you don't have to. You're a judge. You don't have to justify shit.
Yeah. You don't need to justify your liberal ideas. Yeah, you don't have to justify your libertarian ideas to me. It's fine.
I'm not a libertarian.
You can be a liberal all you want.
Emmett's going hard tonight.
Yeah,
Emmett's
you don't
going
know
hard
me,
tonight.
bud.
Well, Emmett, go hang out in the chat. Maybe somebody will pay to bring you back, man. You did well. I got to be honest. Again, Emmett, the energy level, the delivery. I mean, obviously, I disagree with your position, but I would have. I think Castle being able to kind of Castle picked up a little bit there at the end is the only reason, and it felt like me that you kind of stalled out. I got a lot going on. That's why I don't.
He didn't tell me anything why I was wrong. He was just like, I don't know. I don't know what that is.
So how it goes, man. That's how it fucking goes.
There is no morality.
You lost. Get the fuck out. That's it.
Bye-bye.
Castle,
Bye, girl. Have a good one.
Don't be mad.
Castle, one thing I noticed in your debate was that you had a much better intro in terms of cogent, like coherent points that you were making compared to the body of your debate, because it was pretty obvious that you like looked up some sort of an AI intro to what your position should be and you read it off a screen. And then during the debate, you were much more lost. That was one of the reasons why I voted against you, because it was obvious that you weren't the one that gave the intro.
Well, I appreciate that, because I don't even use AI, so at least I got something good going on my side there.
Well, then you had a good intro, and I was wrong.
Appreciate it.
Dude, that's
I didn't think I debated that badly, though. I mean, maybe I just overestimated the
It's an
point.
energy level thing with these guys. These guys are like.
I know. I feel like 1 week I don't have energy and I try to focus on the point, but then it's like I miss points on this thing and I don't even think about it. So I gotta I got to be more well-rounded, I guess.
God damn it.
Yeah. Well, as long as we can keep the girls from talking about holes and stuff, we'll be all right. So.
I'm sorry. Were you fantasizing again, Grid?
No, I have been trying to keep this. This is devolving into a DGen panel.
That's why I had to come up here, make it
Great.
more wholesome.
Appreciate that, John.
Grid,
John, how the hell are you? Are you still sickly? Are you feeling
No,
better?
it's not that I'm sickly. It's just with health issues. You're always determining to make sure everything's going well, and it's always checking things. That's how it is with me. So, but no, yeah, I'm doing good. So, I thought I'd sharpen up my my knives before my debate tomorrow. So
yeah, you should. You should.
Get-
Who are you
get the-
debating tomorrow?
JS Urban Adventures.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's fun.
Is he a good debater? I haven't really.
I've actually debated him on something of substance. When he prepares for a debate, he does a really good job. Where I think when he struggles is when he's kind of being forced to be in an area where he's got to like make up stuff along the way, and then I think that's where he kind of struggles a little bit. But when he prepares for a debate, he puts a lot of work into it. So I know he's preparing for this one, and that's a good thing. So it'll be different than a lot of debates that you probably see, because it'll be two guys preparing for a debate more than just two guys talking about what they think is a debate. So
yeah. Okay.
No indirects.
Hey.
Say it with your chest, buddy.
Hey, Grid, can you use some of my credits for Abe versus EOD?
Abe versus EOD again?
Let's do it, man. I want to see it.
Oh man, this is
Come on,
just
man.
a battle. It just keeps. We'll do it in a minute. I'm gonna
different topic. Yeah.
Y'all are crazy.
We'll
I
do
swear.
a different topic.
I feel like there's judge bias in favor of Abe at this point. Okay. So here I'm going to tell you this, Grid. I'm going to tell you this. Okay.
I'll pick
He's an
different
industry plant.
No. I tell you this. Okay. The first debate that me and Abe did on whether or not the United States should be an imperialist power. Okay.
I saw that stolen. It was stolen from you.
It was. I'm telling you. So we took that and we fed it to an AI. Okay, we fed it to an AI, and the AI said I fucking won because I had better points. I had more of them, and I made them more clearly.
AI and Steelman's AI.
I didn't even see
talking
that.
about it
so
right
I don't
now.
know what the fuck you're talking about.
You lost, and then you
Right.
lost again.
I got to be honest with
Shut
you,
the fuck up, Kel.
guys. So last night, Kel was there. I was in the worst possible debate ever. I way over prepared for it. It was like it was like what the
What the hell, Yante?
what the hell you guys even talking about? They're talking about how like it was a very simple prompt too, right? Like non-traditional relationship,
Just come out of it, bro.
and it was terrible, man.
I can't judge because I'm also, it's probably good that I'm not judging because me and Abe, we've known each other for a long time. That's
I love how Abe was pretending to sleep. Like,
What are you, like
every time
14 there, John?
No,
Every time I came in here,
I
there
was
was, like,
actually,
5 guys in the front.
that would have been like 34 then.
34. There was a 4 in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I felt ripped off last night that I wasted like 2.5 hours of my life for a really stupid debate.
He told me it was going to be blood sports, and then I'd cut someone off, and everyone's like, "Shh, you don't respect the democracy of debate. Stop. This isn't how it goes." I'm like,
yeah. For those of you guys that don't know, Kel's going to be on Whatever tomorrow night.
no, Sunday,
no,
Sunday,
really?
Sunday. I have time.
Yeah, we should get the two chicks to
welcome.
debate each other.
What's wrong with my dress, Grid? Guys, Grid is being so mean. He's like, get something nice. I was about to get a little slutty dress. He's like, no, wear something nice. I get a nice dress. He's like, oh, what, you going to the rodeo, Missy? I'm like, okay, great.
That was hilarious, though. That
Two
was
chicks
terrible.
And Anson, you pick it.
Yeah, the chicks ought to debate Grid. And Kel, you should go ahead and put on that dress right now and show us the dress.
Don't indulge Anson.
That's
Don't indulge.
Anson, the
Scooter.
he's a
Degen?
Degen, yeah.
Degen of society, yes. The degradation
he's
of
the only one.
society.
Somebody
That's
else
why.
come up with something then.
Okay.
He's
go.
he's the libertarian monarch of Spurs.
God,
of
if I hear one more-
Degen Spurs.
If I hear libertarian, I just know that means you're
I'm not a
Mom dropped you
libertarian.
as hard as she dropped
He's
me.
not a
when I was a kid.
libertarian. He's
libertarian
just
means
a
you calling us all the-
monarchist.
No, just when I hear that now, I'm like, oh god, I run for the hills.
All right. So
That's my
all right.
that's my little tease for Edson.
Michelle wanted to know if you found a dress. You already said that. Did you find a dress?
Apparently, everyone hates it. Everyone fucking hates it.
Well, then whose problem is it? Do you hate it?
Oh, you.
She's gonna go put it on now. See y'all. We're
No,
turning
she's
into
gonna-
OnlyFans,
she's gonna
Grid.
Bring it out. She's gonna put it on.
She's gotta put it on cam for it
Like,
to
I'm
count.
returning this shit. But I'm like, I'm gonna be there for 8 hours. I don't want to be like in a short dress, you know. So, and if I wear a long dress, but that's the thing. I think it'd be funny to come like dressed super respectful, like a long like grandma dress, and then have my
grandma
personality.
dress.
Dude,
Like, have my personality.
Wear a turtleneck and a pair of jeans. What the fuck? I mean,
They said
No,
they
they have
got
to
me there.
approve the outfit.
Yeah, there's like a whole thing.
It's gonna be too warm.
It's not a fucking Canadian tuxedo.
If you're like 8 hours somewhere, don't wear a turtleneck.
Wear a turtleneck.
Yeah, I would wear.
You will be able to smell her through the webcams. Okay.
oh god,
Ew.
Why
boob
does
sweat is a
say
thing. I
that?
forget about that.
What is wrong with? Look, all right, you guys got to get in the back. Get in the back. Get in the back. We're gonna debate now. Get in the back. We got EOD. Get in the back. EOD and and Abe.
We just did one. Hold on, but we've got. There's so many people here who haven't debated yet. Let's hold out on this for one or two more. Come on.
What? No, they want the blood, man. All right. You know what? I'll bring everybody back. Hang on. I'll bring everybody back. We'll wait. We'll wait a couple of minutes. We'll give them.
Do one. Let's do one at least before me and Abe have a rematch.
Yeah, the two broads.
I was gonna say that Lily and Kel are here.
Ideology.
And John hasn't participated in a debate yet. So
You guys have mercy for Lily. That's cute.
John has not
Sparing her.
debated yet.
I just said Lily versus Connect, whatever. All right.
Yeah,
Y'all pick.
yeah. And if the two women debate, I won't know who to simp for, so it'll be fair.
Judge bias eliminated.
Well, we know this.
Flip
No matter
that,
if-
because
no matter
I'm
who I
going to
debate,
play it every single time Anson does that. Keep a EOD around.
We know this, though. Every time I debate,
feel like
whoever's
his
going to
hair-
debate me, you'll
haircut's
get a vote
not
from
well.
Anson for you.
Haven't seen it
'Cause,
quite. I
Anson
almost
can't
said
ever
it by
vote for me.
accident.
Castle's
It's
on
against
the
his
throne,
religion.
so he can't do it. Yeah. So do the ladies want to debate each other?
Sure.
Mud,
Wait,
on
it
mud.
depends.
Done deal.
Depends.
That's all I needed.
It depends.
Depends on what.
What we're debating.
Okay, you
I
pick.
don't know. We'll figure that out in a minute.
You pick. I'm ready. I'm feeling.
Oh
confident.
God.
I'm not. Take it till you make it, baby. Dude, why? So I'm thinking because I'm like I doubt every single person that went on that podcast didn't want to bring like a notepad to take notes. So
A bunch
are
of
they?
people do.
They do? Okay, I'm like, if they don't let me take notes, I'm just fucked. I'm gonna just start writing on my arm because like that's where everyone
No,
gets lost.
I
know?
can't talk to her right now.
Yeah. Okay.
so-
Okay. That's not interesting.
And Andrew
so-
always fucking takes notes, dude.
True. Dead air. Come on, keep it moving.
All right. So I happen to know that Lily Cat, Funny Cat. That's hilarious, by the way.
You
Funny
said
Cat, I did say that, which is why it's hilarious. So Funny Cat is not a feminist, and Kel is an exceedingly
I am
feminist.
not a feminist. I am
You're
not
a feminist.
feminist.
That
She's a gross feminist.
I
She's a
could not
communist
defend
feminist.
feminism for you.
you're in a thruple.
That doesn't mean I'm a feminist. I was.
Yes,
I
it
was
does.
dumped by the throuple.
That's
God.
right. That's rough.
Is that
That's
like
rough.
triple as bad?
Yeah, it is. It is double the heartbreak, though. But no, I'm not. A
You didn't
feminist.
like. You said
I
you
wouldn't
didn't
say-
like the girl, and she didn't like you. How can you
would-
be in a thruple if like it's not a thruple?
I wouldn't say I'm a self-defined feminist, not because like I don't agree with all the principles, but because I'm so uneducated.
I'm more like, what the fuck what do you define the principles of being
I think it's such a broad, huge umbrella. Like there's like,
Exactly.
paradox and stuff. So I'm like, I don't know it well enough to. I think that's like that's why people go to college, right?
So,
I don't know. Let's debate something like practical, not just
like,
like.
what do you want to debate, Kel?
Mm,
I have some of her viewpoints here. Stand by.
All right.
Yeah, because I'm European, so I was like, "What is your opinion?" So I was like, "Well, I don't know where I
She
am on that."
absolutely throws out like so. Unlike American women who say, "Oh, I don't really have an opinion on that." No, she's like, "Bam! Here's my opinions."
No, girl. No, girl.
Here's a wall.
You're never supposed to show all your cards right off the bat. Come on.
I mean, I think it's it kind of puts me somewhere on the spectrum of the political bullshit over there, and I don't really know where I am. So maybe he could tell me. I have this opinion and this and this and this.
Tell
So
me how to
tell
think.
me where I am.
You're
Tell me how to
un-American.
vote.
That's what
Yeah,
you
I'm
are.
definitely un-American. That's for sure. That's a
Yeah.
compliment. Thank you.
That's not really a compliment.
It is. Currently, it is.
Back-to-back World War wins, baby. Back-to-back.
So,
All right, so here we go. Let's see. Where's that wall of text she sent me? I gotta
it is
scroll. There we
in the
Were Hiroshima and Nagasaki justified?
All right, so she is pro-abortion. I'm sure Kel is as well. She doesn't think feminism today is, or she thinks feminism today is not what it should be or what.
She said a minute ago, Nate. I don't remember. Nate's asking me, is she like German? I noticed her accent was odd. Yeah, I think she's Dutch. I think it's Dutch. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% on that though.
Forbidden?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
need to be 18 to pick for your own body. Something can't be.
You think
You know.
anyone's gonna? You think anyone's gonna?
You think
She'll babies feel pain too.
Yeah, but fucking, they don't get boners.
What the fuck does
Like,
that?
what?
What the
Simple.
fuck?
Like,
I just. Oh,
right there.
wow.
the painful thing you can do is get a boner when you're like healing. There's a reason they do it when you're a baby. There's one reason. It's because you don't get hard when you're a baby, bro.
That is the weirdest fucking argument for that ever.
It's true because literally you can like rip your incisions open. It's true. Yes, they do. Oh, I don't know. I don't have any brothers.
Okay, all right.
Ew, why do
She
you know
thinks
that?
Russia is in the
for,
wrong.
baby
Is in the wrong with the war with Ukraine. I'm sure that's you got that. Kel agrees. Oh my
Okay,
god.
okay,
that's
wait. I'm
hilarious.
open to the feminism is not where it ought to be or should be.
Yeah, let's explore that.
Okay,
Sure.
so you want to take like the. Well, I'm like that's the thing is I'm like ought to be or should be.
Also,
have-
by the way, yeah, that's apparently baby boys do get boners. So
Why does Abe know that? Oh,
Did you
That
know
was
cats get
Michelle.
boners? Like so many, so many fucking animals get boners.
Lily's like, I've seen so many boners. I don't want to talk about it.
She said
Looking at you,
boner
bro.
was hilarious, and the way it was that was hilarious. I mean, got to be honest, that was pretty fucking funny.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Okay,
what else we got? These are all so boring, played out.
what about
That's the one thing I remember about Kel is that she's a consummate fucking child. It'll be interesting to see
there are
what she
only
talks
men
about for
and
4
women,
hours on
trans
whatever.
Women are bio men,
We can do
trans
that one.
men are bio women. However, she has nothing against them. They should live their lives, and I will have hurt, or she will have
I
hurt.
love the colon after her stance. She's like, I say it with my.
I have
chest."
ADHD. Okay, anything extra is like, explain it at the end. So, but yeah, we can do that one if you want.
I'm like,
Depends what your opinion. Like, what do you?
what's the con?
Oh, you'll like this one, Kel. She supports sex workers.
Okay, all right, I'm done for this.
I support it, but I also support men's right not to want, to
date
date
So
them.
brave. Yeah, that's
You
that's so brave of you.
Okay.
No, I think it's wrong to say you have to date. I think we can more
Who
talk
has
about
ever
like
said that? Okay, yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, let's do that one.
definitely
Which
we
one?
do.
Yeah.
Like
What-
one of
what-
the things I really like about that podcast, whatever, is like the entire
Oh, she's a
entitlement. Like
fan.
you have to pay for me on the first date. Like what? I would say like, what the fuck? Wait, no, should men pay for the first date?
Kel, where are you at on that?
I just got broken up with my homeless guy. I don't think I can talk about that.
Okay, except for the homeless guy. Do you expect the guy to pay on the first date?
Wait, Kel, you paid for the dates for the dude living in his hearse?
Of course not. Of course not. But it's just a joke. I'm just saying I'm not very traditionally like, oh yeah, let's split it. I'm like, girl, these are assets. You're on the
This is
same
this is
topic.
like asking my girlfriend.
Okay, so we
You know,
already have
where do you want to go to eat tonight?
What do we got?
Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll do
I-
this.
I
Maybe
wanna
we'll
do
do
the
that.
fucking sector
I don't
religion.
know.
yeah,
I don't
but listen, you're on
know.
the opposite side of me now. You know.
Yeah, I think you're scared of that one.
You see how
I can
quickly
talk
me
about
and
that
Abe
now. I
fucking
just, like,
agreed on a
told him
fucking
about
point?
it,
It was so easy.
I was
It's
totally
just-
vindicated.
Okay, what is the topic? What is the prompt?
Well, I think sex workers. We can talk about it, but I think it's more boring than actually the other
No,
ones.
I don't think it will be. I think it'll be really interesting, but you just got to take like like say it in like a statement sense. Like, I believe that sex workers are a net okay for society because, and then we go from there.
But it's very flat. It's just like people should do what they want with themselves. Like it's very flat. So you know.
So you
But,
believe in, like complete like societal like freedom, even when it comes to the commodification of like
Grid's
body?
default text alert's going
like in
off all the damn
Denmark,
time.
like prostitution, prostitution.
Pro
is
streamer, you
legal,
guys.
Oh, I
but
forget.
pimping is not. Pimping is not.
You come from like a whole different world. Like
Like,
it's,
that's what I
literally-
mean.
Yeah.
So it's like it's gonna be a weird one.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
it's like do what the
All
fuck
right,
you
all
want.
right.
People literally go there to get hookers.
I guess.
No, because
And
it's just
STD
different.
and
It's just-
STDs.
yeah.
I don't know. A little bit of everything.
What about the circumcision debate? Michelle really
Sure.
wants the
Sure.
circumcision
She
debate.
want to know like all
I
about
want to
the.
talk about baby dicks. I
skin.
swear. This is so weird.
She wants skin in the game.
Well, she has 3 boys, so she knows.
Okay. I have none.
I do.
Debate the benefits of polycule to society. We tried that last night, and all we ended up with was housing projects along interstates or some shit.
Okay.
If you're down to do the rise of non-traditional relationships, it could be good if we engage with it in like a
Sure.
productive way.
Do you believe in
Sure.
Lily? You believe in traditional
Productive,
relationships, right?
as in a way that
Yes and
agrees with my
no,
position.
because I feel like you should still have the
Fucking call me
but then
talk,
again,
dude.
that's the fucking bullshit. Like on one side, I feel like it is positive to have some roles in a relationship. Like some roles are more feminine and some roles are more masculine in society. But I also think there should be a certain amount of freedom, like the entire thing where
But
it's
do you believe in like?
Hey, yo, Corey Barton. It's
polycules?
good to
Do
see you, man.
believe
How
in
you doing?
open
No.
relationships?
No.
Do you believe
No.
in
no.
situationships?
I am
Like,
just
no,
hanging out
no,
waiting
no,
for
I'm
these
like, you're
fucking
not
women to
fucking
try to
my
make a decision about what they want to fucking disagree about. It's
Where's your dude
ridiculous.
at? Is he in the chat? I want to hear.
No,
his-
he went to bed. He went to bed at 6
to
a.m.
bed.
He's like, I'm tired. I'm going to bed.
This is.
That's
So-
I'm on Grid One's panel,
Okay,
but
all
I'm
right,
in the
so we got
back
it.
right now.
We're gonna do
this is
non-traditional
live,
relationships benefit to
She
society.
start.
Obviously,
Apparently, I have a debate with Abe Dingus again.
to society.
We'll see
Even
what
though
happens with
one
that.
just broke her little heart.
Does someone take the
You guys
next
got to
one?
give me an argument that I can take the devil's advocate on. Abe keeps taking the devil's advocate. I got to get him on one where I can get
I
him
would have to contribute.
on that.
Because I'm a bit of both, I guess. But
Well, you're saying you're the
they're good.
affirmative saying they are good. She's saying she's a negative saying
you need
they
to
are
tell me
bad.
why they're fucking good. Because
Yeah.
Right, but just she said I'm both though. You can't be.
She's
both.
drinking
Not
Heineken.
really.
That's a very
She's-
burpy beer.
She's on the fence as far as the gender
yeah,
roles.
yeah. But most of the time, I think it's positive to have like
Is this still
a
work?
traditional relationship. I don't think there's any
This is
benefit
two
of
different
fucking
things,
multiple
right?
people.
You're talking about traditional gender roles where the man
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the protector provider and the woman is the submissive caregiver household person, right? That's kind of and you see that they can be both. And all right, that's a
Okay,
whole
yeah.
different debate.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
we're only talking about non-traditional
Sexual kind of.
relationships. Well, no, relationships, right? So it could
Okay.
be, polycules, situationships,
Oh yeah. Just the relationship shapes.
open relationship, all the nonsense, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, it's all nonsense. to
I'm
me.
very against.
saying
I'm
it's
against that.
nonsense to you. Okay. So Kel, you will go first. Are you ready? You don't
Yes.
look ready. What are you
Yes.
doing? Okay.
I'm-
All right. Kel's ready,
He's-
and we're
He's
gonna
texting the homeless guy.
No, I'm doodling. Sorry, I doodle a lot.
go. All right.
I'm not.
Kel,
Sorry.
1 minute. Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready. Ready?
Go.
I don't think that. So we should start with definitions. We always get lost here. In the sense of a traditional relationship, we think monogamy. We think man and woman. Typically in the West, it's probably a more open structure where it's like just one person, monogamy on monogamy. So that matters because obviously societal moral panics resurface periodically. Like look at the Red Scare, look at Satanic Panic, right? And I said this yesterday, but I'm just kidding. But seriously, like it's oh my god, now we're panicking because people like have different like relationship structures and like operate love differently. But I don't think it's about that. I think it comes down to society's inherent
Corey, I like that.
to
I like that. I'm gonna propose
there's
it.
so many like formative
He says,
also
pick the advocate position that Abe being a vampire slayer is detrimental to America.
to say that like with the fucking just to get the society was built on like traditional relationships bullshit off the back.
Okay.
I'm
that was a
confused
minute.
what she said.
That was a minute. Okay. Are you ready, Funny Cat?
3, 2, 1, go. So I don't think it's beneficial to have like these extra kind of relationships. Like let's take like polyamory or whatever the bullshitty is like. People do it because they might not feel like enough in a relationship. I think it's a benefit to have like a relationship with a standard like basic foundation of that's traditional, you know, a mom and a dad and you're together. I'm not saying you can't like one or the other do whatever after, but what I'm trying to say is when a man and a woman is together, it's also like instead of having sex with multiple people, who is the dad of my child? Who am I sexually engaged with? Am I gonna get diseases? Like there's so many things. And for me, it's more like it's a stable relationship most of the time when it comes to um I forgot the fucking word for a normal relationship. Fuck that. But I don't think it's beneficial for anyone to have like multiple sex partners. In that shape.
That's your minute. All right, and we're
Fuck,
gonna.
that was a minute. Fuck me.
I
No,
know,
not
right?
not
It's
fuck,
fast,
not fuck
right?
me, not fuck me, but fuck.
Yeah, don't kill. I mean, we don't
Oh,
know what
yeah.
he kills into these days. So
Yeah,
it's
no.
okay. I'm sorry. That was mean.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
That's not mean. It's okay to be gay. It's okay to be gay. I'd fuck you, girl.
I mean, I'm not into chicks, but I appreciate it.
Okay. All right. That's
this is an
enough.
ally channel.
Let's go with. We got 5 minutes on the clock.
No,
You guys.
I don't think it is.
Okay. So wait, she's against me, so she needs to tell, or I just go for it.
No, you guys. This is the
Okay.
open dialogue.
What is the benefit of having like multiple partners? Like, what is it bringing that a traditional like one guy, one chick, whatever relationship brings? Because I don't see it.
I would say that it's a very natural reaction to societal structures. Obviously, this is like personal experience, but there's a lot. I don't know any older couples that are married. I don't think that it's realistic to imagine. Like,
This is why women should not be in the military, you guys, right here.
how much you change throughout the course of your life to formulate exactly each other's needs forever. I think there's ways to cultivate it. I'd push back on what you said about how, oh yeah, man and a woman means stability. Actually, research from institutions like Kinsley Institute have shown us over and over again that when you isolate all the societal factors, like as far as socioeconomic variables, like if you really just take it down to it, it really doesn't play a huge factor. And non-traditional doesn't mean a lot of shit because look at how many people fucking co-parent with their ex.
Okay, but what does it even mean if you have so many partners, you just have like when are you saying you actually have something that's genuine, like something that actually matters? Because if you take it back, if you take it just like let's say 50 years back, people were together longer, not only because you couldn't get like that easy go away from your partner, but because people actually try to work with each other, and that's the reason traditional like relationships in your studies are not actually
It'll be interesting to hear how the judges break this shit down.
Oh, I have better options, but that doesn't change the fact.
Honestly, with polyamory, I would push back because it's that person, that they are entirely capable and allowed to be with any and everyone, but they choose to be with you, and you have an isolated And for me, that cultivates.
Anyone choosing to be with a chick doesn't mean anything. Like chicks have it so fucking easy when it comes to sex. Like you can say, like you can find a situationships at set.
Yeah, but if you have two bodies like that, like it's not a fucking poly or monogamy thing.
No. It's a situationship. He said it's also about like friends with benefits. That's
right,
also
but if we're
a
talking about like
relationship.
polyamory as a structure, I'm like, I'm like, if anything, that makes you more serious right off the bat. And I would
I
argue
wouldn't
that
say so because you're just like pouring your
makes you be a little bit more emotionally mature.
you're just like
Yeah, it
putting your eggs in
cultivates
all
a
of the
more
baskets.
Oh, the woman prattle intensifies.
Society
I'm
is
totally
more
zoning out right now.
relationship and your
have better
issues.
trust, better interpersonal connections. If you are able to act in like a non-jealous way and more objectively with like your emotions and just your
You should
interpersonal
be
relationships,
jealous.
society's
Jealousy
gonna
is healthy.
Is this the view
In-
casting
in
call?
moderation, sanctified. Jealousy means you actually care for your partner, okay?
no.
If
I
there
don't
is
know if either of these
something-
bitches are retarded enough to
but
compete with
you're
Whoopi
saying
Goldberg. I'll tell you that.
jealousy, like overall is an unhealthy thing. That is bullshit because like it comes from a
No, you
place
can
of
be
care.
territorial and not
It comes
jealous.
from a place of
Jealous
care.
is inherently like
I'll be right back.
objectively fucking negative term. And no, you're saying that like it's
No,
lack of
but you didn't
function.
answer my
What does that
question.
mean?
What benefit does it give? What benefit? Actual benefit?
Freedom,
You just
independence.
to fuck whoever you want?
No, it's not about fucking whoever you want. It's about being able to. I feel like a lot of times in monogamous relationships, a lot of people fall into the pitfall of just being entirely codependent, stupid, like with with polyamory. Like for me, for example, like you can do it in like a super conservative way. Like just because you don't understand like the relationship structure and like you have a stigmatized version of it in your
1
head,
minute and 30
my problem is,
seconds
like, you
left.
understand it.
So
like,
what you say is
what's the
because
benefit
you
of
don't
fucking a
understand.
bunch of people? I'm like, I don't know. I don't fuck a bunch of people.
Because the way you can't really decide who you want to be with, you feel the freedom
No,
to
I don't fuck a
actually
bunch of
just
people.
you call
My
it freedom.
partner has another partner. It's not
You
like
call
that.
it freedom, and I'm like, okay, so you
Yeah,
can't
because you're
decide
making
who you want to love
generalizations about something you
or
know
who you
nothing
want to
about.
bang.
If you ask questions about like actually fucking getting down to, but you tell me what's the net good for society of?
You're the one who has to tell me. You know, you have to convince me that that actually works because back in the day,
No, you're
you
trying to
actually
tell
put
me
effort
that's
into
why
a
it's a net bad
relationship,
for
and that
society.
is
Like,
why
it made zero sense.
monogamy actually
Your opening
worked by them.
statement was literally like, well, man.
I'm agreeing with the Dutch girl. I can't believe it.
Anything, and then you're just like, completely fucking just speaking on personal anecdote. Like,
Said you.
I'm like, you have
That is a
any
very good argument. But literally, back in the days, you put effort into a relationship. That's why monogamy actually worked. Today, why it's not working to your studies is because people think they have so many options. They want to bang anything, they want to touch anything, they want to be free with their love. They don't want the actual,
okay, no, the actual danger is playing into some
responsibility to
1950s
commit.
fantasy that never fucking existed of the perfect relationship structure.
Monogamy never existed, you guys. It never existed.
What is the perfect relationship structure for you then? Is it banging whoever
I don't
you
know.
want?
You're telling me that things were better 50 years ago.
No, I asked you.
No, you said. I'm telling you said.
Oh
things were
my
better 50 years
goodness.
ago. I said why?
No, it was because people actually put effort into relationships instead of
makes you
just
back that
moving
up?
on to the next like dick.
What makes you back that up? Wow.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my goodness.
High five.
Oh my goodness.
Good job.
I'm
Oh, that's not gonna
separating you two, and actually, I'm going to separate me too.
Dude, she loves
And
it. She loves it. She's not in her mode,
I'm
dude.
kidding. I'm kidding. It's funny. All right, Glenn, your mic's hot.
There you go.
Yes. Well, I mean, you know,
I mean,
it's as
we
hot
hear
as
you.
anything can be. Anyway, all right. That was a little weird.
That's a lot. Like,
All right, I'm gonna go with Glenn to start.
Somebody's buzzing.
Buzz.
who's
Glenn,
buzzing? Yeah, someone is buzzing.
I tell you what, Lily, I think you did a good job. I agree with your points more than Kel, and so I give it to you. I mean, that's from my
Thank you.
perspective. It doesn't count for anything because I'm not a judge, but
it doesn't count for anything. All right, so
I still appreciate it because it's the first time I actually do this, so you know it actually means something.
we'll get to that. All right, so if Glenn, are you back?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Yeah, I gave it to Lily.
All right,
You know, because you can't get vote off the island. I'm sorry.
Okay, you have the worst judges ever. You know that? So,
Agrillipus,
yeah.
let's have it.
Shit, man. I mean, I went with Lily too. Just saying.
Giggity.
Gigs.
He's rigged. Rigged.
All right,
Rigged!
simp
I've been
number
saying that the whole
three.
time,
Rigged,
Cal.
man. I just went with.
I swear to God, Anson, if you swear that you gave it to Lily because you can see her boobs, I'm kicking you off the show.
I can't see her boobs. If I could see her boobs, it would be a slam dunk for her. But I mean, come on, Grid. What are you doing? You're selling something that don't exist. That was the most agonizing two women talking.
Listen. I know it's mosquito bites, but don't go there, okay? Just
Hey,
Yeah.
Hippity City Committee.
That
you're
was
fucking.
that was agonizing. Y'all both basically just argued from a preference and how you feel, and there was no like grounding epistemology for anything that y'all said at any point in time other than appeals to history and appeals to biology and appeals to your feelings, right? So it was like basically a class in how to not logic. And I actually gave it to Kel.
It's fair.
I gave it to Kel. She had 18 points. Lily had 17. Y'all both had about the same rhetorical level
panicked.
same rhetorical level. In terms of force of argument, I thought Kel was better, but just barely. And that whole like mocking that you did of Lily, where you was like, like that was freaking hilarious. The
I
chat
just
liked it too. And I don't know. I just overall, and Lily, you're more tactical, right? You're obviously more
My
strategic.
issue, I didn't know when to talk because, like, again, like I have like raging
learning
ADHD, and I'm already said that the last time I talked with Grit, it's like I don't know when to cut in, and I don't want to be offensive,
The
and
whole
then
time.
then
You're in the right
Offensive.
place.
I don't know how
All
to
the
because
time.
she talked all the time.
Yeah, you talk over her and you mock her the way she mocked you.
Yep.
Basic.
Okay. All right.
Mog? She was
Wow.
But I-
Wow.
my
Where do I
little-
start?
Come on.
No,
Kel.
yeah.
Kel. Holly. There are no new relationships under the sun. Like
Dude.
like literally, that was a bad
You're not-
argument to
you're
make.
not-
That was a bad argument to make. That was just
Okay, but no one pushed back
horrible.
on
I
it.
can't believe that Lily
you?
didn't call you on it.
I know, but that's the thing is if you don't debunk the argument, that's a debate W. Whether it's a
It
good
was
argument or not.
literally like, it's new. Polyamory's new, and I could be like,
It's
the
not.
fucking Romans first.
No.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago it's new,
Multiple
right?
people has been
All of
here
Sweden
forever.
is like that. I mean, what are you talking about new? What's wrong? That's crazy.
I don't know. I just got dumped by my poly too. Everyone comes to me like the poly expert now. I'm like, I literally got kicked out. the
Yeah,
poly
I know
too,
you're
but-
not. I thought it was a weird debate for you to take, but since since that's what you
She picked
that
it.
was the smoke you
This is
wanted.
just me processing my breakup. I'm like, no, it's fine. It could have worked. Like,
No, they don't work. They don't work. Rome burned, right? Like there was.
Yeah, and most of the time they were into little boys instead. So like it's no. Get me right, wrong. I don't know what they're at, but it's more about like it's not new, and I should have picked up on it. So it's very appreciated to actually hear that. But I just think this is the first time here and doing this, and I panicked. I was like, so much talk that I
That's a
really
deer in
didn't
the headlights look
pick up
for
all
you,
of it. It's
for
like
sure.
fuck,
Yeah.
picking up 50% of it and hoping
If
for the
I were
best.
to have judged it, I would have still given it to Lily. But I have to say, Kel sitting there doodling, looking like she's totally in control and totally calm. That plays, especially when she just seemed so relaxed about it. Even though she was like super wrong, it still plays that she acted like she was.
I didn't
super
think
right.
Lily was getting nervous or anything. They were both pretty
Oh,
relaxed.
I
listen,
didn't see
okay,
you getting
my
nervous,
seat
Lily.
is wet. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't piss yourself.
me.
I
No,
didn't.
she's sweating. She means.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Stuff is
but
crazy.
wait, one or the other or both, okay? I'm
Yeah,
not saying.
so Lily, I didn't see you getting nervous, but and I thought you did really well. You actually called her on a lot of her crap, which is which
Dude,
you
I'm
know,
so toast, Grid. Ugh,
huh?
I'm toast. I'm like,
what are you
I
gonna
love
do for
stuff
4
like-
hours on the whatever podcast? Is what I want to know.
She's gonna be funny. She better be funny. You need to be the funny one. You need to laugh and cut up.
no, I need to try and be nice because it's a long ass podcast.
You can be nice and be funny, Kel.
No, just be yourself, Kel. Be the normal Kel that we all know and love.
Dude, I'm gonna get kicked off, and then Grid's gonna be
You
embarrassed
just
of me.
be
It
yourself.
No, I
takes a
won't.
little bit to
No, I
get
won't.
kicked
Troll.
off.
Yeah, I
That'll
mean,
be-
unless
You need to
you're
actually be
trying to literally, like,
You need to be
force
obnoxious,
yourself on
Broccoli.
one of the hosts.
Hey, start a fight. Start a fucking cat fight in the middle of the camera.
Wow,
Just tell one specific chick
Michelle.
that you don't like her outfit and make it all about that the entire night.
Michelle, that is
Oh my god.
mean and wrong.
That
Right.
makes
Michelle,
that sounds painful.
I support women's rights and women's wrongs.
That's pretty deep, Michelle.
That
You
That
need
is the-
for your own wrong.
that is the most Degen comment we've had highlighted tonight. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I know, right? It's been DJ night.
Not
for
that
sure.
anybody like Kel's gonna know this, but that just like speaks just like
I've been that much
screams
more.
of
Use
like
the
Lorraine
shit was
Bobbitt.
bad.
Remember?
Not even
Remember Lorraine
hitting
Bobbitt,
anybody,
right?
but actually,
I'm
the
taking
Ginger
this.
Spaz lost, so she has to go to the chat.
I'm just excited I won. Okay, like
Are you on Twitch?
He paid $10 to mute you, but we're gonna give him a credit for that because you lost.
you're gone.
You lost. It's an
Well, it
L.
was a pleasure to have you as my first opponent, even though I was mostly confused and panicking. But
This is your
it was
first
fun.
girl on girl violence.
This is for K2 Ginger Wave.
I know.
Go find more homeless people.
he had to clarify that it was not that EOD was not the Ginger Spaz in question.
Yeah.
Today. Okay. Listen. I'm like, we all got the gene. Okay. Have a
We'll
great
go
one.
for the blonde way next.
Tears go.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll say is
Don't go
interesting
away.
is
Somebody might
I
revive you. You
I
never
think
know.
I think Lily's hair color is actually more closer to my natural hair color, and then the other one's Kel's hair color is more closer to what my hair color is now.
Nothing natural about this. This is my this is my shitty hairdo from the other day. I wanted something else,
you
and I
dyed
got
it?
this, and I spent 4 hours getting this. So
Well, it looks like my hair when my hair just grows, man. I don't know. It's dirty blonde, but
That
depends
sounds
on
a
the
lot.
hair.
right now it's red.
Does the carpet match the drapes?
No.
Sounds a
Oh my
lot like
What?
Dude,
Woman's-
Wrong show. Wrong show.
TMI.
So I have Smoking Spaceman.
beard doesn't match
was
the
selected
drapes.
Tuesday next debate, and he wanted Mosman versus somebody. I forget who it was. Let me know who that. Let me see if I can scroll up enough to.
Who's
find-
Mosman?
John Mosman.
John
Oh,
Mosman.
John. I'm sorry. All right.
Mosman.
Yeah.
John Mosman.
The only Mosman there is.
Yeah,
The reason why they call me Mosman is because of how many Johns are in the actual
Yeah.
YouTube channel verse.
Well, it's
So
just in the
Mosman
world,
versus
right? But-
Cassell or Mosman versus Abe.
Mhm.
Ooh, interesting.
Maybe do a poll.
Yeah, give me
I think I might have had some credit, man. Let's do Mosman versus Abe.
Mosman versus Abe.
Oh my.
Raise his eyebrows.
Well,
That's true.
do I still have a debate set up with Abe or no?
I'm changing it from funny cat to silly cat, by the way, because that was just weird, the whole thing there. But
Okay.
And Mosman, I think you and Abe is an excellent argument. I think you guys should debate Christian anarchy.
No,
Oh,
I
for
don't know
shit's
if he how he feels about that, and I don't.
I promise you, he's not a fan.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm
I'll do it.
You'll do it.
Oh, absolutely do it. Why
Yeah.
not?
Abe will do either side.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is there another voice? I'm hearing another voice. It sounds like Glenn, but he's muted.
Well, that can't be him though.
Somehow he's
Are you-
muted, but
are you- You're not hearing me.
I'm hearing like somebody like on the phone kind of thing.
Cassell has been in a debate. He won by the skin of his chinny chin chin.
It sounds like Glenn though.
All right. So,
Yeah, I think there's another camera picking up his voice or something. I don't know. Who knows?
It might be your.
Bozeman, I think you're hallucinating, bro.
all right.
No,
So
I'm hearing-
Mosman, we'll get these two guys up here. We're gonna get a subject going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lily,
Let me know what the debate is from.
hang out in the back. Grillipus, you got to go. EOD, Abe, you get to stay because you're
Okay, you get to stay.
we need you. Okay,
Hard
gentlemen.
to have a debate without the guy.
Mosman is on Steelman's shrooms. No, nobody's on Steelman's.
Corey
shrooms.
says, "Don't take that
I've
anti-ginger
never taken
disrespect."
shrooms, no.
By
The whole
way,
point of Kissy Cat paying me to dye my hair was so that I would have to take this stupid disrespect. It's okay. I don't mind. It gives people a reason to take a jab at me. So it makes it fun. It makes it fun. That's what it's about. It's about having fun. you
What's
guys.
the guy? What's his name?
And I don't look like a complete fucking circus freak, right? It's pretty natural hair. I can dig it. Okay? It's not that bad. You know? Come on. It looks alright. It definitely does not match my beard, though. If you look at the beard and the hair, it's like totally fucking different, man. I don't know. Anyway. I gotta turn them up. Sorry.
Christian anarchy or whatever. Is it Christian anarchy, or how do you express that, John?
Well, obviously, you probably the best way of expressing it is if you're trying to doing it from a philosophy or an idea or ideology perspective, would be Christian anarchism, right? That's the idea.
My one flaw, says Corey. That's true.
Anarchist is someone who would subscribe to it. You really wouldn't say Christian anarchy because, again, anarchy is a different word that entails a different idea when people use it. It's incorrectly used in that way.
I don't know how Christians can be anarchists.
Well, people might want to call it anarcho-Christian.
That's retarded to me.
I'm not so much against that idea. I just Christian anarchism is just the historical way it's been referred to by people who've written on it. So.
Okay.
So what is it?
Right,
you
so
didn't say what it is.
The definition of
no, we don't.
Christian anarchy.
Oh my god. Okay.
So what's the prompt?
What's the prompt? Yeah.
Actually I don't know. That's a good one. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about Christian anarchy. I don't remember. We had a couple conversations about it last year, John. And to be honest,
You could do anarcho-Christian, or Christian anarchism is the best Christian method for governing.
You could do that because I would actually do it this way because I wouldn't say best because I don't think anarchism is something I would never argue.
What are you talking about, Wobbly? What do you mean there are no Christians? I'm a Christian.
It is a philosophical concept.
I was pretty sure you were a Christian.
So to me, like
most people are Christians. What are you talking about?
Ought not to think of politics except
right.
for
You can't
in a
say
more
that
anarcho
way to
perspective.
govern. It is. I guess the prompt would technically be Christian anarchy is the best substitute for our existing government and social structure.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah.
Can you make that argument?
I can make that argument. Yeah.
Okay. So John will be the affirmative. Abe, you are defending. We'll put 1 minute on the clock. Everybody, get ready for kickoff. We're gonna start.
That's what I want to debate, Corey. I want to debate is Abe being a vampire slayer good for society? That's what I want to debate.
Going to see it that way. But...
We've got 1 minute on the clock.
Probably not.
Make your case.
I'm not sure who you are, Alpha. Do I know you from somewhere?
All right. So anarchism. Let's get the definition of that out of the way. First of all, anarchy is.
Wobbly says, "No, you're not a Christian. I'm not either." That's bullshit, Wobbly. Come on.
Who are not forced or compelled through the threat of violence or through violence. The government, most government systems use violence, and therefore it becomes an immoral means in which trying to produce something that is either moral or something that is beneficial for the moral structure of society. Therefore, anything that would use that type of governance would be problematic from a Christian worldview, especially one where we are told that Jesus' kingdom is not of this earth. He makes it clear that we as Christians are not to act like the rest of the world, and that we are to be in the world but not of the world. And to be of the world is to engage in a political structure that's similar to the world, or that the world thinks is beneficial to the world. And so therefore, if we're going to create the best system for society. Most Christians would agree with our friends in the libertarian worldview. Well, go ahead.
That's your minute.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, Abe, when you're ready.
All right, here we go. So I would say that I disagree. I believe that a monarchy is the best way to go for the United States and probably the entire world.
I
God
vehemently
reigns over
disagree
the
with
top
this.
of a monarchy, and I think that we ought to do it the same way. I think that a monarchy can react to its enemies and defend its people in a faster fashion than a democracy can, and is superior in holding back degeneracy on a wide scale. So I think that a Christian monarchy is better than a Christian anarchy.
Okay, 32 seconds. That's pretty good. All right, guys. Let's keep it clean. No
Okay.
hitting below the belt.
So
All
I
right.
have
5
whenever you're
minutes
ready.
starting now.
Okay. So I have two questions for you, Abe. One, do you believe that divorce for arbitrary reasons would be an immoral thing and a degen behavior?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, would you also believe that that kings are also very susceptible to doing things that are against conscience and against the will of God?
Sure, any human
Okay.
can.
Okay. So for example, one of the most important cases that established for monarchy being a synonymous hegemon for Christian authority is England with the Anglican Church, and we know that King Henry VIII actually went away from the Catholic Church so he could divorce his first wife, so he could have a male heir.
I thought you were
of his
Catholic,
second
Wobbly.
wife
Well, we
and
know that
Boleyn.
his
I made fun of you
was
saying
that,
that you're really more
because
Buddhist than
history is
Catholic,
full
but
of mistakes and full of examples, we can make a better system from what we've seen in the past. And so I would say in cases like that, we could literally put a system in place that the monarch at the top could be susceptible to charges and removal, and a new
I didn't
king
really
would
mean
take
it.
his
And how
spot.
do you do that in a pure monarchy, not without some type of parliamentary system?
Well, you would still be able to have a parliamentary system. Just because it's a monarchy doesn't mean you
Well,
can't
but
control it.
most people would argue that a true monarchy wouldn't have a parliamentary system.
Well,
It should
that
be
wouldn't
based on
matter.
a
It's
system.
just different than anarchy.
Okay, so here's the other thing too. What do you think about the fact that God did not want to give the Israelites when they asked for a king? They wanted a king, and he said, "Wait a minute, you shouldn't have a king. You don't need a king. I am your king." So
I would say
obviously, he gave them what they wanted, and that we could see what that end result was. Right? We saw that the kingdom of Israel split it into two. We saw that it was taken over by the Babylonians and the Assyrians.
is a title for Jesus.
He's
King of
arguing
Kings.
against monarchy
He
now.
is the King of Kings,
Lord
but it
of
doesn't
Lords.
mean
Instead of for
but
anarchy.
if you name somebody else king, then you're saying someone other than Christ is king.
Well, if Jesus is the King of Kings, what king is he the king of?
He's the kingdom of heaven.
No. Which king is he the king of? Because if he's the King of Kings,
Meaning he's
all
greater
the
than
kings.
all
yeah.
together.
All of them. Yeah.
So is it still forbidden to have a king, or was that just because early Israel was filled with flaws and they had idol worship?
It's forbidden. It's forbidden to idolize anyone above
other formats
God
where
or
we've had
Christ, right?
monarchies where
So
they've had fail. I mean,
I'm sorry, I'm not having this
believe
debate.
everything they did. I used to believe Aragorn was such a great guy, and I would love to have Lord of the
No,
Rings.
no.
I love that show so much, that movie.
I'm
so
a
much.
big Lotto
I
geek
died
too.
to say, I'd have King Aragorn. But
No.
lead us into battle against the orcs.
Did
But you know
we?
what? That's not reality. The reality is that the more
Yeah,
centralized
yeah.
authority you get,
Did
the more
England
power you
colonize?
get. Is the Pope a king to the church?
Yeah.
So there you go.
I mean, they're functioning pretty well, spreading pretty quick, still pretty strong.
Actually,
that doesn't
Catholicism is on the decline.
The work of God, though, does it? Just because they're functioning and
Oh, I didn't
spreading.
say it was.
Are you
going to
say that with the same with the Muslims? Are you going to say the same thing with the Mormons? Are you going to say the same thing?
No, but we stand a better chance standing against Islam if we had a monarchy.
How? How do you suspect that?
I would say opposed to anarchy. They're going to roll
not
right in
opposed
and
to
do whatever
anarchy,
they
not
want.
opposed to
Yeah,
anarchy.
well, you're defending anarchy. So if you're defending anarchy, I would say the best defense we have against Islam and encroaching religious structures would be a monarchy.
But
it would be
see,
the single
you're-
greatest strength against it.
You're
In fact, we could
supposing
act
that
faster
you're
under a monarchy
supposing
than we could under our current system.
you're supposing that that's what we should be doing as Christians, is trying to oppose this kind of invasion from Muslim forces, right?
Well, do you think
I
that it
started
would
off by saying that
allow
using
the-
violence is
the
a
destruction
problem
of
from a
our
Christian
people?
worldview, even if it is in
Should we allow
even if it's
Should we
defense.
allow the destruction of our own families and people, or should we defend them because I'm pretty sure we should defend.
Well,
that
you
with-
know, the Israelites
100%,
put us
Corey.
in
Corey
position
says you
to
give
not allow them to
God what is
go
God's and
to
Caesar what is
Babylonians and Assyrians,
Caesar's.
who
Right.
are also
allowed is not
godless
the
heathens.
same. Allowed is not
Well,
the same as
you don't
choice
know
is
that. You don't
state.
have the providence of God on your side. You don't know
No, I
if He's
just have to-
allowing the
No, I
Muslims
just
to
can
come
make a
over to take
choice.
over America to get rid of all the degens, right? We
Well,
don't
I
know
feel
that.
it's best to
Maybe
protect
that's
my
His role.
family.
Maybe that's the way He intends
Yeah.
on things to happen.
Well, maybe we should just let them all in and
and
wait
then
and see.
you're wanting to be a monarch. It's just
Come
a
on, Abe.
reactionary
Come
system,
on.
right? That's a reactionary system.
No, it's a prescription. It's a before the fact, not after the fact.
So what about
I'm not
Europe? What about
reactionary.
Europe, where there's been all these other monarchies and they've not been able to do the same?
Well,
Are
they're
you
not
going
us.
to continue to say, well, the problem isn't
No, we've already
that we
watched
have
them.
monarch? Is that there's
We've already
there's don't-
watched them. We've already watched them. We already know how that went, so we know how to defend against it now.
So, but
All right,
you're
I'll be back.
prescribing that the idea that if you just flat out put in
John,
monarchy, that would be the answer
Christian
to these
anarchy
issues,
do?
rather than
What does a
action.
Christian anarchy do to stand against it? Tell me what would
Who says we have to do
Christian
anything
anarchy
against
do
it?
to stand
This is
against
the temptation that Christian nationalists and Christian theonomists and Christian monarchists always believe, that we somehow have to do something in order for us to defend something or for us to be able to preserve something which we do not know without the providence of God. That's why I'm saying, if you are a Christian anarchist, you
Yeah.
strive to live
Except for our
with
military.
harmony and
Abe,
self-consciousness.
get your last rebuttal in. Time's up. But
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
say, we have military intelligence that tells us otherwise, and we would know
So do
ahead
other
of time.
countries. But it was a good
I'm
one,
so
buddy.
happy to be European right now.
Well,
Okay.
it's a joke
It
from my
looks like
end.
there's some
Not what I stand
that K2 is using his $10 credit, and rather than extend this wonderful debate, he used it to mute poor Lily, silly
Oh
cat,
no.
for 10 minutes.
Hi.
And so we will. No, I don't like to do the mute. And
I
by-
just do it. I'll do it. Just let me know when I can talk again.
Okay. Well, no, I can do it here, but I don't like to put people in the back. So anyway, that way everybody can enjoy their pain. At any rate, somebody start a clock for me on that, and then let's start with Glenn Lawrence again on who won this debate.
Figure I'm wearing a tyrant's hat anyways. I might as well, right?
Yeah, well, you're a tyrant. I mean, Lincoln was absolutely a tyrant. Okay, Agrippas, go ahead, give yours.
I always leave my
Why are
shit-
you wearing duct tape? Why are you wearing duct tape, Lily?
It's her
That's
mute.
She's muted. She's protesting. That's funny.
Okay.
That's great. I love that. I'm sorry, Agrippas. You think Abe won?
Yeah, I
Check.
think I'm gonna go with
Okay.
Abe. Yep.
All right, Glenn.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you now.
John, great debate. Good job, my friend. 4 scores and 7 years ago. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Abe.
All right, so that's 2. All right, Cunt Nugget. Give us your.
Yeah. So, Mosman, you had a better rhetorical argument because you've done this debate several times. You both had the same level of force and power in the way that you debated. The style though that Abe brought was more. How do I put it? His arguments and his delivery, the way that he argued was less autistic. And Abe had a better strategy because he basically brought you off of arguing about like the actual prompt and had you off on some other tangent. And he actually
Asking
pointed out
questions.
that you weren't actually debating the prompt. And that was a really good strategy for him to use. And I thought that y'all were both kind of equal in terms of the audience engagement based on my review of what the chat had to say. It was kind of a meh from the chat, kind of a snooze fest. Overall, I gave Abe 17 points and Mosman 15.
Okay.
So Abe, you won.
All right. So Mosman, say your final words, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I know that it's going to be one of those difficult things to always debate, partly because, once again, whenever you're trying to debate an ideological government system versus a philosophical system, people are always going to want to be more prone towards a practical disposition. They're going to always usually be tending towards a practical disposition. And I'm a very odd bird in the sense that I absolutely do not. So,
Problem.
well, people can say that. I don't. Whether I convince nobody of it or not, to me, I have no problems or qualms because I know that what I believe and what I advocate for is consistent within Scripture. So, but I appreciate everybody letting me up here. And
Well, John, before you go, I'll tell you that I thought you did a really good job. Except there's one thing that I'm still unclear on is how do you define Christian anarchy? Like, what does that system of government even look like? That's unclear to me.
That's why I said it's not a philosophical system.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not so much. I'm not advocating it for a practical system, as it is for a philosophical idea. And if I had more time, I would explain how it's more of a separatist idea. You see this a lot with more like the Anabaptist movement, where they create alternative communities, where they use alternative currencies. Everything is from the bottom down, bottom up instead of top down kind of strategy. Everybody kind of makes decisions based on a kind of, they'll enforce contracts where they see them fit. So it probably has more similarities to libertarianism, but I don't like
or anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah, kind of similar, but not entirely. But there's definitely elements of that there, you could say. But yeah. So, but no, Abe, as always, my friend, my brother, you always did a good job, and I always appreciate and you and I enjoy our conversation.
I'm just going to say that Abe's argument was a little. I mean, John, you've got this argument really dialed in, but for most people, it's kind of hard to follow.
Yeah, I know.
And so Abe just had his rebuttal. It was right there, and it was easy. It was a little easier to understand.
Well, and he's obviously coming at an advantage in the sense that it's not as kind of forced in or baked into something. Like you could understand it without putting a lot of. And that's not to say it's not a bad thing or good thing. I'm just saying it doesn't take a lot to be nuanced, whereas my positions are incredibly nuanced.
So, you had Lily losing her mind in chat because you do have cases where you have a democratically elected government and a monarchy in the same. You have Great Britain,
right.
Most of the
monarchs are that way.
Be honest to history, most of that does not come till after.
Sure.
13th century, the 13th century.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of this stuff is post medieval Dark Ages times. So
yeah, Enlightenment.
And I would have taken away points for the Aragon, the whole Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
I love Lord of the Rings, man. You brought that up. I was like, I want to talk to this guy now. Come on.
You see the map, right? Don't you?
I do. I see it. That's a good one. I've got one over here that my brother did a hand drawn. Hold on, just a minute. Hold on.
That's cool.
I'll come over to your channel and talk about it at some point for real.
Yeah.
Because this isn't where my stance is. I just want to do it because it's for fun.
Oh, you're doing the debate. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good, brother.
He was in prison. Cool. He was fucking bored.
Well, thanks again, guys. And
hey, Mosman, it's always a pleasure having you, man. Hang out. Maybe somebody will bring you back. I
doubt it. I'm never not the kind of person that gets brought back. So that's okay.
All right, man.
I'm an acquired taste. So.
No worries, man. No worries.
All right, take it easy.
We're down to Abe, Cassell, EOD.
Dude, seriously, John Mosman, come find me, man. EOD 6 and 6 on YouTube. Let's talk about lottery. I'll do it.
All right. So we got a couple minutes left before Lily can talk, so that's good. And
that's good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it when women protest with props like duct tape. They're usually topless though in the videos I've seen when they do that.
Oh my god!
All right. Anyway,
get attention that way still.
Yeah.
Show more thy lily. That's
Yeah, she was showing a scar on her leg. She showed a lot of inner thigh. I was encouraging her.
Oh, I guess she had
I
like
wasn't
an operation.
complaining.
Whatever. All right, I obviously missed something because I was focused on what I'm supposed to be focusing on, and also she says no.
T-minus 1 minute.
It's a classic no means yes situation.
That's her knee, not her thigh. Yeah. Y'all are retarded.
So I'm thinking that look, I need to ask the person who requested the Abe versus EOD rematch.
I think that was Agrolopoulos, yeah.
Yeah, Agrillopus, yeah. So Agrillopus, why don't we do EOD versus Cassell and just give him a fighting chance?
We could.
Sure, why not?
You're good with that?
Hell yeah,
All
why
right.
not? Let's do it.
All right. So, all right. What are we gonna debate about?
That was the ding, bro.
Well, I get the feeling me and Cassell probably disagree on quite a few things.
I'm aware. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So,
I think it was like mostly loosened because I drooled on it, but
Mosman, you're back.
You got to go all the way around your head with it. That's what you got to do.
Do you have any idea how long it takes to grow out hair?
Yes, I do. Actually, I do.
I have a very, very, very busy schedule of like littering my hair all over the apartment. Okay.
Mosman, you are back, baby.
Heh.
Told you. Hang out. You got to hang out.
Yeah, I'd love to have Mosman back. Me and him can debate the whether twos and why fours of whether or not Aragorn should be king. He abandoned his fucking post, if you ask me.
Which one's Aragorn again?
He's the king that returns in Return of the King. The whole.
Which one is he in Star Wars?
You son of a bitch.
He's the main guy in Lord of
There's
the Rings.
only one thing to be in Star Wars, and that's Grey Knight. Okay, fuck the rest.
Was he one of the
Somebody-
generals?
What? There's Chewbacca, man. Come on.
Y'all are terrible. I swear.
Everyone who likes Jedis or like, what is wrong with you?
No, Chewbacca. He's the bomb.
He's not a Jedi.
That's
So
correct.
what? He was in Star Wars lore. He's a
No, I said
Chewbacca's a
everyone
fucking
who-
boss.
I said
Dude,
everyone who likes Jedis. What is wrong with him?
I had written
misheard.
off the whole Star Wars thing until The Mandalorian. Once they brought The
fucking love it.
Mandalorian out, that saved Star Wars for me. Because otherwise, it was just like, this is garbage.
They need more story on like Mole and Savage and all that, like the entire witch hut. Like they need more story on that. Like
No, they don't-
that.
they
No,
don't need
because it has good story. Okay.
a bunch of
It's-
women singing.
No,
witch
not the
chants.
women part, where
It's
the
not
men
like
come from,
Elvis
because it's
today.
very interesting. It's told enough about the women.
She's talking.
The men, like
Yeah.
the Saprak men, they're actually slaves, but they are also from somewhere. We need more fucking history on that.
She's talking about Darth Maul and oppress Savage oppress.
Here-
brother.
Here's what you're learning. Here's what you're learning right now in real time is that George Lucas did not develop his fantasy world anywhere near as deeply as Tolkien did. That's why John Mosman and I, men of good taste, enjoy a well-developed fantastical world. Okay.
I mean, you say that. Also, by the way, Mr. Boulay, thank you very much for the $10.
I mean, I've read both those and the Wheel of Time and
The Wheel of Time is far more developed.
Yeah.
Then Star Wars, yeah.
And a lot of people, and Raymond Feist, he started a series as well, and his is like far more developed than Lord of the Rings as well.
No. You don't understand how deep Lord of the Rings is. You think Lord of the Rings is where it starts and ends. That's not it.
Like you got to read the Silmarils and
Yeah.
I've read
The Silmarillion, the Unfinished Tales. There's like probably 60 accompanying books.
Dune is fucking like.
I've read. I haven't read them. There
up,
is a
bud?
couple of obscure books that I didn't read, which are just like anthologies and or whatever. But I read this Silmarillion. I read all of it, and it's not as
Apparently not. If you don't think it's well developed, apparently not, because
I didn't say it's not well developed,
Tolkien
it's not
built
nearly as
3,000 years of history in his
We
world
need to have a debate about
from
which
start to
universe
finish.
is the fucking best and why. Okay,
That's
I will
right.
fucking out. Well,
I'm down
might
for
not,
it.
but I will fucking try to out nerd all of you.
I will out nerd everybody here about
Well,
Tolkien. I'll tell you that.
Positive EOD can out nerd me.
Tolkien's a joke. Anybody that names a book "The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe" is a total hack.
That was not Tolkien, you jackass. That was his buddy, C.S. Lewis.
Trolling you.
What is the super fat guy that Game of Thrones? Like, what is his name again?
G.R.R. Martin. Yeah.
The Martin.
George Martin.
Like,
George Martin.
He just like super flopped like the entire end. Like, we need a book. We don't need like whatever happened in the Netflix bullshit. Well, not Netflix. Other thing.
HBO.
That was like it was like you drew a really horse really well, and in the end it was just like a kid's drawing. It was like it started so well, and they was like, we're just gonna fuck it up on purpose.
It's true. It was all about subversion. The whole fucking series was about subversion. Like, I wanted to have, faith in the family from the north, right? What were they called? I fucking forget.
Wait, KK2, am I muted again? I have the tape ready.
She has the tape.
No, Lily had completed her mute just fine.
No, he might have done an extra. I'm not sure.
You can just put the tape on.
Yeah,
shut up, Anson.
No,
Fucking
her
DJ.
mute was done a couple minutes ago.
I mean, I gotta be honest. I like Raymond Feist, the Rift War saga.
You can put the tape back on, but your mute was done a while ago.
Like Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time is awesome. Like Wheel of Time is really good. I would, the one series that I always felt kind of let down by was the Dune series. I felt like there was so much more to be told.
I'll admit that Frank Herbert may have been a little bit more developed than Tolkien, but that's the only author I've seen that actually gets on the fucking level that Tolkien was at, man.
Yeah, now we're talking my books right there. The Frank Herbert dude. I've read all those, plus all the ones that came after that his son wrote. Man, that's some good writing right there.
The same thing happened with Christopher Tolkien. Christopher Tolkien continued the Legendarium after Tolkien died.
Yeah, but I mean, it
I
sucked.
don't know how to say he's fucking.
It sucked because it didn't happen in space, Anson. You got a space boner. Is what it is.
Does anyone like
Anthony's
Witcher
bio
in the
of
book?
space? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Space boner.
Go ahead.
Does anyone read The Witcher? Like, those books are fucking magical.
That's Euro trash.
That's why you don't like. That's what it is. You know, like Tolkien because he's fucking British.
Politely fuck off. What the fuck?
Pierce Anthony's bio of a space tyrant's pretty well developed. So, and it ties into other series. $50 comes in from Agrippas. What is happening? He's look, we're all sci-fi nerds here. Just calm down. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt you.
Oh, I am too, man. I'm just grifting.
Yeah,
there's only one book universe you can't talk about, apparently.
Just for the fuck of it.
Only one book universe you can't talk about.
What's that?
Well, I can't, but people don't want you to talk about, and that's Harry Potter. Because if you buy a Harry Potter book, apparently you're horrible.
Hey, no, J.K. Rowling's a fine person, but Harry Potter is a shallow story. It's really more about the adventure than it is about the world. It's fun, but
you obviously haven't heard Jordan Peterson's take on Harry Potter, then, because that guy reaches so deep, like so deep. Like he reached so deep that he found a set of balls on that broad that wrote that book.
He found a set of balls on J.K. Rowling. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
He went looking and found a set of balls, huh?
Yep.
All right.
We're discussing super nerdy topics about books and universes that is fantasy, and we're all agreeing that Lord of the Rings is overrated.
No. We're not agreeing on that. We're not agreeing on that. We're not agreeing on that. No.
Okay.
No.
Has anybody been able to get hold of Mosman? Has anybody tried to get hold of Mosman? Tell him to come back.
I'll tell you this. Is since we're on this subject, okay, I am a dungeon master. I'm running a D&D campaign. If you guys want to join, come let me know.
I want to join. I always wanted to play Dungeons and Dragons, and
I played Dungeons and Dragons in
I've got
second and third grade in 19.
Hey, man.
I always wanted to try
78.
it, but I
have,
play
I have
a lot of board
literal
games.
boxes of. I have
Hey,
all the little.
I
Poor
tell you,
Castle
what,
down
man.
here,
all
like,
that shit, dude.
Grid, is this a topic? Are conservatives more nerdy than liberals?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh,
well, we
my
get into
God.
the legend more. Liberals are very shallow, and they just want to. They just
Like,
they
Grid,
don't
what
get
am
into
I
the
in
lore. They
American
don't
terms?
soak it in.
I don't
I
know.
don't know what I
You're
am
a
in
liberal,
American
Maybe.
Willie.
You have to be a liberal because you're Dutch, but
No. He have seen more of my.
Oh, man.
Shut
Ow.
It was
Go
it.
fuck yourself,
Dang it.
Canadian.
Well, I'm not Canadian, but what is okay?
You
What
are
is it then?
now.
What is it
I
then?
will
I'm
give her
sorry, I
that.
can't remember.
She's
No,
da-
but
she's a
but
Dane.
Rick has
You
seen
are
more of my
now.
opinions. I want to know his opinion. What am I
I'm from North
compared to the
Dakota.
American, liberal and
This is legit, actually. He does kind of look Canadian.
I do not. Fuck you. What does a Canadian fucking look like? Go fuck yourself. Are you serious? You look
know
more
what?
Canadian than I do.
Alright?
South
It's
Park, South Park Canadians.
good.
That is literally you on the picture.
Fuck your fucking face, Uncle Fucker. You're the one who fucked your uncle, Uncle Fucker.
You know the best thing you can say about the only thing I can say, the only good thing I can say about Canadians is that without them, we wouldn't have defined war crimes.
I'll tell you this.
Without them, we wouldn't
Without-
have Maple syrup
That's
in the
that's
same
also.
amount.
What I will say, I brought Abe in on the fucking campaign earlier this week on Wednesday. Abe, did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was a blast. It was a
Are
lot
you
of
the
fun.
dungeon master?
I am.
Okay.
I want to fucking do that. Can it be done on Discord? Because I'm like half the
We
planet
do our
away.
comms on Discord, yeah.
Have to plan it away.
I literally am. Okay. The only place
know
I've been
how.
over
You're
there
probably closer to
is
Texas than
Mexico,
New
and
York.
not even like people from the states gonna acknowledge that that's America. Because whenever I say it, that is not America. It's literally North America.
Well,
that ain't America.
Oh,
Okay.
dude, I played D&D
We're
when I
gonna
was like
fight, you and me.
5. So yeah.
well, we're doing 5e 2024 rules just because it's the most recently available, but
to
it is kind of trash.
Name change to non-space beta oxy.
Yeah, they kinda
I
nerfed a
don't
lot of
even-
this shit.
What in the world is okay?
Okay, so my name
I'm
is
not
non-space
sure.
beta oxy Eddie
I'm not
Rome.
sure that will fit, but we'll give it a go. Well, she will all from henceforth be known as Silly Cat, so it doesn't matter.
And that's what she said.
I'm silly cat from now on, apparently. Not by my choice. I've been called worse though.
The grift must flow.
I've been called Swedish.
That's
Wait,
funny.
okay, I'm sorry. I missed the nationality. What is the proper nationality?
Danish.
Danish. Okay.
So
Dutch is
Swedish is
all-
like the
is all
blonde, like woohoo, people who eat rotten fish.
So the Netherlands,
Also-
right? No, that's Dutch. The Dutch is
No,
Netherlands.
no, the
Denmark.
Dutch is
Denmark.
like cannabis and mayonnaise.
Okay, so then what's the Danish?
Denmark.
Denmark.
Alcohol, a lot of alcohol.
Eggs on buns.
All of your insulin,
Hmm.
and also
Pastry.
all of your hearing aids.
All right. Well, there's that.
Just
He-
No,
remember
we don't.
she's
We
a
have
Dane.
a monarchy. We have the Little Mermaid. We have.
That's
I don't know. We
great.
have a lot of alcohol. We're
she's not, no.
alcoholics.
So is there a parliament with the monarchy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Player 409 has made it in. Who's baiting? Well,
Not me.
we're
Look at-
I personally think we had settled on Castle and EOD, but we were just kind of killing some time waiting for Mosman to come back. That's okay. If he shows back up, great. If not, we'll do something. Oh wait, that's not good.
I don't see him in the chat.
All right. Wait. K2 keep on trucking something boner at oh.
Yeah, ginger.
Oh man. EOD. This is
So Canadian needs.
What is he doing now? What? North Carolina to Canadian ginger. I'm not North Carolina.
name
You're
change.
Canadian
Oh.
now, okay.
That's
You
my
need
name.
to say
now.
eh.
Hey, Uncle Fucker.
Are you
I'm
like-
not your buddy guy. Well, I'm not your guy, buddy.
Oh, Paul. What is this show called? It's like a
South Park.
No, not no. There's a Canadian
Park.
show with the like hockey. It's really funny.
I don't know.
Mighty Ducks.
No,
You probably get along with Canadians better than you do Americans. I'll tell you that.
I have one Canadian friend, and she's actually an actor. She Trinity from Trailer Park Boys. She's my drinking buddy.
You would think you would know what movie.
What-
Actor at a trailer park.
Nate in my chat says Letterkenny. Is that what you're talking about?
Letterkenny.
Oh,
Yeah.
Letterkenny is,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Letterkenny can be funny, but most of the time it's just annoying as fuck.
It's just like puns. It's just puns, but it's good to have in the background.
All right. So
It's like the entire like, oh, I would stop fucking your mom if she stopped giving me biscuits.
all right, Castle. What are we debating, bro? I think male feminism is a complete fucking farce. Let's start there.
Changing these names.
Male feminism. What's
Canadian-
that?
That's you being a feminist, right?
Right.
So
Oh, just a male being a feminist. I
Yeah.
don't want to argue that. I mean, I don't care too much about it. We can
Feminism is bullshit today, okay? It's not what it used to be. It was about actual equality. Today it's about I want special things just for me because I deserve it. And it's bullshit, okay? Feminism, I support feminism, but I don't support today's feminism because it's not what it's supposed to be.
they
It's
like
not
to
what it's
they like to
about.
separate it in waves, right? There's first
like, I
wave and
wanted to
second
have
wave
the
and third
right-
wave and fourth wave.
I wanted to be able to work like everyone
about-
else. I wanted to be able to vote like everyone else. Now it's like bullshit. Okay.
How about
So you want feminism to not be what it is, so that you
No,
can pretend like you're not a
You-
degenerate.
No,
oh,
I want people to acknowledge that we can never be 100% equal and actually try to fight for the points that matters.
how about this for the prompt? Feminism is Satanism.
Oh
That will be good. Shots fired. Can you debate that?
Uh,
Boner versus Cassell. Can you guys debate that?
Yeah,
one?
yeah.
I
Is
think I could.
Satanism? I
No.
I think I could.
mean,
Yeah, it's definitely prideful.
All right, and he hasn't
I
even
want
been
them to
drinking.
debate on
by
my
the way.
topics. I want them
Um,
to debate on my topics.
Well, you
Well, you
gotta
gotta
wait
pay.
your turn.
What is your topic?
Yeah, you got to pay for topics.
Yeah, sorry. Never mind.
Um,
I need a beer.
I think I do
And,
too.
Those.
Yeah.
are you even old enough to drink?
In Denmark, you need to be 16 to drink beer, and I'm definitely older than
16? 16? Holy shit! I like Denmark. I'm starting to like
Oh,
Denmark a
boy.
lot.
In Denmark, you can drink beer and wine. You can't drink hard alcohol like
And
vodka
you can
and
see over
like
the
whatever.
bar. You can drink.
You can drink like light things like wine and beer, but you can't drink like hard alcohol like vodka.
So you
and so on.
get that with your learner's permit, basically.
Yeah, but you can't drive a car until you're 18. So,
EOD wants kids
Okay.
to start drinking before they learn sexual
So-
education.
but we know how to drink because your young people are getting shit faced when they hit
What is she
21 because they
doing?
don't know how to
Moving on.
drink.
Bookshelf.
That ain't how it
doing,
happens
EOD?
here. I mean, I started when I was like 15. Just because there's a law don't mean nothing.
Actually, I thought I would have bet money that Anson started when he was 12. But anyway, welcome. Seriously, Shelby, I see you out there in Cleaner 409. You guys are awesome. Chambers of Illogic is in the house. So let's get this bait going. We got stuff to do, man. So Glenn, you go.
Feminism
John.
is Satanism.
What's that?
Feminism is Satanism. Is that the problem?
Yeah.
No. We're not doing that.
I mean, I can.
That's Abe means well, but he's trolling you. You have to understand when people are trolling you.
I don't think Abe is trolling on that particular suggestion.
I think he was. Anyway, a little bit. All right, so what do you guys want to debate?
I don't care. Like I said, I'll attack you on feminism. I'll attack you on liberal policies, communism, socialism, all that stuff. I hate fucking
How about
communism.
Trump. You want you guys to Trump.
We can do that. Talk about the terrorists.
Fine.
Talk about Iran. Talk about whatever. Talk about the Epstein list. You want to talk about the Epstein list?
Yeah, but what's your position?
I think that Trump failed, and the Epstein list should be released, and that's a terrible fucking thing that he's not doing that.
I mean, I agree, but I could, if you want, I could take the other side.
That it shouldn't be released.
that he didn't fail. Not that it shouldn't be released. That he didn't fail.
I find it difficult to sort of assume where you're going to go with that, or how that's actually going to found itself into a real argument.
Me too, but I can try.
All right, let's pick something a little more clear cut.
Let's do something with some teeth.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a communist. I'm not a socialist. So like those things, like I mean, some things I get that I don't think I can.
I conflate progressive policy with communism. So.
Okay, I mean, even still, I'm not like a progressive, but like what? Like what policy do you think is like? All right, how about this? Like, what policy do you think Democrats run on today? Do you think is like considered communism?
UBI, universal health care.
Universal healthcare. Okay.
Both of those, yeah.
UBI, I don't know if that's like a huge part of the platform. I know it's been spouted, but I know universal healthcare is a bigger thing. Yeah, we can debate that.
Universal healthcare, sure.
Debating universal healthcare. I need a specific prompt.
I'll say an affirmative claim would be that universal healthcare is beneficial to the United States society as a whole. You'll defend that, Cass?
Yeah, I'll defend it.
Okay.
Okay, but he wouldn't be defending that. He would be
I'd be arguing for it.
He'd be affirming that,
yeah.
All right. So he'll be taking the affirmative. He will be leading off. Again, gentlemen, you guys have been doing really well tonight. Everybody's been doing exceptionally well, not talking over each other and all of that sort of thing. So let's keep that streak alive. Have a nice, clean fight. And 1 minute for Mr. Castle. Ready? Go.
Yes, sir. All right. So universal healthcare, why I think it's a necessary benefit to U.S. citizens is because right now healthcare costs are pretty high to most people. We have to subsidize a lot of folks' healthcare in this country already with Medicaid, Medicare. If you don't have a job, you're basically shit out of luck and you have to pay out of pocket for healthcare. And it's causing a lot of bankruptcies for people as well, which I think if you are dying from not being able to afford medications or certain surgeries, I think that's a human rights issue. And so the U.S. is a economic powerhouse. We have the money to afford to be able to help people live longer and healthier lives. And I feel like we should spend more money on healthcare for folks than we should for subsidizing oil companies or taxing rich folks less. And we can help U.S. citizens live happier, healthy lives. Universal healthcare will do that compared to the current.
Time. Good job, though. That was good.
Thanks.
All right. When you're ready, EOD.
2 seconds. Okay. What it'll say, I'm ready now. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. What it'll say is that universal healthcare has failed in every system where it's been employed. In Canada and Kanakistan, quite specifically, since I'm the Canadian boner, what we find is that people will actually carry private insurance so that they can come to the United States in order to get seen sooner. In the National Healthcare Service in Britain, they have a similar issue with waiting for specialists, waiting for specialized treatment such as MRIs, things like this. The funding doesn't exist in order to meet the demand of the market. And so this is what leads to huge problems with nationalized single-payer systems such as NHS, such as Canada's single-payer system, where suddenly the government just takes care of everything and there's nothing to worry about anymore, supposedly, except the wait time. So when you talk about people going into debt and then dying from it, that's not actually true. There's the Hippocratic Oath. Doctors cannot do any harm.
That's time.
So when you go to a hospital, you will get seen.
Okay. All right. Man, this is going to be a good one. I'm ready. Let's, again, above the belt, guys. All right, ready? Go.
Okay, so
if you're,
I'll ask you, like, can you give me an example of a single payer nationalized system in a Western country that actually operates in a way that's fundamentally on level with the United States right now?
So the single payer systems that exist elsewhere outside of the United States work better than the U.S. So I can't say that they are on the same level. As the US.
That's inherently untrue because Canadians perpetually buy private health insurance to come across the border to seek healthcare in the United States, which they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to by your system. It's not cosmetic procedures. It's MRIs. It's heart surgeries. It's life-saving medical care.
No, not for most patients who are coming into the U.S. and in the U.S. the Americans do it too. We go into Mexico to have dental procedures.
We go into Mexico for cosmetic procedures. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, so the Canadians do the same thing here.
That's not true. The Canadians come to America for life-saving care. They come to America for MRIs, for cancer treatment, for oncologists, for cardiologists, for specialists, which are rare and difficult to find and difficult to make an appointment with. You have to wait 6, 8, 12 months until you can actually get an appointment with some of these people in the Canadian healthcare system.
That's usually.
But you got private insurance. You'll be seen, next week.
So the wait times are
in America
for primary care and not for surgeries that have to be done immediately. You will be taken care of in Canada for those things. And you're pointing out that people come to Canada for procedures in the U.S. or if they need to get a scan
come from Canada, yeah.
You don't know what those numbers even are. If that's 2 people, if that's 3 people. So unless you tell me that this is a majority of Canadians,
it's widespread.
There's a reason why Canadians live longer than Americans.
I'll say it's at least 35 to 60%, somewhere between there.
Okay, so why do Canadians live longer? Why do Europeans live longer than Americans? Why do they have better health outcomes?
Well, a lot of that boils down to the broad spectrum of statistics that you're looking at. The United States consists of how many people?
350 million, let's say.
Approximately, yeah. And then Canada consists of how many people?
I don't know, 50.
30 million people approximately. So it's almost less. Okay, it's less than a tenth of the amount of people.
Europe as a whole still better outcomes health-wise than the U.S. And if you add up all the countries you're in Western
That's not
Europe,
true. That's not true anyway. But
yes, it is.
No, it's not. And not on Europe on the whole. That's inherently fucking untrue. I think
the life expectancy is Greece is lower or higher than Europe?
Greece is not all of Europe, is it? How many people are in Greece?
Name a country in Europe that doesn't have a higher life expectancy. If it's in Western Europe, don't give me Ukraine right now, or Belarus.
Again, you're trying to look at this from a broad perspective point. I would say that France probably has France or Spain would probably have the lowest fucking performance numbers in those particular areas. But what's more important than that, than the fact that France or Greece or Spain have better stats or not than the United States is whether or not they have single payer healthcare systems, and they don't. The UK does, and Canada does. And both of those countries suffer greatly because of those systems, because they're fundamentally tied down by bureaucracy. They're fundamentally held back. There's not enough innovation. There's not enough competition. There's not enough doctors in order to fulfill the issues of the market. And that's why most of Europe does not participate in a single healthcare system, a single payer healthcare system.
Healthcare and single payer healthcare anyway. Those are still 2 separate things. You can have a universal healthcare system with an existing private insurance system as well. So we're not.
I mean,
really
are you saying that Canada has a single payer system with private health insurance as an opportunity?
No, but I'm saying that
is that what you're talking about? Because of course that has to exist. That has to exist because universal healthcare does not solve the fucking problem.
I'm saying it's 2 separate debates. Universal healthcare is the debate we're talking about today. And for the UK, for example, they don't have just single payer healthcare either. There are different types of premium healthcares that they have that you can pay more for there as well. The point is that you can still have 2 different systems in the US. Having a universal healthcare option or a public option makes the most sense right now and is more affordable and can help save more lives than it does than having private insurance.
Help me understand what Medicaid is. Help me understand what Medicare is. Don't we have that? Isn't that already present in the United States system?
Yeah, it's only present for certain folks if you're living below a certain poverty line, or if you have making a certain income.
So this is unacceptable, or I'm sorry. So you're saying on one hand we're not talking about a universal healthcare system, but then on the other hand we are talking about a system where the United States is inadequate for some reason, but even though we do have a public option and we do have a private option.
Well, why do Americans pay more in healthcare per dollar than any other country?
Because of pharmaceutical subsidies, frankly. But
well, we should get rid of those too then.
All right. Well, very interesting.
What's up, Bob? It's good to see you, man.
Okay. I mean, that was a good one. Not gonna lie.
That was good. That was good.
Cheers,
I think
Cass.
like it was very, very good.
You should hit on diet.
Okay, so
Diet, the reason we live.
let's
lasts.
start with Glenn.
100%. This is why I'm gonna die early.
Glenn. Glenn will be back. Agrillipus.
I'm gonna go with a EOD.
EOD. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, Agrillipus.
Anson.
I'm tabulating.
Glenn. Glenn.
You better stop chewing on that fucking carpet.
Bueller.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my dog.
Thought you were talking to EOD or Glenn for.
Funny
Glenn,
talk
yeah.
to a cat.
I am. I'm talking to my dog.
I would talk to my cat for that. It's like, stop chewing on shit.
Glenn, if you're trying, we cannot hear you. So do something.
He might have left me. I don't know. I felt like we both did good, Cass. That was well matched. So cheers.
Yeah, you did well. I feel like this is a tough one for me to win on, but hopefully I did good enough.
You were arguing.
It is a tough one, but we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Glenn, if you're there, we can't hear you, so we're gonna. All right, Anson, have you tabulated yet?
Yeah. I see
Looks
3.
like you need more new glasses.
He's trying desperately to do calculus to figure out how I lost,
All right.
but he can't figure it out.
Oh, shush, EOD. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, whiny little bitch. Hey, so we got that one actually wasn't even close. That was the least close one of the night from my perspective so far. EOD, you made a cleaner, more precise argument. It was close on that, but you did slightly better in terms of the force of your argument. Also, Castle, man, you gotta work on your mojo a little bit, because EOD again had more impact in terms of style. Also, EOD, I don't know what it is, like just like the feel of the comparison of like how it felt to receive the debate. Like just my feels on the inside, like in the cockles of my heart, like I feel like you did better. And
Thank you.
just in terms of strategy, also like you basically, like from the outset, like even before the debate, you set up a prompt and you gave yourself the easy position of not taking the affirmative by the way that you had it phrased, and Castle didn't even say, hey, no, you're asserting this position but giving me the affirmative to prove. No, fuck that, you're going to take the affirmative on some prompt instead of me, right? You owned it from the very beginning. And in terms of strategy, you kept it all the way through. Y'all both sucked in terms of chat engagement. And both of you fucking, like, neither one of you said anything that was funny or memorable, and I was, and the chat responded accordingly because they didn't catch on
They
to
tuned
it. But
out.
It was 18 points for EOD and 13 for Castle. So EOD, you won that one.
All right, cheers.
And Glenn, is Glenn back? Glenn.
Is he there?
Yo,
Yo,
Hey, finally.
what's up?
what's up? How'd I do?
Was he away?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you, EOD. Just so you know. Solid. Could've
All
gone with the
MIA
liberal
the
side.
whole time.
No, actually, I did like Castle's comment. Like, his position is pretty good. I just like EOD's better.
All right.
Okay. All right. It's an interesting debate topic because I feel like that, Castle, you're saying that Europeans live longer or Canadians live longer than the people in the U.S. I don't think that the data really backs that up, other than I think that
Yeah, I think it's a per capita kind of statistical analysis, and it's like it's hard to compare the United States to any other country other than like fucking China or India or like several states in Africa at once, kind of thing. Like, and you did try to do that a little bit with that, lumping all of your Western Europe together. I was like, okay. Then you focused on Greece, and I was like, ha ha ha.
It was interesting. It was an interesting tactic.
Yeah, you kind of bounced from Europe to Greece, then to single payer healthcare. So it's kind of like bouncing around.
Yeah, before I hang on, guys, 1 second. Mosman's over on Sarah's panel, yelling at Ryan, the radical coder. So he's he's missed around. So unfortunately, we can't bring him back this time. But ZD Den, what we'll do is we'll just, if it's okay with you, we'll just use your very generous donation to fund a round and continue the show. But yeah, once you miss a round, you can't. I can't let you come back in. Right? That's I was waiting. I was hoping, but
So having worked in healthcare for a long time, I can tell you I have seen Canadians being flown back to Canada by their healthcare companies. They will come in and they will airlift them out of there to take them back to wait for their healthcare, to wait for what they need to be done. Even though it can be done right in the hospital that they're at, I have seen it so many times. It's crazy. We even joke about it. We're like, man, they must have some good ass healthcare. They go back and they wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that was an interesting debate, really. I think there are better. I think there are better arguments to make, Castle. I'm trying to think of how I would do it.
I know Paige is from Canada, and she said that she had to wait like an extra 6 months for a knee surgery.
Oh, every Canadian I know has had horrible things to say about their healthcare system. I actually have a friend of mine who so
it's universal.
He needed very basic stuff that here is basically free, like drug and alcohol counseling and some other stuff. And he ended up losing his entire family because he couldn't get into a detox facility. He couldn't get into the drug and alcohol counseling, and he was an alcoholic, and he ended up losing basically everything. And he's like, I should have just gone to the U.S. and just paid for it myself, but he did not.
I mean,
the other thing is that you can't jump ahead either. I think that the way that I'm sure that I'm not sure the system's the same as it was. I don't know if this is still true, but my understanding is you can't jump ahead in the system. So if you go in today and say, hey, you
got to wait your
you have to wait your turn, right? And so that's a problem. But
That's,
yeah, I mean, it's an interesting argument. I liked it a lot. Castle, I really didn't see a lot of issues other than I think some of your data was maybe outdated or whatever, which is nitpicking at best. And I thought you had reasonable energy. I think that EOD just was a little bit more animated. He had and he's heard this very debate a lot. So
a million times, yeah.
Things kind of memorized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's helpful to have that preparation. No, it was good. You were good, EOD. I think too, like when I was talking about, just to clarify, when I was talking about single payer, I tried to bring it back to universal healthcare being the topic, just because they are separate. And I know Canada has their own model, the UK has their own model. So trying to shift it to Europe, I was hoping it would help me more than sticking to Canada, because I know to Canada, people do come to the US. I wasn't denying it. I was just skeptical on the rate of how many people are really doing
That's why I give you a really broad range. I didn't try to zero that down anyway at all. I'm not sure the actual rate, but one of the things that I do, I am vehemently aware of is that any Canadian policies that exist are more likely to be adopted by the U.S. than any European policies that exist, right? Because the cultures are so much similar. So that's what alarms me about the whole thought is that we're going to end up just like Canada, and it's going to be an abysmal fucking execution of the system. Now, is there a way to do that where it might actually work? I don't know. Maybe. I just haven't seen it. It's one of the things I was pegging you on was give me an example of where this actually works. Like I don't see it.
Something that might be actually a little bit off topic of what you say, but slightly there.
That's good.
Regarding to healthcare, like from a European standard. I'm from Denmark. we pay ridiculous amount of tax. Like you can pay less, but the standard tax is like around 38%. And after that, you have something called workers
Yeah, before you go too much, so you pay 38% tax.
standard. Yeah, no,
Is,
like
is that
that's
for like people? But what income level are you at paying 38%?
well, you can pay less, but that is what the average of the country.
Average
is.
out. Okay.
Yeah. So you can pay less.
In the U.S.
32.
I pay about 33%.
I paid 20 in England when I lived there.
Yeah, I pay about 33%, and I'm at the highest income level.
No, this is definitely not it. But there is like what you earn tax. You can pay a lot more, but you need to earn a lot more to actually go to there. You need to be like one of the people who really earn a lot. But there's still on top of that I think it's 7 or 8% extra tax on top. That's called workers' contribution, and it's for people who lose their job. It's for people who can't work. It's for people who might have an accident or whatever, like needing to be like in specific like programs to get back into the workers' market. And you pay that automatically as well because they're like at some point in your life you might be fucked. No, nothing could happen. And I gotta admit, I'm used to it, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, that's a lot. And I agree, it is a lot for people who's not used to it. But you know what we have? I can call the ambulance any time of the day and they will show up here. I don't have to pay anything.
I can do that as well.
No, not all of the states. Some places you actually have to pay for what I understand.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's part of the charges.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm just saying, I don't have to pay anything ever.
Right.
I can.
But you pay hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of your life in order to get that privilege, right?
Yeah, but I can get cancer. I can get So within the last 5 years, I've had 3 intestinal surgeries, 1 knee surgery. I've had 1 no surgery, no, not cosmetic. Apparently, my septum was deviated. I couldn't breathe out of one of my nostrils. Worst surgery ever. I'd rather break both my legs. And also,
nose looks good, by the way.
So deviated septum.
Yeah. So when you're a child and you get pulled out of your mother, if they do this, they can like kind of push it to the side, but it
kind
keeps
of like this.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah. But it keeps growing, and it like.
Yeah.
But my point is, I never have to worry about.
We understand that part, Lily. Here's my thing.
Okay.
I pay. Okay, so not without getting exact numbers,
that's fine. Just give me like anything off.
Basically, by the time we pay Social Security, income tax, and everything else now, and we take a few. We don't have the deductions that we used to have because I currently do not own a business. So in 1 year, I paid $280,000 in income tax.
Wait, what is it?
Income tax. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
30
USD to DKK.
33% basically, right?
Yeah, but I want to tell like what I feel is very, very comfortable, like comfortable.
Let me. I'm not done. Now, I can actually say. Also, I don't have state income tax, so if I'd had state income tax, I would have paid even more. Now, I have really pretty decent insurance. Okay,
I do too.
And my insurance, I would much rather pay even less tax and just pay reasonable insurance and let the insurance take care of it than I would pay more in tax. And I don't think you can find an American that would say otherwise, because effectively people who are in lower income brackets, they're not paying income tax at all. Okay, if at all, they just don't. Second, and matter of fact, they get refunds even if they don't deserve it or haven't. I know people that get refunds that almost equal their yearly income. based on child credits and some other things.
Mhm.
And I think that's wrong, but that's okay. That's the way the system is. It's the way it's played. Fine.
That's fine. But
So beyond that, they also, where I have to pay for my insurance,
you
a
pay.
lot of
Do you
people.
pay for your education?
Did I pay for my education?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did actually.
Do you get paid to go to school?
No, I don't get paid. I didn't get paid to go to school, but I
Some
didn't need
some
to
some
get paid.
Americans do.
Yeah, but in general in Denmark, let's say in Denmark, where I'm taking this from,
Sure.
I can go to university, any school I want. I can be an astronaut for all I fucking care. It's paid for because I don't have to think about taking that
How about
out.
a women's studies major?
I would actually argue they have to pay. But except for that, I get paid. Okay, so a person says apparently I'm one of the super ill chicks. Okay, you can't like fix your legs randomly. Like if you're born with shitty legs, you have shitty legs for your life. Okay, and that's just me. But the fact is, I have a safety net that is saying like I still get paid. I don't just get dropped. So if I want to do any education, I'm paid. You want to know what I'm paid a month to go to school?
Yeah. How does socialism work? Tell us about it.
Well, I will tell you.
I mean, no, look, we understand.
I get what you mean. There's different parts, but I just think as a European, I value this because that's all I know. But
Okay, so under the Montgomery GI Bill, I received $3,000 a month, and all my tuition was paid. So
every month,
some Americans are paid.
I get paid out for just going to school.
For how
I get
long?
paid
4
2.5K. 2.5K.
What's the opportunity cost of that?
My tax.
No, the opportunity cost. Where those resources could have gone that would have benefited society better than giving it to you.
I mean, technically, we've gone to anything, like
Yeah, could have gone to something productive, right?
Yeah, but the part is we want to educate our society.
Why? Why is that a good thing?
That is really. Why is it a good thing to educate your society? It's good to educate
Don't be
society
appalled by
how
the
to
question.
grow.
Just answer it. Yeah.
Why does everybody need an education?
That's how you grow. That's
Why?
how your society actually grow. If you don't have enough people who's educated, if you don't have doctors, you don't have engineers, you don't have the people who actually build up the society, that's fine.
There's actually a negative correlation with education and the growth of a society because it's one of the indicators of a lower birth rate.
I think one of his points is a whole society of doctors leaves no plumbers.
But we have that too because we're allowing that to happen. Well, like in the sense of you can be whatever you want. We also support the lower. It's not only university. Also, like if you want to be a plumber, it's support and it's paid for. It's not only the high educations. You can be what you want.
Somebody's paying for it eventually. It's not
Yeah.
just
I mean, that's the thing is that, all of your high taxes pay for that. But here's the thing: in the U.S., the top level people pay most of the taxes. The top earners, and it's a crime against them, to be honest.
Mhm.
Everybody should. Of course, I'm a flat tax person, right? I believe in a flat tax.
But instead, it's a crime not to pay your taxes.
I think there should be a flat tax, but I think it should be fair towards what you want to like.
That's progressive taxation.
No, for the
It's not.
country, like what is important, because I don't think we should send.
Yeah.
I support Ukraine, but I don't think we should send the amount of money we do to Ukraine.
Well,
to
that's
see.
a
You know what I mean?
separate argument.
No. What I mean is
we
like
can
we're
talk
not
about that.
spending it as we could.
Yeah, each according to their need and from them according to their ability, right?
Well, this is why we have the highest
Strongly.
defense budget.
I
Yeah,
think
I'm
I think like people who get children just for the sake of getting
not
children to get like paid by the government, I think that's wrong too. Like there's many aspects of it.
You get paid to go to school.
Yeah.
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 Because
But
I
that's
want
the
a great
same
point.
argument. That's what Hanson was saying. He's like,
who
why
pays
should you
for
get
you
paid to go to school? But you're saying we shouldn't pay taxes to Ukraine. Like that's
Ladies and gentlemen in chat, I need a all right. So let me understand who. So
Yeah, let's hear from So Wobbly. We haven't heard from So Wobbly.
yeah,
How you doing, Wobbly?
Is a little late to join in the debate. Maybe we could do like an exhibition round or something. But right now, as I understand it, we have our favorite pair, Canadian Boner and Abe Dinkus, and we have non-space boner.
On space.
Yeah. We have 3 debaters left. I need suggestions from the chat for the next round.
Can I get it? Can I go get a beer?
Yes, you
Please.
may.
Thank you.
He's allowed. I'm allowed.
Very polite. Very polite. I like that. The rest of you fuckers could take a note.
Cassell, can I give you a pointer for debating socialism with a conservative like EOD? So EOD is a socialist too, but he's in denial about it. So all you have to do is figure out the areas in which he agrees with the government doing things for people, and then beat him over the head with it. And he brought up one of them. He's all about socialism when it comes to the government doing their warmonger welfare nonsense for the military. So all you got to do is get him to agree that it's all right for the government to pay all that bullshit to all those warmongers. And then you say, well, look, that's fine. And then you can do the same thing with Medicare, right? The United States has universal health care when you reach a certain age. And so all you got to do is get them to agree that
I mentioned
the
that
universal health care system, when you get to a certain age in the United States, works perfectly well, right? You can beat them over the head with the things that the Americans do in terms of universal health care and attack them from the right.
What age?
It's a good point. I should have consulted you before. Also, the VA, right? The VA.
Yeah. He's probably all about that socialism when it comes to the things he likes.
You know, it's okay, VD. I thank you for your service.
Cheers, Castle. I did break my hand at one point, and I didn't have TRICARE, and I went to the VA, and they still treated me. So that was cool.
Okay, I have a question for you guys because this is actually a question.
TRICARE is the private insurance company we have to actually hold insurance with in order to go to the VA, but never mind that.
In Europe, there's an entire thing where there's this bill from a woman in the States that actually lists on a bill that she's paid to have skin-to-skin contact with her child after birth. Is that actually true, or just like bullshit?
Oh, there's probably people that there are weird people in the United States.
It was not much. It was like $30, but paying to
people will
hold
pay
your child.
people to do almost anything here. It's not as bad as Japan. Japan have like rental girlfriends, right? Like no sex, just tool around with them. Because I know where Anson was going.
No, I'm just curious about it because I thought it was like just a hoax.
Yeah. So Wobbly, I guess you're a friend of EOD,
Yeah.
who is now affectionately known as Canadian Boner.
What do you want to know?
What do you want to know? What do you want to know, Grid?
Fine. Go fuck yourself politely with a cactus, okay?
Oh,
Fucking
jeez.
dickhead.
Oh my goodness sakes!
No,
What is your what?
Don't let him get to you. Don't
He
let him get
just,
to you.
You know, he likes to. Yeah, he likes that.
Don't you have a ball gag somewhere you can use instead?
I tell you this. Wobbly's a vet of the Vietnam War and served in the Navy for how many years? Probably 20 years. 20.
4 years.
4 years. All right.
4 years, 30 days.
Then
30 days.
there's a lot of experience in communication technology and broadcasting.
I have my master's in communication technologies. Yes.
Nice.
I work for U.S. Forest Service. I've had several businesses. I work for U.S. Forest Service as a electronics technician, a GS-856, a dying.
So you're like a bench
rig.
tech, man. You
I
could
should've
like solve
drooled
those
on it.
semiconductors and
drooled on it.
resistors and stuff on circuit boards.
I can fix anything.
Yeah. My dad did that for about 50 years. He was in the U.S. Army as
Thank
well.
you.
He was stationed in Germany. He
Um,
came back and he could fix VCRs, TVs, DVD players, you name it.
cool. So, have you been watching the debate show tonight?
Yes, I've watched on other nights also. Yeah.
Oh, really? Cool. Awesome. I really appreciate that. What do you think of the show overall?
overall.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say.
We're all friends here. I can
Hey,
take the
be
heat.
honest.
When I run a panel, we're usually just chilling, so I'm not shooting for blood sports.
I
but-
prefer honesty personally because I'm brutally honest. I will literally tell you exactly what I think.
Just be honest, man. Tell us how it is.
I think some of the subjects are shit, to be honest.
Well, of course they are. It's a debate show. That's absolutely 100% true, sir.
Hey, thank you for your service, Mr. Wobbly.
You're welcome.
So
I didn't do it for thanks.
I don't care. I still thank you.
You were probably old enough to get drafted,
I was
right?
one of those people that were caught in. I had a draft lottery number of 33, and
33. That's an
I didn't wanna
interesting
go in the
number.
Army. I didn't stay in the Navy because they did away with pro pay. I made it to E4.
You little cunt face. How
I
fucking
lost
dare you?
my E4. Went back to E3, earned it back again. So-
Listen, sorry, can I
So
just say one
E4?
thing?
I've
I
had-
hope you
I've
get
had
a
my,
cold that's
days
consistent
in
and
and
mild.
out, all kinds of different situations.
You got to
I
you got
was,
to E4 in 4 years.
Yeah, I made my
Pretty
E4
damn
in
good,
4
man.
years.
I got to.
Wait,
I was
cleaner,
I was
cleaner.
caught
I hope you
working
get a
with the-
cold
with
that's
the
consistent and
electronics
mild.
and the electricians in aviation, so I could walk both sides.
Yeah.
And I also had flight skins. I've actually been in North Vietnam during the Vietnam conflict.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing, well, ZD Den has now donated $10 to not unmute.
Rip that thing off.
This is quite the thing.
If only you
Gently.
No, do it hard.
Like a freaking Band-Aid. Just whoosh,
She did it last time. Oh no.
there it is. Got some
Now I
mustache
think you
there.
got all those hairs
I'm
that were
so
on the
happy
upper
I
lip.
don't have hair on my upper lip because holy
Not
fuck.
anymore. Like, good job. Like, now, what about the chins? What about
Yeah.
the chin?
Thank you for doing that, and thank you for.
Well, there's a reason I don't fucking play that game with the duct tape. I'll tell you that.
I mean, tomorrow I'm just gonna have like.
Straight to the
is-
ball.
It's gonna be
what
red.
happened?
It's gonna look like somebody like beat you. That's interesting. Yeah, absolutely. So wobbly. A lot of the topics are crap, and it's weird because I really try and steer towards like good topics, and unfortunately, I get I gotta work with what I got. But, it is what it is. Have you guys read the book "Thank You for My Service" by Matt Best?
No, I haven't.
It's a great book.
You want to know what else is another great book? Man, another great book is The Essential Skill of a Dominant Masculine Presence by Glenn Lawrence. It's a great read.
Got an Amazon link for that, Glenn?
I'm reading this one right now.
I got you. I'll send it to you.
All right, obviously this TTS and the English lady read it, but now I really, 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 really need Silly Cat to read Cleaners.
I already read all those.
Damn, again, I don't even care about the mute at this point. I just want awesome. I just want awesome watching
It's
a
just
woman.
awesome.
It's just awesome to watching a woman tape her own mouth shut. Listen, I would tape your butthole shut for those $10, okay?
So you could just record yourself doing it and watch it. Then you'd be happy.
Wait, you
Nah.
offer
I don't like. I
service?
listen.
You don't
I
like
don't
watching
like.
yourself do it. You want to watch someone.
I don't.
What's up,
I don't like
Achilles?
butt cheese. Okay.
Look,
Well, I
Liberals
mean, it's all
always
dudes up
want
here,
all
so
the
none of us are
attention.
duct taping our mouths shut.
you haven't read this one, Wobbly. This is a new book from a different author, not Tolkien. It's actually a compilation of a bunch of stuff Tolkien wrote, but it's specifically designed to cover the Second Age, which is what the age of the Age of Rings, whatever Amazon's fucking thing was, where they
Samaritan.
turned Gladriel into a fucking war boss. Yeah, Rings of Power. That's it. The rings of fucking pronouns is what we ought to call it. But
I
that's
was really hoping that in all of the LOTR nonsense tonight that you would not bring that up, and yet
I can't help it, man. That's the recent controversy in Tolkien's world right now.
there's
What's
no
that, Miller
controversy.
Lite?
It sucks.
What are you drinking?
The controversy is why
Pabst.
you never
Nerd
met it.
stuff right now? Is that nerd?
Okay.
What are you in
nice.
college?
I don't speak nerd, so can you? Let me know if that was nerd stuff.
My grandpa drank Pabst until the day he died. Okay, I like Pabst.
I
Okay.
mean, it's shit beer, but all right.
That's okay, Glenn. I don't speak Chad, so
So
It's
all right,
okay,
so
Anson. Anson, I know you do.
nobody-
Like you're low key, like
the
you're
chat
low key
has-
Chad trying to play off like you're not a Chad. I get you.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is that the chat has still not told me who my next debate should be.
Okay.
We basically we have EOD versus Abe.
Still on the docket.
EOD
Yeah.
versus we have Canadian Boner versus non-boner. We can have Boner versus Abe.
Boner?
Well, Wobbly could go after Castle for fucking liberal bullshit, or he could go after the Danish lady for communism bullshit, or
yet.
No.
Lily and Abe.
Boner versus non-boner.
Boner versus
You
non-boner.
have Cash App.
Heterosexual. It's really heterosexual right there.
Lily
Boner
and-
I
versus
mean,
non-boner.
I'm just going off of their names and maybe some credits that I might have.
Well, the clitoris is a thing.
Boner.
Ladies do get boners, but
Yeah,
But
they
you're
great
the
if
boner and she's the non-boner.
Castle, man, it was great having you. I was actually hoping somebody'd buy you back up, so we could have like one or two more.
I
good
tried.
battles.
I tried to invite Zedidin to do that because he paid to get
He paid.
what the other guy to come back, and the other guy didn't come back.
Yeah, John
So-
Mosman.
Yeah. So if
Again is Tina. That's a lady.
I'm sorry. So if Zedidin would be willing to sponsor the lady, Zedidin would be willing to sponsor Castle. I think that would be cool because
There's only one ZD Den. He's just a lady, not the lady ZD Den.
I'm just saying that I recognize that is a lady now. That's all I'm trying to say, Glenn.
Yeah.
She is a lady too. She's a very classy lady.
He's a very, very
EOD
nice.
versus Abe rematch.
We can do
Oh,
that.
man.
Third time's a charm.
I reckon. Maybe I'll win this one. Maybe I'll fucking win this one. I don't know.
Oh,
I think the topic is polygynous marriage a sin, and I want to see it happen. Let's go. Hey, I prepped you well for this.
Gosh.
Polygamous marriage. Are you kidding? Come on. I've already done this. I did this with fucking Steelman. Come on. I won that.
That was me and you lost.
The argument. No,
Li-
no,
Lily
not
needs to get in there
I've
with
had
Abe.
enough I've had enough of that argument, Glenn. As a matter of fact, I just don't care anymore.
Good.
So,
Good. Then you should vote for it to
not
be legal.
want that argument. Absolutely. You sent a Cash App? Thank you. Let me check. Sure it came. It just dinged. There we go. Yeah. So we're anyway.
Glad your Cash App is dinging. My Cash App ain't been doing shit tonight.
Yeah.
Got the credits up right there. I don't think it's kind of accurate. It says I'm at 200, but I think we might have used a couple of mine. But
Yeah, I haven't been really paying attention to it.
Yeah.
We're just going to keep going until we go. I really appreciate all of the.
but I
all I'm
just threw
getting
in 50.
the money
So
is
here we go.
thanking everyone for the donations and trying to do what they ask me to do.
boner versus non-boner.
We should make Lily debate with a tape on and judge her on the
No, we should
the
not.
bounciness of her argument.
I was gonna say we should do it and judge her based off of her ability to communicate besides words, because they say women communicate in all kinds of ways. So we're gonna test that theory,
No.
Definitely
no,
not
no.
doing sign language properly. So
No, she's doing dance language over here.
yeah,
There you go. There's the bouncy.
not sign.
As soon as we just
That'll
know
be news.
that as soon as she starts twerking, it's over. She's crashing out.
All right. Well, whatever.
Oh,
Wait a minute, Kissy Cat, you
Yeah,
can send
so
people
you guys-
$500? You sending people $500, Kissy Cat, and you what the hell?
she can send me $500 again. I'll dye my beard and my pubes. I promise.
I don't want the evidence of that. No. I don't want to know.
I'll go shear a sheep for free. She ain't gotta pay me.
$250 a piece.
What color?
Red, as the same red as this.
Well,
Come on, we all know that EOD lingers in the men's shower.
I do not. That's garbage. Okay, there's been a time in my life where I did shower with other people, and they know I do not linger in the shower.
It is official. It is Abe versus EOD, owner versus Dinkus. It's been paid for. It's been. I can, in fact, be bought in this particular instance. So the rest of you guys have to go. Oh, wait. Why are you guys coming back? That's
I thought Agrilapolis paid before that Cash App came in.
yeah, I did, but whatever, man.
Well, I think her Cash App. She told me about the Cash App before his came in.
All good. Not worried about it.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So you go away. Where's Agrillipus goes away. You stay Canadian Boner. You stay Dinkus. Castle, you have to go, and then him. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Oh boy. Third time's charm.
Third time's a charm. That's right. What are we
Other than
arguing
that,
about?
It's just going to be Abe. Abe just is the better Abe, I guess. I don't know, something like that. As a matter of fact,
It's the more favorite person, I suppose.
But all right, so what are we going to debate now?
Okay, I got a great one for you. Okay, I will say that in the affirmative, it was detrimental to American society for Abe Lincoln to hunt vampires.
I saw that movie. It wasn't that good.
It wasn't.
It did make a really good reference towards the way his son died, which was accurate. And I mean, not the way he died was accurate. The fact that his son died was accurate. But obviously, I don't believe it had anything to do with vampies. All right, Abe, what do you got, man? Come at me, bro.
Do that, or we can do like Air Force is better than the Marine Corps. How about that? That's something we're actually fucking passionate about, right?
That is very funny.
Yeah.
Debate if holding hands. I'm assuming men.
If holding hands is gay.
What? I'm not. What? I'm not taking the anti on holding hands as gay. It is gay.
There was something wrong. K2 did that, didn't he? Oh, of course he did. That's an old one from my chat that has never gone away. Has never gone away.
Oh shit! Y'all gotta give me like 30 seconds, okay? I'll be right back. Oh sure.
Okay.
Think of a fucking debate prompt, Dave.
Slightly pee himself.
Give me something that I can fucking devil's advocate for. Come on.
I'm trying.
Jonah Hex was better than Lincoln Vampire Hunter. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I'm still here.
That's a race. That was a race to the bottom right there. All right, man. That's. K2 paid for the topic. He did. That's what we're going to debate. That is what we're going to debate. That is just, you guys, I don't know who's taking which side, but somebody's got to take a side.
All right. What are we doing? What?
Well, K2 paid for that topic, so we have to debate it.
What topic?
Holding hands is gay.
God, forsaken us. Are you kidding me?
It's okay. You can take whichever side you want. You pick a side, and I'll take the other.
And being Canadian is not is not a defense.
True.
All right, fine. I'll take the negative. Holding hands is not gay.
Wait. Are you say that? So I have to say that it is or it isn't?
Yes, you have to say that it is.
That it is gay.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I
asked for a devil's advocate position. That's what I'm asking for. That's where we're at.
You're good.
What's up, John Mosman? Good to see you, bro. Dude, Discord. Fucking find me in the Discord. Hold on.
Mosman's back.
No, he's on my channel. I'm fine.
Oh.
There, come to the Discord, John. Let's talk about fucking Lauder for sure. All right, sorry. Yeah, no,
you can't help it. All right, who's going first?
I'm saying holding hands is gay, so I'm the affirmative.
There you go.
Okay, so I got a minute. Who's ready? Tell me when you're ready.
Let's do this.
Affirmative first, right? Yeah.
Good. All right. So holding hands is gay. It brings you joy and comfort and happiness. But it's also gay because if you're a real man, you're looking to have sex. You're not looking to hold hands. You can hold butts, you can hold boobs, but you shouldn't be holding hands.
Wow, that was a 25-minute opening or 25 second. All right, are you ready? You ready?
Yeah, sure. So
now receiving EOD.
There we go. So holding hands is definitely not gay. It shows a bond between two people. It simply indicates friendship and solidarity with one another, and it's not gay because it doesn't necessarily involve butts or boobs or anything else. It necessarily involves a physical contact between two people who are intimately involved with one another. That doesn't necessarily mean gay.
That was also a 25-second opening. Nobody wants to touch this one because it's gay. And, all right, ready?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
So,
Go ahead.
EOD, have you been to the Middle East?
Occasionally, when once maybe, but no.
Okay, so I'll say that it's a normal tradition in the Middle East for men to walk around holding hands. I will say that looks pretty gay, and it's often when, like, I don't know, your CO goes into a village to talk to the chief, that chief will hold your CO's hand and walk around the village talking. You can't tell me that isn't gay.
That's pretty gay. What I would say is that my contention is that it shows an intimate relationship between two people. So if those two people happen to be men, then yeah, that is gay.
Well, then holding hands is gay, EOD.
Well, holding hands between me and my girlfriend or me and my wife, it's not gay. Because we're intimate and we're just simply touching each other. We're trying to hold some...
Carrying something, working hard, or making love. You should not be holding hands. You don't have time for that.
Having that relationship with somebody is more than just work. So being able to have intimate contact and perhaps display that to the public and make that a thing for you is something that helps solidify and project your relationship with two people.
Ownership, EOD? You want to show ownership?
Yeah. The woman owns me. I own the woman. Yeah.
Public displays of affection to show that ownership, or can you have ownership over each other without holding hands, EOD? Because if you have to hold hands to show that that's your woman,
I would say this. There are other forms of intimate contact, such as putting your hand around the shoulder or around the lower of the back, or touching on the butt, this kind of thing. So holding hands is just another thing along these lines of intimate contact that indicates an intimate relationship. That's all it is.
So she's going to carry the stuff then for you?
I mean, she's going to carry her fucking purse, I'll tell you that, but...
Well, I still, how can you can't even show that holding hands isn't gay. You said it is gay when it's with men.
Uh-huh.
Is it when... Yeah, it's gay. It's just gay. You should.
It's gay if men hold hands. I'll agree with you on that. But it's not gay when men and women hold hands. That's not gay.
Does it make you happy?
I mean,
hold your woman's hand? Does
it does.
that make you gay?
Well, it depends on what we mean by gay. When I talk about gay, I'm talking about homosexuality.
Well, nobody said that. They just said gay. it's gay if you hold it with men, and it makes you gay if you hold it with women. So it's gay either way.
How does it make it gay when you hold it with? Okay.
Makes you happy.
If it's about happiness,
way.
then
Gay either way.
all right. You got me on that. What I would say is it can be heterosexually happiness, right? Heterosexual happiness. So that's not necessarily homosexual fucking happiness going on there. But the very example that you brought up in order to describe how it is gay was two men holding hands. Yeah, it was a fucking dude coming out of Tehran or whatever, talking to your CEO and holding his hand and being like, I have something to do with this guy.
But did it make him happy?
I don't think it did. No, it probably didn't.
This is the gayest thing ever.
You're gay. Why did you fuck? You should have started with the fucking happiness thing. Fuck.
I did. I said it.
All right.
So messed up.
It is. It's totally fucked,
Either
dude.
way.
We're fucked. I'm fucked. I got fucked right, really hard right there. It's definitely about happiness. It's definitely about displaying your fucking dedication to one another. And if that's done between two men, it's totally gay. If it's done between a man and a woman, it's not gay. That's my contention. My interpretation of the word gay is that it pertains to homosexuality. If that's not true, then that completely changes the terms of the debate. So perhaps we should be more clear about the prompt. But
I didn't. It wasn't. It doesn't make it homosexual. It was. Does it make it gay? Is it gay? Is holding hands gay?
Thank God that's over. Stop talking. Stop talking.
K2.
Oh my goodness sakes.
Kissy cat, I'm so sorry.
I paid for this, you retards. I love you, Kissy cat. I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
That was a bad.
Sometimes you have to do things you don't like, you know? This is like a root canal, but you have to do it.
I reckon. Oh my goodness sake.
Okay. All right.
I have a question. How long am I non-space boner?
Yeah, you can change this.
Ah!
You can change it, or you can change it, or whatever.
Fucking wiener.
I'm,
Pretty accurate.
just because I'm gonna, just cause, there's no terrorist flag behind Abe. That's the Marine flag.
Yeah.
They kill terrorists.
Who the fuck said there was a fucking terrorist flag?
Who do you think?
Some retard commie, probably.
No, he's not a commie. He's just anti-establishment.
So
Even better.
It's the EGA. That is the symbol of the Marine Corps. Y'all suck a dick. That's
nobody's
garbage.
blocked you, dummy.
It says Marine, not Marines.
Well, why would anybody block a source of entertainment like Steel Man?
I want to judge them. Can I judge them?
Yeah.
I should let Glenn go first.
If Glenn is here, he keeps walking away.
I think he turns his mic off and then he has to like reset everything.
Look, I really don't want to have to judge that gay shit. Like it was like
I'm not
the
judging
most,
this shit either.
like they like you might as well have been.
I
just
think you
copying
both
it.
lost. Lily wins by default, and I get to go to
That was-
fucking.
Yeah,
That was
Really?
just because it's not a topic. I don't even know what the topic was.
I
You know,
expected
I'm
it to
gonna
be
use the money to buy a pizza and
How are you gonna
also
use the money? You didn't donate it.
catnips.
Cabinets.
It's funny.
expected Abe to be less gay with it, and
Oh, you timed Steel Man out for 10 seconds. Well,
Hey,
no,
Glenn-
I-
Abe had to defend that it was gay. Yeah. So he was trying to portray it as gay.
That's why he was coming off the gayest.
Yeah, either way.
Gay
All
for the
right.
say, gay for pay. I see what
Okay.
you're doing.
So Glenn, who
All right,
who made the better worst argument?
I can't. It's just too
I
gay.
don't. It's too. I agree. It's
You
so
know what, I'm
fucking
gonna
gay.
just-
Like who won? Because it's super
Okay,
gay.
EOD. I'm gonna give it to EOD this time. All right, because
All right.
he looks gayer with the red hair.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean,
so. All right, let me go to Agrillipus.
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean,
That-
my mom is a ginger, and I
don't-
agree
that-
because you don't have a soul, so you have to lose. You know?
Look, I was dyed my hair. I'm not a ginger.
You are today.
But yeah, it's true.
Agrillipus, what do you got?
I don't even know what the prompt was, man. It sounded. It's like just a bunch of gay jibber jabber. I don't even know, dude.
Who was the
It's
gayest?
it's
Who was the gayest?
is holding hands gay was the prompt.
For men or women, or men or men, or women
No,
or women.
I
in
think
what
the
country?
implication was
Just
men.
anybody, just anybody.
Gay is
prompt
not.
wasn't
Gay is
specific.
not men only. Gay is like
Abe,
just
Abe
homosexual.
probably had the gayest then.
Great.
Well, all right, Anson.
Yeah. So, from my perspective, that was one of you had the best performance of the night. I'll reserve the which one of you for a moment, but y'all both really had a lot of clarity and precision in your arguments, even though it was kind of a ridiculous prompt. Y'all actually made relatively decent arguments. It's like y'all thought about how holding hands made you gay a whole lot during your life. And it showed that you spent so much time thinking about whether or not you looked gay. So I really appreciated the thoughtfulness in your arguments. The Abe really had the most impact, though. He was really pounding you, EOD, during that whole gay exchange. And in terms of bloodlust and style, Abe again, he was really ravenous, going after you, really pounding you hard over and over again.
What do you mean Canadian was
and
fucking?
in terms of
Ravenous,
strategy too.
pounding hard.
In terms of strategy too, Abe, I mean, he had a master stroke. You know, he was really just, and you were just swinging wild while he was stroking. I don't know what the deal was, but the chat was kind of mad, but I think they were siding with Abe's argument a little bit more. I gave Abe 20 points and EOD 12.
Okay, so I just want to say that I predicted this 2 hours ago when this fucking came out, is that I was going to lose this debate because it's me and Abe again. That's really what it fucking boils down to, everybody.
I feel
Yeah.
like you
I
two
voted
guys should
for you
be
last
here,
time.
not me, because no one wanted to debate me. They saw it one time and they don't want to see it again. That's what happened.
That's what happened. All right, fine. I'm off. Fuck you, assholes.
All right. Thanks so much, Canadian Boner.
Here's what I'll tell you is that I'm EOD696 on YouTube. I also run a D&D channel called D&D Shenanigans 696. Come check us out on YouTube. We do D&D on Wednesdays. And also, I mod for Rob Noor. Come check out Rob Noor. He's a great dude. And come subscribe to my channel. Subs are free. I need more subs. I gotta fucking monetize. I haven't monetized it. Come sub to my channel, EOD696 on YouTube. All right, there you
Hey,
go.
how's is We Are Not Men behaving himself?
Canadian.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Can you send me a DM on Discord? I want to join the D&D because I always wanted to play D&D, just like to bring out the nerdiness. I always wanted to play it, but it's very hard to find people who's committed online to continue it. You know what I
Just
mean?
like a woman not letting a boner get off.
I mean, like I was a boner until recent ago, so a boner, one
Okay.
boner to another.
So I'll say this to the mods in chat. I have posted the Discord link without the HTTP. You should be able to see it. The other people probably can't. But in the private chat, Lily, I'll post the actual link.
Can I ever get a Discord instead? I don't do that.
There you go. It's in the private chat. If you go look at that, join the chat. We have a D&D channel for that. Come say hello. And then, yeah, I'll DM you. We'll figure it out. I'll work you in.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Cheers.
All right. So it looks like it's Abe versus Lily.
That's a horrible fucking thing going on right there. Okay.
You got to work wobbly in at least once, man. Come on. But
the only reason I have not lost yet is because no one wanted me to go up against anyone but the one chick. And I was super
I mean,
confused.
you can pretty much call girl on girl violence when you have more than one
She
girl.
talks so much, I don't even know how to cut in. So I just talk on her behavior. Like I don't have,
So she used her tongue more than you?
I don't like that.
All right.
I'll just take my tape back, okay? This is like
Oh my goodness sakes.
All right. So what are we going to debate here?
okay. Ape. What do you like to debate?
I'm
If-
open to debate
He
anything
doesn't
you want
care.
to debate. I
He's-
don't.
Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna bring up the thingies that I have of the
Cleaner 409. I forget what the late fee is. If you want to come up and debate, I tell you what. Why don't we do an exhibition debate between you and Canadian Boner?
I mean, we could.
What about
What do you
Wobbly?
think about that?
I want to see that.
Or Wobbly. We could do an
Yeah.
exhibition round with So Wobbly versus Cleaner 409.
Let's do that.
Can I see that first so I know how to do it?
I mean, I don't.
I need inspiration of how to not be like a dingus.
No, I thought you were asking about how to be an exhibitionist.
Oh,
Don't titillate like.
I mean, technically in Denmark, you're allowed to be nude anywhere until someone is offended by it, which mostly means men. It's very fucking stupid.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
If I can see in one more debate, I would very appreciate because I'm still like very
Scared of
nervous.
Abe.
Yeah, have you seen his hat?
So Wobbly, would you like to debate Cleaner 409? Do you have a specific topic that you like? Somebody get Cleaner a link. Oh, he's smoking. Spaceman is shockingly smoking. That's funny.
Wobbly,
right,
I think you're quiet, or I can't hear you.
You know what? I have one thing to say. Like Wobbly, you look like Stan Lee from like Wish. Like politely, in a good way.
politely.
Oh my goodness.
So Wobbly, what would you like to debate?
No,
Bring
it's
it
a
on.
compliment.
Okay. Cleaner is he's very affable as well. He'll debate anything. He'll take any side. He's okay. This will be good.
I meant it nicely. Like he reminds me of like I just shut up, okay? I just take my tape already, okay? You know what I mean? I just mute myself, okay? I'm sorry.
Do you need me?
I meant it offensively.
Do you need to leave, Grid? Or
Wobbly, I think you're very cute.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna hang out here and be muted for now.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right.
I did think that the debate between Abe and EOD was kind of enlightening, to be honest with you. I wouldn't say either one was a winner. I just thought that they were so both uncomfortable with the subject that kind of showed that they both have maybe some latent gay.
I know, right?
Come on, Wobbly, shit fire.
You're a non-local nerd. You have a lot of duct tape available, readily available. What's up?
Smoking.
I craft a lot. I have all crafting materials right here.
Smoking
Keep
Spaceman,
pasting it to
you
your
actually
mouth.
deserve all the smokes you want, man. I just it was
Like this is one thing I made. Like, oh,
We'll make stuff. Quit posting it to your mouth.
yeah. Actually,
It's actually
clipping
really
the
cool.
debate's one thing, but clipping Anson's response to the debate is gold. I would actually, if somebody could clip that and such, make a short out of it for me, that'd be great.
So I'm gold. That's cool. I appreciate
I mean,
Something like that.
You're yellow, I guess. I don't know.
Luster.
Luster.
That's the
There's
jaundice.
luster involved. All right. So what are we going to debate, cleaner and wobbly?
Wobbly, what do you know a decent bit about, or what do you feel comfortable arguing for?
Hmm.
You
Great
just
many
name
things.
Okay.
That's
it.
dangerous.
I mean, you know, I'm old. What can I say? I'm old.
Yeah. Give Wobbly some grace.
No, yeah, you could don't pull punches.
Yeah.
Look. I have a stream, right? I'm this close to being partner on Kick, and I actually had the CEO of Kick, the developer and the financier behind it, in my chat the other day. So I'm doing quite well talking politics, technologies, religions. I don't care anything. I've been around the world. I've seen
Can I
other
suggest a
things.
subject
So I've been
I want to hear
everywhere.
him talk about because he's older?
How many moral debates have you had tonight, Grid?
No, can I suggest one that I really
Zero.
want to hear him because he's older and it makes sense for the sake.
You,
Like,
you can suggest it, but
can I? No, I'm not saying he's gonna be it. I just want to suggest one.
Sure.
What you got?
Because I feel like this is kind of a splitter of ages, but can I don't wait. Can I text it to you before I say it? Because no,
Yeah, that would be better.
I feel
Cleaner-
like that is probably better. Give me a second.
Can
Yeah,
older
I like
people still get it up? Yeah.
It makes me feel kind of good that she's
I hope so.
identifying that there's an age disparity between me and Wobbly, like I'm way younger or something.
Wait, how
Yeah,
old are
they're both old.
Oh, I'm not telling you.
dirt.
Fuck you.
He's old as dirt. All right,
I'm in my 40s.
He's not as old as Wobbly. Yeah.
So I'm right.
What?
Well, if
No, we haven't had any moral. We've not really had any
I've
moral.
texted it.
By the way, how old do you think I am? I'm older than Cleaner by like a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right. You just
I
made
feel
fun of
like
him for
I'm
being old, so
I'm most
obviously I must
likely
be
the
right.
youngest there, so you know.
So, Wobbly, would you take the prompt if I took the affirmative on almost all morals are an extension of the two drivers of life?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Would you be comfortable refuting that?
What the fuck does that even mean?
Am I muted
Okay.
again? You haven't paid for it. Go fuck yourself.
You would be essentially attempting to poke holes in what my affirmative is.
That morals are the driver behind life.
Well, no, that morals are an extension of the two drivers of life. Like morals, basically morals come from the drivers for life.
I'd have to hear your argument first. But yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? I can be just as amoral as anybody.
I could give you a quick one sentence just to that's cute, by the way. I give you a quick one sentence just to know what you're arguing against here. So I would be arguing in the stance that I believe that the vast majority of morals are just an extension of
I'll
us
be back just in a
attempting to
second.
procreate or survive, one of the two.
There's his old ugly face. That's Cleaner.
Okay. So I'm supposed to disagree.
Well, if you want, or we can pick another prompt. I'm good with that too. If you're more comfortable in another area, I'm good with that.
I have, gosh, I don't know how to say this. Um, I think morals are a dictate of society. And there have been societies that have been based on amoral beliefs.
Okay. I could, yeah, I could see us giving a good show of a debate out of this. I mean that's a good stance against it. I think we can make a good show debate for the guys.
Okay. All right. So who's taking the affirmative position? Who is
I will be.
Okay. All right. As always, gentlemen, Cleaner, I know you know the drill. Wobbly, we get 1 minute, and then we'll do the 5 minute deal. I'm going to start the timer whenever you say ready, Cleaner.
Ready.
Go.
All right. So, unlike religious people or people of the secular class, I have my own unique understanding of where our morals come from, and it's more scientific understanding. Morals are simply an extension, a social construction that we've come up with to epitomize the two things that are the main drivers of life: survival and reproduction. In every society, no matter whether we consider them amoral or they consider us amoral, whether their morals are different from ours, in each society's social construct, they adhere to the morals for the purpose of reproduction and survivability. That's it.
All right. As always, about a 40-second opening. All right. When you're ready. When you're ready, so Wobbly.
I believe that morals are based on gosh, I don't know how offensive I can be on this.
Very.
I think morals are based on a conscript that's not necessarily good for humanity or survival or procreation. I'm, throughout all of man's history, from the time the first caveman walked out and saw a cave woman, he didn't think about morals. He just thought about what he wanted. Just basically a self-aggrandized attitude towards everything.
Okay, that's a minute. Are you ready, Cleaner?
Yes, sir.
So Wobbly, you're ready as well?
Sure.
5 minutes on the clock, gentlemen.
It's really hard for me to take the negative on this. I'm going to tell you.
Well, I would say that I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying because it does adhere to the life forms survivability or reproduction, not necessarily all life forms of the same type, but that singular life form. Each singular life form is going to put their own survivability and reproduction at the top of their triangle.
I think that man is burdened by morals. I think that we need to justify actions before morals. I can't do this, to be honest with you, because I agree with you. I'm sorry, I can't debate the negative side of this.
It's tough.
Because it just goes against everything that I am, to be honest with you, to try and say anything negative about it.
Well, if you want to take the affirmative, I'll swap and take the negative.
Okay.
All right. I would say that morals are an extension of what God has provided us as a good construct for how we should all live so that we can have the most productive society on the planet possible.
I don't believe that there's a God.
That's okay. The prescriptions that are given by the religion are still
I don't believe
societally
in
the
religion.
best. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you believe in the religion or not.
I
The
think that they're
prescription,
detrimental to the development of any society.
yeah, that's fine. But the prescription itself, would you agree that we shouldn't be running around murdering each other?
I think that murder is part of life.
So you would, I mean, essentially be okay with everyone running around murdering each other then?
I think that the murder is necessary at times.
At times.
Okay. So
there are times
Wobbly's
where it wouldn't be
conflating murder
Well,
with
would you
killing.
say that those times when
That's
it's not
I got to talk to him about that.
that we should shun out of society or shame?
No,
No, why
I
not?
don't believe that they should be shamed at all. Murder is part of life.
Right, but if
It is
murder
the
is part of
instinct
life,
of man. It's the instinct of man to
Is it?
conquer. And it's necessary to kill.
okay, so it would require some sort of understanding or reasoning for a man to kill another man,
There is
correct?
no reasoning behind it. It's just basic instinct.
Well, then what you're advocating for is murder
I'm
willy-nilly.
advocating nothing. I'm just telling you that it's instinct.
Instinct doesn't define everything that we do. We're intelligent
Instinct
beings. We don't
defines
operate off of
everything that
pure
we do.
instinct.
Everything.
We're not like animals or like wolves.
Yes,
you
we
know,
are animals.
we're not.
We're just thinking animals because we can actually premeditate something.
Right, and that by itself definitionally means that we're not instinct only driven. We are driven by something greater than instinct, which in my case I would say would be God.
I think that God doesn't belong in it. I think that it's just the nature of man to know what's right and wrong, and what if he's driven to conquer, as many people have throughout history. You can't call them moral at the same time that they're mass murdering people.
So would you say that we all come with this prescription or this understanding of what's right and wrong?
No.
No?
No,
Well,
I
generally,
believe that
would you say the
habitat,
majority
environment,
of people do?
and the other instances of people around you dictate that. There's no reason to be amoral unless everyone around you is amoral. If you're moral, then that's only a conscript that other people dictate to you. Every person.
But if you're agreeing to follow the same construct, then you're agreeing to adhere to
I'm not
the moral.
agreeing to anything. I'm just telling you that it's man's instinct to kill.
That really doesn't.
They kill for any reason at all.
Yeah, right. But that really doesn't define whether or not it would be better for society if people were running around killing each other.
We're seeing it portrayed out right now, right in
it's
moral,
not necessarily
world. We're seeing people do some of the heinous things.
Oh, of course. In moral worlds, people can do immoral things. Just because people can do immoral things doesn't mean that they should. It means that we should come up with a social construct of morals that we all agree would be better for society.
Contract and morals are two different things.
No, I would say that morals would follow the social construct. The social construct would define what the morals of the society would be and what they would agree to be.
I don't believe that a social contract could possibly dictate somebody's morals.
No, it doesn't dictate their morals. It dictates the morals of the society. If you want to be a part of the society, you have to adhere to the morals. If you don't, you go to jail.
Or you learn how to be smart enough not to get caught and go to jail.
I laughed pretty hard at that too,
That's a very
K2.
rare thing. That
was awesome. Abe is such a good sport, man.
It's pretty rare.
He's a rare find. He's a rare individual.
Going to jail.
I do appreciate Abe a lot. If y'all haven't yet, check out the D&D Shenanigans channel.
Either way, we're not advocating for the less than 1%.
Trying to get some more followers over there, but
are really smart to be the majority of people who are in America.
We worked Abe in on the last episode. It was really good.
More than 100 than 1%.
The advocation would be
I
though
believe that maybe only 1% of those people may be moral because they do not participate in unmoral things, but the majority of people are amoral.
This is
I
good.
don't think they are.
Yeah, this was really good. This was really good.
We even flipped the script in the middle.
I know, and I allowed extra time for that too.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no
Oh,
worries.
super nice.
Thank you,
Really
Cleaner.
good.
So,
It
all
was
right.
fun, Wobbly. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
thank you.
Let's do Agrillipus first.
You always calling me on me first. No, I'm just kidding.
I've been calling on Glenn first, but he has trouble
I'm just
turning his
kidding.
What are you
microphone
talking about? I'm right here.
All right. So, all right. Well,
What were you saying?
I'll
What
go,
are you
I'll go
saying?
with Cleaner though, man. Cleaner kind of laid it out, and I mean, So Wobbly did pretty good, but when he started talking about kind of the M word,
Who is a cat that meowing?
yeah, I don't
Probably
know.
mine.
Not me.
I don't know.
Oh,
That's
it could be
the
my
pussy.
cat. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just thought it was mine.
No, my cat screams through the house
Your
whenever
cat
she doesn't know where I
meow?
am.
Oh yeah, that's yours.
It might be mine. I think he's stuck in
If
one
it's
of my
like
bear traps.
wow, it's not mine.
Yeah, no, I think mine's stuck in a bear trap.
Fix it.
No. He's where he needs to be right now.
Mm-hmm.
okay. All right. So, Glenn, who did you give it to?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Cleaner. I like the way that Cleaner laid it out.
Okay. Agrillipus.
Yeah, that's what I said. Cleaner. Yeah.
Cleaner. Okay. Anson.
It was painful to watch Cleaner pull his punches. It wasn't the worst showing tonight, Wobbly.
It's all about fucking
the ladies
familiarity.
did the worst.
That's what it is.
The ladies did the worst showing of the night. You were the third worst. It was a rout for Cleaner. He won it by 7 points on my score.
Well, that was good. It was still a great debate. I got to be honest, Cleaner. It's unusual to see somebody have to shift horses mid-course and not really like have a pretty big stumble. Wobbly, you did some really great stuff with the, kind of not really shock value. I know you weren't using a shock value, but just making statements in the very specific way that you made them, and I thought that was great. I thought it was a great argument. I thought it was, I kind of agree with latent homosexual tendencies down there. Our friend Anson Knowles, that the Cleaner was kind of pulling his punches, but not by much. I think Cleaner. I think you got Cleaner a couple of times to kind of have to pause and reframe what he was about to make. He was about to make a statement. You made a statement, and he had to pause and reframe, and that's hard to do with Cleaner. Cleaner's pretty good at this stuff. So, yeah, this guy was good.
He caught me that first time when he said, "Yeah, no, I think murder is like a normal thing that people just do, and an instinctual thing, And that was like, okay, that's not the 99% answer. Damn it, that got me for a second, but then I was watching for it.
Yeah,
I've
I knew
seen
that.
Killing Fields, so
Yeah. No, I know. I've dropped into some nasty areas myself.
Where it really Wobbly, where it came apart for me on your side was we're just animals. I've heard that proposed many times, but animals are not nearly as evil, vicious, or cruel as humans are. So we're far more than animals.
Can be.
Depends. Some are. Some kill actually for sport. Some is actually killing just not to eat. I would say a weasel.
A lot of times, males will challenge each other for
No,
sport.
no, no.
That's
The
true.
sake is
Well,
like kill a
yeah.
weasel.
I
Take a
mean,
weasel. They actually
They can't
kill
hear.
for the
I,
sake of
while
blood.
I agree with you, Lily, to some extent, humans kill just to kill.
More.
Yeah.
Yeah, more. But there are like animals that have like an equal kind of.
I would
I'm
even
I'm
say
liking
it's pretty
Daneland,
rare
man.
that a
I think I'm
human
gonna move to
kills
fucking
eat another human.
Denmark. I really do. I'm gonna track this girl down. We're gonna find each other.
She's in a relationship, not even a polycule one.
Oh my goodness sakes! Are you listening to me
No,
right now?
fuck that shit.
You're not
Listen,
supposed to hear me.
We're not doing that. Okay?
What the hell is a polycule?
Yeah, no.
Oh, we had a whole
Well,
debate about
that
that.
girl's already left for the night. You'll have
We're
to
not
catch her on the-
fucking multiple people. Okay, it's wrong. It's weird, and it's like no.
Yeah.
Can you guys-
I came up a little bit late.
You're not supposed to hear me.
Bunch of shit I had to do today, man.
I
Yeah,
swear to God.
you should have been here
But
earlier.
we can be friends without benefits.
Why am I muted then?
True.
I don't even know.
But hey, EOD, maybe she's got some hot friends. You never know.
Man,
I do.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I have hot Norwegian friends if you want them.
You know what? I'd be interested. We're gonna explore that.
It's a debate show.
You're gonna come out. You're gonna come out to the come out to the D&D campaign, and you're gonna introduce me to your Norwegian friends. I'll have a good time with that.
Fine, I'll change it.
Goodness.
$2 from K2. Again, Lily, name change to Calm Down.
Mm-hmm.
Will you
I
change
did
your
it.
own name, or do I have to do that?
I did it.
You got it? All right.
I
Got it.
added a gotta because
Calm down.
apparently. Sorry.
Inhale, exhale, inhale. exhale. All right, so we got to get this last debate done because I need to go to bed. No way I'm getting up at 4:30 to go fishing, but maybe I'll make it by 6. Anyway, Lily versus the man himself, Dinkus Abe.
Which means there's no fucking chance I'm winning that.
We'll see.
How many debates did he have tonight?
Actually, Abe has been taken down by
Kel.
He was, although that was because Anson was simping like a
Okay,
big
but
dog.
Abe said I could pick a topic.
I did.
How do you feel about you being on the disagreeing side if I say there's only 2 genders? Wait, look at his mouth. Did I say he would look
He
like
can
that?
do that, but
Oh, that's
you have to you have to defend there is more. No, not only genders, there's male
Trap.
and female. We can say male and female.
Trap.
There's male and female.
And what, I have to defend that there's more than 2.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
this would be a
frown.
tough one for
Oh,
Abe,
I
for
love
sure.
that
Okay.
frown. Okay. Yes. So we're gonna post the subject, and you're gonna tell me why there's more than 2. Wait, I'm gonna take on my propeller hat on.
So
Or
what's
it's
the
serious
exact?
now.
What's the exact prompt?
Okay, so I say there's only male and female. There's only 2 sexes. There's nothing else, no more, anything.
So who has the affirmative grid?
Sex is binary. I have sex is binary. And you have it's not
Cheers to that.
Say that sex is non-binary.
I love his face right now. It's so
Should I be
pretty.
the affirmative?
I think. I mean, I know how I would do it.
I know how I'm going to do it. I just
I
need to
love
know
that.
who's the affirmative.
You're the
She's
person
the
who's gonna.
affirmative because she's saying sex is non-binary.
Okay.
No, I say it's binary.
Oh,
Yeah.
pardon me.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sex is binary. So
Okay.
she is the affirmative. Sex is binary. You're saying no.
There's male, there's female. I
Okay.
want to hear you say
So
there's
she
more.
goes first. You go second.
I go. Oh yeah, fine.
I'm so anxious to hear Abe fucking defend
Unless
17
for some
fucking
stupid
genders,
reason you
man.
don't want to, but that's
I mean,
you
I would
always
love to
lose when
hear.
you
I
do
would
that.
love to hear him first.
The
If
only
you want.
person that wins, the only person that wins by letting the non-affirmative position go first is Andrew Wilson.
No, I would
only
love to
rarely.
hear Abe first, but if Abe want me to go first, I will.
Okay, all right. So, well, you have to go first because you have the
Yeah,
affirmative.
I will put my timer. Give me a second. I need to know how fucked I am.
No, she has a fucking
Yes.
yeah.
All right. So let me know when you're ready.
It's getting 3 in the morning.
3, 2, 1, go. There is only 2 sexes because there is gametes, that is the egg and the sperm, and that is
Ganymedes.
more than just your X and Y chromosomes. It go down to the fact: do you have the ability to produce eggs, or do you have the ability to produce sperm? It doesn't mean you can. Some people are sterile, and you need to know more than just like XY chromosomes, because you can have a mixture of that, but you cannot have both a functioning gamete of the sperm
Ganymede
and the egg. There is no, from what I have found out yet, I will hear it if I'm wrong, case of any person, human, that can both be fertile with egg and sperm. So gametes is what defines the 2 sexes. I think I'm done.
And that is your 1 minute. Wow, that was pretty much exactly. All right, Abe,
Yay!
when you're ready.
Okay. I would say, yes, you might be right that there are 2 sexes, but that is not the genders. And I would say
No, I
that
said sexes
there
as
is such. Yeah, you said it's a binary. I'm saying that gender is not a binary. I'm saying
I didn't say
that.
sex. I said sex as the thing. Topic.
I got you.
Not gender.
I will say that there's a thing all through human history called a eunuch who does not reproduce. Usually have something done to them, or maybe they're born without the ability to reproduce. You would have to be able to designate that something. That something does not exist within male and female because it is devoid of sexual use, and so it would have to be its own independent third wheel.
No.
I would say that you're incorrect.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got 5 minutes.
So you're wrong in that sense because just
you gotta wait till I say go.
Sorry.
That's all right. You ready, Abe?
Sure.
I know you're ready. Gotta calm down.
He's fucking ready. He's been here.
Go.
So you're wrong in the sense that eunuchs is special. That I'm so happy you mentioned that, because eunuchs especially are not within that field, because eunuchs are, especially in historical terms, people who are castrated, often, not always, willingly. Let's take ancient China. They were willingly castrated for the sake of the job they were going to do in the forbidden palaces. And that doesn't mean there are a third sex or gender. They still were male.
What if a woman has all of her sexual reproductive organs removed?
Sorry?
What if a woman has all of her sexual reproduction organs removed?
Well, I thought you did good, man.
She doesn't have the ability to reproduce, and there's nothing in there.
It's just
no gametes
that guy is
utilized.
tough to
So-
fucking go against. I don't think I would go against him if I had a choice.
Potential to reproduce. Doesn't mean you can. It means that you have the biological potential to reproduce, which means you can't.
They're not
You
the same.
don't have sperm. You don't have
They're
sperm.
not the same after.
Doesn't matter.
If you
Just
can't
because
reproduce,
you remove
then you
something
have
They're
doesn't
good,
mean
though.
you're a new like species. You're not a new species or a new gender just because you remove something that was.
I thought you were all going into the Catholicism and
But you
Protestantism
still wouldn't count
being
as a
fucking heathens kind of thing, but
addition to the
I didn't want to
populace
steer
at
it.
that point, you're literally a different thing. You're no longer in the sexually reproducing group.
But that doesn't
would
make
be
you a new
human.
sex or gender. That
What does it
means
make
that
you?
okay, what it makes
you
you
void.
is a person that actually are within the category that have lost or is not born with the capability to actually reproduce within that. Because
third
within
kind?
gametes, there are people
Gametes.
who actually both have eggs and sperm,
Yeah, but that's
but
a third.
none
These
of
are
them, none of
the
them
constituents
have
of
both
DNA.
functioning at the same time.
So they're the
Which
same,
means
but they're not.
no, because what you are is more than just chromosomes.
Yeah, I know.
You
That's
know,
what I'm
it
saying.
goes down to the
You're
fact,
actually.
what can you? Did you have the? If you have,
That's
if
my
you
argument.
actually have something where you can say, I have the capability of.
That's my argument.
Okay.
You had the capability, now you've lost it. You're not the same as the ones that can still do it, but you still have the same genes, but now you can't do that thing. So you're no longer the same as them. You're different.
You're still a woman
kind.
if
You're
you
a third
can't
kind.
give birth, and if you're trying to make the argument that if you both have like sperm capabilities and egg capabilities,
No, I'm
you
saying
also
if you
can
have
say
no
you can.
capabilities. If you have no capabilities, you're no longer
Then you're
fitting
just
into
infertile.
a mating. Yeah,
Then you're
well,
just infertile.
you're a third kind.
Yeah, no, because you're still it like your sex is built up the more than gametes
Oh, for fuck's
alone.
sake, Abe.
It is mainly that, but it also builds up from like your chromosomes, your physical appearance, like
Sure. I don't care about any of that. Is your sex and your ability to reproduce important to the pairing of a man and a woman?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you cannot reproduce, are you the same as a woman that can reproduce?
Now he's arguing her.
You listen. Even
Yes or
if,
no?
even
Can you
if,
reproduce?
He does this
even
shit
if you
sometimes.
can't, you've lost
With
the
the devil
ability.
advocate
You still
shit.
have the ability, like you had the ability to try physiologically to actually do this because you had the gametes to do it.
Well,
Doesn't
people
mean
can have
if you
sex with
lost it,
anything.
if you lost it,
That doesn't make any difference. People can have
does.
sex with a couch. It doesn't make any difference. My point is,
A
it's a
couch
third
doesn't have
kind.
any gametes. It doesn't have any sex cells.
You're saying you could still try. You could still try. Well, you can have sex with anything.
No, I
So
say
that
you can be you're still a woman. I'm not saying you can try to have sex. I'm saying like you're still a woman. You're not
Okay,
less
but
of a woman because woman
I'm
is
not
more.
saying she's less of a woman. I'm saying she's a different kind of woman. That's a third kind. It's a
No,
different kind.
there's no different kind. You're a woman regardless if you can like reproduce or not, because womanhood
you're
is
still a
not built
woman.
up by the sake of if you can
Yeah,
like
you're
give
just a
birth.
different kind of woman. So it's like
No,
third kind.
you're still a woman, just a
Second
woman,
kind.
not a third.
Second, third, whatever. It doesn't
No,
matter.
no,
The point
like
is, it's
you
a
are
different
a
thing.
woman.
It's no longer a reproductive sexual model. So it is
Doesn't matter.
different thing. Same with a man who's been turned into a eunuch. He's no longer capable of making children. He's no longer fits into the stock of men that will make children. He's outside of that. He's a different kind, a third
He's
kind.
still a man biologically, which is what we're talking about. He's still a man. There's women and there's men. You can't change the
Oh,
fact
so
that
there's
he's
four
still a man.
kinds then.
No,
Yeah, men that can't reproduce, men.
no,
Women that
because
can't reproduce, women.
if they die, 200 years from now, they won't be able to say, "Oh, this woman couldn't fucking breed." Okay, she couldn't give a baby. Okay, they won't be able to see
it'll be in
because by
history.
the end of the day, they're gonna say that was a man and that was a woman. There's no fourth kind. There's no third kind. There's a man and there's a woman because when you die, there's only fucking biology and your DNA left with like anything.
Okay. All right.
Yay!
It's over. Yay.
Give me high.
All right.
Abe. I like Abe. He gave me anxiety.
All right. So
She says she pissed in her chair over the other woman. So
Oh, this is like I am sitting in a kiddie pool of pee right now. Okay, like Abe is so.
Oh my goodness.
He's so scary. He has
Right,
a lot
Glenn.
of good points.
Glenn, who won that?
Fucking Abe, I'm sorry, bro, but
I took the argument. It's my
you
fault.
did. I want to say that you did a really good job at trying to
Extract yourself.
but I guess the girl that pees on herself took the W on that one.
does this mute button not fucking work? Is me muting myself completely fucking pointless? Exactly what I'm talking
I'm
about.
not gonna say that ever again. Okay.
Did you pee on yourself, EOD?
No. No, I did not pee on myself.
You
No.
won't. That's why you don't win. Winners go all the way.
Okay. All right, I got you.
Manhole inspector Anson Knowles. What do you got?
Abe, you had a really clean rhetorical argument. I really appreciated that when Lily was making arguments based on biology, that you were able to show contradictions in her logic consistently, and she really had no way to refute that other than repeating herself. It was really, she really kind of fell flat in her argumentation. And Abe, you also had more humor in your argument, and it was more forceful, but just barely. Lily's a vexing feminist, so she's annoying, and she's
I
she's
don't do
been
vaccines, you fucking little cunt face.
yeah. Well, I don't know what you just said. And then there's in terms of style and delivery, again, Abe, I thought that the humor that you added in some situations, which you tend to do in your arguments, and I really appreciate that kind of style, because it softens up the crowd and creates a rapport with the audience when you do that. And Lily, you were just totally flat on that also.
Yes.
In terms of style and delivery, maybe it's the
100%.
accent. You sound very rigid. I don't know if it was all the time that y'all spent being occupied by Germany in World War II that made you sound so rigid.
No, we gave up. We gave up.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said that. It's hilarious. And then in terms of strategy, Abe, you had a better strategy, but I was looking at the chat, and I think that the chat actually sided with Lily so much because you beat her so soundly that they felt sorry for her and thought that her arguments were pathetic and started making fun of them. And so I thought that actually she had more chat audience engagement because of that. Abe, you won 19. Lily had 13. Congratulations, Abe.
And me on the line.
Yeah, that was a pretty
insulting on the line.
I'm gonna go with Lily though. She did kind of bring some better arguments to it. So I'm just going with how I hear it over the few minutes that we have. So
I think Lily did a really good job too. I really do. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
But
see, it's not me.
That doesn't count for nothing.
Abe, you did great debating the counter argument.
Okay.
You're doing like ass backwards.
Can we be honest here? She gave him a losing argument. There's no way he could try to justify this and convince anybody. It's like
I know that I was so way behind in the way of arguing, is like, you don't know how to you don't know how to do that, you don't know how to do that. I was like, I gotta pick something in my favor, okay? And I'm still probably gonna lose, but I want to hear him. I even said it to Grid. I want to hear him debate the other side of this because he's so good at debating the losing side that's funny. I want to hear it.
Abe does a really good job, and he can debate the other side, even though
I love hearing him doing the other side. It's so funny. I even said, like, I just want to hear him. Even if I lose, I want to hear him debate the other side of that.
Or if I'd gone way further, it would have been to my favor, but I don't believe it enough to do it that way. So
no.
I was gonna say, Abe, I wanted to hear you say like there are 19 fucking genders, like shit like that. But
well, no, so she was very careful to say sex, not gender.
Yeah.
Which was kind of a weird, which is Abe. I was gonna say that when we talked about it, I thought you were gonna go a different direction with it.
Same. I thought he was going to go into sex, like gender direction instead when he started.
No, you actually did really well by calling him on that. But I thought Abe was going to go with sure there may be only two defined sexes, but and he kind of did. He just made the argument in a different way that I probably would have, right? But that's okay, it's Abe, that was you lost by just basically not making her frame the argument properly before you started.
I picked something that was not beneficial for you, and I was
you just
nearly
got
suckish at it, but not fully.
Got reversed if Abe had the opposite argument.
How the fuck could I defend that? How could I defend that?
Lily, don't listen to what these people are telling you. You absolutely lost that debate because you had the affirmative position, and it was your job to defend a specific.
know
Oh,
I
worldview.
come on! You're just an asshole.
Lost
No,
horribly.
no.
The other
I know
judges
a
I
are
lot.
agree with
wrong.
Anson.
Grit is
I
wrong.
know a
I mean,
lot.
I agree
and you
with
know what?
Anson. I honestly thought that I thought Abe was going to take it. I agree with Anson.
I tried to take a point I thought I could win because I knew he was like that much better
Right.
than me, and I actually thought
The
it was going to
problem
lose
was
because
is
he had
that
a lot of good points.
the problem was is that because when you hear the prompt and you say, well, okay, well, the Lily, the reason you won is you pre-programmed the chat to think that Abe was going to lose
That's not
because
that's not a
I
like
because
think it was just such
the
fuck it.
chat hears two genders and they
I said
cannot
sex.
accept an argument against it, even though the reality is that Anson's right. It was your job to, when he said there are eunuchs, there are people who are born sterile, there are people who are born without,
But
with
that's not a gender.
ill-formed.
That's not a
Well, you
gender.
said sex. You didn't say gender. You said sex, and so
Yeah.
when someone's born with malformed or no sex organs, that defeats your argument. Your job was, when he said that, which he did, very good job, Abe. You just could have hammered that a little better. When he said that, your job was to shut him down and say, no, those are people, and you kind of did, but you weren't. I didn't think you
Not
were
hard
strong
enough.
about it. I am in the same boat with Anson. I thought that you probably it would have been really close.
So I should have been harsher when he said the wrong term.
Well, you could have yeah, she did cleaner. Yeah, she did say gender at first, and then she said sex. She changed it. It was fine. We understood what she meant. No, I mean, so you can always say, well, even if I grant those, okay, this is a very good thing to do in a debate. I would have agreed that you would have won had you said, I will grant you that there are these things in nature that happen. However, the
Gender doesn't happen in nature.
Grid. Here's what I'll tell you is you got a panel where a lot of men like to show up and like to fucking joust against one another, and you have one lady who's willing to come back and participate, who's very much on the left, and you have another lady who's very much on the right, and that's I you know what, I'll claim her. I fucking claim Lily. You deserve to fucking be here.
Thank you.
So.
But I want to say there's no place in nature for gender because no animal actually identifies as bullshit.
In a relationship, we get it. You keep on trying to claim her. Okay,
I don't know.
She's already been claimed.
I know that.
Amphibians that switch
dirty
sex.
simp, dirty.
Listen, you can actually like be on the side with the people, because if he was actually doing it on Abe, no one said he's gonna bum him later. No one would say that. No, wait. No one. Some people would say that. I'd say
So at any rate, this was a great night. Lower class Lily is.
I'd like to say
pretty base. Not
I'd like to
100%.
say I'd give it
We're
to
gonna work
Lily.
on Lily a little bit.
Wait, what, please?
I'll give it to Lily.
Yeah.
Can I
All
hear
right?
why?
For one reason, it's refreshing to hear a woman that's comfortable being either on top or on the bottom.
True story.
Oh, goodness sakes.
That's funny.
Well,
I mean, it's not wrong.
This is true.
it's not right either, though.
Depends where I am.
The question is, right or left, but whatever.
Depends
So
how you perform.
yeah,
It's positioned in front of a mirror.
Pretty good.
I don't like mirrors.
I don't know.
Neither do I. I can't see anything. It's just a floating hat.
That's because you're a vampire.
So,
You
Lily,
don't have them on your ceiling, then. That's what
Lily, you asked earlier what you were in our terms, in American terms, in terms of your political ideology.
We should have made
I
your
would-
character a vampire.
based on your statements about your support of the system that is in Europe and how you think of it positively, I'd actually put you as a democratic socialist.
Even in the sake of the rest of what I've said.
Yeah, I mean, just because you're not, an insane person who thinks that there's more than two genders doesn't mean that you can't be a socialist.
No. That's true. That's true. But I feel like I'm like not necessarily like fully there. If I could,
I'll ask you this, Lily. What is your feedback on mine and Castle's debate on universal healthcare?
Didn't listen.
You didn't listen, you bitch.
I got a beer. I was peeing.
It's okay. It's all right.
I was peeing.
Well, at least you weren't peeing in your chair.
That's
all right,
true.
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen, we have to call it a night. I'm sorry. I'm going to bed.
It's fucking 3 o'clock.
And as we all know, that if I'm not here, the show doesn't end. So for those of you who do not know what I'm talking about, Anson, I let Anson Knowles a couple of weeks ago run the show, and he could do everything about running the show except shut the show down. And Andrew Wilson had to call me at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and tell me to turn my. I answer the phone. Andrew's like, "Bro, you're still live." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Why am I'm not live?"
From your pocket.
Yeah, it's very, very funny.
StreamYard is a funny thing.
I hope you would actually have. I know it's the first time I'm here, except for the freezing the other day, but I really enjoyed tonight. I think people was nice. I feel like it was very clean, and people actually had some very solid points that even if you don't agree with them, you can actually listen to what the fuck their point is, and that's what I appreciate. Like, I don't have to be right because of an opinion. I just want people to be actually calm and argue their opinion from a place
engage
of,
in the
calm.
conversation. Yeah,
exactly. So I very much appreciate it. I hope I can be invited back one day.
I hope to see
Cleaner 409. We can't go to Anson's for an after party. He lit a match and burned that bitch down on his way out the door.
you can come to mine for an after party.
Yeah,
Dude.
absolutely. You can. I need a link. Give me a link. I'll read everybody. Throw it in the back chat. I'm all set up right now.
You can send it.
Push the button.
Anyway, so what was I going to say? I was going to say something. Now I forgot. I don't remember. It's all right. I'll think of it.
You were gonna say that EOD is the greatest channel on YouTube, and everyone should like and subscribe to EOD.
I mean, I was not actually, but since you did, that'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, it's so I have to say, with the exception of the Furby and Steelman, all of the guests that we've had for every show have been pretty good. Not a lot of talking over people. I think I've only had to warn people one time to knock it off with talking over and screaming at each other. I think we've only had. I mean, honestly, this, the crowd here at this show, it rocks, man. I mean, it would be, and we can't consistently get new people through, right? And other people that come through to try it and hang out.
I was so excited to actually just being put in contact with you. It was like you told me about what it was. I was like, I fucking love the concept. Let me on.
Yeah, it's and there, like I said, there is another debate show out there, and several people leave here and go there, and that is totally cool. I do not. Unlike a lot of shows, I don't require your undying attention, and I don't gatekeep where you can and cannot get your entertainment. So, if you want to go watch another debate show,
all of you like YouTube people?
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah.
Wobbly's on Kick for the most part. I'm on Kick as well, and I believe at least a few of us also restreamed to Rumble. Yeah.
I feel like I'm the only been on like Twitch since 2019. Then.
Twitch is garbage, girl. You need to get the fuck out of there.
I
No.
told her that. I told her that she's resistive.
Listen, okay, I just came back, so I've had like 1.5 year break due to moving back from England and the sickness and whatever. I got back like 2 months ago. I'm streaming like a few times a week. I actually have already a level of viewers that's like 16, 15, 16 average from coming back for 2 months.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because all of those suckers that I love, by the way, they took over the Discord channel and they had their own life. It's not my Discord channel anymore. They just they didn't live in there, okay? They talk with each other every day. And
You gotta own that fucking Discord, otherwise your fucking mods will take it over. That's for damn sure.
No, they're just like they're talking every day to each other. It's like, okay, apparently this is I don't have it's not mine anymore. It's just I love the fact that can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The fact having people in streams doesn't matter if it's Kick, Twitch, or YouTube.
Yeah,
people who interact with you can talk with is the fucking blessing of any streamer.
The back and forth is
like,
very good. Yeah,
it's so nice to be like, oh, what did you do this weekend? Oh, you talked about this the other weekend.
It doesn't have to be blood sports though. I mean, that's something a lot of people don't seem to understand.
The person who drops in and fills you up on their divorce that they were so sad about, or the new pool they tried to build and they fucking failed. You know, that is like the blood of Twitch or streaming for me.
Yeah.
That does actually sound very feminine. I'm glad. However,
I mean, I feel like you might have a vagina on your bum hole right now.
I gotta be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you not talking with your streamers? You're fucking like, is it like, no?
Well, we talk. We have great conversation. One of the things about my channel is I always have great conversations with people, but that's the end.
Is it about chest hair and like
no? That's one of the
scrotum
things
cancer.
I love about Grid is he pays attention to the normal chat as well. You don't have to super chat. Grid will read his.
I don't
chat
super
and
chat.
talk to you.
Yeah,
he doesn't care. He'll still talk. To you.
I can't even get super chat. So the only way I pay attention to the chat is to pay attention to the regular chat.
When you pay and it.
No. I don't have enough viewers for that. I have like
yeah, but you don't have to have the viewers to pay him to talk to him.
No, I'm not on this. I'm not on YouTube.
Kissy Cat, the bimbo one, because I was simping.
Who's simping?
Fucking Anson apparently is simping really hard.
Anson did not simp. I'm shocked.
There is no one in here who's actually simp, okay? There's no one here who's actually fucking
go inside and I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna review this to make sure I didn't fucking dream it.
I'm simping a little bit, Lily. I am.
There's no simping.
You're simping a lot. So the cat. So yes, Kissy Cat. A cat won. It was the night of the pussy.
I appreciate you having Wobbly on a lot. Wobbly's a good dude. Y'all just need to talk to him just like regular instead of trying to fucking engage in debate and shit, do debate tactics and all that garbage. Wobbly's a fucking great dude, man.
So remember, guys, this is just one aspect of my channel. I do a lot of like interviews and chats one-on-one and stuff like that. Lily, I really want you to come on. We can have a normal discussion, but this is the debate show, so that's what it is.
Yes, I would love to. I know you sent me the link yesterday, but I fell asleep.
Yeah, I know. I even messaged you, and I was like,
I know, but right now it's 9 a.m. Okay, I'm really trying. The only reason I'm up this late is because I already showed you guys my leg scar. I am studying. I am educated in computer science. And I'm done with that. I'm doing a top up in product development as a bachelor. But this semester, which is my second, I got this surgery in my leg, and they said, "Hey, you should turn in sick," you know. But the issue, they didn't tell me they only offer the semester in January, so they only offer it to me in January 26th.
I have bad news for you, Lily. Is that Indians who wield AI better than you are going to take over your fucking job. So
they're not. Trust me, I've seen what AI do. It's like, I don't know. AI is like ridiculously bad. But what I'm trying to
do a
say
bunch
is like I have nothing to do until January 2026 because I'm getting paid to go to school. I'm getting paid 2,500 American dollars every month to do nothing until January. And my
Well, if
biggest
I could get
issue-
that, that would be fucking amazing. I'm not getting that.
My biggest issue is like the consistency. So I'm trying to actually on Twitch, what the fuck I'm doing, do full time. So if anyone want to see person who's absolutely failing, I hope you will join me on this Twitch. You know, it's horrible. I promise.
A lot of people are failing on
I
Twitch.
burp, I curse, and I also fart.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys can all go over to EODs and continue this. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Where am I going?
To EODs, to my channel. We're gonna come to my channel. We're gonna hang out in my Discord.
To the Boner channel. That's where
I posted it in the private chat. I'm pretty sure a couple of mods posted it in the regular chat. Yeah.
The raid's already set up, so
I don't know what.
All you gotta do is hang out.
yeah, I think
Well,
so.
if she's on YouTube.
Yeah, if you are you watching the show in YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, if there's
She's in
anything
the
you can
chat.
do is watching bullshit, watch it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the show, and we're gonna get you out of here. I really appreciate everyone's.
Can I
showing
say
up.
one thing for the last?
Yeah.
Of course you can.
I want to show you my Magic the
Might as
Gathering
well.
collection.
Oh no! She just
So
opened
I
this
just got
this
new
deck
Magic
right
the
now.
Gathering cards from like the series
You're
that
not
is,
supposed to open those.
I want to show you the
You just destroyed their entire value. I think
Mom, you
EOD is
destroyed
going to
your entire value.
I've got a box of those.
I don't care about Magic.
They still hold value
They
too.
don't
If they're-
matter.
Yeah.
You politely. I'm taking it back in.
Oh my goodness
I've
sakes!
got a box.
Go
of those
show them
back.
off. Go show
All
them off at EODs.
See you,
Yeah,
Grid.
go to
Hi.
the Geek Squad, and
right.
that's what we're gonna send you. So you guys are gonna go to EODs. He's gonna hang out. You guys are gonna have fun.
Y'all
I really
little
appreciate
cunt.
everybody showing up tonight. Really, really good show tonight. I really enjoyed it. And yeah,
Wait,
where's
did I
Crystal
win?
Strange when you get the geek stuff coming out? Chris, I think there's some
Shake
pressure there
down,
for
kid.
Chris not to come over here and hang out with us anymore. And I, he doesn't, he's trying to be a good guy. That's okay. He sent me a message. No,
Did I
no
win?
harm, no foul. I would never do that, but that's okay. I mean, I would never pressure someone to not go somewhere, right? Like, a matter of fact, I have actually considered raiding into the other game show just to prove what a bigger man I am.
What is the other game show? I don't know shit. Help
You
me.
are that bigger man, Grid. Be the big man.
I will help you figure all of this shit out, Lily. You have stumbled into a whole community right now.
That's true.
So,
Send me a
at any
DM.
rate, go have fun over at EODs. I will see everybody tomorrow night for the chill stream. Lily,
Salud.
you got to show up. Get some sleep. Drink a few Red Bulls. You'll be fine.
I'm not sleeping. I slept all day to be here.
Yeah, sleep all day
Good.
again and be here again tomorrow.
I'm
Same
gonna sleep
time.
like 3:00 p.m.
Perfect. And we're going to start up and tomorrow night for the chill stream. We're just going to chill. We're going to talk about whatever and no debating, none of that. In the meantime, go hang out with EOD. And as always, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And get off my darkened lawn. Don't trip on your way out the door.
Get off my lawn.
Why is it darkened, Grid? Why is it darkened?
He
Because it's
peed
so
on it.
good.
He peed on it.
I don't know, but get out. Go away. We're
All right.
clear. You guys,
All right, all right.
can wander off now.
Cheers, Grid. Thank you so much for the raid, man.
Golf
Cheers.
course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Cheers.
Also, make
fucking
sure you
amazing.
sub up over there because he needs all the help he can get.
I certainly do, man. I'm really short on 1,000 subs. We gotta get to 1,000 subs. Thanks so much, good raiders. Welcome in. How y'all doing? Cheers. We're just hanging out for a little bit of after party here. We're gonna jump into the Discord and then we'll continue the discussion. So, cheers, good.
But all right.
All right.
Why not?
All right. Yeah. Lily, are you part of the raiding party?
I have no clue.
Are
I don't
you
know where I am.
Are you still watching on YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, so when you look on YouTube, you're probably looking at my stream right now.
No,
What do you mean no?
I'm an unreasonable man.
All right. Tell you what.
There were like 3 people watching.
Yeah, I gotta leave.
It's not done.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Cheers, Agrilopolis. Thank you so much, man.
Wait.
He did give me some fair judgments. I did appreciate
Wait,
that.
did I win? Yay!
You won a little bit of something.
I don't know what that is, but I won.
All right, I posted into the private chat. You find your way over here, and we'll get there. All right.
I don't know where that is. What am I looking at?
YouTube. The private chat over on the side of the window that we're currently talking to each other in. If you click on chat, there's 2 tabs: stream, private.
Oh yeah, which one of them?
Private.
No, which one of them? There's 3.
What 3?
There's a Discord. Oh. Join the Discord. Yes.
Join the Discord. Definitely.
And we have that one. And we have that one. Yay!
Right in there? All right, good.
Yes. There's a me and you. Oh, I'm on somewhere. Hi.
Okay.
And somewhere else. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Join the Discord. We'll do it in Discord. Okay?
Yes. Bye.
All right. Bye. Oh. Yeah. Everybody's a boomer, I swear. All right. Let's see. We got Cleaner and we got So Wobbly so far. And Oxcat. My goodness sakes. Kissy Cat, how are you doing, sir? Ma'am. I want to call you sir because you gave me a lot of money, but I will, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just coming to say hi.
It's good to see you. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm here. How are you doing?
I am doing just fine. We had a good debate. We had a couple of back and forths with Abe, and I lost. One of them, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm happy. I'm happy to give it to Abe because Abe is an excellent debater, and some people aren't. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, so that's why I don't do it.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan.
What's up, Ryan?
Umbreon says hi too.
Oh. I know, right, Steven? How can you misgender me? Crazy.
I'm sorry. I'm not misgendering you. Okay. Here's the thing: is there's a Star Trek fucking series called Voyager where there's some contention over whether or not Captain Janeway, who is a woman, her name is Catherine Janeway, should be called Sir or Madam. And she prefers Sir, so like that's sticking out in my mind. I'm like, okay, so the proper respect is Sir. That's what I'm saying. But
that's just because they made it an extension of the Navy. That's all.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, well, I don't prefer sir.
I understand.
But it's okay.
Much love, Oxycat.
Oh, Lord.
I think she even.
This is just for Cat.
I think she even gave the Navy answer. You can call me sir or captain.
She did. Catherine Janeway did. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that episode myself. That was a good one.
Yeah. That's a cute dog, Ryan. It is. It's a very cute dog.
It's precious.
He's the cutest. He's the best boy. He's like, why'd you wake me up?
We got Lily as well.
Why does that crazy woman always want to see me?
What's up, Lily?
Hi.
Hello,
I
Lily.
would say
Welcome.
you're not a debater. You're a master debater.
I'm a masturbator. Well, I mean, I can be, yeah, and I certainly do.
Real DJ hours.
Yeah, well, what can we say about that? All I can say.
Why didn't I debate Ryan? Okay, I was promised like weird ass.
Well, I think based on our interactions the other night, like
2 seconds.
I think we agree on like the majority of things, except for maybe on the edge some trans issues.
I
but,
won
like,
because I picked a super topic that was like I was on topic, but he's better than me. Only reason I won.
I'll tell you, the fun debates are whenever you get into a debate with somebody and you're arguing a position that you don't actually believe in, and you've got to argue it to win. Those are when it gets really, really fun because you learn a lot more about what the other side actually believes and thinks and their research, how they do things, all of that.
I do think it's
I'm
useful
not
to do
used
that.
to this.
It also takes a certain level of skill to be able to argue an opponent's viewpoint.
Kind of got caught in that, huh?
If you if you just listen, if you're like a really good listener, it helps. Like if you can
Oh, yeah.
explain like the conversation that or like whatever your opponent's talking about, if you can just explain it really well, it just shows that you're like actually listening to them when they're talking.
Yeah,
No one
definitely.
having a webcam. Why don't I?
There she is.
Ryan's pretty good. He's a pretty good debater himself.
Debater.
He's getting a lot better nowadays too.
I'm just been doing so many more and that experience is starting to compound.
Yeah, the more you do, it's like the more fluent you get with the quick whip type comebacks on explanations and
Well,
arguments.
it only.
I need something more to drink.
Yeah.
Give me both.
Wait, no, I take it back. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that's a ginger. There's a.
That's me. I'm the ginger. How you doing?
They said you were a ginger today.
I'm not actually a natural ginger. It's unnatural.
Maybe we turn all of us on, and Oxcat will be forced to come on too.
Yes.
Cat can do whatever Cat wants to do. She is not forced to do anything. I'm not hearing that bullshit.
I'm playing with her.
No. I have my reasons.
Yeah, you're fine.
100% ginger.
It's all right. It's good to see you, Cat. How you
Like,
doing?
Whatever the light you have there.
Yeah. I say this, Lily, is that I was impressed with some of your argumentation tonight. It was quite well founded, and
Ask what? Because I haven't what I.
well, particularly the stuff about genders and against Abe and that was really well. That was really well done.
So fast that I'm not sure what I.
You're not sure what you did right?
No, I'm not sure what I did right or wrong because it went so fucking fast. I had 5 minutes to fucking break him down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the format. Yeah.
I'm not used to that. That's my second speed debate.
Speed debates are good for getting down that quick-wittedness, so that whenever you're in like a long-form debate and somebody says something that's objectionable or fallacious or something that just doesn't follow logic, right? You can catch them real quick on it and be like, "Oh, hold on, that's not right. I'll tell you why too." You know.
Which is why
Speed
I'm trying
debates
to
are good for that.
understand what my good points were, what I did wrong. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the good points when you're arguing with Abe, the good points were when you kept bringing it back to the two sexes and the identification of there being two sexes, and even when he brought up the middle ground, the intersex, he said, "Yeah, but that's still just one of the two." And I mean that helps, because when you keep bringing it back to the main point, the thing that you're arguing.
I lost there. I felt like I was like mumbling in this part, because I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
I
the
tried-
overall debate. But the point, the thing is, so in a debate, part of the debate is picking the right prompt, right? You want to pick a good prompt, something that you can actually argue, something that you can articulate really well. You want to pick points that support that, which you had 2 good points that supported that really well. And then you want to keep bringing your opponent back to those points until either you defeat them or they defeat your points. When they
Don't
defeat
move
1
further and
point,
stay at it.
right, yeah. And if you can keep them coming back to those points when you're on the affirmative side, keep them coming back to those points, then you're holding command of the debate. And when you're in command of the debate, everybody in the chat notices that. Everybody that's one of the judges, at least in like Grid's speed debate forum, they notice that and they'll pay attention to it and they'll call it. They'll say, yeah, no, Lily was in command through the whole thing, or Abe was in command through the whole thing. You can watch some of the past debates that have happened on Grid's channel, and you'll see a
Feel
lot of
like
the judges will do that.
the entire eunuch thing was like a side bullshit, but I feel like maybe that's a way to try to bring me away from it, because like being a eunuch, it just means like you got your dick cut off. You know what I mean? I was just like, how is
Right.
that even? What?
That doesn't make you a woman, does it? It certainly doesn't.
Right.
Or a man? It doesn't, like, you're what you were before. Like your genitals got cut off.
Right. Well, and I mean,
Well, when I was
almost nobody ever
debating
brings up
you,
the X only that is rarely born. There's
when I was
actually
debating
there's,
you, I
there's
couldn't.
actually people that are born with no gender.
What are you saying, Wobbly?
Or no sex, you mean?
When I was debating,
Yeah, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Cleaner. See, I was on a side that I didn't believe in. So the only thing I could do is throw something out that's so absurd that made you step back a little bit.
Right.
That's the only thing I could do.
And that was kind of what Abe did with the eunuch thing. That was why he brought that up. Abe was taking a side that he didn't necessarily believe in, so he was trying to find a way to argue it or to poke holes in what Lily's affirmative was. That's typically the only job of the person that's on the refutation side, is normally just to poke holes in the opposition. But sometimes, if you're in a long form debate, you can win a lot of points by going on ahead and engaging with your opposition's viewpoint, what their worldview is on what you're talking about, and poking holes in theirs after you've already defended yours and they haven't been able to poke holes in it. Then you just gain even more strength and momentum, and it's obvious to everyone then that you won. So,
well,
That's the thing. Like, I was like, because like at the end of the day, I wanted to debate about it. I feel like it was a trap. I now know it was a trap. But for me, it's like, if I could debate it along 5 minutes, I feel like I could push down on why this is not actually a like third, because that's just like a guy who actually got his cut off.
Right.
And I feel like I know I only had debates today, but I actually feel like I learned other people and how they did it. So
you will each time you do it.
I wish Abe was here to defend himself, but I would say a lot of times what Abe does when he engages with the devil's advocate fucking debate is it sort of assumes the opposition argument a little bit and then argues that a little bit in order to see where the other person is at, whether it's me or you, as it might be, Lily.
it was a coin flip. I feel like.
Yeah.
What was the topic you guys were debating?
I said that there's sex.
Two
But
sexes.
they misunderstood it first and thought it was like genders, and then I corrected it, starting sex. Went to the
Yeah.
fact like they're still eunuchs. Like, no, because the way I argue, they're only gear. You have egg potential or sperm.
Is it my audio? Is it just me that she's cutting out for? Or is it?
She's a bit cutting out, yeah, a little bit.
She's
Okay, I was just
cutting out
making,
a
I
little
wasn't
bit.
sure. Yeah.
It might be
I
the
thought
audio
it might have been
detection.
just me. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah,
Might be,
it might have just been the audio detection.
So, the way I define like sex is like you have meat, which is either you have potential to create sperm.
I wanted to correct you on that. It's
eggs.
it's gamete. It's not Gary meat. It's gamete.
Oh, gamete.
Gamete. Gamete. Yeah.
Gamete.
I just chalked it up to accent. I knew it was you, man.
Thank you. I only read things on like I'm appreciated. But I feel like there's that because a lot of people who's like the entire gender and sex thing, they're like, oh, it's like X and Y chromosome. No, it's not because you have like a mix of each. So it's not that, and trying to put it up as Unix is like a very weird point.
Yeah, it's a weird angle.
Gimme leads into the genetic argument, which is, obviously there are only two sexes from a biological perspective, right? So, that's all you really need to say about that. In my opinion, there doesn't need to be any more drilling down on it than that, other than the fact that
Interesting though.
this whole concept of being fluid gender or a mass spectrum of fucking genders is insane. That's what we need to be arguing against. That's the problem, right?
I don't think that's insane.
Point is,
I think
like,
I think
gender is also based on sex, and you can't remove it from that. Okay, it comes from what you are born as, what you identify as, what you look like. That is like a mixture of that. You can't just like part it.
Well, I think-
and
I
you
think
know
generally-
what? To be fair to it, I think I understand where the gender concept was going originally, but I think that a lot of
Getting
people
there.
kind of took it way out of control. Like they blew it way out of control and turned it into their entire life about their gender sexuality. Whereas originally it was just describing there's tomboys in the world, there's, girly guys in the world. It wasn't saying like you're a different type of sex or anything like that. It was just something to identify that you were a little bit more feminine or a little bit more masculine
Yeah,
when
but
you were the opposite sex. That's all.
can I say something that's actually like, okay, so I'm reading a book currently that's about those things that actually kind of make me mind blown and think. There is no such thing as a trans woman who is less, because if you come from a place of sexuality studies, sexual studies, you are biological male attracted to a woman, so you are straight by the default. If you are a trans woman sexually attracted to a male, you are homosexual. Trans lesbian does not exist in that realm.
Right.
You can
That's in
only
the
be
scientific realm.
Well,
yes,
I don't know.
yeah,
if
that's what I mean.
Right. Yeah.
I have some issues with this. I think so.
No,
I
in
don't
the
know,
scientific realm, it doesn't exist.
Well, I don't know about that because, like, when I think about the distinction, I mean, do you distinguish between sex and gender?
No, it's not about that. When it comes
Well,
down to
the reason
sexuality,
I-
it's the study of sex.
Hold on just a second, Lily. What I would say is that we just got a $5 fucking donation from Corey Barton. Cheers, Corey Barton. Woo, 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 woo. Okay, so Radical Coder, clarify your point.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
The reason
Can I
I
just
ask,
like trying
Oh,
to
yeah, go
say
ahead,
that
Lily.
there's
Yeah.
for me it's more like
Radical Coder, clarify your point.
I understand that
No,
there's
hold,
like
Lily, hold
I
on.
said, let her go. Let her go.
All right.
he told me to go. I'm gonna bring out the tape. Wait. Okay, so for the people that don't know, I actually tape my mouth shut every time I got muted.
You go. If he says you go, you go.
No,
that
I'm
was
just gonna
incredibly
say-
cool of her
Goddamn
too,
right.
by the way. She was a very good sport during that show.
Thank you very much. But just gonna try and say the fact is more that it's for me. It's more like it's not on the I feel part. I'm not saying that's wrong in any part. I'm just saying if you go down to a biological feel, if you die, you're gonna be something by the end of the next century. If someone is gonna unearth you and they're gonna find your bones and they know who the fuck you are, they're gonna say, okay, this fucker fucked a guy. Therefore, he was homosexual. Because by history, they know that you were engaged to this person in papers, you know what I mean? And it's not the feeling part, it's more the fact like biologically down to that. There's no
Data science, the fact science.
science. There is
Right.
no trans female less. There's only trans male lesbians or trans homosexual or gay. I don't even know. Okay. I just read the book.
What
There's
book
so
is it,
many
by the way? I'm
things.
curious.
Oh, I'm gonna get it. Give me a second.
Yeah, no
I,
problem.
I get what she means.
Yeah, me
She
too.
she is speaking just about the
I'm gonna
hard
hate her.
science and not the
And you know what?
psychosciences,
You're
though.
like, oh, Lily is so like, Lily has no clothes on. You know what? You know what? Okay, I have ADHD and my new medication make me sweat like a fucking. Okay, if I don't have nothing on, I'm gonna be like a sweat pool of fucking.
We don't need to know all of this. This is not OnlyFans. Come on.
But people
I
have said
didn't
that
even
to
notice that.
Okay,
I
no.
really didn't even notice that. I
So,
was looking at
the
the
end
little
of
colorful
gender.
things next to Ryan, actually.
The end of
The end of gender. All right.
But it's a doctor who talks down in the very, very basic, biology level. It's not about what I feel. It's like
Oh, Deborah Sill.
Right.
Heard of this woman.
what is technically there is no lesbian trans woman. I'm not saying trans woman is nothing worse, but there's no such thing as in the science field of society.
Yeah, so I think that's one lens that you could look at trans people, and sure, I would I might even accept that argument. I think it's kind of reasonable, but like when we think about homosexuality generally, what I think is what we're talking about is like what gender people are attracted to, and what I mean by that is like
No, what
mi-
sex? No, wait. Homosexual, homosexual. Wait, homosexual
I think it's both.
is no,
clear.
it is the attraction to sex, not
But we-
gender.
But we don't have a word for homogenderality, right? Like, so, like, I
Exactly,
think
so
homosexuality, like, if someone says
Alright,
they're
you
gay,
don't figure it out. I
if
gotta
someone
let my dog
presents as a man and they say they're gay, generally what they
You
mean
can
is
say
they're
gender,
attracted to
but you
masculine
can
features.
say gender. If you're attracted to everything, you're like pansexual.
Yeah, but
Well,
I'm just
and
saying, if
see-
you're, hang on, I'm just saying, if you are a man, if you look like me and you say I am attracted or I'm gay, if I said I was gay, I'm not gay, by the way. If I said I was gay, then what I'd be saying
If
is,
you were gay, that would
I'd be
be
saying
okay.
that I'm attracted to masculine features. If I was a woman, if I presented as a woman and I said I was gay, I'd be communicating that I'm attracted to feminine features. And I think that's generally what people are talking about. We talk like, of course, yeah. If
No,
somebody
I'm-
looks at your
I'm
skeleton
not
100 years from now, I'm almost
say
done. I promise.
something?
I promise. I'll shut up.
I'm
I
not
will.
offensive about it. Like, I want to hear your point, but I want to hear it on behalf
Okay,
of
go ahead.
mine.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not trying to say there's nothing wrong with trans women being attracted when they are. It was more the term is that technically term-wise is
Right.
no lesbian. It's
But
not
what
they're.
what
I
you
don't give
two
a
are
fuck what they're
identifying,
attracted to. I don't care what they identify as. I'm just
what you
trying to
two are
say
identifying is that there is a breakdown in language because we don't have
the
correct
language.
definitions and words to define this new concept that's in reality right now. And to be fair, all right, yes, the data sciences show us the XY, the XX, things like that, right? But we're intellectual beings and we're beings of a social construct. That's how we do best is by having a society and having a social construct that we all adhere to. And that is where the gender side of it comes into. And I do think the gender thing has been blown way out of proportion, but I do
Yes.
think there is some merit to some of it. Now, I wouldn't say, like the hundreds of genders that there are is meritorious by any means. That's a little ridiculous. I think Ryan probably even agrees that 200, 300 genders is getting a little ridiculous, but
I think there's something to it.
I
That
hope
everyone
so.
has their own gender. I think it's, but I think generally I would say there's at least 3 genders.
But
Yeah,
gender's
that's
based
acceptable.
on like physical traits as well. Can
Generally, yeah. They usually it's
No, no,
right.
no.
We usually use it. We usually use physical traits to.
but when I say no, I'm gonna interrupt you.
Hey, hang on just a second.
Oh no,
3 genders is not acceptable. 3 genders is not acceptable. That's not acceptable. There are only 2.
Well, see,
There's,
and this
there's,
is
there's
this
men,
is
there's
the
women, and there's
problem, though.
non-binary people. At least
I want to hear the rest. What you
we
say.
could argue there's
All
more.
right. I'm sorry. Ryan, go ahead.
Clear, loud, clear. Hear the
Well, the thing is, like, what Ryan is talking about is a intellectual concept. We're not just instinctual beings anymore. Like, we've evolved past that. We now have intellect. We now have capability of feeling things and empathizing with other people on what they're feeling. A lot of the times we are next to somebody, we can tell they're angry without them even saying anything, just by their body language, or sometimes not even their body language, just a feeling we get from them. So
you're still
there
gonna
is
see
something
that
to be
people.
said about the soft sciences and how they're attempting to try and define things right now. And I don't think it's wrong for us to attempt to define things. I do
No.
think when we get ridiculously out of control with it, then we're going a little too far with it. But I do think there is some merit to this whole understanding of the gender identity. I think it's just what people are trying to define is I'm a little more tomboyish, or I like people who are a little more intellectual, things like that.
Agreed. But for me,
I
it's
don't.
more the fact for what I tried to define. Like I thought it was very interesting that down at a scientific level
Hmm.
within sexology, sex.
No, that's
You
right.
know what I mean? Fuck off.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
That there is no such thing as a transgender lesbian, and that's very where we're in right now because
Hmm.
how that sexuality it defines it is based on what is your DNA in between your legs in a mixture. Are you male? Are you female? It's not what you feel like. So if that is what you are, combined with what you're attracted to. So a female that is a trans woman that's attracted to women are actually straight. And I just thought it was very interesting because it's not it. I think the bigger issue is who is offended.
That's ultimately all the issue is. That's the only issue that's being raised is that certain people are being offended about this, and that somehow we need to kowtow as a society in order to fucking make way for that.
Well, I don't think anybody's actually asking you guys the critique. I think what's happening right now is that we're talking about how yes, when we say like a scientifically straight couple, like this term, I'm not even sure that this is a
We need to
meaningful
have
concept in
that
most
because
conversation
apparently
in
there's
most.
extra terms. We need to
But-
have
but-
that only because there's extra terms.
Okay, but in the real world, like outside of all this abstraction, we have people who identify as women who are in lesbian relationships, who are attracted to like whether they're trans or cis. Like we have trans women who are attracted to other women, and those people like often identify as if they're in lesbian relationships, whether they're dating cis women or trans women themselves. They usually identify themselves as lesbian, and I think that's reasonable to do so.
I think it was funny how you said outside of the abstraction and then went into talking about trans men and trans women.
Of course, I'm talking about people in the real world. Yeah.
Yeah, but the
I
fact is
think
it
what
doesn't change.
Ryan is talking about in the real world is our mental construct, not the data and the hard science of this fact is this fact, but the soft science of what is in our mental construct, which is fair. I understand what he's trying to say here. We just
I'd say
don't
it's
have
part of the
words to
science is
define it
analyzing-
correctly yet.
Analyzing how people identify.
We
and use
live
that
in a
identity.
world where people
Sorry.
want
Hold
to
on.
believe that like feeling is gonna overshine today, in my opinion. I'm not saying anyone else. Feeling is gonna overshine biology and actual scientific facts because I feel like a cloud today and tomorrow I'm a fucking like I don't know booger. I'm not. This is extremes. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to like. But feelings doesn't erase scientific facts.
Right.
I don't think anybody's claiming that
He's
it
not
does.
saying it does. He's not saying it does.
No, I'm not saying he does, but a lot of
Right.
people are doing this bullshit.
What I'm also asserting is that trans people I would align with them, and like they would be saying what I'm saying. Like I don't think trans
But
people are.
would you argue that trans people are still the biological sex?
Yes, but I would say they are the gender they identify with as well.
Yeah, gender, but are they still? Would you say that
Yeah.
they're not that?
Yeah,
you know,
I would
if-
say like trans. I mean, I generally wouldn't. I wouldn't like get into
No,
like
but
a
there are
conversation with
people
one and
that's
say it.
going to try to ask you that. You know, there's people.
Yeah,
Yeah, he'll
well,
agree,
sure,
but
I
he'll
don't
avoid
care.
that
Like-
at all costs.
No, like I'm willing to
I
say that
know
like
what you
trans women
mean,
are
but-
biologically male, but like I think what I would just
No,
say is they're
I-
trans women. I think that's
would say-
implicit in it's
personally, I would
included
say-
in the definition. I'm sorry.
One of my favorite is Blair. Blair.
Doesn't surprise me based on everything you said tonight, but she's the worst.
You know why?
I fucking love that lady. She's awesome. What are you talking about?
Of course you do, EOD.
She is beautiful and she's based. Okay.
And she hates trans
knows-
people.
No. By the end of the day, she
How
still
can she?
says, I am a biological male. I present as a female, but that doesn't like erase. She's still standing up for females. Okay.
I think she appeals to a certain set.
Okay, wait. Okay, hold on.
Chris Owens uses her blackness
Ryan,
as part of
I'm
her
so
product.
sad you
I-
weren't
I-
there today, okay? Because I'd rather want to debate with you, okay?
I want to take this to its absolute extreme. I want to take this to the absolute extreme. Okay, so you have a female prison, all female prison, all biological females are in this prison, and so then someone is convicted of a crime, whatever that crime might be. Okay, it doesn't matter what it is. It might be murder, it might be rape, it might be yada 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 on down the line.
Rape because it's
Oh, yeah, hold on. We gotta be careful with that word. I'm sorry. This is my bad.
Hey, it's your
Grape.
channel, Yeti.
Good rape. So, so
That's
what?
the angry kind.
What do we do? What do we do with people who identify as a woman who are identified as rapist? Right?
Happened in the UK.
It happened in the United States. It's happened in the United States. It's happened in the UK. It's happened in the United States. It's happened in Australia. Yeah.
And were arrested and sentenced for rape, went into women's prison, afterwards actually assaulted other women. And you know what happened with the women? It's documented. They were silenced. They were put in like isolation for like protest. I
They
have
use
nothing
duct tape?
against
I'd love
I
to
have
read about that.
nothing-
Quite frankly, when I hear stuff like that, I'm all.
Oh, it never happened. It never happened, you guys. What are you talking about? It never happened.
I'm just curious.
Nothing against trans women. I have something against people who uses it for the sake of getting into the prison better.
Yeah, so I would agree with that, but I would
You know what
also
I mean?
say,
You know, like
yeah,
those people are
somebody
not
who's using in
trans.
bad
Those
faith.
people are not trans.
Totally
Those
agree.
people are not trans. They're not
Like
trans.
if Steven Crowder was like wearing a dress and he got arrested
Imagine
for being a
someone
piece of shit like he
rapes a
is.
chick on the street.
Yeah, sure.
And
then
then
like suddenly
it-
that I'm a woman. Yeah, sure.
I'm a
I-
woman.
I,
Those are
I think
the
we can
people.
assume. Sorry.
No,
I
no.
think we can assume bad faith in some cases. But I think something we also have to be concerned about is a trans woman going into an all male prison. This person is
Agreed.
absolutely going to get destroyed. They're
But-
going to be assaulted constantly.
But
Best case
if you-
scenario.
People
No,
who
that's not
actually,
true.
I have a question
well,
for
you have
Ryan
no
that's
idea then,
actually
yeah.
super
Oh,
there.
no, I do. Yeah, it's not true.
Ryan, I have a question for you. People who are transgender, do they experience gender dysphoria?
Yeah.
Yes
I
or
think-
no?
Yes, most trans people experience gender dysphoria, I think. Yeah.
Every people who have that in the sense of medical, like, you know, that they experience it. My issue is there is a rise in people for the sake of the popularity who claims you do not need trans like gender dysphoria to be trans. And
I
it
think
hurts the people who
that-
are actually trans. It
Well,
hurts
hang
the
on, 'cause
people who are trans.
Does it hurt them though? Because I agree that like there's a
Yeah,
it's
you're
like
a
a
cloud.
category.
You're a cloud and you go into prison with females. You know, like, you know what I mean?
Well, that I think is the paramount discussion that is going on right now is this whole understanding of, all right, yeah, so are these people mentally ill or are they something that's just a little different that they want to change something about themselves to become?
Gender
And-
dysphoria is the mental illness that we're trying to alleviate, right? Like, because mental illness
Right.
is like
But
it's
a
a group of
definition
things.
of it. It's a
Right.
definition of it.
It is
Yeah,
mental
so-
illness. I
In
agree.
my opinion, I don't say you have to agree, but in my opinion, you need to have gender dysphoria to be transsexual.
Do you think you need gender dysphoria to start dressing or presenting as a different gender?
No, not necessarily. It depends where you are in your transition and how brave you are and where you are and how do I dare to do. But the uncomfortableness needs to be there for starting of I don't feel comfortable in my body. If it's not
I
there,
dressed as Fred Flintstone once, but that doesn't make me a caveman.
exactly. If I let's say I'm a trans
boomer.
woman, but I go in a women's bathroom and I have a full beard. If I'm comfortable with having a full beard, I don't necessarily have, you know, because you want to present gender dysphoria is wanting to present as what you feel like. If you have a full beard, you wouldn't be able to be in yourself. I
think
feel
that's
like
true in
those people,
99% of cases.
those people, 99, I agree. Most of those people actually present with a beard, say, I don't need trans like gender dysphoria. Like those are the people who do it for the sake of like TikTok. You know what I mean?
Right, so
Maybe.
now we're
And they
getting
hurt-
to the heart of what everyone in society's debate really is right now, okay? What you two have just gotten to is actually what the heart of the debate is, but it's what nobody really wants to talk about. All
I
right.
will talk about
So
it all.
so these people that are changing their gender, their sex to appeal their gender. All right. The large majority of the people that are against it are saying they're changing reality based on their feelings, or they're trying to change reality based on their feelings and force everyone else to adhere to their construct of reality because of their feelings. That's the pushback that they're getting right now.
Yeah,
Just
go ahead,
talk,
Lily.
Lily.
Yeah. No, it's just because class this class.
It's not
Bald
class.
guy. Bald guy. Bald guy.
Yeah,
Halfway
what?
bald guy.
Oh, lower class.
No, you did the finger thing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Anyways, I feel like it is I feel like, and people don't like this, but transphobia needs to, and will always be in psychological term of, state. It is a sphere of where you have something that's not within the norm. I have ADHD, okay? I acknowledge I'm not fucking normal, okay? My brain is different. That's no shame, but I need to acknowledge that it's that because I have been diagnosed by doctors and not just like on a whim. They went to a conference to do it, okay? Many doctors. And we need to do the same with transsexuals in the same way. Not self-identified, you can feel whatever the fuck. But if you want to actually medically transition and try to live your life as a woman. But my thing is, the people wants to do this, they don't care about it. They will gladly do it for the sake of living as a woman. Let's say trans woman. Let's be fair, the women are all the fucking problem most of the time. Men don't make any fuss, okay?
It's one of the people
Fucking
getting most
funny.
mad about,
It's
but there are
fucking-
just as many of
fucking
each,
funny.
really.
Yeah, but it's not the women are the problem. The men are just doing it.
Many such cases.
Yeah, but let's say trans woman. If you're actually trans, you have gender dysphoria, you're willing to do the transition, see the doctor, get the hormones, get the treatments. I don't say you have to like remove your dick. That's not what I'm saying. But if you actually are generally trans, you have a desire to present as female in society. You don't want a beard. Right?
Ultimately, what it?
I'm offended because I call mine Caesar.
Okay.
You're offended.
Hey, hang on a second. Everybody, hold the fuck on. Everybody, hold the fuck on. Shut the fuck up. Hold on.
All I want to do is bury Caesar.
All right, hold the fuck on. Okay, so Wobbly, I want to give you a chance to respond, and then Cleaner, I want to give you a chance to respond. But until we get there, we just got a $15 fucking cash app. Cheers to the person who did that. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to fucking figure that out. But
Yours, okay.
so Wobbly, go.
I already did.
All right, fine. Then Cleaner, what do you got?
Oh no, I was just responding to Wobbly. I was just saying I'm offended that you're offended.
All right, fine. Y'all are just fucking dicking at each other, I swear.
I like that.
All right. Oh, I tell you what. I tell you what.
Bubbly.
Lily.
Hey, I come here to bury Caesar, not to praise
My
him.
dick was bigger than yours before it got removed because I'm half Thai, so apparently once upon a time I had a dick. But by the end of the day, my leftover dick skin is still bigger than your fucking little wiener.
Brutal.
Your dick skin is bigger than his little wiener. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh,
How does one flex? I don't know how do you flex.
I think my lady protests
like this
too much.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to show off like how much bigger and better your dick is, you'd be doing cock push-ups.
No, it was removed because
No,
half Thai.
us guys do cock push-ups to really show off how manly we are.
No.
So I think the distinction we're making here, which I think Lily and I are closer to the same page on this. Like we're talking about people who are who have like distinction
Fake.
between people who have gender dysphoria and people who are just identifying as trans for whatever other reason. But I think that most of the people on this panel, they don't even acknowledge that gender dysphoria is a valid thing to address. So I think that's
What?
maybe where we should start discussing.
I think
Okay.
that's
Well,
what
no,
most
that's
people actually believe.
Gender
yeah.
dysphoria is
Mental illness.
medically a thing.
I agree.
I think that generally most people that approach this topic understand gender dysphoria has some metric in what's going on with trans ideology, but
They
I
know what
think
it is.
that I think the problem is that with the whole movement right now, and a lot of movements that are going on right now, is that the most outspoken people and the ones that are heard the most are generally, not always, but generally, they're the most insane, and they make your whole side just look crazy. So you don't really get a good representative on your side. Whereas I do understand there are a number of trans people, there are a number of gay people that have existed throughout all of our time that just had never had the medical technology to do what they're doing now. They were quiet about it. They just lived their life doing what they did, and they're in the comfort of their own home. And and then there were always the few that were flamboyant about it, that were outgoing about it, that would talk about it to everybody and say that everybody had to accept them and all this. And that's the problem that I think society really has with it, is that you're saying we have to accept this behavior outside of
Agreed.
your own home. It's a sexual behavior. Sexual
Agreed.
behaviors are intimate, and that's for inside your own home, not out in public.
But I feel
I
like
100%
the people
agree with that.
actually saying this are not the people who actually have the dysphoria. It's the people who like accept me for the like my flamboyance because I'm not special enough and I need like extra attention.
But
Right.
that's
Like it's
narcissism.
like
That's a
yeah, it is.
different,
It
a whole
is.
different
But
thing.
it hurts people who are actually sick. Okay, wait. I have ADHD. What hurts me is people saying, "Doesn't everyone have a little bit of ADHD?"
I hate that
No, they
shit.
don't.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
No, that's right. That's true. It's the same thing with autism. Everybody out there nowadays is saying, "Oh, I have a level of autism. I'm on the spectrum." Motherfucker, no, you're
I
not.
have
The spectrum of
that.
autism is actually like 2 steps at the very end of it. You don't reach autism until you're there. Before you're there, you're just a normal human being with some traits that are different.
It's about claiming victimism. It's about being a victim. It's about somehow claiming to be a part of the victimhood. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And that is bullshit
See,
because
so
one of the early ones were OCD, like, oh, are you a little OCD because you forgot to lock your door? And the worst part is people thought it was like funny to say, but it hurt the people who are actually are suffering from a condition where they can't even lock the door without washing their hands 30 times because their family's gonna die, And I feel like
Mm-hmm.
that's the same part. Can we stop putting mental issues, which is trans fucking that too, okay? Stop putting mental conditions in the sake of, oh, this is funny, everyone's a little bit ADHD. No, my brain is different, okay? I drink coffee. I can drink coffee and sleep. You can't.
Yeah,
Fuck off.
yeah.
We're different.
Actually, I can.
Caffeine
I'm
naps hit
drinking
Actually, I
coffee
can. Yeah.
right
I love
now.
that shit.
It depends. It depends on how much coffee there is,
Coffee
but
at night and
Yeah, me too.
nothing happens. Okay, we're different.
I drink about
Cleaner.
2 pots of coffee a day.
Yeah, cleaner,
And
cleaner. The drinking a full quart of coffee every time I see one stream is
it
right
hits
on, bro.
different. It hits different.
I love it. I love
So
it.
I think there was I think Lily was agreeing, and maybe you do agree with this, but what Cleaner was saying that is, I'm sorry if I understood correctly, you were describing transgender women or transgender men and saying these people, this is a sexual thing.
No,
I was
Am I wrong?
say
I was saying
no.
it's a mental thing. It's
I
it's
say
it's like okay, so there is a two-sex thing, but
I'm
it's
sorry.
it's
But
the
when you said
mental.
sexual behavior, were you referring to people like who don't have gender dysphoria?
Oh, no. I was when I was talking about sexual behavior, I was saying the sexual behavior is something that's meant for inside the house. That's not something that's meant for public. So pushing this concept on public is something that's a radical thing. It's not something that's an
That's what I'm
everyday and
asking.
general people thing. You
So
know
you're
what I mean?
saying that trans women, some people who have gender dysphoria, who express as a woman, they are engaging in a sexual behavior when they go outside dressed as a woman. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying they're engaging in a sexual behavior just by doing that. They're trying to present themselves as something different. What I'm saying is, whenever they're pushing it, like the radical people who are pushing it on society are engaging in asexual behavior, and it's a socio-psychological sexual behavior because it's one that's telling everyone out there they have to believe in your sexuality because that's what the radicals are doing. I'm not talking about the general people. You understand? I'm not talking about the general people that like they're quiet about it.
Hold on just a second. Lily Cat,
It's not sexual. It's not sexual. It is more like of being like, I'm not special enough. There's nothing going on in my life. Let me be extra. I don't have any friends. I'm lonely, and also I don't know. Never been late, and it's sad, but it's true.
Lily, I'll tell you this. I don't appreciate the idea that women can just be silenced for no fucking reason. I don't do the grift for silencing people kind of thing.
Wow,
So
hell patriarchy. What happened?
Shut up, Ryan.
it's not about patriarchy, Ryan. It's about having an open discussion and having a free and honest discussion. That's what we're about.
Does anyone have some tape for EOD?
Fuck off, Ryan. I can get some tape for you.
Can I tape Ryan? Can I pay to tape Ryan?
We'll talk about it offline, all right?
No, you can't, Lily, because I just defined a rule that said that you can't be taped. So if you can't be taped, then Ryan can't be taped. That's where we're at.
That's who? This is my tape. I pay for it.
I know.
Feminist gender equality movement. That's who.
I'm not feminist.
Based.
You know what? Feminism is bullshit because what it was when it started out is not what it is today. Okay, it was about equality. It was about having the same
actually,
rights.
it still is.
No, it's not.
It was
No, it
never
still
about
is.
equality.
No, actually, Lily, you're wrong. The people who are running it, it is still about destroying the patriarchy, destroying what men have built. The thing is, they get everyone else to believe it's about something else so that everyone adheres to being a feminist.
Back in the day, what I believe in feminism is
It's
back
not
in the
about
day.
equality.
Go fuck yourself. Back in the day, was feminism is like, I want to vote. I want to be able to have a job. I want to be able to get pay. And you know what? That is what that feminism is today. Because you can never be equal. Men and women can never be equal. And
That's
believing
actually
so.
not what it was about in the beginning. In
It
the
was.
beginning, the people that came up with it were literally trying to destroy the patriarchal structure that was
That's
built.
bullshit.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
Read
They
their book.
actually said it. That you can
Maybe
read
in the fucking
Rachel Wilson's
States,
book.
He
okay?
wrote. No, not
Maybe
Rachel Wilson's book. No,
in
their
fucking
books.
States.
Margaret Sanger has clearly stated she is against the patriarchy. I mean, every
Is she from the
feminist
States?
that was a
Is she
major
from the
mover and
States?
shaker
What
has
does that mean
taken
against
this
the patriarchy?
stance
What do you
against
think,
against men being in positions of power. What they want
Like
is to
authority,
unilaterally remove
primarily?
I
men
will
and
say there's
nothing
a
but women.
difference between it
This is
from
what they want.
Europe, a European continent, to the North American continent, because you guys have been fucked up most of the time.
It's no different in
Politely.
any continent.
It is
The
so.
feminist movement at its roots is the same on every
No,
continent
no,
because
no.
it
It's
started
about
in Europe a long time
originally.
ago.
What was
Yeah.
feminism originally?
When or what? Did you say when
Feminism
or what?
originally was fair rights for women in the
No, it
same sense.
wasn't.
No.
It
Women
was in
opportunities. Yeah.
No, it
Hell
wasn't.
no.
Stop
Feminism,
blocking them from opportunities.
feminism, feminism
It
in
was.
in the
No.
beginning, the original feminists specifically at their meetings stated, "Down with the patriarchy. We are going to take men down. We will rule the world."
Victim complex.
This is
Victim
what
complex.
No,
I'm
you're
telling
talking
you what
about
they said.
extremists.
Oh, no, I'm
Talking
not a
about
victim.
extremists.
I still rule the world, motherfucker.
About extremists.
Crazy, buddy.
Talk about
How old are you?
extremists.
How old are you sitting on this
Bro.
Discord call? I don't think you're ruling shit, to be
That's
honest. No
crazy.
offense.
Like, I'm good.
You talk
No,
about
I'm,
like
I'm,
extremists,
I'm telling
but
you
the base of
descriptively.
you
The
did the base.
extremist was the people that created it. They were the extremists. The people that
were not.
created it, yes, they were. I'm telling you, need to do
No,
some research. You need to actually
need
read their
to.
books. You need
Also,
to
in
read their
Europe,
books.
you need to. No. What are you going to tell me to
Yeah.
read American book?
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you to read the books from the American ladies that
Aw.
wrote their books about what they were talking about,
Wait, I
from
have one question.
the
Did
European
American women
women, from the
did
European
American
women that wrote their books, from the
I
women
have
in
one
Russia
question.
that wrote their books. You'll have to find
Did
them transcribed in
did
English.
American women
All over the
invent
world,
feminism? Did
feminists that
American
started
women
this
invent
movement
feminism?
all agreed it was down with the patriarchy.
I have a question.
That
Did
was it in the
American
in the
women
original
invent feminism?
feminism. Yes.
Did
Okay, yeah.
American women invent feminism?
No, American
Okay,
women didn't invent feminism.
okay, hold on.
Backyard.
Take
Wait, wait, just 1 second. In
Finish
my
it.
backyard, literally like 2 minutes from where I live, I have buildings that are older
Let's not
than
finish.
your entire country. And it
Okay.
goes back to the
Great.
part where
Under
wait,
my
stop,
feet is a planet that's older than your entire country.
What's going on, you bunch of
What does
nerds?
that have to do with
degenerates?
feminism?
Everybody, shut the fuck up for just a second. I just want to welcome in Twisted Aviator and K2 Trucking. K2, keep on trucking. It's good to see you, brother. How you doing? How you doing?
I don't want K2.
So,
EOD.
He wants
That
me
was
to
a
have
great
tape
debate.
in my mouth.
Ginger Wave, motherfucker.
I'm gonna grab
I don't
another
want
cup of coffee. I'll be right back, Jack.
All right, go get in a cup of coffee.
And lady, excuse me.
Hey, yo, I'm out of here.
No, wait.
Good to see y'all again. Have a great night, okay?
Cheers, Lord Class. Wait, did we?
I'm just looking up like key writings of Margaret Sanger.
I think.
And it seems like she mostly talks about like every woman should have the right to control her own body and
Hey,
fertility.
you Lily? Wait, K2, okay? You muted me. Wait, the only reason you muted me is because I put tape on my mouth, you fucking little pervert. Okay? I did it once, and then you, like, went for it.
K2, you're
Wait, I
muted.
won? What did I
I have
win?
no idea what
advocated
she's
for
talking
accessible
about.
contraception.
What did I
This
win?
is the reason I always sit at the other end of the bar when the women come in.
Did I win anything?
I have no idea what she's talking about taping her mouth for. I have no idea.
Don't even
what's
go
going
there.
on.
Listen, 1, show your face. Don't be a cunt. 2, you did that, and I have it on fucking text. You're like,
Okay, Lily, he's fucking with you. Okay, he's fucking with you.
Yes, I know he is. I don't want to fight him. Go fuck yourself, non-politely. Wear the cactus up your fucking bumhole, okay? I want to see
exactly that.
Well, that doesn't sound very nice.
if I wanted an asshole's opinion, I would have just farted.
So Margaret
That's
Sanger
sad.
also said that birth control
I
is a
like-
human right and a medical necessity, which is probably true, right?
I do like K2 on some parts because some things he said is based. Some.
Once in a blue moon.
Once in a forward move.
Ow.
I really.
I guess
Bye.
just clean out. So yeah. So Cleaner was saying that like Margaret Sanger and all these original feminists were like super radical, and I'm just looking at like some of her main points. So like, is reproductive autonomy, is that like a super radical position that women should like have control over their own body and fertility and stuff?
Is that a Margaret Sanger thing that women should have fertility and autonomy on their own body and stuff? Am I phrasing that correctly?
Right, so like rights over their own body, like so access to contraception as a human right.
Yeah. Access to contraception is not access to abortion. Can we agree on that?
Okay, but would you at least accept? Would you say that access? So I think what you're saying is that access to contraception would not be a radical position for you, right? So just having universal access to contraception itself, whether we can talk about abortion next, but at least contraception, that's not a radical position.
Bring back the chastity belts.
I think more people should use some contraception. Have you seen the world today? Jesus Christ, everybody's so fucked up. Just let's stop having. Just end it all. Bug it. Nuke it. Launch the nukes. Let's do it.
Nukes? Who are we nuking?
Everything. Just everything.
No.
Just nuke it all.
No, that's what. No, I'm good. I like being able to sit here comfy and on this Discord call. I don't want to have to fight for resources out in the fallout.
You know what? I agree with Ryan 100% on that. Probably the only thing I will agree 100% with him on.
You'd be surprised.
Fuck the nuking shit.
No nukes. So
yeah.
Oh, Clayton, now that you're, I think you were away for a second, but do you think it's radical, for example, for women to have the right to control their own body, like through contraception?
Through contraception, no, I don't. I think that there is some merit to like the arguments about the smortion topic. I know we can't say the word here on Discord. That'll get screwed over.
You guys
Yeah.
can't even fucking take
Channels get flagged for that, Ryan. I'm not even kidding. Mine did the other day. And there was 2 people having the discussion in a closed room that was locked. And their discussion, the transcript of their discussion showed they said the word, and I got a flag on my channel for it.
On your YouTube channel?
All right.
No,
So
on Discord. On my Discord channel.
this is a great point from the chat. Abe Dinkus says, "What did Margaret Singer say about the black community?" She said, "If we can get more of them, that'd be good for society."
Yeah,
That's
it
what
was
she
pretty
said.
bad. It
Okay,
was
so
pretty
anyway,
bad.
the reason
She was
I asked
stating
it-
the 2 options for the black society were either removal or enslavement.
Wait. Can Ryan just continue to ask you the question because I'm
Sure.
fucking flabbergasted.
So the reason I asked is because Margaret Sanger's writings, like one of the first things that it came up when I like asked ChatGPT about her positions and stuff, and like what her key writings was, like what brought up that she argued that every woman should have the right to control her own body and fertility. And so I was just asking if you guys consider that a radical position.
So you're admitting that you're relying on AI, right? Let's just get that clear.
Yeah, so it's possible. Yeah, so I mean, yeah,
Does every guy has the opportunity to like?
You cut out. Does
Does every guy has like the opportunity? Should every guy have the opportunity to pregnant woman?
No. It's got to be a consummate thing. It's got to be a consummate thing. You shut the fuck up, dog.
No. Like
Yeah,
like we were talking
she
like
didn't say forced. She just
didn't
said
say
should every
forced.
man have the opportunity.
Opportunity. I'm saying like with consent.
With her
I
consent,
mean,
yeah.
I would say no. No,
Why?
every man shouldn't. Every man shouldn't have the opportunity to reproduce. Every man shouldn't have the opportunity to have a woman in his life. That's
Okay,
just
but
that's
why
not realistic.
does every woman not have the opportunity either to control her? Because you're
That's not
taking the
control. That's not
Well,
control.
there's
choice.
there's a difference. So when you talk about opportunity, that's different from control. You can have controls that increase or decrease your
Okay,
opportunities.
what if the
But-
person is great?
Well, that wouldn't be opportunity. That would be a crime of opportunity.
But that is crime is human law. That is not biological, no nothing. Should a person within that be allowed to board that?
See, this is where you're going to get into the moral construct. And
That's
depending
my
on the
favorite.
moral construct that you're in, some of our societies have decided their moral construct is no, that's not okay. Some of them have decided yes, it's okay.
I'm asking
So
you when
it
you're
depends on. You're asking me on my viewpoint?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to get my actual viewpoint. Nobody ever gets my actual viewpoints.
I'm gonna say what
This is why I advise anyone against debating against Cleaner. He's full of shit. So
you smell like toe jam.
You can't smell me.
Oh, I can.
You can't smell
It's,
me.
it's because he's a ginger.
I think he's a commie. I do.
I'm actually not a
It's because
ginger.
he's a ginger. No, I'm talking about EOD.
Oh.
I think Cleaner is a commie. I think you're a commie, Cleaner.
Oh, I'm not a commie. I'm definitely not a fucking commie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no.
So then what's your actual position on communism?
Fuck it.
And there, we got an actual
Commies would
position.
not
There
say
you
that.
go.
Actually, some commies might say that.
Also, just so you know, I'm not CCP. Fuck the CCP too. There you go.
That's exactly what they would have him say if he was CCP.
No, actually, they won't. They'll kill you if you say that. The
Okay,
Chinese
unless
Communist
you
Party
are-
will
unless
kill
you're covered.
people if they say that. They'll
They
kill
might
their
kill
own
you
people.
if you said you didn't say that because you're part of the CCP.
No, that They actually have very strict adherence. You're not, if you are a member of the CCP, if you're a member of China, if you still have citizenship in China, you're not allowed to say fuck the CCP on
Which
any
is why
live
I will be
broadcast.
You're not allowed to speak out against the party under any circumstance. Yeah.
Do you know that
No.
you're not like back in the day allowed to say like anything against Thailand because of God?
You're roboting a little, Lily.
Your mom is.
mom is
Back in the
roboting,
day, you were not supposed to say anything bad to the
I
king of
couldn't
Thailand.
hear what you thought my mom was doing because you were roboting.
Am I still a robot?
No, but you were when you tried to make
cutting
the your
out.
mom joke.
You might want to turn the sensitivity up or something. Like there's if you go
It's
to your
super
settings.
up.
Okay,
It's
well,
in my
never mind
face.
then.
No,
It's her fucking. It's her mic.
Discord's audio
yeah.
sensor.
All the way up.
All right, there's a thing in Discord that does noise cancellation. Turn that shit off. You don't need that.
I have a degree in computer science. Okay.
All of the noise cancellation, turn it off. All the noise cancellation, all the audio correction that Discord does, turn it off.
Art have degrees in computer science.
I will fucking punch you in the baby maker in a video game. Okay.
Oh yeah, well I will kick you in the kitten maker.
I was gonna say we don't have baby makers. You have baby makers. We don't have baby makers.
You have.
What, my dick? I mean, I guess,
What?
but
Wait, no, your balls.
Where do you think babies come from? EOD.
Your balls.
my balls. Yeah, all right. Do not kick me in the balls. I would appreciate that.
We're teaching EOD about the birds.
If you don't have a baby maker, EOD, then you know.
Look, man. Okay, I can spurt.
If you don't have a baby maker, EOD,
you need a.
we need to revisit the trans conversation.
Okay, here's what I need to say about that is that I can spurg all over the house and no babies will come out of that. Okay, so
have basic
But
fucking
if you
biology
spurt and nobody knows you
as
did it, did
children,
you really
so they
do
know
it?
the difference between the balls and the like fucking ball sack. Okay, the butthole and the ball sack. But you're like, this shouldn't do that because we don't need that.
oh, you're getting so degen right now.
And you don't even know anything because you don't need the difference between your fucking scrotum and your butthole.
Yes, I do know the difference between my scrotum and my butthole. I mean,
EOD knows all about scrotums.
I know about my scrotum. I know about my scrotum. You shut up, dog.
It's because he used to collect the semen samples in the Air Force.
In the debate, we talked about should children be allowed to have like, sexual,
what is that?
Whatever class in
What is
school.
that?
Crown, he said.
I'm gonna go to bed. So peace out.
Good to see you, Ryan. Thank you for being out.
Of Crown
So Ricky Martin left.
when I started the
Who's
night.
left?
I do not collect fucking samples. Twisted. We've talked about this a million times before.
So Ricky Martin left, and we're left here now.
He was the assistant collector.
I did not even assist to collect. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. Okay, here's what happened is you'd go in a fucking room and jack off into a cup, and then I'd look at it and say, "Yep, that's right," and then we'd send it into the lab. That's it.
He had to taste test it.
When there was a legal blood alcohol test, which is bound by legality under the UCMJ. Yeah, I have to watch the urine leave your urethra into the cup. Yes. But beyond that, no.
When did you have to start case testing?
The assistant to the assistant.
No. There's no jizz there. It's urine. You're just pissing into a cup. I swear. Alesta knows what I'm talking about. All you assholes are just fucking. You're just shitting on me because I'm medical. You're a bunch of dicks. That's it.
No, I'm shitting on you because you're Air Force.
Well, that doesn't help.
You, I was Air Force.
I was Air Force. Yeah, I was Air Force Medical Service. I was Air Force Medical Service in the laboratory for 4 years. You better hush stop.
Wait, I have a question.
I just like giving EOD shit because
I know.
Fun.
That's because you're a dickhead.
Did I win anything?
You won an invitation to my D&D game if you want to participate. That's what you won.
Yay.
Oh,
I
if
sent
you're
you
talking
I
about
sent you a
Grid,
DM.
you might have. I don't know. You'll have to get with Grid tomorrow.
I have no clue. I just that's all I want.
You want the money, yeah. Well, I mean, every bitch wants the money. I mean, I want the money
I
too.
don't know what money is. Okay, I've never been there.
That's the thing you get in small increments that you hope to someday get in large increments.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty
can I
much.
buy a pizza for it?
I mean, you can, but
Perfect question.
I want a
Perfect
pizza.
question.
Okay, I'm all
What-
about the
what-
small things in life.
So the thing is, like, when you were talking about
It's not
feminism
in here.
and its origins, it's actually crazy, but like all over the world when they started this movement a long time ago, and it was before the 18th century, that they started actually trying to move people towards this. But in the 18th century was when they really gained a political foundation, and they had kind of like movers and shakers in the male population that were funded, so to speak, like Rockefellers, like money, that's whenever they actually gained a foundation, a political foundation. But they've always had this movement, and in the origins of the movement, it was actually very satanic and against the Christian and Catholic churches. It was almost specifically against the churches. Now, in the 18th century, when it gained its foundations in America, they started making it more about anti-patriarchy in general, not just about anti-religion. But in Russia, they kept going with the classist roles and anti-patriarchy, trying to take men out of different classes and classifications and trying to get women into those classes and classifications so that they could remove men from power. It's never been about equality, though. The thing is, what they do is they brainwash people into believing it's a movement of equality so that you get in. But just like any cult, once they get you in, they slowly change your mind into believing what it is they really want you to believe. And that's where we're at with the social media saying, fuck all men, screw men, we don't need men, men can die, all these other things.
I don't get that.
It's a slow brainwashing technique. The CIA did a whole lot of research on it not too long ago, and there's archives that have been put out that you can read all kinds of shit on it.
I feel
It's
like
understood.
It's bullshit because like
Mm-mm.
technically,
It's not.
technically, like if you take, biology, I like biology. Technically,
I
women
gathered.
are at a point where they don't need men, but we're like so related. So we do need men.
Well, the thing is
need men.
you don't think you need men, but you actually do.
But it's not for the part of, in my opinion, where we need men is not for the part of cannot reproduce. It is in the stability of, a relationship and life and,
I wouldn't
actual.
even say that.
I would
I mean,
say that.
I agree that in some small portion, stability in a relationship is something you need between a man and a woman. But
That is
I
the
would
best
say,
part
do you think that stability in the economy has been built by women or
No.
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 The infrastructure.
So the stability of a family, the stability of a family depends on the stability of society, right?
But like buildings and hard labor is not.
Yeah, EOD's got it.
Like healthcare is not, nursing is not, taking care of people and like the soft jobs is not. But the hard things is like building buildings and, like construction work is definitely men.
Right.
That's where I'm saying we are different. We're never gonna be equal.
Right. See, and this is the thing that feminism does to women. They get you with this whole concept because you guys do create society as far as the socialite side of society. You create what makes us all social creatures, right? We create the things that we live in, the places we go, the stuff we do. We create the buildings, the factuals, but you guys create the life. Y'all are still the nurturers, whether or not you want to be or know it. You're still doing it.
I feel like the
But
worst part a
what they
woman can
do
say.
is they try to convince you that
He
you
needs
don't
water. I'll
need
be back.
us because
do.
you are the ones that are creating. I know this is what I'm saying though. They try to
We need
convince
each
you
other.
guys that you don't need us because y'all are creating the societal edge, the mental society. And then that puts men into the rabbit hole of, well, we're creating the hard structure, and then we just sit there and argue. And that's what the feminists actually want, is for us to be
But
arguing,
you
because when
gotta
you're arguing, you gain
what
hate, they gain leverage.
you gotta give me also, like, I agree on the side, like, women are, like, getting, like, tricked into that part. But you also gotta give me, on the other side, men are getting tricked into, like, oh, women are horrible. Oh,
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. Yes.
they're like, like incel behavior, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's both sides are bringing like unhealthy behavior. I don't
Yeah.
need men. I can be like strong, independent. I don't need men. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh, women is like horrible. Like I don't need a woman. Like she don't love me. Like I have to. We
Right.
talk. It's unhealthy on both
Yeah,
parts.
yeah, no, I agree 100%. That's why I said my belief, and I'll give you an actual belief of
Wobbly
mine.
says no. I want
Men
to hear
create the
why.
buildings, men create the buildings and things like that, and women create the societal, the feel of the society that goes around and in those buildings.
Wobbly
Without the
says
feel
no.
of it, there's no reason for it. But without it, there's no reason for it either. So we need both. We need both
I need
in order
nothing.
for
I
us
want.
to exist.
You know what? You know what I want? I want a little cabin in the Swedish forest where I have mushrooms and like stuff I can hunt, and a little river where I can like get fish,
And your
and a little
boyfriend.
place. No,
Yeah.
no, not necessarily. If he want to join, he's welcome. But if he's not, he
No,
can
no,
stay
I'm saying
here.
once, because you were saying you want. I would say you would want that. Whether or
Oh,
not he
okay.
joins would,
No,
yeah,
wait,
that,
want. I
yeah,
mean,
right, right.
I would
Yeah,
want
I'm
him to
I'm just
be there,
talking
but
want.
I don't need him to be there.
Right. Yeah.
And I would be like, I'm gonna like have like a log cabin. I am gonna
That
build
sounds
up
like
like
paradise to
logs
me.
for the winter.
So
I'm gonna build up. And you know what? The best part is no people,
right, and you know what? That sounds
no
really
one.
cool. That sounds really cool. So let me ask you this: you want to have one of those really nice porches that has like the big beams and all that, where you can sit
No,
outside if you want to, or
no,
any of that stuff?
no.
You just want to have like a cabin, like a log cabin, and
I
that's it.
want darkness. I want darkness. Okay.
You want darkness,
I want darkness, and when
lots of
it's
tree
dark,
lots of tree coverage, then lots of canopy.
when I, what depends if it's an opening, of the like depends
Yeah.
what the trees are. But I want to be able to live in the forest and bring what the forest has to me. I'm not saying I'm not bringing in anything, because let's be fair, I can't fucking grow cabbage unless I have the seeds to bring with me. You know what I mean?
You're
But
gonna need firewood. Are you gonna chop down a tree?
yeah,
Yeah. That's
yes,
I'm gonna tell you, you might be able to do it at some
I have
point, but it's
already
gonna
done
take
it.
you a lot of time to build up
Yes,
enough
it's
firewood
hard.
to
It's hard
actually
work.
maintain
I
for a winter.
Hold on. I'll ask you that. I'll ask you this, Lily. Did the tree fall the way you wanted it to? Did the tree fall the way you wanted it to?
What?
Did the tree fall the way you wanted it to?
Definitely not, because the first time I did it and it was bullshit and it fell the wrong way. But it fell over and I learned from it. And then the next time I knew what the fucking way to chop it.
Right. A man would have a much easier time of doing that type of thing. And
I'm
that,
not
see,
saying
this is the
I'm
thing.
not disagreeing.
Even
I'm not disagreeing.
you were saying you don't need a man, but the thing
I
is,
want a man. I don't need a man.
that's the fallacious thing, though. That's the thing that you're not understanding right now. We
Wait.
do
In
need
what?
each other.
Wait. Tell me in what that sense I need a man.
Okay,
Because
here, I'll give you an example.
give me an example.
And you're talking about a tree, right?
Yes.
Okay, a man
I have
would know
actually chopped
that
down.
you're going to have to cut down a tree
Yes.
a year, 9 months to a year before you're actually going to be able to burn that wood.
Because it needs to dry.
It needs to dry.
I know that.
But you just went out and cut down a tree because
No.
you instantly wanted to
No.
burn it.
No, I cut it down before because I know it needs to dry. And I need to actually dry it and stack it and make sure it matures and shield it from the fucking weather, because if it's wet, it's fucking wet. Am I wrong?
No.
No. So what you're talking about is a long-term you and only you.
No, I said I want my man to be there, but I
Right,
said
you
I
said you
don't
don't need
need
him.
him.
Yeah, you said you
That's a
don't need him,
difference.
and that's what I'm engaging with right here is that you said you don't need him. And this is the thing, okay? I fully
I'm not
believe
saying
men
I'm
and
not saying
women
no,
need each other.
wait. Can I say one thing? Most women are not me.
Yeah, I'm not
99%
saying you are
of
most
women are
women or
not
most
me.
women are you. What
Because
I am
99%
saying
of
is
women are gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna be here.
right.
And what Wobbly said, I'm gonna have firewood today. I'm gonna chop it down.
I'm
And
gonna
he's
tell
so
you
wrong.
though,
He's so
I'm gonna
right
tell you
because
though, you are going to give me the same answer that about 99% of
bring it,
feminists have given
bring
me.
it,
Okay?
bring it, bring it.
All right, you're saying you don't need a man, right?
I want my boyfriend to be there, but I don't
Right,
need him.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking about the want side. So
No, no, you ask me.
throughout the rest of your life, if you live in a log cabin alone with no one else,
Mhm.
you're going to be happy and fulfilled throughout that life.
Yes.
Absolutely, 100%. You're sure
100%.
of that.
100%.
You're 100% sure of
I
that.
don't need children. I don't need a partner. I don't need a pet.
Right. You just gave me the same answer 99% of feminists give.
I don't give a fuck because I know I don't need it.
This
You know
is the
why?
problem. This is
No,
what
no,
I'm
wait.
trying
You
to
know why?
explain to you, though, that you
No,
don't
no, 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 wait.
understand. Feminists have bred this idea into men and women that we
Tell me
don't
why
need
I'm
each
wrong
other,
if
but
I'm
we
in a
do.
wood. Tell me why am I wrong because you're putting me in a position where it's about survival. Okay? Tell me because you're putting me in a situation where it's about breeding, about in the situation of the entire,
Right.
you know,
I can explain very simply to you
do
why
it,
it
do it.
is that men need women and women need men. And even we'll just talk about
No, no,
your
wait. Can I
specific
say one?
situation. We'll talk about your situation.
In the city, men need women, women need men. In the forest of Canada and Sweden or whatever,
More
one out
so.
there.
Even
No,
more
they
so.
don't.
Yes,
No.
you do. Even more
No.
so.
Why? Give me a reason.
Survival.
Nope. Give me
Yes.
more than like
No,
keywords.
it's survival.
Give me
It's all
more than
about
keywords.
survival.
Give me more than keywords. What is the survival?
I can get more in depth with it. So
Good.
there's different tiers.
Good.
There's different tiers to
What is the
arguments and
survival?
argument constructs. We'll get into tier 2.
Why do
All
I
right.
need a man in the survival of the woods? Do tell
All
me.
right. So we're past
Why is there
survival.
alimony?
Survival would be tier 1. All right. The deeper understanding of it for a woman. All right.
No.
Men's
Just
awareness.
tell me survival of
Yeah,
living in a wood.
I am right
Okay.
now. For a woman living in a cabin, needing a man, the reason she needs a man is because men's awareness is about 5,000 times higher than women's when we're segregated away from societies. We hear everything that's going on. We can't help it. We don't want to. We just do. We don't have a choice in it. It's because it's our biological structure. So any kind of threat that might be
There is
coming, we will
literally
hear it
no
before.
scientific
Yes,
evidence.
actually there is. Yes,
Do
actually
show
there
me.
is.
Do show me.
Yes,
Send it
yes, there
right
is.
away. Send it right away.
There's actually a lot of
Right away.
scientific evidence to show that
Show me.
men's awareness, men's
Show me.
general awareness,
And wait,
whenever they're
it
segregated
needs
from
to be a
societies, is
peer
way higher than women's. Way
supported
fucking higher.
study.
Okay, look.
Hold on, just a second. Wait, so there's a great argument from Alesto, who's an ER and a heart specialist, cardiology specialist. One of the things he says is that we should talk about the testosterone that does his body compared to estrogen, and that
Stronger.
that why men are needed for physical labor jobs. That's right. So like naturally men produce more testosterone that produces greater muscle mass, greater strength. And so what we end up with in women is a little bit less of that, a little bit more fatty tissue, a little bit more softerness, right? Yeah. It's more right? So what is natural? What is in the natural order is that women take care of the folks at home, and then the men take care of the enemies abroad, right?
Your testosterone and like claim is based on you're stronger and you have more endurance, right? What was his claim? We need what? We need men for what? I agree with your claim because your claim actually is based on logic. His is based on we need it because they're like more endurance wise, like they're like more like aware of like there's no fucking based science on that is based on human biology. Yours EOD. How do I say your name?
EOD. It's an acronym.
EOD. You're fucking based, okay? Because men are stronger, men have more physical strength, and men also can. Men are that, okay? But you can't just fucking say that men are like they have like this like. Ooh, I feel the words. You need me. You know, like where's your fucking science in that? Show it to me, because there's no fucking scientific study that show that, and you will know it. Look at him. Look at him.
All right. Let's have the response.
No, I have absolutely no problem finding it. Finding it on the spot is going to be a hard thing to do, I'll admit, because finding any kind of research on the spot is hard to do.
No, it's not. You know why?
Yeah, no, it is.
You know why?
It is.
You know why?
Unless it's something that's pushed by high society.
Do you
Yeah,
know why?
it is.
You know why it's easy to find? Because AI exists. If you just ask ChatGPT about anything, it will
You
search
obviously
entire.
don't know a damn thing about the algorithms behind the Google
Oh,
AI.
no. I'm only
Yeah,
computer
you.
scientist. I'm only a
Yeah,
computer scientist.
yeah,
I know
you
nothing
can.
about it. I have a degree in computer
And
science. I know nothing.
great. I have a master's degree in string theory. Who gives a fuck about computer
If only
science?
I knew about. I
I
knew about
literally
computers.
have written code way beyond your understanding.
Yes. If only
I
I knew about
know I
computers.
have.
Just
My
because
point
you have
is-
a calculator
I
doesn't
don't
mean
give a
that you
shit
know how
about
to
your
use
computer
it.
sciences degree.
Listen, if you know how to use the tool, you know how to fucking master it. Okay. Before, wait. I have
Yeah,
a
you
question to
can- you
Wobbly.
can-
I have a question to Wobbly.
You can try and
Wobbly,
discredit what I'm
you're an older
saying
guy,
without
right?
knowing any of the data, but
Wobbly?
it doesn't change the fact that the data is there. I know I've read it before whenever I've done
Wobbly.
debates with other people.
Shush.
I don't save it all the time.
Shush. Wobbly, I have a question for you because you're an older guy. You're like, you. Okay, back in the day, you had pen math, and you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
When the calculator happened, I'm not saying it was magic, but what is it like?
Are you saying that he's old enough to realize the invention of the calculator? I mean, come on.
Wobbly, remember when they used the invention of the abacus?
Abacus. I
Okay,
was
so
there when
listen,
they
Wobbly.
invented the abacus.
When
I'm
it
telling you.
happened, when it started to become mainstream to use a calculator, like a modern calculator,
When it was small enough to put in your pocket.
did it feel like cheating?
No.
Did it feel like you're like trying to use like AI as you do today?
No.
Because that's what I'm hearing. Because people felt
No,
like they put the hard
First
work
of
in.
all, I don't trust AI.
AI makes decisions. You have to tell a calculator what to do, right?
Don't ask like why you don't trust AI.
Because it's modeled after bullshit information most of the time.
What is bullshit information?
It's programmed only to look at certain things. That's it. Nothing else.
It's programmed to scan the internet for your keywords.
It only scans certain things. I've already had a run-in with Grok. I've had a run-in with Google's AI. I've had several of them where they'll come up with statistics that do not
is
compute.
bullshit. Google is bullshit. Okay, I agree.
Yeah, well, why is Google bullshit? I mean,
Only as good as what the information
Because
is put into it.
Google is providing false information, in my opinion. Like you say, is this red? And they're like, no, it's like yellow. I tried to test it, and I actually tried to test the AIs in the very hard sense, which is like I tried to test ChatGPT when they like made the image thing available, and I tried to say, can you give me a stereotypical Jewish guy?
Garbage in,
And I
garbage
tried,
out. That's right.
I tried to make the stereotypical Jewish guy, and it's like we can't do that. It's like, oh, it's my uncle. Oh, then we can do it. It's like, okay, he's like he's really tight and dirty.
Let me ask you a question. Since you're a computer science, right?
Wait. The way you say
Can
it,
you
it sounds like
actually
you're
build
doubting
a
me.
calculator?
What?
Can you build a calculator from scratch?
Yes.
Show me.
what sort of calculator? What sort of calculator? Are we?
Hold on.
Are we talking about a scientific calculator or an arithmetic calculator?
I would say I need
Arithmetic calculator. An arithmetic calculator. Can you build an arithmetic calculator? That's plus, times, divide.
I can build a calculator in like programming. I can build a calculator.
But
You know, if it,
physically can't build a
I
calculator.
can. I
Because you have
both
no
build.
idea what goes into it, the
No, I
components or
can't.
anything.
I can actually build the physical parts with actual
I'm sorry,
compartments.
I do not believe you.
Okay, that's not my problem.
Okay, so I have one question for you, Lily. Do you think that Google's
Have you heard
AI,
of
they're
Arduino? Have you heard of
so
Arduino? Like
Lily,
what are you?
You're talking about
Lily,
something that somebody else built. I'm asking you if you can build
Oh,
one.
can I reinvent
Can you take a breadboard
Yes.
and physically put the components on it and make it work?
yes,
Can
I
you
can.
reinvent the wheel? That is the question.
No,
Yes.
I'm not
Yes.
talking
Can I
about the
rebuild the
programming.
wheel? No, I
I'm
can't
talking about
rebuild the
just a
wheel.
simple
I can't rebuild
calculator.
Yes.
the wheel. I
Yes, I
can't
can write
rebuild the
assembly.
wheel. I
Assembly
can
is what you're talking
rebuild
about.
the
Yes.
fucking wheel.
I'm talking about the
can't.
actual physical box.
He's
Yes.
talking
itself.
about
Yes.
taking parts and putting
Yes.
them on the circuit
Yes,
board.
I can do assembly. Yes, I
Wait,
can do
are we
assembly.
talking about like
There are
you
less
know
than 100 people in the United States who can actually do assembly. Yes, I'm one of them. Yes.
I can take physical parts, I can build them together, I can wire them together, I can do the fucking bullshit, and I can put my own fucking programming in it. And I've done it when I did a fucking
Talking about a
reader.
Less
machine
than
that
100. That's
is
bullshit.
no
Yeah,
We're not
programming.
talking about
I
higher
can
level
drive into
assembly.
tornadoes, okay? I can drive into tornadoes. I win.
So I do have one
You're
question though.
asking,
Lily,
you're
do
asking
you
like
Lily, do you think that Google's AI has an algorithm that supports feminism or not?
I think it supports the wrong feminism.
Google's AI.
Yeah. I think it's like programmed.
Their search AI.
Yeah, it's programmed to like
Okay.
put on the bullshit
All right.
based bullshit.
So knowing
Not
that,
based.
while I'm doing the search for this data, I'm getting tons of shit about women, and I have to go about 20 pages deep to find anything that actually talks about the differences between men and women.
That's what I mean. It's put there
Right. This is
to
why I'm
put.
saying you asking me for data on this on the spot. Now I can look the
You
data
can
up
go
and
back
find
to
it,
that.
and
I'm
I
debating
can
it. I
send
can
it to you
debate it both
tomorrow
of you.
or later
I
on.
can debate it both
But
of you at the same time. Okay.
the fact is, men and women do need each other. All right. They're the two different types of
When
awareness
did I
that
say
men and
we
women
don't?
have.
When
You
did I say we
said
don't?
you
not
don't.
listening.
You said you don't need a
I said
man.
I don't.
Right. And I'm saying that you do because there's
I
two different
don't.
types of awareness.
Wait.
All right.
Why do I need it? Because wait, stop. Why do I need a man?
A lot of reasons. A lot of
Because
reasons.
you
And
can't
there's a lot of
find
reasons
something
why
in
a
the
man
search.
needs you.
Stop. Why do I need a man? Because you can't find something in the search history on Google. Please do tell me. We're talking about the sweetest fucking forests. What is Google history doing that for you? Please do tell me. Is it
I
gonna
don't even
make you catch?
understand what you're trying to ask me right now.
Is
Hold
it
on.
gonna make you catch the fish?
Can you rephrase what you're asking so I can understand it?
Yes,
You just
because
asked
what
me
we're
what
talking about.
Google AI is doing to your
Yes,
forestry shit.
yes. Because you said, do you need something, a guy? And I was like, if I go at a forest, I don't need a guy. And I said, I don't need it. I want my boyfriend if I moved out in the forest. I don't need him.
You
I
need
will
each
fish.
other.
I will fish. I will forest. I will like garden, whatever the fuck, you know? And you try to bring it back to Google. You know what I don't need in a like Swedish forest? Google. I don't have
Yeah,
internet.
I didn't say you did need Google. I was referencing Google because you asked me for the data and I was explaining to you it's going to take.
Why do I need a man?
You can keep cutting me off and being a
No,
bitch
what?
like that, but that's not
Even
going
though
to
that-
change the fact that I'm actually right.
Don't reach into ad homs. Let's find a way to have a civil conversation.
I don't like
You still
continually
haven't
getting
explained
cut
why I
off.
need a man. You just said
It's
Google.
irritating.
All right. Hang on.
Cut off constantly.
Well, then finish your point, Cleaner. Let's get to the end of Cleaner's point. Where you at?
The point was only Google does have an algorithm that makes it very, very hard to find actual studies about men versus women data, any kind of data. What it'll give you instead is women are more likely to this, women are this, women are this, women are this, males suck at this, males suck at that, males suck at that, women are good at this, women are good at this, women are good at this.
Why
That's
do you
what it
need a
gives you
man
instead.
for that? Why do
I'm
you need
not
a man for that?
saying, I didn't say you need a man for that.
You did.
No, you asked
No,
me
you
for
didn't.
data, and I'm telling you I can't find you the data right now because I'm going to have to write a search script, so I'll have to get you data tomorrow. But as far as the
You are bad at searching for data. That's not my fault.
no, I'm not bad at searching for data,
Oh yeah.
Lily.
Yes,
Oh
because
my God.
if you actually were able to search for the data, you would fucking search on Google.
Hello,
Okay?
boo.
Holy fucking shit.
Hello, boo boo. What's up, babies?
Are you gonna tell
Lady,
me again? I have a
lady,
computer science degree, okay? Don't tell me
lady,
where to
you are
search my shit.
fucking retarded.
Apparently. But I know where to search for things when I need it when I live in the forest.
If you think that just because I can't find something because I don't know the exact script to type in right now, that makes me bad at finding data, you're absolutely retarded. You're slow. You're actually
I
slow.
am absolutely retarded and slow. Maybe you should actually get like a script and try to find shit instead of like trying to insult
Yeah,
me and use
I
it
I
as
write my own scripts to find data. What I'm
You'd
telling
better.
you is what I am
You'd
telling
better.
you what I am telling you is the bias against it is constant because the
What is
algorithm is written to push a feminist doctrine. It's literally fucking written to say women are good
what
at this and men are bad at this,
what
not what
does
are
the
the differences.
Wait, can I ask something, Edu?
It only points out the good of
Edu,
women
can I ask
and the
you
bad of
something?
men, not the differences. So you have to
What
write search scripts specific
what
for that and sift through
does
the data
your
to find
search
the relevant
history
data.
what does your
Now, you
search
asking me
history
on the
have?
spot to produce data
No,
and me
wait,
not
wait,
being
wait a
able
minute,
to
wait a minute,
produce
wait a minute,
data
wait a minute, wait a minute,
means I'm
cleaner,
wrong.
hang on. Give her a chance to respond to that.
What does my search history what does your search history have to do with me living in the Swedish forest all alone?
I didn't
Fishing,
bring up
fish.
my search history. You
Yeah, you
asked
did.
me for data. That's what it has to do with it. If you ask me
Yeah.
for data, I'm
And
going to
you
find the
use
data
and
on
you
the
use
internet
that you
using
use
internet
that
tools.
use that as an example why I need men.
What's the matter?
No, I wasn't
Yeah, you
using that as an example. You asked me for data, so I was
Okay,
going to
okay,
give
okay.
you data.
We're
If you want me to continue with the points of why you actually need a man so that you can hear some of them, then
you
sure,
need
I'll
to
go for it.
I'll say this. As a woman living out in the mountains doesn't confront me in any way at all, right? I
I
mean,
don't want to live in a mountain.
cleaner. What do you have against a woman living out in the mountains?
I like
I
the
don't have
mountain.
anything against it. I don't have anything against it. What I said is a man and a woman both need each other if they're going to live out in the wilderness.
Wait,
You
why do I need a
absolutely
man?
do need each other.
Why do you need a man to live in a mountain?
Yeah, and I tried explaining that to you, and you kept cutting me off when I was in the middle of it and asking me for data on specific parts of what I was talking about rather than hearing the context of the whole sentence that I was speaking so that you could understand and comprehend the sentence.
Is he done? Can you ask him what a man provides to me in the sake of living in the forest in a hood, like a cabin? What is he doing to me that I can't do myself? We don't have any internet. I just want to hear
Hunting.
It's not about society bullshit, but like
Buying off wild animals, hunting. Yeah.
I can do that.
Can you?
I've killed chickens.
Have you ever killed a bear?
Has he?
That doesn't. That's not important, actually. But
I actually have.
Could I kill one? Maybe. Would I try to kill one? Yes.
Granted, it was only about a 600-pound brown bear, but yeah, I have.
But there's no bears in Denmark, so I'm not gonna
all right. Now we've settled into some semblance of fucking congruence
what
here.
can a man provide for me in a cabin in the Swedish woods that I can't provide for myself? That's what I want to hear. Nothing else.
Killing a bear.
No, there's no bears. What can you provide for me?
If a woman's got a 454 Casull, she could take a bear down too. All she's
There's
got to
no
do is
bears.
aim it at the head.
There's
So
no
I mean, the
bears.
bear thing doesn't really.
There's no
I mean,
bears.
I get what you're saying, EOD, but what I'm speaking
There's
to
no
is something a
bears.
little different. See, what people typically do is they go to the bear conversation, or they go to like, what if you get attacked by wolves or wild animals, or what if you need someone to lift something heavy, or that's not even the level of where
You're
men
not
and
even
women need
answering
each
my
other.
question. You know why? Because you're afraid to answer my question.
But no, let the man finish. This is prefacing an answer. Let him answer.
No, because
Let him answer. Let him fucking answer the fucking question. Come on.
Edo, he said, would a woman pick a bear?
Let the man answer. Let the man
That's not
answer.
what I literally didn't say anything about would a woman pick a bear. I
Where
didn't say anything about
where are we going? It's not about physical. It's not about physicality, Cleaner. Where are we going?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's about physicality. It's about the traits that men and women each have. All right, so like women have better risk reduction traits, right? Men have better awareness. Women are more aware of things that are threatening to their family, to them, to their pairing, their partner. Men are more aware of things that are going on around them.
Can you tell me how many times men are more aware of the surroundings?
Yeah, all the time.
No. You said a certain amount of
Constantly.
X
It's
times.
the metrics are when we're talking about general awareness.
Yeah.
Yeah, men are way more aware of their
No,
surroundings than women
you
are.
said a
Way
specific
more.
number, and I
Yeah,
said I wanted a number.
yeah, I'm not going to reference you a number from the data because I don't have an exact number on the
You already
like off
did.
the top of my head. I could say
You did.
it's going to be more than 50% more aware than women
I
are.
think you said 30.
No, I said it's going to be more than 50% more aware than
But
women are. I
have
know it was
you
higher than that, but I don't remember
You know
exactly
what
what
I
it
think?
was.
You know what I think?
I
Men.
don't really know what you think. I don't.
I think men are stronger than women. They have testosterone, so they're stronger than women. They're faster than women. They have stronger capabilities of endurance than women. But that's where it kind of ends. Okay? If it
That's
comes
not.
to the fact,
There's a
depending,
lot of other.
depending on your size, you know what I am? I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11". I'm 5'11". Okay? I'm fucking big and I'm fucking strong.
You're a tall woman, yeah.
By the end of the day, I am stronger than most women, and you can't put me in the fucking category with fucking people who's midgets, okay? I would able to like
Nobody said you were a midget. Nobody said you were a midget.
I'm talking about other traits than physicality. I literally moved the conversation away from physicality because I don't even give a fuck about that.
Don't even go and say that you have a like mythical kind of endurance. Like I can feel like surroundings that's around me. That's bullshit. You haven't proved. Where's your
No,
proof?
it's not.
Where's your proof?
It actually isn't. There's data, and again, you're going to ask me to show the data, and on the spot, I can't show you the data because I don't have the data saved on my computer. So you're going to go, oh, so you don't have the fucking data? Yeah, you're right. I don't have the data because this wasn't a prepared debate. If you would like to do a prepared debate, though, I'll be more than happy to do my research on the data, find the data, come to the prepared debate, and fucking rock your world, bitch.
Don't fucking claim things you can't, because by the end of the day, men are stronger.
I've done it every time I've had a debate with
and
someone.
men have better endurance. But
I don't think you want to do this. If you want to do a fucking debate, we'll do it. You want to set a time and a date?
Bring it.
Cool.
Yeah, me.
We can do it right here if you want to. I mean,
Yeah, me. I'm here. Bring it. Okay, we'll bring it right over there. Okay. The worst part is, anything I had today was based on biology. Biology is my strength. Okay, bitch. Cheers.
Your shit. All I'll say is I will prove you wrong. Men and women do need each other.
No, they don't.
I tend to agree with this notion that men and women do need each other. That's why men and women exist in the first place. That's part of God's plan, right?
Want each other, need each other are different.
No, we need each other.
What?
We definitely need each other.
Don't need each other.
We definitely need each other.
If it was about desire, I mean, then why did God create the both of us?
God doesn't fucking exist. It's like fucking pixie in the sky, okay? Don't go with me. I'm an atheist, okay?
That explains a
I
lot.
respect your belief, but don't tell me that that's the
Then why
word
do you
is.
even bring it up?
No,
So
I didn't
I'll
bring
tell
it
you.
up.
I'll tell you one thing that can kind of give
I
you
didn't bring
an
it up, okay? Did I
explanation,
bring it up?
an understanding of why it is that men and women need each other, or are proof of this. All right. If men and women didn't need each other, and men are generally
stole a
physically
napkin.
stronger than women, we would continue to enslave you, and we would not give you any intrinsic value if we
don't
didn't
have
need you.
a cabin, if I don't have a cabin in the Swedish wild forest, I will have a harder time to survive without a man. Definitely true. But if I have a ready-built cabin and I know survival tricks, I will definitely survive without a man.
That's an important caveat. I know survival tricks.
That's what I mean. I agree with men are stronger. You know what I mean?
I know
I'm
person hunting
acknowledging it.
tricks, and what does that have to do with whether or not men and women need each other?
Men and women don't need each other for company.
Men and women need each other. They do.
No. Biologically,
Yeah.
no. Biologically, no.
Biologically, yes.
Biologically, men and women definitely need each other. Biologically, they definitely need each other. Because
more than
without
your
each other,
bedtime story to your mom.
you cannot achieve the two main drivers of life, which are survival and reproduction. Without each other, you cannot achieve those.
You don't.
Yes.
Wait.
You need to do them. Yes.
All right.
Survive. You don't need reproduction to survive.
Hang on a second. Mom was trying to get a word in edgewise.
Further your life, you don't need reproduction to survive.
Okay, fine. Wobbly, where you at?
We don't need reproduction to
Nothing
survive.
is solved when you're talking over each other.
I take it back, Grandpa. I don't like you.
Let Rand Paul fucking go, okay? Just shut the fuck up for a minute.
No,
I'm literally shut the fuck up for a minute.
No.
Hang on. Okay?
I don't like
Hang the fuck up.
Nothing will ever be solved if you're just talking over each other.
What is that fucking Kinder Egg surprise fucking
Again, you just showed exactly what I mean.
I get what you're saying,
Hey,
Wobbly.
take a moment and take a breath. That helps a lot.
I've been talking over.
Yeah, you both have.
Yeah.
They both have.
I know.
Not her or him, both of them.
And
They've been yapping over each other the whole fucking
Twi-
time.
Twister has been incredibly fucking patient this whole time too. I appreciate you.
Sit and wait long enough to deliver your argument after somebody makes a point. You have to learn how to converse before you become a debater. And if all you want to do is debate, you have to be able to listen as well as speak.
But he's stupid.
Thank you.
No, not you. Him.
I appreciate the comment.
It's okay.
No, not you. Him.
It's people can be stupid. People can be stupid.
Wobbly. Not you. Him.
He knows that. What I'm trying to tell you is that you're letting your emotions fucking drive your motivation in this conversation, and that's
Because he doesn't bring any fuck. I'm gonna.
No,
I'm just gonna put my finger up, and you're gonna let me talk at some point.
I'm gonna let you talk right now.
He doesn't explain at any point why, if I have a cabin in Sweden, I know how to, basic, survival points. Why do I need a man more than the basic fact I need a man? He doesn't provide anything that has any logical fucking standing except for the fact men and women need each other. He never fucking elaborates on that. For what sake do I need a man? If I can survive? I'm not saying that I necessarily is optimal, but I can survive. You know what I mean? Survival is different than optimal living. Men and women need each other for optimal living. I can agree on that. But
that's
he
what we're
never
talking
said
about is optimal living. That's what we're talking about.
No, that's not what he's saying. He keeps saying survival. Wait, ask him.
It's
If it's survival.
he stole another fucking napkin. Is survival not compatible with optimal living? I mean, those are
No. Optimal living is optimal. You live to be happy and content.
But you survive, right? I mean,
Survival is bare minimum.
Okay.
Right. I understand what she's saying, and I can approach either argument. I'm good with either one. Whether it's a metric of
Okay,
thought
so
or a metric of
then specifically, hold on, Lily. Specifically answer the query as to why a woman can't survive in the woods on her own in Daneland.
Well, all right. Like I said,
Sweden, not Daneland.
awareness factor is one thing. There are two different types of awareness that men and women have. Women are better at avoiding a risk, but men are better at being aware of all the risks that are actually around them. The other aspect of it is the socio emotional status. When you're isolated and alone for prolonged periods of time, you enter into a depression state. Depression state will limit your survivability greatly because you'll end up doing things that you wouldn't normally do, not paying attention to things that you would normally pay attention to, and risky behaviors that could get you hurt or killed. So you do need a member of the opposite sex there to appease that.
So what I'm still trying to say is you're still building this on your like own ideology that women need men for the sake of men. I thought you said, correct me if I'm wrong, men has like a 50% like increased awareness compared to women. Is it correct?
General
50?
awareness. General awareness.
When
Yeah,
we're in the
roughly
wild.
50. Yeah.
50 in the wild, and I'm like, I want to see that actually like 50%, you're 50% more aware than me. If we stand at the same fucking point, we stand at the same fucking point, are you 50% more aware
Right.
than me?
And
That's a question.
if we're isolated, if you and I go out in the woods, right? Because we're out in the woods, my testosterone will be pumping a little more than normal. My awareness will naturally and biologically be higher than yours. There's no choice in it. I don't have a choice in it. I don't even like it most of the time when it happens. I can hear everything going on around my house, but I don't have a choice in it. It's the way that I'm built. It's the way that men are built.
Question. So if we're both out in the woods, in the middle of the woods, Swedish woods, there is nothing between us, just you and me. If you and I are there, are you 50% more aware than me?
At a minimum, yes.
Do you have
I would
anything?
actually probably be a lot more than 50% more aware.
Do you have anything to base that science off? Except for
For myself?
wait,
For
do
me?
you have
Yeah, I'm
wait,
hypersensitive.
no, wait, stop.
I can hear things like a pin drop. So yeah.
You can't say I feel 50% because you need to base it on a scientifically standard of what is 1 time, what is 2 times, what is 3 times before you say 50 times.
Where's your study, bro? Where's your study?
My hearing,
I
my
wanna know,
personal hearing,
how
since you're
do you
referencing
know?
the question
How do you
specifically
know?
towards me, my
No,
personal hearing is
that's not the issue. That's not,
313
I
more
don't care about
percent
that. I don't care about that.
stronger than
I don't
the
care about
average
that.
human being.
I don't
313.
care about that.
Okay, so then, Lily, we need to withdraw the question a little bit and say that this applies to all men, not necessarily cleaners specifically. Yeah.
How are you
Okay.
gonna prove to me in your statement that men are 50% more aware in the surroundings than women?
Well, this is where
Because
you're going
that
to come back
is
to the
not
data.
existing in any fucking scientific basis in the fucking world.
It actually is.
It
There are
doesn't.
biology books. There are biology books that are written
You show
on
me.
what is.
You
There are.
show me because
There.
we've been here for 3 hours. You haven't showed me.
You keep interrupting me, and I won't be able to answer your question.
I'm shutting up. Sorry.
And you're asking me for instantaneous data, and I haven't sat here and gone through it and referenced and researched the data in order to pull it up for an actual debate. Like I said, if you'd like to have a debate, sure.
No, I want the data. I don't want a
Yeah,
debate. I want the data. I don't want
yeah,
a
that's
debate. I want the data.
yeah, that's fine. If you'd like the actual data, give me some time to pull the actual data
When can
up,
you
and
give me
I'll
the
get it.
data?
I can't give you a time until after I pulled it up. That's like asking a mechanic, when
Okay.
is my truck going to be repaired without, him knowing what's wrong with your truck?
Again, it's where is your study, bro? Where is your study? It's not something I really appreciate.
Do you have any idea? Wait. Can you give me an idea? What school was it from? Do you remember what was it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Lily. It doesn't matter, Lily. Lily. It doesn't matter where the data comes from. What matters is whether or not you can refute the claim that the data is supporting. That's what we're focusing on. Yeah. Can you support that? Can you get on with that? You refute the claim that the data is supporting. Yeah. So.
No. He claims. Wait. He claims it exists. I don't have to prove it does not exist.
You can demonstrate. You can demonstrate that it's garbage, by showing how how women mountaineers have succeeded in droves over the course of Daneland history, right?
How does proof work? You claim.
How does proof work?
You have to prove it. He claimed he has to prove.
I don't need to explain to you how proof works. You know how proof works. What I can explain to you is how argumentation works, and I can explain to you that you can make an argument without proof that demonstrates that what Cleaner is claiming is complete garbage. You can do that instead of demanding that he produce some sort of evidence to support his claim.
That is the same. You want me to prove his claim is bullshit?
Demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate it. I want you to demonstrate it. Show me how women can succeed in the woods. Show me how women can succeed in the woods.
I've been there every year. I live in Denmark, next to Sweden. I lived like 20
That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal evidence. We're talking about.
Not only that, I don't think you're alone, but.
Give examples, okay?
Part of the job that I did for 22 years.
Are we really doing this? Are we
going
really protecting Cleaner?
Hang on a second, Lily. Hang on.
Isolated all by myself.
I can't even.
At least 40% of my job every day was going into the wilderness,
He has a
living
claim.
and surviving.
Lily, hang on to it.
Being around wild animals, constantly aware of my situation. It's actual experience that builds this, not statistics. There are certain people, men and women, that will probably do quite well in the wilderness, but the majority of the women, no. My experience is women never look at their feet when they're walking. They're constantly falling down. They take way too many risks without thinking about the consequences of it. So you can go to studies and stuff, and they're going to give you a bunch of statistics, but actually living and doing it every day is a lot more knowledge.
So there's one study that was done. There's actually a ton of them. Pew Research has a handful of different studies. I'm trying to find one that just has the metric of like men's versus women's, but this one shows testosterone increases awareness. It's somatosensory stimuli, which is everything that our senses pick up: our sight, our smell, and our hearing. So having testosterone in a higher amount than a woman means you're going to have more awareness, more sensory.
I'm sorry we lost her, but
did she? Oh, I didn't even know she ducked out.
All I asked is that she just wait a second. And all right, here we are. I'll tell you this. Cleaner, you and Lily both
were getting very, very heated.
Roles.
And it was very unnecessary that it got that heated Friday party. I blame both for the whole shit show that just happened.
Yeah, I'm aware that when I get interrupted a lot, I feel disrespected. When I feel disrespected, I tend to lash out at people.
That's okay.
Especially when it's prolonged periods of time like that. I shouldn't do that, and I'm working on that. But you know,
you got to give her credit if that's her dream. and she feels like she can do well in the wilderness, just pat her on the back, say, "Cool for you."
Hey, go for it.
Well, and just because the other thing is that you have to remember is that she may not be every, she may be the exception to the rule. They exist, right?
It's possible. Yeah. That's possible. That's possible. I mean,
after my divorce, I sure as shit didn't need a woman. I like having one now that I have my girlfriend, but I didn't fucking need one. I had no need for a woman. Period. End of story. The only thing that they were good for was a hole to stick my dick in at that point.
Heavy's got a great.
When you were younger? Oh, sorry.
No, I'm talking about up till
right now.
I got divorced in 2019, 2020, and I went for 3 or 4 years without a woman. I didn't need one. I happened to come across one at a car show, and we hit it off.
Well, Heavy's got a great fucking article here from history about women on the American frontier. A lot of women ended up losing their husbands and continuing to raise their families in the aftermath, and those families live on today. So that happened.
Yeah, it happened. The thing that a lot of these studies don't always show us is like the percentages, like the percentage of women, like how many women there were versus how many survived in that situation. You know what I mean? So like when you have a single man, the awareness is higher. He'll be hearing things that are coming around a little bit more. He'll investigate things because he wants to know what's going on, especially if he's a single father. You know, he's going to be checking what's going on around his house if he hears things that sound different and odd. But the fact that he's able to hear those things, is what gives him that edge. The women tend to be more averse to risks. Anything that's dangerous, they tend to just stay away from as much as they can.
Yeah, but there again, you're generalizing.
Right, I am generalizing.
My little sister is a sheriff's deputy and on the SWAT team.
Right.
I don't
That's
think
fine.
she has any problem with awareness and alertness and being aware of what's going on around her.
Yeah, I don't know her, so I'm not speaking
If she
to
did,
her
she wouldn't be
specifically.
functioning.
I'm speaking about just in general. In general, this is what's understood through science, right? So this is what goes on for the general population. And when we're talking about like men versus women during the frontier times, single men raising their families versus single women, it doesn't, like, the statistics don't show us the metrics of how many men versus how many men's families survived, how many women versus how many women's families survived. So we can't really get a comparison there. We can't really compare like whether more women, you know what I mean? You can't really say it either way there. They didn't have good statistics back then.
I can't dismiss any. I can't dismiss any statistics off the face of the fact that it's old. You know what I mean? You can't accept that. You can't accept that.
We can't prove it or disprove it either way is what I'm saying. That's all. I'm not saying dismiss it though. And like I said, I agree that, yeah, there was probably a percentage of women that did raise families. I'm not saying there aren't exceptions to the general rule and the general understanding of how men and women are created and men and women's biology. Of course, there are women that are weightlifters that can lift up to like 700 kilograms. I mean, that's a thing, right?
There's an exception to every rule. Yeah, there's an exception to every rule, and all you're trying to do is just express the rule. Yeah. So
right, I was just speaking
I
about
get
the
that.
generality, and it went to a hyper-specific space. And I was explaining the differences between men and women so that there was an understanding of the differences besides just the physical strength thing, because that's where a lot of people go. And so a lot of people don't hear the other intrinsic things, the other traits that there are that are really different. We always get stuck on, well, men are stronger generally than women. Well, yeah, all right, so what? So give them some other stuff that they can learn, you know? That's what I try to do, is give different views.
Yeah.
And that's all.
It's all right.
We did get heated though.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'll accept fault on that. I'm probably the more experienced debater. I should have controlled that better.
It's okay. Maybe we'll see Lily again. Maybe we won't. I don't know.
I really hope we do, because even though it got a little heated, I was actually enjoying the back and forth. It was a good. I mean, it was a good debate we were having. It did get heated, but it was a good one.
I'll say that. I'll say this: that Cleaner and Lily, you're both cleared to come in the chat anytime you like. If we're in the live chat, you just jump right in there. You don't need any permissions or anything else. So
I watched some of your stuff, EOD from the past. Some of your past conversations and debates, but I hadn't jumped on yet.
I do appreciate you coming here.
I thought we were just gonna be chilling like we usually.
I was gonna say this is
fucking debate.
This is not what we normally do. We normally just fucking chill out. We just hang out and talk about shit. Yeah.
Debates are absolutely fucking retarded. I hate debates.
I didn't expect it, to be honest. It just kind of progressed into that because I was getting argued with.
You know, to be frank, I'm not really fond of them either. Like Rob will sit and fucking look at a debate that happened over the course of 3 hours and fucking analyze that for 6 hours. And I'm like, I do not care that much. I don't. I just don't. This shit is just not that important to me.
I'll have a conversation about something I care about, but like, who gives a fuck about that shit you guys?
Yeah, man. I mean, let's talk about the X70B. You know, what inside chat?
Yeah, put something in side chat. I'm
Icon
thinking
A5.
about.
Yeah, it's an amphib. They're actually pretty cool.
What?
They're a pretty cool plane. All you need is a light sport license to fly that. You don't have to have a full private pilot.
Since my wife has already put the nix on the idea of buying a boat, so I was thinking about.
Well, there you go. It's a boat plane.
I got both worlds.
There you go. That's how we like to do it most of the time, man. Just fucking chill out and talk about shit. Like
I'm looking at an amphib for my house in Hawaii, so I can do some island hopping.
Fucking dog.
If shit keeps getting worse and worse here in California, which it looks like it's going to, I've almost got it talked into just selling everything and jumping on a 55-foot yacht, float around and get the hell away.
Oh, there you
from all
go.
this crap.
That sounds like a good time.
But she's definitely afraid of water, so.
Well, that's
you know, I am too a little bit.
Problem.
Yeah.
I am too a little bit.
You're afraid of water, Andy? I can't be afraid of water.
Well, I'm not a great swimmer. You know, I swim a little bit. I can swim to save my life, but beyond that,
That's all you need.
yeah, I reckon. But beyond that, like if I'm stuck out in the middle of the fucking ocean, like I'm fucked, dude. That's why I didn't join the Navy. I was thinking about it. I was like, I could go Navy or Air Force, and I was like, I can't do Navy because we're gonna be out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Then you could have gotten the semen samples from the semen directly.
Can I assist you with that?
Oh my goodness sakes! Oh my goodness sakes!
I always like the pontoon biplanes, but the A5 does look kind of cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool little plane.
Yeah,
that's an interesting place to put the propeller too.
Right in the back, yeah.
Yeah.
There have been several aircraft like that.
It's not the only one, yeah.
Pusher prop. Cool thing about the A5 is see how the wings fold up like that? It's actually trailerable, so you can haul it around on a trailer.
Well, I suppose the ideal being that you can land it somewhere and then park it in a fucking parking spot, right? Like, everybody's trying to get to the flying cars, man. Everybody's trying to get to the flying cars. We haven't got there yet.
You know what? I don't want to share the air with these retards that drive cars.
I mean, you were talking about situational awareness, right? Well, having ridden motorcycles pretty much since I was 14 years old, situational awareness is like every time I get behind the wheel or get on a bike, it's like turned up to 1,000%. I can actually predict what people are going to do before they do it.
I'm the same way, but between riding bikes and then flying fighters for 22 years, yeah, I have situational awareness that doesn't stop.
Are you allowed to say what fighters you've flown?
Yeah, I flew the AV-8B Harrier. And then, I was a instructor pilot in the T-45.
The B insignia means we reinvented some stuff about the Harrier when we brought it into our own fucking Marine Corps and whatnot.
McDonnell Douglas redesigned it. It's actually the Harrier 2. And then there are different sub variants like the Harrier 2 Plus, the Harrier 2 Night Attack, et cetera, et cetera.
The B base model did that have the 35 millimeter recoilless autocannons on it, or
25
it was 25?
Yeah, it's a 25 millimeter. Basically, it's derivative of the Avenger cannon on the A10.
Okay.
It's kind of a shrunk down Avenger. Now they were in pods. The Harrier doesn't have an internal gun.
Right.
So there are two pods that sit under the belly, and one has the cannon in it, the other has the ammo.
Okay.
When you all chill out, he chills out. Like, he can hear everything that's going on, and when it gets fucking heated, he's like, "What the fuck, man?" So y'all are freaking my dog out.
Yeah, we had the depleted uranium rounds. It was literally like a mini Avenger cannon.
That's badass.
They actually put that same cannon in the F-35.
They're not retiring all the A-10s. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
96 of them.
I was surprised.
We gotta have more than that. I mean, there's certainly
They retired all of them, but 96.
There's a reason, and that is that the A-10 is not survivable in the modern battlefield against a near-peer adversary.
a nuclear what?
A near-peer.
No, near-peer.
All right, near to. All right.
They would that A-10 would get absolutely annihilated in minutes, if that long. Now, what it is useful for is low-intensity conflict.
And ground engagement.
Keeping a handful on hand for low-intensity conflict, I'm good with. But you need
plus they're developing the firing system for the AQM missile. Laser-guided AQM missile. So they're using it as a platform to test things with more than anything else.
You need low infrared signatures, all that kind of stuff to survive on the modern battlefield.
I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that for the most part. But what would you say if we sent every single A-10 that we had over to Ukraine?
I would say Ukraine would be straight.
I'd still want to keep a handful of our aircraft, and I don't think it would help that much with the air defense systems that both countries have.
Wait, you mean like giving them to them, EOD, or you mean like we sent them over there to destroy them?
I mean, like giving them to them, turning them over as used equipment, and saying, "Ukraine, you do what you will."
They would take over the continent.
I don't know about that. Russia still has some pretty significant integrated air defense right now. Now, if you combined giving Ukraine suppression of enemy air defense systems like the HARM missile on the F-16, if we equip them with the HARM plus the A-10, that would be a different story.
What about the JDAM 1000 ER?
I'd still want the HARM for seed work.
I don't know that ER on the JDAM 1000. Like we never needed a 1,000 pound JDAM, and for some reason we gave Ukraine 1,000-pound JDAMs that actually had almost it was like 2.5 times the range almost.
Yeah, but
like,
still,
that
you're
was
talking
insane.
about anti-aircraft systems that have 100 miles range plus. So you want that HARM to hit those S-400s and S-300s.
Yeah. You want to get that extra 60 miles so you can deviate before you hit the range.
And
Yeah.
it's not only that; it's the speed. That's why it's called a HARM, high-speed anti-radiation missile.
Yeah.
They fly a little over Mach 4 or Mach 3, I think. Mach 3 or Mach 4. I don't remember, but they are generally speaking quicker than the SAMs. So even if they get launched on, you fire your harm, it's going to hit the enemy radar before the SAM hits you and take it out, and the SAM's going to quit guiding.
Yeah.
I feel like the summit, to some extent, I mean, this is a bit of a military stratagem versus like cultural stratagem, but we're still talking about like the lowest possible outcome, the worst possible outcome, instead of thinking about what could these things do in favor of us, right? Like what could A-10s do on the current battlefield despite being obsolete? Yeah.
Get shot down.
I mean, how many times they try to shoot that fucker down that don't get shot down? I mean,
Not very many. They operated in Iraq. They operated in a complete air superiority environment. We actually decimated Iraq's air defense systems and their all their anti-aircraft capability, air defense and aircraft. The A-10 is not survivable in a contested air defense environment.
Before we even started with Iraq, the first day of the war, the night before everything kicked off, we had B-1s that went overhead and dropped bombs on the 5 major extra long-range towers that they had, radar towers that they had that were guiding most of their missile defense systems. So they lost almost all of their anti-air systems on day one.
Oh, they want, yeah, absolutely. You had some AAA, but most of the SAM systems were just eliminated in the first round of sorties.
That was actually one of the
the first aircraft to go in were AH-64 Apaches. They went in nap of the earth and took out SAM sites.
Yeah, they were flying in low though. They were like 200 feet off the ground.
Less than that.
Yeah, those guys are crazy, man.
About
But they're good.
20 feet.
They are. I'll tell you what. The pilots for those things,
all right.
They are damn. They are ballsy.
Hey, hang on just a second. All right, Liliana Katz in chat says, Raging Patriot, just because I left the stream does not mean I don't have channels open. Don't call me a feminist, you sad self-wanker. Lily, you're welcome back anytime you like. And I do invite you to come and join the D&D campaign. I've got at least a couple of great roles that you can fill, depending upon where you want to fucking fit in. So do let me know. I DM'd you about that. Dog, shut the fuck up.
And seriously, Lily, come back and just when we're just chilling like this instead of the stupid.
Yeah, I mean it's not all about fucking shitting on one another. It's really more about just being here and congregating and having a good time. It's really what it's about. That's how I do things. Okay, like Grid wants to do fucking blood sports and all that garbage. That's not what I'm about.
I used to get into that shit. I can't do it anymore. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've fucking been into it, honestly.
EOD, did you hear that Ruger bought out Kentucky Arms?
What?
Yeah.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me. My grandfather always liked Ruger. We've always been Ruger fans around here. Ruger bought them out. Ruger bought Kentucky Arms, is what you said.
Yes.
Yeah.
The complete manufacturing plant.
Oh, that's all right. I never known anything about Kentucky Arms, honestly.
I thought Kentucky Arms was done a long time ago. I didn't even know they were still in production, but
yeah, I didn't either.
Damn. On July 1st.
The only thing I know about Kentucky is it's not where bourbon comes from.
You shut your whore mouth.
Bourbon is brewed in a abandoned nuclear missile silo in South Dakota.
It is not. It's brewed.
The barrels
And
up,
then-
barrels up, barrels. Hey, it's all about the
And then they just take rocks from Kentucky and throw them in. And so it's Kentucky bourbon.
That's complete fucking garbage. Okay, the only bourbon in the world comes from Kentucky. That's
Yeah,
complete
they throw
fucking
a
garbage.
bunch of limestone in it just to give it flavor, right?
That's right. Magic rocks.
Magic rock.
I swear, I hate you guys so much sometimes. You're supposed to be fucking, like standing up for me and helping me out with this fucking transition to fucking YouTube, but no, y'all just give me shit all the time. Yeah, well, I have to. Fucking Twitch kicked me off. What am I gonna do?
He has no choice but to transition, guys.
What the hell did they kick you up for?
Because I'm not particularly pro-trans, so.
Oh God.
Hey, they kicked me off too.
They begged me back.
I know, that's fucked up.
They wanted me to start streaming there again.
They kicked me off too, all because of a fucking mistake.
Yeah.
But,
They-
I'm
just a little
happy with
hint.
it. I can't help it.
When you're on vacation with your girlfriend, make sure you tell her that you're going to stream the condo you're staying at before you start doing so she doesn't walk out of the bedroom butt naked on your stream.
Yeah, that was the thing. That was the
Just
thing.
a little piece of advice.
That'll get you.
I remember that. I remember that.
It took them all of about a minute and a half, and my channel was gone.
Yeah. That's because there are fucking snakes hiding in the shadows looking for conservatives to do something stupid on fucking Twitch, man.
I played the movie Vanishing Point on Kick. It's got a couple of butt ass naked scenes in it I forgot about, and they just suspended me for one day.
Well, that's a movie. That's a different thing. So, I don't know, man. Get this off my chest, Freedom. I'm gonna fuck you up, dog. You're gonna end up in the kennel.
That was good times. But I have been considering streaming again. I don't know. I keep thinking about it, and then I don't, and then I do.
You ought to. Okay, so what was it? We were talking about the Fallout campaign based on 5e D&D that you wanted to do. That would be fun, dude.
No, Stargate, not Fallout.
You want to do the Stargate one rather than Fallout?
Yeah, I didn't want to do Fallout. I wanted to do Stargate.
Okay.
A lot of water.
Dude, I'd be fucking down for that. That one actually interests me more than Fallout does. Oh, we got Dobry in the back. Oh, let's bring Dobry up.
They even got a have they even got a D&D version of that out already?
Not really. I actually started playing around with freaking ChatGPT and having it try to convert to sort of just real briefly, and it was coming up with some great like conversion shit.
No.
So it's very doable, I think.
Well, it almost like if you look at the Star Wars one they came out with, it almost looks like a cut and paste with just names changed. There's a few minor details that look a little different, but
I'm not that familiar. I mean, I never played D&D until earlier this year.
Until you played it with us, yeah?
Yep.
And you invented a weapon out of your own dick, or your character's dick.
I did.
That was a mace. I'm like, that's very creative. That's very good for D&D.
My character had a bludgeoning weapon for a penis.
what was the dice?
It was a
roll?
mace. It was a mace. I I attached that to the stat sheet for a mace. So.
But he had to get erect first, so he'd have to have a turn jerking off before he could slap people with it.
He had to get the fucking dick hard before he could actually use it. Yeah.
That's an awesome twist.
They showed up at what was essentially a monastery, okay, and they didn't realize this, but it was essentially a monastery to the dragon god Bahamut, and he ended up humping the statue of Bahamut that was on prominent display in the front of this fucking cloister.
Well, what else are you gonna do when you see a statue? I mean, it just makes sense to me.
That shit cracks me up. All of this is on my Rumble channel. And I did keep it, but I haven't moved it over to the D&D channel yet. I do have a D&D channel, D&D Shenanigans 696 on YouTube. Y'all check that out. Subscribe if you haven't yet. We are continuing with a different campaign with the Dragon of Icefire Peak. So you're supposed to be part of this, Twisted.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I wound up still out chasing.
Yeah.
There were some storms that popped up, so but I am back home now, so I'll try and get shit created.
I mean, you can get in there if you want, man. This is a big campaign. There's a lot of NPCs. There's a lot of opportunities for player characters to come in from nowhere. So I've invited Rob. I've invited you. I invited Lily from earlier tonight. So there's at least 2 or 3 more opportunities for people to fucking come in. So before I say that's too many fucking player characters, I don't know what to do with all that. Right now we've got 5. So we can take 2, maybe 3 more. That's where I'm at with that.
I haven't gotten into that since back when I was in my early 20s, teens.
Yeah, it's, looking back on it, like when I go back and watch the VODs from the past 2 episodes of D&D Shenanigans, I'm like, this is very juvenile, but
it's fun. It's fun.
It is. It's a lot of fun.
I think I still have the last set that I bought, because I would get the figurine sets with the map boards and all of that. I think the last one I got was the Forgotten Realms, and I had a whole ton of little characters that came with it. I liked that one a lot. It came with a bunch of pieces, man. Bunch of extra pieces. It was easy for a DM to throw together a little orc army or a little goblin army. Real easy. Came with a ton of pieces.
But we're doing it all online through Roll20.net. It's a virtual tabletop, and I am learning a lot about how to integrate stuff and get everything together and make everything work right. And it's been an adventure for me as much as it is for everybody else. So.
Who's been DMing?
Me. I'm the DM.
Cool.
Yeah.
That can be one of the hardest jobs to do sometimes, because you've got to make sure the interactions are good and everybody stays interested and there's something to do, and build the story too.
Well, okay, so we were talking about introducing new characters and stuff. Like, we just introduced this very last episode we just did on this past Wednesday was bringing in Abe Dingus.
Oh, she was over there.
And he came in as a bandit leader who I had casted as an NPC. I was going to be the bandit leader, but then Abe was like, well, can I join? I was like, well, maybe if you want to be this guy, and maybe we can work that out into you being part of the party afterward. And he was like, yeah. I was like, great. Okay. We'll work that out. And it worked out really good. It was surprising to me, but, that's where we're at. So now, when people ask Abe about his backstory, I've got to be like, we need this to be congruent with the fucking world, but that's all I need to do. So
y'all are sticking to 5th edition rules.
That's
through Roll20.
I thought that would be easiest, and like I wasn't thinking about the consequences, but I was like 5th edition 2024, that's the most recent stuff, that's what we're gonna do. Like looking back on it, I wish I had gone with 2014, but
I don't blame you. They changed a lot, man.
They did.
There's no short list for 5th edition.
yeah. Okay, so like one of my biggest gripes was orcs. Part of my module that I'm using, which is Dragon of Icefire Peak, that's right here, tearing it up. This one, Dragon of Icefire Peak. So like I'm using this, and like part of this is orcs as monsters. Okay, so like orcs as monsters don't exist in 2024. They don't. That's not a thing. Get off the desk. No.
So you have to make them.
I had to pull them out of 2014 rules. Is what I did. So.
But you have to do a slight stat adjustment with the 2020. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not that. It's that orcs don't exist as monsters in 2024 rules. They're not monsters. You can't make an orc monster. It doesn't happen. Orcs aren't monsters. They're a race of player characters. That's what they are. That's the way the 2024 rules looks at it. And I'm like, ultimately, it's about trying to make room for people who are non-white. And it's like, well, this is your race in Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like, come the fuck on, man. They've always been monsters since like the 70s. That's garbage.
I don't disagree. Even like when they tried making that stupid D&D game, they kept them as the online one, you know.
Yeah.
It was all right, but I don't know. There was a lot of problems with it. But even there, you had orcs as a player race and orcs as the monsters. Both.
Yeah, that's 2014 rules. That's That's the initial 5th edition release was they're both.
Yeah.
But in the 2024 rewrite, they were like, nah, orcs aren't monsters anymore. Like, fuck you.
No, they are. they definitely are.
Yeah.
I mean, if humans can still be monsters, then orcs can too.
That's the funny thing is I found a human bandit in the 2024 free basic rules that is a monster. Is a monster. But I can't find an orc that's a monster. That's complete fucking horse shit.
They didn't move goblins.
Nah, nobody cares about goblins.
Did they introduce a Hydra in 5e?
There's a different name for it, but yeah, it's essentially a Hydra with one eye, a Cyclops with a bunch of arms coming out of the side of it. I forget what they fucking call it thing.
Not the Beholder, but
the Beholder. I think that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, they had Beholders in 3rd edition, 4th edition. Well, no, actually, I think it was 4th edition was Beholder's debut.
Yeah.
But shit, those were fun days, man.
Yeah.
I even they made a Mech Warrior D&D board, and me and my brothers used to play the shit out of that because we loved the Mech Warrior universe, man.
Hell yeah, man. That's what's cool about D&D is that the rules can be applied to a lot of different universes. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Like I've been looking at a lot at Lord of the Rings fucking tabletop game, and I've been thinking about it. I'm like,
Lord of the Cock Rings.
There's a way that we can do it, but I don't know if I want to do it with this crew or not. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta find a different crew.
You know the dwarf jokes are gonna turn gay, right?
Oh well, we already have doors. Doors are in D&D.
Everything turns gay.
Holy cow!
Haven't you ever played Gay Chicken?
Nope, I never have. I never have.
Not once, huh? I have. I mean, I feel like everybody's played Gay Chicken. I don't know. Maybe that's an Ohio, Kentucky thing. I don't know.
I'm not.
I think it's a military thing.
It could be. Yeah.
I'm not even sure I'm imagining it correctly.
It's whoever can be the gayest, the most before somebody goes, all right. I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Nope, never played that. Now, we did tell a whole lot of gay jokes. That we did do.
Well, that's basically what it is at the end of the day.
Yeah,
It's all.
As long as somebody goes, that's too gay before you get to kissing, yeah.
I mean, that's ultimately the idea, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose some guys have gone all the way, though. And probably.
Apparently so. There's a society of them.
Yeah, right. Chill the fuck out, dog.
I think that's just called being gay, not playing gay chicken.
I reckon he's got to go pee. I got to take him out.
They call it whatever they want to get away with it.
True.
Oh shit. Did y'all ever try any of those D&D spinoffs like the Hero Clicks games or any of that type stuff?
I have no clue. You lost me.
It was it was like this little. It came with little miniatures, and they would have stats on them that were kind of D&D-ish, but it was horrible, man.
Now, see, like I said, I never played D&D up until like a couple months ago.
Okay. Yeah, this was from like I think it started up in like 2003 or 2004 or something like that. It was a long time ago. Yeah, that was a horrible one though. I think they did it on the Marvel universe was where they started it. That was the worst universe to do it on too, because the abilities that like the superheroes had were so different from D&D characters, because you had like superheroes that could literally regenerate if they got their head chopped off. How do you do that in D&D? You know? Like it didn't make sense.
Hell if I know.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. I get why they tried doing it though, because they wanted to bring in a whole new crowd and create a game that people would invest in and all that. But it was just like it was horribly done.
Shit.
Shit, I didn't know there was a community of people that were even playing D&D 5th edition online.
All I know is what EOD showed me on it. I don't know anything about it much, to be honest.
It's pretty fun if you like storytelling, getting into the stories and all that stuff. I mean, it can be pretty fun. I've watched a number of games whenever I've stopped at comic shops and they've had the games going on. I haven't got to engage in any myself because I've been too busy with everything else in life I've been doing, but I've got to stop and
I
watch.
have never been to a comic shop.
Really?
Yep.
Oh man, comic book stores are like, I mean, it's a cultural novelty, I
never
know,
really
but
my thing.
There's
it can
not
be
very
an
many of them
experience.
left around here. Not very many at all.
Yeah, there's still a handful of them here in Houston, but not a ton. It's a cool experience if you like reading like comic books or you like the environment in any way, you'll probably be a little interested in something you see in there. There's normally something that piques your interest.
I don't know. Probably wouldn't be for me. I never got into the comic books or anything like that. I'm definitely not the normal individual.
I don't really think anyone here is.
Well, I didn't have a normal childhood, I guess you could say. I very, very, very rarely even watch TV. And when I did, typically I wanted to watch documentaries. So I didn't grow up watching all these, I don't get pop culture references and stuff because I didn't grow up watching that stuff. I can count on one hand the number of like TV shows I watched growing up.
I watched a handful of them with my dad late at night when he'd get home from work.
My dad and I would watch documentaries together. My dad was very similar to me. He was he flew F4s and F100s in Vietnam.
Yeah. My dad was a welder and fitter, and he'd get home from that and take a shower and sit down, and we'd watch Star Trek together, or one of those sci-fi type shows.
That was one of the few that I did watch was Star Trek.
I used to love doing that. That was like one of my favorite things to do when I was a kid.
I think Strange New Worlds lights up today.
Oh, does it?
I think so.
Oh, that'd be
I
awesome.
think July 12th. I think it lights up today.
That's the
Strange New Worlds.
It's like the redo of Star Trek.
Yeah.
But with like all the, modern special effects and a little bit different story.
It's garbage JJ's Trek, but it's about Captain Pike and the original fucking crew of the Enterprise and whatnot. So that's interesting.
But it took Kirk out at some point when Kirk was supposed to jump in.
But it's before Kirk.
It's supposed to be before Kirk, yeah.
Oh, I may have misinterpreted some of it then, because I could have swore that Kirk had come on and then Spock came on.
I was gonna say,
What's the point of Star Trek without Kirk banging freaking green?
I swear, I was gonna say y'all are speaking my language here because you're talking about documentaries and fucking Star Trek. Like that's all I ever used to watch my fucking dad too. Like the problem is my dad started getting into ancient aliens and shit, and like now he's talking about like flat Earth and fucking hollow moon, and I'm like, Dad, come the fuck on.
Yeah, mine did a little bit of that. He moved out of that though. He did. But he watched that for a good solid year. He was watching all the Ancient Aliens movies with that guy with the freaking weird hair that's like, oh, God.
I mean, EOD's hair looked like that a couple weeks ago.
Like massive poofs of nut hair?
Before he got his hair cut.
Where's the article? I think I have the article in movie and TV.
My hair did look fucking ridiculous before. It was way too long. I was looking like a girl. I was like, no, I can't do this. I can't do this and talk to ortho bros. I can't do this. So it's got to be cut.
Ortho bro. What the fuck's an ortho bro?
Someone who's in. Yeah.
Will be the last one.
July 17th.
Yeah.
July 7th. We got 5 more days. Yeah. Shit. I didn't know it was coming out that soon. I thought they weren't going to do it until winter started.
And this will be the last season, too.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That kind of sucks, but...
It's because there's a white man in charge of the fucking crew. Like, they can't do that. They can't fucking stomach that shit. The fucking production companies won't fucking fathom it.
Good old Disney.
No.
It's what happens when they buy up everything good. They turn it to shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
pretty much.
Own Star Trek too.
Yeah.
Paramount.
These days, yeah.
Paramount, yeah.
Gene Rod. Okay, so the best episode of Star Trek was dedicated to Gene Roddenberry's death by Rick Berman, who did a great fucking job with Voyager and Deep Space Nine, if you ask me. But it was the best of both worlds, but from the Next Generation. That was the greatest episode of Star Trek ever made, right there.
Yeah. You know, I know, like, within the Trek world, people will argue one of them was way better than the others and all that. And aside from, like, the new timelines changes that they did, I think all of the original series played a part in building out the history and the evolution of it. And it kind of fleshed out the story more. Even though some of them were a little odd and off, you know, it still fleshed out the universe as a whole.
Yeah. Okay, so one of the things that I noticed about like season 1 of Next Generation versus the rest of the Next Generation was that it was really awkward and misogynistic in a lot of ways. Also a little bit racist. There was that one fucking race of people that happened to be a bunch of African folks that were supposedly from a different planet, you know, but it was like, come on. But beyond that, it was like, I don't know. A lot of good philosophical questions, a lot of good ethical questions, a lot of good character studies. This is why I like Star Trek. It's not necessarily because of any particular proclivity or, you know, leaning towards anything that I particularly lean to. It's more about the fact that it's about asking questions, right?
It speaks the question. Yeah. That's something that's always been cool about Star Trek, because it's always been that way, where it just doesn't give a damn. It'll go anywhere, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. I love it. To this day, I still fall asleep to fucking Next Generation episodes. It's my fucking bedtime stories.
Did you watch? I think it was it Generations, where it was a lady doctor that she was a AI researcher. She became a part of the Borg collective and evolved it.
Evolved it.
Was it Generations? I can't remember which one it was.
Generations was when was when Trek, or rather Picard met the other one, Shatner. Shit. Kirk.
Oh yeah. No, it wasn't Generations. Hold on.
So you're talking about Insurrection, Star Trek Insurrection. It was Star Trek 9, I think, or 8 maybe.
Insurrection was the one with the people that had the faces, wasn't it? The faces that weren't. It was like they were the same race as the people on the planet, but
no, the stretchy faces were the evil people. Yeah,
I can't remember which one it was. It's one of the latest ones. It was so interesting. Oh no, never mind. That wasn't. It wasn't one of the movies. That was actually the Picard series.
Okay, yeah, that's a little.
The end of the Picard series. My bad. Shit.
Yeah, I watched season 3 of Star Trek Picard, and I was like, that was actually okay. That was pretty decent, because it was a lot of callbacks to the Next Generation. I was like, cool.
Yeah. they even went back to the Ashkani from the original Star Trek series, from the original Next Generation series, when like all the races were coming together and trying to discover the Ashkani, and it even went back to that. I was real impressed with that.
It was good, man. It was a good. Like the first 2 seasons of Picard, complete fucking trash. Fuck all that shit. But season 3, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
You know, the thing that killed the first 2 for me was just like when Picard got the positronic brain and the android body and all that. I was like, so why doesn't he live forever? Why does he start getting, like, you know?
So the first half of season 1 was okay. The first half of season 1 was okay, but then the second half of season 1 was like all about the fucking machine uprising and all this garbage, and that was complete trash. The second season was all, oh no, it's an alternate universe and the Starfleet is suddenly fascist. It's like, go fuck yourself.
Well, I get why they did the first one the way they did. They wanted a way to bring Data back in, because Data supposedly died in the movie. So they wanted to bring Brent Spinner back in somehow, you know? I get it, but they could have done it a little better. I mean, you know?
Yeah, a machine uprising was not the way.
No. It was kind of interesting, but it was like it was almost just like an alternate timelines type thing, like what they did with the reboot.
Well, Shatner was in Generations.
Yeah.
That's Kirk.
That's Kirk. Yeah.
And then it was Picard Patrick Stewart as Picard. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was pretty good too.
That was one of the better movies for sure. I mean, of the Star Trek movies, it's hard to pick one out that's like this one should win some Academy Awards, but we can debate the proclivities of whether to and why for what's better and what's not among them. But
True. You know, the Wrath of Khan was really good, and I think that one I liked because it actually reflected something that was going on at the world at the time, where like people wouldn't come and sit down at the table. And the big thing that happened in Wrath of Khan was they got a Romulan, a Klingon, and a human to sit down at the same table and talk peace.
Well, the one after the Search for Spock 4, I think, was Spock's brother, and I've watched all of them, man. You're talking to the
Cybok.
Cybok, that's right.
Yeah, that was the Wrath of Khan.
That was not the Wrath of Khan. That was not the Wrath of Khan. That was
Well, which one am I remembering? I've got the
Wrath of Khan was number 2. That was Khan. You know.
Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
He was the Search for Spock.
Right. That's when Spock died, and they.
Was the
Genesis Project.
The Voyage Home.
Okay, 4 is not what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah. Shit, I've got my names confused.
The Voyage Home was when they went back to 1996 fucking San Francisco and were like, yeah, that was trash. That's not what I'm thinking of. There's another one, 6, I think.
It was after Genesis. It was after the Genesis Project.
It had to be
when
6.
Spock came back to life. Right?
You're talking about the ones they made like Star Trek Beyond.
Yeah.
Star Trek Into Darkness.
No. The original crew with William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy.
Oh, that's.
It was Undiscovered Country. Undiscovered Country was 6.
Yeah.
6. Yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That one was good.
It was
okay. Was where they had. Yeah.
It was okay. I mean, okay. So William Shatner actually directed that one. And he had a hura on a fucking sand dune doing fucking vaudeville, and then they rode into a fucking prison encampment on horseback. That was a little bit weird, man.
Yeah. That
on
was
the eve of retirement, Kirk and McCoy are charged with assassinating the Klingon High Counselor and imprisoned. The Star Trek crew must help them escape and thwart the conspiracy aimed at sabotaging the last best hope for peace.
That's the reboot, isn't it?
No, that's actually the movie.
Star Trek 6.
The Undiscovered Country.
Yeah.
1991.
God forsakenness. That wasn't the right one either, because I remember them being on trial on that one.
Yeah.
That's not the same one either. Which one was Cybok in? Fuck.
I could share a screen if you want.
I'm gonna ask Memory Alpha. Cybok was the firstborn son of the Vulcan ambassador Sarek and a Vulcan.
I already did it.
All right, which movie was it?
Which one you want to look at?
That's what I'm looking at right now.
5, The Final Frontier.
Oh shit.
Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad.
87. Yeah.
That's my
Yeah,
bad.
that was the one where they were bringing a lot more of the socioeconomic shit that was going on in the world into it.
Yeah.
That one was like it. Well, because it was speaking to like the Russians actually having a sit down, right? And it was like they're never going to do that. That's basically what it was speaking to on the political front, at least.
Yeah.
But I have all of them on my server. All of them.
I got just about all of them, but not
And
4.
all of the Star Wars movies and programs, all of the TV programs, all of that.
That's fucking awesome.
I've got the first 7 on VHS, and then I've got 1 on DVD. It looks like 2 on DVD, actually. The 2 new ones.
Well, I buy the discs, rip them, put them on a server, and then use Plex throughout the house.
Yeah.
That's how you do it right there, man. You make your own damn server. You don't fucking rely on Netflix to fucking do it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like Plex. I really have. I used to use J Rivers, and they just priced me out of using it. Either you upgrade, or we take all the services out of it. I'm going, well, fuck that.
Yeah, well, go fuck yourself. That's what you get. Yeah.
Well,
They
I
did
think
have a great player, though. They had a great player.
the thing that killed like a lot of the streaming services was they started pushing their own political ideologies through the different shows that they were willing to show and the ones that they were removing so you couldn't watch them anymore. And it was like Netflix did a lot of that crap, and I was like, man, what the fuck? Why? You know?
They got to control the narrative. It's all about controlling the narrative and trying to control culture. This is what I keep trying to tell people is like, what you're talking about is a cultural fucking issue. We need culture to fucking fix it, like not government. And yet, the constant solution seems to be, oh no, we need government to step in and make a change. We need government to step in and teach our kids about fucking sex. What?
Yeah, I know. Well, look, I'm not going to dive too deep in any kind of political bullshit, but I will say the voting level or the voting playing field is going to even out a little bit with a lot of the people who were having student loans and whatnot being forced to have to repay them now. They're going to have to get jobs, which means they're going to be as busy as the voters on the other side have always been. So the guys on the other side that we couldn't necessarily get really high turnouts for because either they didn't feel like they could leave their 16-hour-a-day job because they couldn't afford it or they didn't have time for it or whatever, they're going to start seeing that on the other side too now. So we're going to actually see a little bit of a leveling, I think, within the voting scape. I think it'll look a little more realistic of what the population actually looks like. That's what I think. But
I was gonna say I hope so, but man, there's so much shit just in the fucking fray and in the air, and
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, it's been going on for a real long time. It has. I think the thing that's probably the worst is like changing our children's minds to this stuff, you know, not giving them all of the information and letting them choose for themselves, but instead pushing them in a direction. Because like I'm
An ideological one. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm at the end of the Gen X generational group. When I was going through school, we were still learning both sides and picking what we thought was the best, right? And now, I mean, man, when my daughter was going through high school this past year, like the things that she was coming home with, I was like, what is wrong with these people? Like one of her teachers was obsessed with death. At least 20 of their projects they had to do. They had 20 projects this school year, like major projects. Like these teachers think they're in college or something. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them. Anyhow, 20 of the projects, over 20 of them, had to do with the death of a loved one or your own personal death. I was like, what is this teacher trying to do to you guys? Depress you? Like what is going on? You know?
Ultimately, yeah, I think that's the point is to break people down. Okay, so people who participate in the military understand this very well. Is part of forming someone.
It's communism.
Is part of forming someone is to first break them down to their basic elements, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then to build them back up with well structured fucking alternatives. That's really what it's about.
You want.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. But there's also something that, and I think it depends on what brand or what area of the military you're working in. A lot of the guys that worked in intelligence.
Now, when it comes to basic.
Well, yeah, no. I'm talking about like this other thing that would happen within the breakdown and rebuild. Sometimes when they were breaking down a group, like when we went over to Iraq the first time, right? We started breaking down the soldiers there and rebuilding them, but left them in a state of brainwash flux to where they could continually have their ideologies changed. We're seeing the results of that because they keep getting radical in one direction or another, no matter what. and the whole Middle East is just completely destabilized by having these guys run around without any set in stone. This is how I'm going to do things. So they listen to someone else, and that someone else teaches them to go and do horrible shit.
There's a lot of people who are on the ground in Iraq or Afghanistan or both, and we're not. I mean, in the community, and they're not with us right now. But fucking Twisted was there, but he was flying planes for the most part.
Yeah, I was talking more about like the CIA operatives that were pushing different things in order to try and it's real subtle the way that they tried to do it, but they broke down the population and then built them back into a democracy of sorts. But they left it that way so it was open-ended so these people could have their views radically altered. And that was the problem. We didn't solidify it with something like help them finish everything out and say, okay, that's it, we're done. You know?
Yeah.
They left them open.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that we put people on the ground with it. My understanding of the mission on the ground was that we were supposed to give them the ability to fucking maintain. So that doesn't mean that, you know, somehow they're beholden to the United States. It means that they're able to execute United States military fucking tactical, you know, stratagem in order to facilitate their own damn goals. But
yeah,
what we ended up with was a fucking catastrophe in Kabul, and now the Taliban has $2.5 billion worth of our fucking equipment, and they own Afghanistan. So fantastic.
Yeah, well, we got pulled out. We couldn't. We didn't have time to pull out our equipment too.
That's garbage. That's
given enough time.
Okay, so one of the things the Democrats will say about this is that Trump made that deal. He made that deal fucking 4 years ago, and it's all Trump's fault that he made the deal that he made that he made. That's like, okay, well, if we knew that was going to happen, then why didn't we start pulling our shit out systematically over time prior to that event actually fucking occurring? Was my initial fucking question, and it's like, well, I don't know. That's because you're a fucking dipshit and you don't fucking understand military stratagem. Like, if that was really the plan, then we should have been pulling all of our shit out so that didn't happen. And yet, here we are. It did happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it got misappropriated horribly.
The whole thing was fucked.
Have you read any of the MK Ultra experimentation stuff?
I mean, a little bit, yeah.
Some of it, dude, I'll tell you, they did a lot of experiments with sociology and constructing societies through animals. It's crazy the shit that they found out. It really is. And it actually maps onto what's going on in society right now to a degree. Not, I mean, obviously not exactly right, but to a degree. It maps onto what's happening right now. It's crazy, man. It kind of makes you think, like if you read it and then you look at what's going on in our world, you'll be like, whoa, I think maybe somebody might have had a hand in this somehow.
I mean, Twisted will call me a fucking conspiracy theorist, but I think there's a dark cabal of very wealthy people who are pulling a lot of strings and making a lot of things happen that we don't necessarily agree with.
Oh, you already know I think you're a conspiracy theorist on a lot of things. I mean, you created a tinfoil hat for your Twitch channel.
That's one of my emotes, yeah.
That's funny. But you know what's cool about the conspiracy theorist side of things, though, is that like I think it's 17 of the major ones that were supposedly going on within the United States government have been proven true over the past 30 years.
At least he doesn't believe in my two big pet peeve conspiracy theories: flat Earth and that we didn't land on the moon.
That's all garbage.
Jesus Christ,
I
those
think those are
people drive
garbage.
me fucking wild.
Me too.
Holy shit! I almost shot port out my nose. You said flat Earth. Oh man.
And then we didn't land on the moon. We didn't know we didn't land on the moon. Bullshit. Fucking retard.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
There's tons of evidence of the moon landings and stuff. I've seen photographs of the landing site in recent times.
Well, you can get a powerful enough telescope and look for yourself and see the flag that was planted there.
Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding? Come on, you know.
People are crazy, man.
Who was there that actually filmed it launching off the moon to come back? I'm going, are you serious? Have you ever heard of a wireless camera?
Yeah. The thing that was crazy to me because wireless technology was something Nikola Tesla invented so long ago, right? And like
30s or 40s, yeah.
using it. Yeah, like we've been using it ever since then. Radios, do they do they not understand servos? The lander, just the lander had over 100 servos on it. Do they not understand a servo can turn a camera?
Well, not only that. I mean, NASA at the time was a Department of the Air Force, and like you're talking about military technology on the bleeding edge of everything that America is capable of fucking doing, right?
NASA was never a Department of the Air Force.
It was a part of the DoD, though. Yeah,
No.
I mean,
No.
Nope.
okay.
Always been an
Wireless
independent
camera.
entity.
When we brought Vernon von Braun onto the fucking team in order to figure shit out, it was like the space fucking command of the United States Army or some shit, and then they broke that off into NASA. Yeah.
No. NACA became NASA.
I thought the
National
Air
Advisory Committee on Aeronautics.
I thought the Air Force was still primarily in control of NASA though back then.
We still are today, but everyone will tell you no, that's not true.
No, that is not true. The NASA and DoD have close ties, but primarily in the fact that NASA serves DoD by providing launch services for DoD.
And who gives NASA all of their planes for their test pilots and stuff like that?
All branches of the military?
Yeah, the Air Force primarily.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
the
lot-
Space Force
lot-
is a direct
a lot of
branch off from the Air
T-38s.
Force.
Navy.
Yeah, Space Force is
A lot of T-38s.
Space Force was derived from Air Force Missile Command.
Not Air Force Missile Command. No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. It was the Space Command. It was the Air Force Space Command. We had a whole
Air Force Space Command.
we had a whole fucking wing. We had a whole wing of the Air Force dedicated.
Missile Command became Space Command. It then became Space Force.
It was
No, that's not true either. We still maintain
Combat Com.
Okay, hold on. I'm the only person from the Air Force here. We still have a missile command.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
I was a PJ for 2 years and then mechanic after I got medicaled out of PJ for
All right, well,
the
cheers
rest
to that.
of my career.
Cheers to that. The Air Force is best for us. This is water, but
I agree. We're
All right.
the only ones that could touch space.
So-
until the Space Force came.
What- okay, so here's
We were the only ones that could touch space.
here's the reality is that there is still a missile command. We still have an Air Force missile command that still exists.
The only Air Force worth a damn. So.
You know, I've heard people say that, but I'll tell you something. When I would sit down somewhere with anybody that was in any of the Spec Ops groups in any branch, I always got the same thing from all of them. You know, that shit doesn't fucking matter. We have a job to do. Let's go do it. That's it.
I mean that's true, but there's always the inter-service rivalry, the joking
And, like-
around, the fucking around.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, like, I never got any of that from any Ranger that I was with. I never got any of that from any SEAL I was with. The only people I got that from were the grunts and the ground pounders. And
That's
the
because
SEALs and the Rangers would always tell me, "I don't fucking listen to them. They're
Well,
retarded."
don't ever.
you're the
I'm not
intelligence on the ground. That's
Do not
why.
ever. Do not ever let Grumple hear me say this, but if I had to do it over again, I would join the Air Force fly F-16s instead of the Harrier, to be honest.
I don't know, man. The Harrier was pretty
If I
badass,
could,
bro.
and it was badass, but if I could do a complete do-over, I would probably go for a Viper slot.
Yeah, man, the F-16's a maneuverable motherfucker, man. You don't fuck with that.
Yeah, but it doesn't hover.
No, it does not hover. It does not do that.
You might have seen a little more action being a F-16 pilot, but I mean, the Harrier's just fucking badass, bro.
I saw quite a bit. We deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan multiple times.
Yeah. Only lost one.
Yep. Well, other than what was that squadron that got hit on the ground?
Well, no, I meant Harrier.
Fuck. Yeah, there was a Harrier squadron that got hit on the ground in Afghanistan by insurgents.
Oh yeah, but
They
that
were-
was
they
after
were
they
at
landed at a
FOB.
seemingly friendly
Yeah.
base.
They were
Yeah.
at a FOB. I can't remember what squadron it was, but they lost multiple aircraft.
That was north of the Sultanate of Oman. That was yeah, that was like what's that, 250, 300 miles north of Thumb Rate?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the hell what unit that was that had that.
Yeah. You just look at that EOD.
Yeah. Interstellar object found hurtling through space. What is this?
Yeah, it's a interstellar asteroid. Or
Oh, all right. Is it a UFO though? Is it the fucking aliens come to absolve us of?
Identified. It's been identified as an asteroid, so it is not a UFO.
All right. Yeah, that happens a lot. You'd be surprised.
It probably does happen a lot, but this is only the second one we've ever detected from interstellar space.
Well, that we're sure that was interstellar. I mean, we theorize things come out of the Oort cloud all the time. We're not entirely certain of that.
Oort cloud is still part of the solar system. That's not interstellar.
I know that, but I'm saying that we see things that come out of there all the time, and we don't necessarily know that they actually came from the Oort cloud.
That's true. Sometimes we think they came from further out, but they
actually
find out later
This
it didn't.
came from outside of our.
It's confirmed to be interstellar. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that there are.
And it did sort of change direction when it got close to that one sun. The gravity changed its direction, and there's always the threat. It's as it comes through our solar system, its course is going to be changed, and if it's on any kind of an orbit, sooner or later,
it could come back around.
Come back around. We ain't going to be here, but
me maybe.
Hell no, we aren't.
You never know.
Yeah, it's the one that's way out. Yeah.
An interesting thing about interstellar objects passing through the solar system is that they can disrupt things in the Oort cloud or in the Kuiper belt, and then those end up coming at us. So that's a problem.
Well, and they were
That
theorizing
that
at one point.
latest
They were
crazy
theorizing.
story that came out that the universe is actually a bubble. I'm going, yeah, okay.
I mean, maybe, I don't know, man.
I've heard some really crazy theories. You know how like they say we have black holes, so I heard a theory that there is such a thing as a white hole.
I have a white hole.
There's
everything is actually, we are actually in a black hole. I heard that
that's
also.
actually well, that is actually the latest cosmological origin theory, as evidenced from the James Webb Space Telescope, is that there is evidence that the universe is contained within a black hole, and that it's not really contained within a black hole. it exists within what was once a black hole. The Big Bang was the singularity expanding into what we know as our universe.
Hey, good morning.
And then there will be sub
Good morning.
universes within the black holes that we see currently, and when those singularities undergo expansion, it will develop a bubble universe within there.
So we're talking about theoretical astrological stuff.
I mean, somewhat, yeah. It's good to see you, Darth. I was just gonna say, like, you got perms to jump in here whenever you like, man. You don't have to sit in the waiting room.
Okay, I got you. I just didn't want to step on your toes.
Ellis
That's all good.
52 just reported into Honolulu.
52. What?
Ellis. Hold on. Yeah. Ellis D52 just reported into Pearl Harbor.
Oh, did it?
Ah, that's a ship.
What?
That's an American ship.
That makes me more sense.
It's an amphibious. It's an amphibious salt carrier.
It's an anagram. I get you.
Acronym.
Yeah.
That's the word. You knew what it was. I'd sometimes switch words around. It's like a weird form of dyslexia where it's like I say a word, but I mean a different one instead of a different letter. It's just this weird thing.
Well, acronyms just come naturally to people who are in the military, man. We don't even think about it. So.
Yeah, like Bohick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as when the weird shiftings because of the dyslexia don't turn into you explaining dyslexia but meaning dicklustia.
That would be bad. Now I did I recently woke up because it's that time in the morning and I heard that y'all were talking about interstellar objects.
Yeah.
Yes.
Y'all are aware that we move through space, right? And there's stuff that's interstellar out of our solar system all the time.
Really?
No.
Really?
If you look up into the sky and you see all of the stars, that's technically interstellar objects as light.
Really?
Oh,
I
wow.
thought we were a fixed
That's
point
amazing.
in space and time.
I know.
I thought everything revolved around us.
The Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
I don't mean to pop your bubble.
Firmament.
We live in a universe that's round.
What we detected was a
barrier.
interstellar object, an asteroid that originated from outside the solar system is what was picked up.
Yeah, I mean, the likelihood of that happening is fairly high, I would think, because there's probably a shit ton of asteroids out there, right?
Well, the big deal is that
like
we've
the third time or
detected it
something.
and shown that it actually originated.
Well, I mean, the other thing is what do you mean by likelihood, right? Like, are you talking about in our lifetime or in
The
like a
third
cosmological
time a celestial
lifetime,
body
right?
beyond our solar system has been observed traveling through it.
In our lifetime, EOD, the likelihood of an asteroid being from outside the solar system interacting with us is fairly high.
I disagree.
The fact that we see it isn't very high because we look at 0.5% of the sky or some shit.
I disagree. I think that humans live on the surface of the Earth for just a speck of a fucking instant in terms of a cosmological scale. It's not even fucking significant in terms of when you think about okay, the Earth is how many billions of years old, and then the solar system is how many billions of years older than that, and then the cosmic fucking neighborhood that we live in is how many billions of years older than that, and then okay, there's a lot of empty fucking space out there. So when you talk about is the probability high that we're probably going to run into something at some point? Yeah, but you've got to accelerate time by magnitudes of tens of hundreds of thousands in order to actually make that somewhere relevant to human life.
I would agree with you that space is empty. However, there are clusters known as galaxies where there happens to be more that's
So are we crashing into a galaxy? I don't think we are.
Well, we are eventually going to hit Andromeda, and the irony
Not
is
yet.
that despite them being galaxies, the two of them will
They
sweep
went back
together
and
and
they
most things
redid
won't
the
hit.
math on that. We're not going to do that. They went back and redid all the math on it.
Well, it's in
not
2.4
gonna
trillion
happen.
years or whatever, so it doesn't really matter. But the point is that even if two galaxies intersect, most things won't collide because a lot of space is empty. It just the likelihood is higher.
Let's go back to that one point you just made just a minute ago. 2.4 how many years?
billion or trillion. It's
trillion years, 2.4 trillion years. That's how many generations of man? That's hundreds of generations of men.
I'm
still less than
evolution.
I mean, that's
of the
all.
US debt.
That's almost as old as wobbly.
If you believe in evolution, they won't be men anymore.
Like that's still
You
less
had
than
to go
10%
there,
of the
right?
U.S. debt, man.
I did, brother. I did.
Well,
we can't
I
let
mean,
anything about something that's old go by without bringing it up.
And you know, I remember the
Because
Big Bang.
you know what? You know
she
what?
was a big gal, let me tell you.
oh, is that what you called her?
Oh, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
No, I mean, if you really want to, if you're going to get ridiculous about it, I mean, the logical entailment of everything is that we'll end up coming back to the same fixed point in the middle of the universe because all gravity pushed outward from there and will come back to there.
Oh,
so I mean,
God, we're
eventually
going
we're all going to
again.
hit everything.
You know, the most
I gotta-
interesting thing that I've heard in the past couple of months is the fact that, all right, you say there's nothing in space, but they
There
say
is.
that there is
There is
dark
stuff in
matter.
space.
Virtual
But
particles pop
what-
in and out of
the thing
existence
that
in the
I
vacuum all
heard
the
that
time.
really kind of got me going and started thinking about some of the things that I used to do is the fact that there's, because it's electricity, it's actually a very small amount of electricity that gives all this attraction and stuff, and they're actually looking at a way to harness it in small amounts, right? But harness it and maybe even perform a wafer about the size of a square inch, put it in your phone, and it'll power your phone forever.
Well, that's basically tapping into what's called the vacuum energy, which is derived from the energy fields that create virtual particles within the vacuum.
I
Are
was
you
kind of
perhaps
interested
talking
in the
about Tesla?
materials that they're going to use for that.
No,
Like
no,
this
that's
sounds a lot like what Tesla did.
No, it's very theoretical, but it stands up within particle physics.
Yeah,
Because
could you
have-
make the argument
it's
that
gonna
that's
change
like
the
wireless
whole,
energy?
we
the whole
have,
entanglement
No,
theory,
it's not.
everything.
It's not
So
quite
It's not-
wireless energy.
No, it's not. It's not energy transmission. It's energy that exists within the vacuum.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, but instead of it being transmitted, because it had been like a caveman, like thinking something works one way, but he actually had something much more clever. He just didn't understand. He thought it was transmission.
We don't
energy
have
from
the
one place to
capability to
another.
tap into the 0 point or vacuum energy.
That's what they call it, 0 point.
I mean, is it possible though that he might have accidentally done it and then died with the secret, and we're only just
Not
now
with
figuring
the
it out?
technology at the time. There's no way.
No, because it's micro technology. Like you would have to get really small in order to be able to observe or understand it.
Didn't exist.
Or
to
get really
exist to
lucky, and
harness
it's
it.
more simple than we think. Because there's a lot of
Dude.
stuff that we don't understand.
But
and
the
then we do.
technology just simply didn't exist to make it happen. Just like Leonardo da Vinci had the concept of the helicopter and the airplane down, but the material technology didn't exist to create either of those
I just
things
thought
in
it
his time.
fascinating, twisted.
Well,
I'll say
because
it's
they say
possible
that it's gonna
technology.
change the
Would you
whole
say that we can
quantum
simplify things?
theories and the entanglements and everything. I thought that was kind of interesting to listen
Oh
to
yeah,
and read.
yeah.
Darth, I will give up the caveat that it is possible. However, the probability is so astronomically against it happening. I don't think it happened, you know?
Well, I'm just only getting at it from the
Yeah,
sense that it's
nothing
like
is
after
impossible.
all of this time that we're just now understanding a concept that he may have accidented his way into. I'm not saying it is, but it could be something, because as we advance in technology, there
Most
are ways
of-
to simplify it that we discover
most of
easier,
what
more effective ways to do it. That
People
requires
claim
less
You know what?
Tesla accomplished never happened.
Actually, if you look back at Tesla's technology, one of the technologies that he had took electrical energy from the ground itself and gave it to a light bulb to light a light bulb. So it's possible, actually, that maybe he did figure out some way of tapping into something innate. I don't think it was the vacuum energy. I think it was the planetary magnetosphere, but you know,
the thing that intrigues me the most about Tesla was this idea of free energy. He wanted to create these pinnacles of free energy that would just express electricity across the airwaves, and like that alarmed a lot of people. Like, well, we just can't have electricity flowing around all over the air. What are you talking about? That's why Edison won out over Tesla. But
yeah, but what I'm talking about is that he may have accidentally stumbled, because some of the way that chemicals interact and science functions were like, oh, it has to be this way, and then some idiot that's a janitor mixes the wrong chemicals, and all of a sudden there's a much simpler way to do whatever it is. And Tesla may have it may not be the vacuum energy, but it may be something that's in that cluster of association of energy, that it's similar to it, where he may have accidentally been a genius but just not understood why, and he was like, oh, it's this totally other thing that's entirely cope.
But
so I
think
don't
it
know.
boils down to the fact that, okay, so with this new way of thinking, they're looking at every object, every particle has a charge to it.
Right.
And the quantum entanglement to it is how you get the energy from between the two, particles. And just the fact that one moves, the other one moves and generates a current.
Well, the quantum
Regardless of
entanglement,
distance, right?
like the quantum entanglement is much more fixed.
It's way above my grade
It-
level.
it's-
I'll
You're
give you
talking
that.
about irregardless of
But I
distance,
find
right?
it fascinating.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You can.
Quantum entanglement is just the spin of the quantum particle.
Yeah, thing spins, and if you make it spin the other way, the other one spins the other way.
Right.
Is influenced over
Now, if you had
distance, is influenced over any distance without regard to
if
the
you had
speed of light.
10,000 of those,
Without
that were-
regard to the speed of light. So
if you had 10,000 of them,
DOD, we just
So
nerd the
it's-
EOD out.
the big thing is it's without regard to the speed of light in a vacuum.
Sorry,
well, yeah, I know.
Well, and
key.
now
But
we
what
can't
I'm-
even use the speed of light as a reference anymore, because now they've proven that the speed of light itself actually changes getting closer to a black hole. So the speed of light isn't even a constant anymore.
Oh,
We already said that.
But as you
Hey,
get to a black hole, the density of the matter increases.
okay, hang on just a second. Just
The speed of light is the speed of light in a vacuum.
Okay, yes.
That's the hard limit.
Okay, great. So wait, hold on. Okay. Dobry is hanging out. He's a good sport. English is the second language for him. So quantum entanglement is the way that Einstein described this was action, spooky
action at a distance.
Spooky action at a distance.
At a distance.
Right. That was the great quote that described it. That's what we're talking about. So
what I was trying to say was that if you had 10,000 slightly different ones and a way to measure them, if we're here and there's a colony half a galaxy away, we could use it for instantaneous transmissions as a form of Morse code.
Yeah, but the problem is in order to entangle the particles, they have to initially be next to each other. So you they get entangled, and then you move them.
Well, that's a
apart.
theory.
Well, assuming that
That's
we're
a
halfway
theory.
across the
Let's
galaxy,
mix
we would have
them,
figured it
right?
out by then.
Say
That
say
is a theory,
someday
though, because we don't know
actually
how
get the
natural
ability
entanglement
to
happens.
create a particle. Does another one automatically be created?
Or are things already?
That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. If you create a particle somehow, does another one automatically get created that is entangled with that one? That's a really good question.
Can you create particles?
I mean, I suppose if you take particulate matter that is smaller than the particle you're trying to create, definitionally, you could create a larger particle out of smaller particles.
That's just
like creating an atom out of charms, you know?
Yeah, that's just transmutation. You take one thing and turn it into another.
Right,
You're
but
not
I mean,
outright creating a new thing.
you wouldn't be creating a new thing, so to speak. So
But if you
I don't
could-
know. I don't know.
If you could, the idea of would somewhere else just poop, it would just appear as like a twin.
Well,
that I don't know. If you could, probably, I would think.
The other thing that the Higgs boson experiment spoke to, without without the meaning to speak to, was the concept of antiparticles too, though, because for every particle there has to be an antiparticle. So if you create a particle, there's an antiparticle that's been created also.
You mean like dark energy?
No, like anti-protons and anti-neutrons and that kind of thing.
An anti-particle is the same subatomic particle but with the opposite charge. So an electron with a positive charge.
Right. So basically, the
proton with a
theory
negative charge.
The theory of the Big Bang is this. All right. In the beginning, all matter was in one space. It was all neutral, with the exception of one tiny particle that had an infinitesimally small charge that was different from the rest. It was a regular particle, not an antiparticle. At any point in time throughout all of creation, all of human history, the believed thought is that there will always be this one infinitesimally small amount more of particulate matter than antiparticulate matter. So if you create a new particle, there would have to be an antiparticle.
We're getting very deep in this discussion tonight. Wow.
Well, yeah, but it's kind of important.
I enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
It's kind of
Because I'm
important, though, because
basically a
it speaks to
layman,
your
right?
entanglement question. You know, because like we know that like particles can become entangled, but what if there's entanglement from particles to antiparticles that we don't know about?
What if there's a whole layer to stuff that we can't actually see?
What if there's another universe where species 8472 exists and they're the only ones that can defeat the Borg, right?
They're
Well, I mean, they're going to have a hard time breathing here without all that fluid space.
No, like dogs and other animals can see things in spectrums that we can't. And so
Right.
there's probably a lot of stuff that's very, very obvious to a hypothetical alien because it can observe like, oh, of course there's these things around you. But
Different
because
spectra.
we can't,
Right, yeah.
that there's a lot of that I personally think there's some like, oh, why was I so stupid not to consider this? Because it just we can't observe it because it goes into the hypothetical, and that's the like range of imagination, which is what Einstein was talking about. That
Well, and
imagining something new allows us to like actually have frontiers in science expand.
And that's where the observer problem enters, because we don't know how to clearly define the observer if we can't clearly understand what it is the observer is trying to observe. And so
There
if we
is a
can't
way.
see said thing, how can we define what it is that's going
There
to be
is a
seeing it or
way.
how to see it?
There is a way. It's harmonic values.
For some things, I agree that might be a solution, but there would be other things that we wouldn't be able to get harmonic values from because we don't
Only
have
because they're not
instruments to record
measurable
it.
yet.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Like for example, the speed of like light, everyone has like in the science community they have this argument whether light is a wave or a particle. Well, it's a fucking particle, but it's moving so fast because of its frequency, it transmits, it moves
Well,
through
it's
matter
both.
like a wave. But
There's
every
a-
particle is vibrating constantly as it's moving. If you're vibrating and you're moving at the speed of light, you're going to look like a wave instead of like a vibrating particle.
But there's also the I forget the name of the theory that everything exists as a wave. But
Well, right. That's because of the frequency vibration
Higgs
everything
gives-
has.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Higgs gives it.
Right.
That's particle
creates it
physics
as a
thing, right?
particle.
Oh,
Right.
wait. String theory. That's what it is.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's some of it. That's some of the math of it,
Well,
at least.
Yeah.
String theory is more heavy on the math of the things, and it doesn't get into a lot of the theoretics. If you want to get into the theoretics, you got to get out of string theory.
Well,
I
there's
learned
a
that the hard
real
way.
easy answer to string theory if you're curious what it is.
Well, all
1
I
plus
know
1
is
equals
every
2?
transmitter
No, it's
I
God.
ever built from scratch, right? I always had to put filtrations on it for harmonics.
What's
I always
what's
had
your answer to string theory?
God.
God doesn't exist.
I mean, that's according to you, but it's the answer
Yeah.
to string theory.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe.
Well, I mean,
in
congratulations.
God.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
Well,
Because if you think about it
congratulations, God doesn't
objectively,
exist.
Well, but if you think about it objectively, like the answer to everything, why it all is the way that it is, like God is a rather
Is
succinct answer to
science.
that.
Has nothing to do with some fictional being floating around in the ether.
Well, I mean, it's cool that you think that, but you would think as someone who's into science, you'd be open to considering other things.
Hang on a second, Darth.
Considering ridiculous fairy tales.
Oh yeah,
Years and told them about
I have had this discussion several times with Twisted, and there's no getting any further with that. So, what I will say is I do implore people to
Evidence of science.
observe and make their own determinations about the world around them.
I mean, it's okay
There
for
is-
people to think that. It's just the
There's
greatest
no evidence
scientists
of a god.
No, but the greatest scientists,
There's
while trying to understand reality.
I'm not a scientist. I'm a pilot.
Well, if you are an atheist and you believe in science, something that you should consider is the greatest scientists have made some of the greatest breakthroughs trying to better understand the face of God, or like, how could something happen? Why is reality the way that it is? And they look at God as an inspiration for that, as a concept, not as like something they must believe in, but they're like, if it could exist and this has been made and it's always like that, why is that? Which leads to like frontiers being broken. All the greatest scientists will echo this, and they have.
Darth, what you're gonna write up against right here is that there isn't any proof. All that is
exactly.
I'm not saying there's proof of God. I'm just
okay.
saying it's an idea.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, this is what you're gonna write up against.
I'm not talking about evidence. It's just as
It's a pointless effort, man. It's a pointless effort.
There's no evidence.
No,
of God.
hold
And
on now.
science has
That's
been
not true.
expanded.
Science doesn't just have evidence. Science does
has
have its own
hypothesis.
structure of
It has
faith.
hypothesis.
And hypothesis
And
is
theory,
faith in
but
something.
then you have
It is.
Then you
Coming up
have
with a hypothesis is
experimental
professing
evidence
a belief.
experimental proof. Show me the experiment that can show that God exists.
We haven't come up with that yet because we don't have the technology. You'll have
The
to wait.
problem about this is he's so stuck in like that I don't believe in God that he's not actually hearing what I'm saying.
I caught
I'm
that.
hearing exactly what you're saying.
No, the idea of God. You don't have to believe in it, but just that other people do, and that hypothetically
fine for
to
other
them it
people to.
exists. Yeah, but the
I have
scientists
no problem with other people's beliefs.
and
I just choose not
scientists
to
will look
myself.
at a concept like that and they'll wonder, if something made this, how would that actually work? And then they expand the frontiers of science by coming at it as if it was made and therefore could be controlled or modified or identified at least. And it's led to really, really big advancements just as a thought exercise. Not that you have to believe it or that's even true. It's just a concept they use is like, I'm going to bounce stuff off a wall and see if something sticks. Just
Right.
It's like grounds for hypothesis for like, why is this? How could this possibly be? That's all I'm talking about. I'm not
I
saying you
think
have to believe in God.
the
That's
idea
what I'm
of
saying.
God is simply an excuse for men that that were attempting to understand the world around them without the advancements to understand the world around them, right?
And it's cool you
Now
think that.
we're at the point that we don't need to focus on some imaginary creature. Instead, we can focus on the scientific process to develop our own or develop our better
I
understanding
don't
of the
know.
world around us.
See, the problem with that is by doing that, you're kind of shitting on the last like 1,000 years of advancement that a lot of it came out of the Catholic
Okay.
Church, among other things.
I'm
Well, he's
fine
not
with
shitting on it.
Oh, I will absolutely shit on the
He's-
Catholic Church all day.
No, I'm talking about advancement.
Just saying
Like-
that he
like stuff
doesn't
that the
believe in
monks will
God
do.
isn't necessarily shitting on all of that, though. It's just saying he doesn't believe in God. That's
No,
all.
but he's saying it's
Yeah.
imaginary, and he's implying
It
that
is
anyone who believes in it
imaginary.
is stupid. That's what he's saying.
No, I'm not. I'm perfectly
But it's
okay
what it
with
sounds like
with
you're doing,
other-
though. That's the thing.
Don't fucking interrupt me. Jesus Christ. Can you close your mouth for 30 seconds and open your goddamn ears?
I mean, can you not spurk?
Finally, silence.
Have a good day.
and it was going so well.
I understand both sides of this. I have friends that are atheists, and
I
me
never said I
personally,
had a. I never said I had a problem with anybody else's
no,
beliefs.
yeah,
They
I
can believe
get
whatever
that.
they want.
Oh shit, he left? I thought Twisted left. Fuck, I had to take a shit. I occasionally have to shit.
He didn't leave. I kicked him.
Oh, stop! Don't do
No,
that.
I didn't know you
Don't
kicked
do
him.
that. Okay, look. Here's what I'll say, Darth, is that I do not necessarily focus on religious stuff, and so like we generally talk about like military stuff or political stuff or like cultural stuff. It's not necessarily about like religious stuff. So
I'm not even trying to make it about religious stuff. That's the irony of it. I'm really not. Just as an abstract construct. All I was trying to say about the Catholic Church is that because of their faith, they tried to better understand the physical universe, and it led to like some of the beginnings of science or advancements in it. That's all I'm talking about.
Understand the physicalness of little boys.
Some of them.
I mean, it's cool that you think that. I mean, I'm not trying to like push back on it or really even push back that much. It's just as a thought exercise, it can be helpful for science. Even if it's imaginary, it's still like, if something could control this, how would they do that? Because we can't perceive of how. And so, as Einstein talked about with imagination, it leads to thinking about it in different ways, which has new frontiers in science appear. And God is like a handy, just in a box, just a word that you can use to like have more hypothesis, to have more imaginations, to advance things. So even if you don't believe, there's still like a reason why the concept of it can be useful.
I see no utility in it whatsoever. None.
Well, it's fine that you think that.
I see a lot of utility in it. I think that the vast majority of civilization has seen a ton of utility in it. However, does this explain to us the nature of the cosmos? Does it explain to us how quantum mechanics and astrophysics sort of fit together? No. I don't think it solves that problem. And like when you approach that question, generally the answer is just, oh well, God created knowledge. It's like, yeah, there's got to be something more than that. There's got to be some sort of bridge that we're missing, some sort of knowledge that we can obtain as mortal beings in order to understand that, and we're just not there yet.
Like we have discussed several times, EOD, show me evidence. And I'll be happy.
I know.
You know.
I don't have any evidence of God for you. All I have is faith.
Picked up a rock on Mars and it said "made by God" on it.
That's right. Exactly.
There you go.
No one got that movie reference, and you call yourself nerds.
What is that? Mars Attacks? I don't know.
Gallagher. No, that was on shit. Man, I just had it too. I just had it when I said the damn statement.
Gallagher?
It was the one with it was a scientist named Gallagher.
Oh,
and he died on Mars, and it was it had Val Kilmer in it, and he was playing one of the scientists that was going there.
Oh fuck, dude! Oh, I remember that. Mars Attacks. No, it's not.
No,
it's
it
not
wasn't
it.
Mars
It's
Attacks.
Mars something. Mars Mission. Mars Life. Something like that. Mission to Mars, maybe. Mission to Mars. Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that where? No, is that where they grow potatoes on Mars?
Yeah.
No,
No. That was a different one.
No.
No, that was fucking Matt Damon or
Matt Damon.
not Matt Damon.
You're gonna make me bring up
Didn't
my
you see
Flex
Team
server
America?
again.
It wasn't Red Planet.
It might have been Red Planet or Mission to Mars. That's what I'm thinking you're talking about,
I
Cleaner.
think it was Mission to Mars. I think it was Mission to Mars.
I know absolutely zero pop culture, like I told you.
That's yeah.
It was Mission to Mars.
Or
That was the one.
zero.
That
I
was the
won't
one
say
where
zero, but damn near zero.
they discovered
Lucky
the
you didn't
bugs.
pick it up and it said "Made in China."
and that one scientist, they were having this exact argument on the ship while they were getting ready to enter Mars orbit, and Gallagher, the one scientist, was saying to the other one, Simon Baker, Chip Petingi, He was telling him, well, how do we know if God exists? And Patinji was like, well, if we get to Mars and we pick up a rock and we look under it and it says made by God, would you believe then? And Val Kilmer was like, well, yeah, because I mean, says it on a rock, but I'd want to know, did God write that, or was that written by somebody else that just got here first? And so Patinji was like, well, then what evidence would be good enough for you? It was one of those type things.
Right
And then the funny thing was, like, when Val Kilmer's character was dying on the planet because of this bug they found, he was dying and he looked over at a rock and it had like this little weird little swirly on it, and he went to pick it up and look under it, and he just giggled and then set the rock down, and it never showed you the underside of it,
Yeah. It was a good movie.
Yeah.
But EOD, have you never seen Team America?
Of course I have, yeah. America, fuck yeah. Here we come to save the motherfucking day, yeah.
Well, that's why I said Matt Damon the way I did.
Matt Damon.
Muhammad Jihad.
I thought you didn't know
That's the
cultural
only
references.
line. That's the only line I know from that movie.
Yeah, Bagalakadaka Street. Yeah, it's great.
You gotta stop the darker. Well,
they have the Team America song with the montage of blowing up the indigenous people. It's hilarious.
Man, these movies were so great, but if they came out right now, they wouldn't make it. They would be canceled.
Yeah, because everybody's become fucking pussies.
It's crazy, man. Some like the best shows, cartoons, TV stuff that's come out that like gave us the best moral views and the best questions to ask society, they're not allowed to put out anymore because they're like, oh, that's too controversial. It's like, no, it's not, dude. It just makes people ask the question and have a conversation about it.
Or
It
this
only
word
gets
in a real obscure sense is actually racist to some obscure culture, and so you can't have the movie.
Who'd you say was the director of that movie? Hoffman?
Oh, hell.
Which
Anthony
movie?
Hoffman?
Was it
Which
Hoffman?
movie are you talking about?
With Val Kilmer.
Yeah, Hoffman. Anthony Hoffman.
Red Planet, then.
Yeah.
Red Planet.
Yeah, it had to have been Red Planet.
Because that's about the only thing he's made that has. Let's back up. So that's about the only science fiction movie he's made, other than Real Genius, which really isn't a science fiction movie. Yeah, that's about it.
You talking about Anthony Hopkins or Val Kilmer?
Val Kilmer. How to
Was
Rob
Red
a
Planet
Bank
came out like
by
2000 or something like that? It's been
Revenge,
out for a bit.
Yeah.
The Snowman.
There's a couple of
Ghost Girl.
fucking Mars movies that all came out right next to each other.
Planes.
Yeah, Hollywood tends to cluster. Like at first it was, vampires, and then it was
The
zombies.
Traveler, maybe? No.
Mars was a thing at one point too.
Yeah.
He was
my
in.
God, no way.
Columbus Day.
My chase team just emailed me. We're doing it again this year. Doing a fundraiser where we're going to do an entire chase day wearing Speedos, cowboy hats, and combat boots.
It's Red Planet. That's what we're talking about is Red Planet. That was the Val Kilmer fucking Mars movie. That's my bad.
Yeah, Val Kilmer was in a couple other like sci-fi-ish type movies, but that was the one that was really pushed the sci-fi genre for him.
Yeah, what was it? They were looking, they found some sort of algae or bacterium that was living on Mars and ended up being like flesh-eating somehow. Like that shit was nuts.
They thought it was like an algae, and then when they got there, they figured out that these little bugs that they called like herpetors had actually been what was there.
Yeah.
And had grown, and those things ended up cutting right through their suits almost
Right,
instantly and
right.
killing them all. Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was a horror movie. At the end of the day, it was a sci-fi horror, but yeah.
Yeah.
The best Val Kilmer movie, I would argue, though, is probably Willow.
What? Really?
Yeah, the movie was amazing.
It was not. That was a shit story.
It was so dumb.
It was so dumb.
It was that good.
That does not make it good. Being dumb does not make it good.
Little Shop of Horrors isn't good because it's
Best
dumb.
movie that Val Kilmer was in was Top Gun.
I mean, it was pretty good.
You know, I think the best movie
Very
that the little dude
unrealistic, but a
that
very
played
good
Willow
movie.
was in
There's
was
a
the Time
difference
Bandits.
between best movie.
Time Bandits was better than Willow.
Time Bandits was badass.
Time Bandits was better than Willow, I think.
I mean, Time Bandits was
Wait,
pretty
he wasn't,
cool.
He wasn't the guy who did Howard the Duck, was he?
The dude that did Willow?
Yeah, like Warwick Davis.
How was Howard the
I
It was
don't
this
think
really
so.
bad live-action sci-fi movie. It was so dumb. It was a Marvel movie before Marvel was good. It was incredibly stupid.
Yeah, it was kind of bad. I'm being nice when I say kind of.
Yeah, it's not like it's like a C-rated sci-fi. It's like
It
just
was
legit
like
not good.
it was like if somebody tried to make the Coneheads serious.
A bit,
Okay,
yeah.
lost
And
me
then the
there.
duck tries to have sex with a woman, which is just incredibly cringe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad.
What
Not
are
quite as bad as
Coneheads?
Ted Cringe, but bad.
What is a Coneheads?
Conehead.
It was a movie with Dan Aykroyd, I think it was. It was
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
came out. They were from aliens. They were from
That's-
Mars. Aliens that came and they were gonna like invade Earth or some shit, but like they liked Earth, so
That's the problem with talking about movies with Twisted. Okay, let me ask you this, Twisted. Do you know the movie Batman Forever?
No.
You have no idea what that movie was about?
I know what Batman is.
Yeah, but Batman Forever specifically.
with the nipples.
No. Well, there's
The nipple suit.
right. That was the nipple. That was George Clooney with the nipple suit, and like that was a big controversy because they had cutouts for his fucking nipples in the suit. It was fucked up.
I have no clue.
I never noticed that.
Oh, it's
Are you
amazing.
serious?
Yeah, it's the nipple
Yeah.
Batman. It's how he's known.
Okay, what?
Like that movie specifically.
So what I need to highlight right now is that was brought to my attention by Dobry. He's Russian. He doesn't like. He gets the movies like 5 years after we do. Like,
Yeah.
I never noticed that in that movie.
you never noticed the nipple suit?
You can't unsee
No.
it. You cannot unsee it once you notice it. It's that
Well,
bad.
I'm not about to Google it, so.
Or like, I have the back card.
Batman Forever nipple suit. Look it up.
I am not looking that up. I do not want to see the nipple suit.
That's not something I want in my Google search history. No.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't want that in my Google search history. No.
There's probably worse though, EOD. If I'm being honest.
Oh my god. That's
not in
so.
mine.
I'm just saying that's the problem with talking about like pop culture shit. Like you can talk about bands or movies or shit that happened. Like
Damn.
Twist is not gonna be there.
Wasn't it Saddam Hussein that was quoted as like, how do we destroy the identity of America because like they have no great generals? Like, how do you kill Mickey Mouse? They were bemoaning that we have a bunch of idols, like the
No,
the
that was
characters and stuff on the screen.
that was the Bolsheviks.
Was it
Yeah,
someone from Russia? I don't remember. It
Yeah.
was somebody.
yeah, that was the
He thought it was
Bolsheviks.
bad. Yeah.
And
It's
what
like
they
the
did
80s,
was
90s.
they sent agents to California and they formed the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, and that is still to this day the only agency that can shut fucking anyone down on a moment's notice.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was founded by Russians.
So, wait, so the only one? Like the CDC can't?
No, the CDC can't just shut you down on a moment's notice. They have to get authorization from the president or someone else.
And so the
EPA
What
can
are you
actually just come in and say, you're shut the fuck down, call the local cops out, the cops shut you down, you're done. That's it.
so they have carte blanche where they're the only ones
Yeah.
who can.
Okay.
Yeah, that was actually developed in California. It started in California, and then it became a federal thing.
What was the excuse? Like the reason
To
that they should
protect
have
the
that kind of power?
environment. To
Like
protect
in
the
case of
environment.
like
It was
nuclear
during the
waste
Gore
or
bullshit with the carbon credits and all that shit that Gore was coming up with.
it wasn't
It
like
was
as a
during that.
response to a disaster, like a bunch of stuff going into a river or something?
No, they made a lot of excuses as to what it was supposed to be for.
Yeah.
Was like to stop chemicals from going somewhere, but that's not what they actually did in
Okay.
reality. What they did in reality was like they would go and shut down a steel plant for
Yeah.
like a week, and that would change the price of steel. So the elites that knew it was about to happen would drop all their money in steel before that happened. They'd sell it all, and then after, while the price was low, or after it happened, you know, they'd buy it back up because the price would be low. And then whenever they went and did it somewhere else, they just do the same shit again. They just sell and buy, and they keep doing that shit. I'm not kidding. This
I believe
actually
you.
gone on.
Oh, I was only asking because like the Patriot Act came about due to 9/11, and that it's typically when the government is like, we're going to have some new thing that's way too powerful, it's generally due to a disaster or the like pearl clutching fear. I was just curious if that's what it was.
No, it was them pushing that whole global warming agenda thing and the carbon footprint, and then carbon credits from Gore, and like it was pushed in Nixon's time, and it just kept getting pushed after that.
Hasn't it been since the 60s that it's been
Mhm.
pushed?
Yeah. Yep.
It just like it comes up about every 15 years.
Yeah.
It's like that kid
Yeah,
you gave up for adoption that keeps coming back.
About 10 to 15 years, they keep showing up, and you're like, who the fuck are you again?
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the crazy thing is like some of the documents the CIA released actually proved it was Russians that started the first EPA that was in California.
Which release was it? They come out in like batches. Like which one are you talking about?
Just before MK Ultra. It was one of the first sets that we got that had like 60 something documents in it. 60 or 70 documents in it.
Do you know roughly
and it was
what
just
year? Like
no, I'd have to go back. I'd have to go back
I was
myself
just
and look it up.
No, it's fine. I was just curious because it's usually like at a certain year. There's like there's a bunch disseminated, and they put like actual information in, and then they just like shotgun shot a whole bunch of crap.
Well, and then they do end up blacking out some of the shit for civilian use, you know,
because it's still active or whatever.
Right, or it shows something they don't want people to know about.
See, I think the person that did it is still in power, and so they want to save face, and so
Could be.
that's why.
That very well could be.
It's just a theory, but it's what I personally think because it's their selfish self-interest.
But the CIA had tabs on what was going on with the KGB at the time and the FSB later, and they knew where the agents were going and what they were doing, and they were tracking them. And they went into California and started up a little private company called the Environmental Protection Agency, and it turned into a federal thing later. It's fucking nuts, dude. It's nuts.
I believe it.
The fucking government is completely out of control, man.
Yeah. That's what our Second Amendment is for.
So, did you see Total Recall, EOD?
Oh yeah.
Which
I
one?
think the government is like the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger. The government's
Oh, yeah.
like the mutant with the little head in his chest, where there's like it's
Yeah.
functioning, but then there's this other one that has Down syndrome and it's retarded. Where it's like it's the two of them. Where on the one hand, they can't retire employees because they have a cave and they have to like go up and down this elevator and it takes a month to retire people. But on the other, in like 6 months, the EPA can form and like have all this power, and that they sometimes do things really well, but usually don't. And so that's kind of why I think
Watto was his name. Oh my god. Yeah.
It was Watto.
Yeah.
Did anybody draw any kind of similarities between Watto and Master Blaster from
A little bit, dude.
from
A little bit. A little bit. Yeah.
I bet you he was based on it.
I always, when I saw
Oh,
it, I was
shit.
like, "Oh my god, that is like they're almost the same." It's like mentality-wise, you know.
It pretty much,
really are.
man. Here he is. There he is. This
Always
guy
doing
right
it.
here.
It's like It's like a dungeon master. They're like, oh, I'm gonna steal from this other thing and like put makeup on it and a beard, and it's now mine. And
Yeah.
so they do that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hence the
it's-
bearded lady, and now trans people.
Y'all are terrible.
We're gonna
Man.
remake all of oh shit. It's
I
in my
just
head.
summed all
Thank
of
you.
trans ideology up to the carny of the bearded lady. Yes, I did. I did.
Oh my goodness sakes. I think
that
I-
one thing, Wobbly.
I think the bearded lady was a performer, but the trans person is
A
well
performer as well.
for a very different audience. Yeah.
Well, you know, in like church, there's like you'll have people that are adherents, members, and then there's like the like agents that work for it, and then like the pastor. I think that the trans people, it's like that woke is like a new church. If you speak out against it, it's heresy, and you can be like blacklisted. And they're kind of like actors that like they're like we're gonna collect the offering. They're like that level of they're like up in the church. They're like higher than your average members, which is why they get away with whatever they want to talk about because it's the quote new religion.
It's a
just
cult.
insanity. It really is.
Well, so one of the MK Ultra files talks about the creation of cult, how to make one, right? And it actually references a lot of things that are going on with the world right now as far as like the trans ideology and the woke culture. And I'm not talking about like the regular trans people that are just quiet and just going about their life and just do the transition. I'm talking about like the radicals that are trying to shape people's minds to accept this thing as reality.
I mean, you could call them agents. That's a good word for
It
them.
seems like it, dude. I'm not
they're
gonna
up to
lie. It
something.
really seems like it.
No, they have an agenda. They're up to something. They're like on a
Mhm.
mission, but they're all doing it, even though it seems to be grassroots. But it's like there's a through line of all of it. It's either the blind leading the blind, or there's
Yeah.
something else going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think
You
you're right.
shouldn't-
I think there's something going on behind the scenes.
I mean,
Personally,
you shouldn't attribute like malice to when there's just stupidity. That it's like, hey, these dumb people see a way to get clout, so therefore it makes sense. But
Yeah,
I think
no.
some of them are actively trying to like break the wheel, and, like destroy the system.
I think that much like with the government, the people that are actually pushing the agendas and pushing the laws and trying to get things done, we never see them on TV. Ever. We don't even know they exist.
Well, that's the greatest defense you can have is the people don't even know you exist.
Right. That's the one thing that Satan wants to do to the entire world is make them believe he doesn't exist.
Or people that like to think of themselves as that, or they think that they're super benevolent. They're like, hey, I'm doing all this behind the scenes, and I'm gonna, be up to whatever they're doing. Or they sell that to people so that they'll do their bidding, but they're actually like counting their money and twirling their mustache next to a fire in their bunker. Whatever the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. And to be fair, that statement I made was so the religious people understood the context.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I mean, we've seen this type of thing go on all through human history. There's always been someone in the background steering someone in some direction, and a heinous thing happens. They found out with
This is why
Mustache Man.
we built
Oh,
the.
sorry, go ahead.
This is why we built the country the way that it was built. It was in order to facilitate the idea that the government can be separate from any sort of religion, so that it can be extrapolated apart from the sort of cultish idealism, right? That was a major motivation to making the country secular in the first place.
Yeah, because
We're gonna remake all of the Indiana Jones series.
It was
That was
the
what
way
I was
that
trying to remember.
the way that the wording was, and at the time, what they were speaking to was the separation of church and state, which was just to say each state could have their own religion without bias, without, and that the federal government could not dictate religion or change religions. The religion itself could not dictate the federal government had to do something or the state government had to, you know what I mean? It wasn't so much to like say that like a Catholic guy or a Christian guy or an Islamic guy couldn't be in politics or have their worldview or their morals shaped by their religion. It was
Yeah.
just, you know, it
Right,
was just
or
like
are they
these two need to be separate institutions. That's all.
Amy Coney Barrett couldn't be a Catholic woman and a Supreme Court justice at the same time, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
That's-
They didn't want us to be under a pope and
Yeah.
be beholden to a king again. That's what they wanted to keep us away from.
The thing to keep in mind is that there was an observation, especially with the Protestant Reformation and what was happening to the Puritans and all this stuff, that the other side of that coin is that power corrupts, especially in religion as well as government. And they really did not want to have that happening in America. So they wanted like the foundation of it, the like, hey, don't kill your neighbor in his bedroom, the generally play nice and try to get along of religion, but you just kind of like take the head off where they're like it's separated from the state, so you can have like the rational reason of it on the foundation of like the yard's really nice due to religion, but like we can have a barbecue and we're not like, you know, knee high in the grass and getting ticks and shit.
Yeah.
My cats just tried to eat the other one's butthole. That is so weird.
What are you talking about right now?
I just glanced over because one of the cats screamed, and I would looked over it right at the moment when one of my cat's mouths was stuck to the other one's butthole, and the other one was trying to run, dragging
my
the
goodness
other
sakes.
cat behind it while it was running from the butthole bite.
Do you not feed them? Like, are you
No, they're
feeding-
fed. They
Okay.
have like they have two quarter-pound food bowls. They've got plenty of food.
Yeah.
I've never seen them do that before. Like I've seen them like kind of like bite at each other like playing, but they never like a full just I'm gonna draw blood from the butthole, buddy.
Oh my
That's a
God.
first.
It's the first on me too. That's the first I've ever heard of that happening.
They're putting chemicals in the water and turning the cats gay.
Yeah, I don't know. That was surprising.
Twisted, you have to admit that Alex Jones has been right more often than not.
Alex Jones is
No,
a
I
nut.
don't have to admit that. He's a freaking insane asylum on legs.
Alex Jones has said a lot of shit though.
He
To
is
say
the
he's
entire
right more
insane
than he's
asylum.
not.
He is
Even
the
a
That's your
blind
problem.
squirrel-
insane asylum.
even a blind squirrel will find a nut.
I mean, that's like saying like Terrence Phillips figuring out tangential geometry and tangential math was a good idea or a real thing. All he did was figure out some cool looking math tricks that tricked a whole bunch of dumbasses into believing him. Or Terrence Howard, sorry.
You mean numerology?
Oh, for
No,
crying out
not
loud.
the numerology thing. No, oh my God, no. Here, I'll find the link real quick
Just
for you.
give me
This shit's
just give me
crazy, bro.
the TLDR, just like in a like a cliff notes.
All right, I need water and the dog's got a pee, so I'll be back.
So Terrence Howard basically said, okay, well, if you do the square root of 2 and then you do 2 times 3, what do you get? And then like he just kept doing this math bullshit to where he got an answer to come out the same, and he was like, that's tangential math. And it's like, no, it's fucking not, moron. All you did was just add and use square roots. What are you, a fucking retard?
It sounds like
That's-
autism.
Like that's literally all he did.
No, it sounds like autism. Like somebody thinks they discovered something, but it's actually not that special. They're mumbling to themselves at the bus stop.
It might be, but no, I don't think he's here.
I'm not saying
I'll send you one of the crazy videos where he tries to explain that. You can look at it if you want to look at it. It's in the live chat.
Well,
I
it's
mean-
like if you've ever been around someone who's legit autistic and they're like really talking about like, because they usually have a focus of like they're really good or they're like really in or they know a whole lot about like a very niche specific thing, and it sounds like someone who was doing that that's trying to like trick other people into thinking it's a good idea.
Yeah. Well, and the whole thing that he was trying to do was like he came out with this 3D model of a tangential flight drone where it would use propellers that were angled like this instead of the normal angle style, which is just like 4 of them like that or 6 of them on a plane. and he was saying that that was better, but all the math, all the energy, the COP, the coefficient of power, all of that, everything was proving that it was horrible, absolutely fucking horrible. You got no more control. In fact, you lost a lot of control because of the extra blades you had. Like, I mean, there was just all, and he was trying to prove this and get people to buy it so that he could make millions off of it. Man, it was, yeah. It was a whole thing for a little while, for a very little while. But
isn't there like the double rotor helicopter though that
yeah,
has like two and they intersect? Is that what you're talking about?
no, dude, no. So this model was like, if you take a hexagon, a hexagonal figure, I don't remember what the damn, like a hex dice, and where the faces are, cut them out, all right, and hollow it down to the core, hollow it, but leave the lines between each vector. Put a
Yeah.
fucking put a quadcopter blade in each of those spots. That's
Okay.
what he wanted. That's what he was moving towards. Was like, that's what he called tangential flight. And it literally fought itself to get lift, to get movement, to get turn, to get anything. Like, it constantly fought itself. The efficiency was horrible.
I've got a bridge to sell you.
Sure. I'm sure, and it's probably somewhere in Arizona, right next to the beachfront property.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the other side of the fault line.
Yeah. No. Yeah. You know.
Yep.
I'm sure someone's gonna buy it.
Oh, I bet you that someone will.
Oh, dude, I can't believe this guy made it as far as he did. With like, he actually interviewed with some science people, like some different professors at the time, and they were just like in awe and amazement of him. And it was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, anybody who has any kind of actual high school math can do the math on this and say, this is stupid. It's literally just adding a couple of numbers and square rooting them and making it look like math magic so that you can sell something that doesn't fucking work.
Well, you know that Americans don't read signs, right? Like, people go
I
in the wrong
know.
way at Walmart. It's that same, like, they want to be special and they want to have something new that makes
Oh, I
other
know.
people seem dumb. So they'll like bite into this cold personality like that willingly.
They'll buy anything.
It's
I
like
know.
infomercials at 2 a.m. that it's not going to work. You know it's not going to work, but you buy it.
Yeah.
Or at least some
I
people
know.
do. It's just like,
I don't think he got enough people to buy it though for him to actually do anything. Because like, the dumbasses don't typically sit there and watch like PhD professors interviewing a fucking movie star about his theoretical flight system.
I mean,
You
he
know,
probably wrote a book and also got like speech fees. That's probably what he was doing.
I gotta be honest. I didn't like, after I watched the two interviews, I stopped watching the interviews because I was like, this is so stupid. And so I don't know. He may have wrote a book about it too. I'm not sure. He
Well,
might.
he probably did to
He
capitalize, just
probably
to make
did.
money. He probably did. I mean, if you're trendy and like, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson or whoever in his day wants to talk to him and everybody's like, why wouldn't you write? I mean, you could ghost write a book and just say, have this gobbledygook bullshit included in it and then just like do an auto pen signature on it and then sell it for $19.95.
Well, I mean, you could just
try
use
some.
Chat GPT. Just tell Chat
Well,
GPT, you
yeah.
know, write you a chapter about this.
Well, you could do that now, but back then you just use a ghostwriter. That would some dude that
Yeah.
would, you know, take a bunch of like speed or something like that. They like bang out a script in like, you know, 3 days. Like, here you go. And it's badly written, but
Right.
you know,
I mean, that's how they came up with the plot of Willow.
I agree. Yes, that's probably how they came up with the plot of Willow. Yeah.
But some of the stuff
Some fucking
in
Chinese
Willow-
fucker just fucking spit it out in half a day.
But some of
Yeah.
the stuff in
Yeah.
Willow, like I guarantee you that because you think it was that bad, you vividly remember some of the scenes. Like almost word for
Okay, so there was one birthday that I had where I asked for like 4 movies, and my parents got me those for on VHS for my birthday, and one of those was Willow. One of them was a Neverending Story, and like a couple other ones, but One of them was Willow, and like I remember Willow quite distinctly. And like going back and looking over it, it was not a great movie. It was like meh.
Love those little obnoxious.
The brownies.
I love the little people, says Wobbly.
If you like the brownies, Wobbly, you should watch this movie called Tales from the Hood. It's got a story in there where there's these little brownie people, and you should watch.
Oh,
it.
you mean the fairies out of the fucking woods? Yeah. Oh, they were interesting. They were interesting. I was Timon and Pumbaa. Like, look at the Lion King. They adopted Timon and Pumbaa straight from those fucking characters right there. I swear to Bob.
The peak of Willow was like where the brownies smack the Daikini Val Kilmer in the face with the love dust, and he stumbles into Sorce's like tent, and he has this like epic panty dropping moment that's so hard she falls in love with him, and he just nopes the fuck out and steals the baby. Like, that is a fantastic scene.
That's shit writing, Darth. It's shit writing. That's a fucking MacGuffin fucking crux. I don't know what to do right here, so we're just gonna make some shit up kind of thing. It's shit writing.
Val Kilmer pulled it off, though. That's part of why it was so great, is because
Val Kilmer's an Academy Award winning fucking actor. Of course he did.
No, Willow.
No.
In Willow.
No. Willow got pulled off because girls thought Val Kilmer was hot.
Exactly.
That's literally the only reason that fucking movie ever made it anywhere. Guys went to see it and took girls to see it because girls thought he was hot and guys wanted to get laid.
Of the performances in the movie, Val Kilmer's was the best. But
exactly. There's also the part where he's like,
I'll be back. I
pretending
gotta
to
use
be
the
a
restroom.
woman, and he's in like a dress, like fighting people in the wagon, like throwing like apples and stuff at people. It's like ridiculous humor. It's like way over the top. That somehow worked.
it was ridiculous, man. It was ridiculous.
It was stupid.
You,
Dumb premise.
You know where it worked was with the Labyrinth, which Bandit brings up in the chat. He says Labyrinth was fucking fantastic. I think the Labyrinth was excellently executed, and I think it was excellently written. It actually had like a premise and a story and like an arc. Like Willow was all over the place. It was, oh no, it's a barbarian invasion. Oh wait, no, it's you're saving your child. Oh wait, no, it's not your child. It's a Daikini child. It's not,
How Lord of the Rings was, only it was drug out over 3 hours.
No, they walked everywhere. in World War I, he walked all over Europe. So almost all of Lord of the Rings is them walking places and eating. That's
yeah. I've heard that. I heard that a million times. But the reality is that's what it would be in medieval times, wouldn't it? It's walking a lot or riding a horse. Yeah. So that's what a lot of this fucking story is centered around a little bit. But Peter Jackson was focused on that. Tolkien was not. Okay. The reality is that Tolkien was if you read the books, there's a lot of differences between the way Tolkien described shit and the way Peter Jackson described shit in the fucking movies. So. Which
good books?
They're excellent fucking books. They're fucking excellent.
But the movies.
Did you know that Viggo Mortensen broke his foot when he kicked the helmet and screamed?
Yes.
See, the
I did know
meme
that.
is that anytime anyone brings it up, people that know it, they can't resist mentioning that tidbit.
I don't care.
That's the meme.
That's because people are fucking, sucking on Viggo Mortensen's fucking nuts. I'm not about that. So.
I was more of like a fan of.
It's at the. Hold on a second. Glenn Lawrence asks, "Where is the link?" It's pinned at the top of the chat. Glenn, if you want to jump in, you just join the Discord. I'll bring you right in, bro.
Because it was the dude that played Frodo. Like I was more impressed with him than Viggo Mortensen.
Yeah.
I think he did a really good job.
What's his name? Elijah Wood.
Because even though they tried to ship him and Sam, like the idea of him being that close of a friend and it's not homosexual and he's like small and he has to like figure out ways to do stuff and he can't just brute force kill things. There was a lot of those aspects that's very challenging to an actor to translate. And also the like him having to sit in certain places to like seem to be smaller and a lot of the like production issues with it. Like I think he did a fantastic job.
Yeah, he definitely plays a pussy really well, doesn't he?
Exactly, he does.
I mean, the shit between him and Sam, I thought that got a little gay a little bit too often. But, it was all right. It was
Well,
all
if
right.
you're like, like dying in the Badlands of like, deprivation and like under all this stress and stuff, like
Well, that's not where it was super gay. Where it was super gay was like before that, when like just at okay, when you say the Badlands, I guess I need to ask you what you're talking about, because there's the fucking dead marshes, which were not that bad, and then there's like the plains of Mordor, where it really was.
yeah, when it's like they're at the end of their rope, so it's just like
Yeah,
that.
totally.
Yeah, on the fucking shores of Mount Doom. Yeah, it got super gay.
But what part was the one where you're talking about where it got kind of gay? Like, what part are you talking about?
I'm talking about when they were on the shores of Mount Doom, that primarily, but even before that, like it was all just a little bit more gay than fucking Tolkien fucking put it across as. It was really more like Sam felt. One thing you did not hear about in the movies from Peter Jackson was Sam's dad. His dad actually worked for Bilbo, and it was like a long-standing family tradition that these were the gardeners of fucking Hobbiton. And so, like, all of that got fucking wasted in the story that Peter Jackson put forth.
My family serves your certain.
Yeah. So like that made sense. Like when it came down to, okay, Master Frodo's running off, I am, familiarly and traditionally bound to follow you. I have to. If I don't, I'm not honoring my father, kind of thing. Like that's what motivated Sam. I was like, okay. Yeah, that made sense. But the way Peter Jackson put it across was more like Sam was like, I want to suck your dick, bro. Like, no. No.
I just thought he was kind of like, because an echo of that was with Ned Stark and the fat kid from Game of Thrones, where you had the guy who's new, and then you had like the chunky guy that he stood up for, and so there was this weird dynamic of the two of them that like Frodo and Sam kind of also had.
Yeah.
That if Ned Stark goes off, then of course the fat kid's gonna follow him.
I don't know
if that makes sense as a parallel.
There's just so much depth to the story that just isn't there. Like the Fellowship of the Ring is actually the largest of the 3 volumes that were originally published by Houghton Mifflin. And Tolkien wrote it as 6 different books, but the first half of the Fellowship of the Ring is nothing but what happens in the Shire and them getting out of the Shire. So you're talking like 250 pages worth of a fucking novel is nothing more than describing what being a hobbit is.
Yeah, it's getting to the river.
Yeah.
Right. Like
to Crick Hollow, to Crick Hollow, and then Fatty Bulger, and then that whole thing, and then the Tooks. They didn't even talk about the Tooks, and the dichotomy between adventuring hobbits such as the Tooks and non-adventuring hobbits such as the Bagginses. Like they didn't get into any of that at all.
The trick that for a fantasy novel to work is you have to have it zoomed into like the tranquil noob zone, and that's the frame of reference, and so that all of the larger, more dangerous things.
Well, what you don't realize is that the Lord of the Rings was the tranquil noob zone when Tolkien wrote it. It was an introduction into a larger world which has already been developed since like World War I or whatever.
Yeah, it establishes it, so it gives it
like Tolkien had been working on this shit for decades by the time it actually got published.
Yeah, he'd been working on it for a long time. I'm aware. He did a really good job.
I think so too, man. It's the most well developed fucking fantasy world I've ever fucking experienced. So a lot of respect for it.
First edition, all 3 in 1, the one book. It is worth over $200,000.
What book is that?
It's the Lord of the Rings. They called it the one book because it was yep.
This is a replica, but yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah,
that's Houghton Mifflin Company.
Map in it and all of it, like the fold out map that came in it, and I've got the cloth thing that came on either side inside the book binding. All of it.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And like I say, Tolkien wanted it to be 6. Like he intended for the story to be told in 6 different books. So this publication actually splits it into those 6 different books, but inside of one binding.
But it was called the one book.
Yeah.
See, I think the most offensive thing about all of it is what Amazon did.
I mean,
do
everything
too.
Amazon does is offensive.
No,
So
that they
narrow it down.
Well, here's the thing: is that Christopher Tolkien died. Christopher Tolkien was hell bent on maintaining his father's legacy and everything else. Nobody else in that family gives a shit about hobbits or Middle Earth at all. They don't care. They're just happy with the money. And so that's what happened. It's somebody who's more interested in money than Middle Earth told Amazon, go ahead and do whatever the fuck you want. Essentially,
because they were in charge of the foundation, and they finally calmed down a little bit, and just like the Soviet Union shattered, like it kind of killed Lord of the Rings.
No, Christopher Tolkien died. That didn't have anything to do with the Soviet Union. What are you talking about?
No, that like the Tolkien Foundation
as an analogy
was very, very much like when they did the cartoons. They were like, no, you have to redo this. You need these words. Like the lyrics of the songs have to be. They were very persnickety, and even when they were doing the whole like, making the movies, like they still had to like do what the Tolkien Foundation wanted. They were contractually obligated, and so despite that, person dies. New people are in charge, convinces the foundation to kind of sell out, and they calm down a little bit. And then, like the Soviet Union, they shatter because now Lord of the Rings has been destroyed. Like it's been ruined because of what Amazon did. I hate that they've been harvesting all the fantasy IPs. It's really aggravating.
They can't write anything fucking original to save their fucking lives, man. They really can't.
No, they can't. No.
Well, they have an agenda, and when they try to shoehorn it in, it's like they can't actually have children or original thoughts, but they can infect like an invasive species something else.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's what they do again and again and again, and then they blame other people that it's like, oh, it's the toxic fans. It's like, no, the toxic fans are the reason that IP even matters. Like, why are you attacking your customer base? Give them fan service. Like, that's the way that you do it.
Speaking of fan service, I mean, so like the map over my head on most of my videos right now is Vardenfell. You know what Vardenfell is?
You have to remind me.
It's Lord of fucking Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind.
I never played the Elder Scrolls games.
Oh, okay.
I never got into them.
Yeah, so that
on the island of Morrowind.
Yeah. So Morrowind is a continental province, but there's a giant island in the middle of it. Vardenfell is that island. So when they built the game, what's up, Glenn? Good to see you. When they built that game, they decided that all they're gonna do is the island in the middle of the continent. So it's like, what am I getting at? Is that we have been waiting so long for Elder Scrolls 6. What's most frustrating about Elder Scrolls is that most of the lore, most of the world was developed with Elder Scrolls 1. In 1986, 1987, maybe, they actually built the whole fucking world out. They built Skyrim, Morrowind, Elsewhere. All of it was part of Elder Scrolls 1, the arena. And so as they've moved into the 3D realm, Elder Scrolls 3 was the first one they did. They have been focusing on specific provinces. So Morrowind was first, then Cyrodiil, that's the Imperials. Yeah, well, everything's like Pokemon if you really want to get into it.
They go to a different region and they flesh that region out.
Yeah. So that's what they've been doing. Yeah. But we haven't seen Elder Scrolls 6. Where's Elder Scrolls 6? We've been waiting for fucking 4 years since they announced longer than that. 5, 6, 7 years since they announced Elder Scrolls 6. Where the fuck is that? So
They're just gonna remake the original.
I'm getting rid of that fucking map, and I'm gonna put my brother's map of Tolkien up there instead.
I think what they're going to end up doing is just making it about another state. They're not going to do it of all of Tamriel.
Well, no, they can't. The scope is too big, right? I mean, the only way they can do that is MMO. They've done that with Elder Scrolls Online. They've tried. They're getting there. They got Skyrim. They got High Rock. We haven't seen High Rock yet in any of the games except for Arena. But
Skyrim was huge, but they could do it, and all they would have to do is institute like each of the states being a zone.
Yeah.
And each zone would be like Skyrim's world map. And I mean, they could do that.
Okay, so another thing you have to realize is that
Warcraft, yeah.
Since Morrowind, they have been focusing these 3D games on consoles and console capability and console compatibility, right? That was one of the reasons why Morrowind was such small scale in comparison. So that's been a big limiting factor.
That's where the money is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and Skyrim and like all of them that have come out since I think I would say since like 2000, they've all been geared towards going towards consoles, and so they are all just small states of the map. It's been horrible.
I have high hopes. I have high hopes. I have faith in Bethesda, despite the Fallout 76 bullshit and everything else. I have faith, but we shall see.
Yeah.
I thought 76 was an interesting concept. I think it was just badly executed.
Yeah.
I think 76 has some redeeming qualities to it, but
Like now,
yeah.
it's like No Man's Sky. Like now, it's better. Now it's fixed, but the stigma is still there.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge problem with this whole early access game bullshit, where they get like tons of crowdfunding for a game that's in alpha or beta, completely
like
fucking
Valheim?
unplayable.
Yeah.
I mean, like this is we never used to put up with this stupid cocksucking bullshit before as gamers. We never did. If that game wasn't finished, you ain't getting a dime, bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, the way it was
Hear
is they
that.
used to release full games, and now they'll release the game, but it's an alpha. They just don't
And you
tell
gotta
you.
pay for it. Yeah.
And then all the DLCs come out, and then you have to buy like $100 or $150 version.
Yo.
That's what the game.
Hey, Glenn, I was wondering if your mic worked. Are you good?
Hey,
I
what's
finally
up,
got
Glenn?
it to work. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Are you guys like crying about like
Well, we're not
the
crying.
little hobbits? Well, not crying, but well, EOD is crying because he's.
I'm not crying, Glenn. I'm just telling you that Tolkien made the best fucking fantasy world I've ever seen. That's all I'm
All I
saying.
gotta say, like what the hell was up with Frodo and that little fat fucker? Like that guy was like rather gay.
Yeah. I addressed this. Okay, Peter Jackson made them gay. They were not actually gay.
I don't think they were. No, I don't think they were gay
They
in the
look
movie. It's just
homo.
that's what people
They
expect.
walk homo. They act homo. They're probably homo.
They're not fucking homo.
No, there's been such a warped notion due to Hollywood of masculinity and male friendship that it seems to be gay, even though it's not.
Yeah, okay, so I was trying to describe this, Glenn, is that Sam's dad worked for Bilbo, who raised Frodo, and so like, so
they were like brothers.
Yeah.
No, I know.
He was a beholden servant. Like his family served Bilbo's family.
Yeah.
It's like
Guys,
the idea of a
I read
butler.
the
Like,
whole
oh,
thing.
the young master's leaving, so I must go and buttle in the wilderness with him. That's like the whole point.
I've got to be there in order to fulfill my my obligation based on my familial ties to this family, right? Like,
To make sure he comes back.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
And they grew up together, so they were best friends. Like
Yeah.
they did everything together, you know?
Well, it'd be like in a noble house. You'd have
I
like
totally get it. Like
the young lord, and then there's like the servant
Yeah.
family. Their kid, they play together and stuff, but one of them like owns the house, and the other one like lives in the garage.
Right.
Wait,
So,
did Glenn just corner us into defending this?
No,
I just like talking about it.
Well, wait a minute. Weren't there three of them that went walking around
There
in,
were
in
four.
Lord of the Rings? It ain't gay if it's a three-way.
No, there were four of the hobbits.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so
didn't you just say like Hollywood has warped the view of masculinity?
Yes.
I like
Yeah.
that because
It has.
you know I
It's
just
gotten worse
finished
every
taking
year.
care of like my mentor, like showering him, taking him to the bathroom, all the stuff that you would think that you would never want to do for anybody, like a grown man. No, I've done that for the last 6 months. I get what
You
you're
have to
saying.
respect that,
Out of the
yeah.
love and respect for them, it's not homo.
No.
Well, what Hollywood does is they have a like corrupted, inverted crucifix version of brotherly or fatherly love that's perverted.
Yes.
And so they
Yeah.
like invade it as opposed to like the critical nature of like being there for your father if he shits himself in bed. And you're like, okay, I'm gonna like
Yep.
help you bathe. I'm gonna make sure you don't fall and hurt. Like I'm going to take care of you because you can't do it for yourself, and I'm obligated.
Yeah. But where the bath scene of a man taking care of another man because that's his mentor, that's his dad, or that's someone that was really important to him, he respected because he's like, hey, this guy's getting old and he doesn't have kids that are helping him or taking care of him, or he needs more help or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
you You feel the responsibility to help take care of them, and you do it. Well, Hollywood turns that bath scene into a bath sex scene.
Yeah. Like I literally would hold his hand because he just wanted to know that somebody was still there. Right. You know,
There's
he was
nothing wrong
living
with
in
that,
the
man.
No, and people
Yeah.
are like, oh, men holding men's hand, that's gay.
Well,
I'm
there's
like,
a lot of like the way that
context.
culture used to be that like the elderly used to get the choicest, softest cuts of meat like forever because their teeth would fall out or it was harder for them to eat. So that now that they're older, they get like the best of the best, and you would defer to the elders. And that Hollywood has shit all over that, and that they do that in all kinds of ways because it's a shock value that gets people to go to the theater to watch because they're like they can't believe what they're watching, but it's like no one's being struck dead by lightning, so they'll go back and see the next one that's even more egregious and more offensive.
Yeah, I
It's
just thought
all
like they made it I think like the way that they depicted it was the crying. Okay, it was really the crying. All right, that's what got me.
In Lord of the
I
Rings,
didn't care
You've never been desperate in your entire life, Glenn? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm desperate every day. What are you talking about?
Well, that's what it is. That's the only reason they cry is because they're in a desperate situation. They don't know what to do, and it seems like they're gonna fail and their lives are gonna end.
The amount of tears, I'm like, yo, what is with the tears so much? Like, somebody stop that boy from
they
crying.
emasculated them. They really
did, like-
because in the
Well-
book, it like they didn't fucking cry. They talked about what was going on,
They-
and then they were like,
They thought for sure they were gonna die on the shores of Mount Doom. They thought for sure.
here's the error that
yeah,
they did.
but they
It
weren't
wasn't-
crying like a couple of bitches.
It
That's
wasn't
all
that
they
Peter
did was
Jackson.
cry.
No, it wasn't
What's
that
his
Peter
name?
Jackson was trying to make them gay. What it was is that due to the height differential, there was a bias of making them childlike. So it would make sense that these toddler people, when they're that stressed, that they'd have a breakdown and need to hug each other, and then they can kind of be okay. That there was that sort of like vision of them in the movie that
Look,
kind of
he
seems a bit
obviously
gay.
not read anything about Napoleon because Napoleon syndrome. Okay, that little fucker.
It's like the opposite, yeah.
No, but
Well,
the fact that they
it's-
cry and they're more emotional and that they're going through all this
That's
stuff,
more
they're
feminine.
like children. No, they're like children comparatively. If you put them on a screen, if you had them as like 8 to 12-year-old like boys in that same situation, it would be believable that that one of them would cry and the other one would be like, "It'll be okay, we can do it." And then
Yeah.
they get 100 feet in the jungle, and then the other one is crying, and the other one comforts them to continue. They seem childlike with that because they're hobbits and
I
they're innocent
get-
from like where they're
I
from.
get
back
why
then.
they did it, but all you're saying is that Hollywood literally portrayed them like children so they could make them cry and emasculate them. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like that, but
All I
that's
heard
what we
was,
were
like,
saying was that they emasculated them.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is
Not so much them being gay,
adaptation.
it's them being more of children
It-
as opposed to gay.
I don't agree with the notion that they're children. That's how the men see them, but they're men. They're 20, close to 30 years old at the time that the adventure happens. Okay, so they're in their mid-20s.
Crying.
Okay,
Oh, I know, but it's just how they were portrayed on screen.
but
Because I'm like, how
you're
can we do this in the book that's really complicated? We can make them like kids.
okay. Well, okay. I'm mistaken about this. Okay, I knew that this was the case. That the hobbits lived for an abnormally long time. In the Lord of the Rings, says Heavy, Frodo's 50 at the beginning of the quest. Sam is 39. Merry is 37. Pippin is 28. Hobbits typically come of age around 33. So we would consider someone coming of age around 18. So that's a disparity there. But they're adults. They're young adults when they go through this. So that was what I was getting at. But
But explain this to me. Those dwarfs were more gangster than the fucking hobbits. The hobbits were little whiny crybabies. you
But
know,
yeah,
like,
the dwarves are more gangster.
No, they're like 200 to 400 years
He-
old.
here's
They're
what-
like the equivalent of a 60.
That's not true. That's not true. But here's what you need to understand. Okay, Glenn, is what you're missing is that there's a reason that only Frodo could carry the ring. Okay, it was his humility. It was his willingness and ability to sort of accept the fact that this is the way things are, and I am the person who has to do the right thing right now, and I'm the only one who can, because I'm not tempted by this. I'm not tempted by the ring in order to go and do magnificently fucking evil things. I'm only interested in the well-being of the world at large, and so that is what makes them they're not tempted by power, they're not tempted by greed or anything else, because they lead humble lives. That's part of why the whole first half of the Fellowship of the Ring is this is who hobbits are, because that's an extremely important part of the story. Is that these guys cannot be corrupted, right?
Yeah, it's the Christ analog.
Well,
Because of where he was from.
I mean, like it seemed like Frodo was playing around with that Precious a little too much, and the Precious was getting to him.
It was hard to deny. You can think of the Precious, the ring, the temptation that it gives you as greed itself. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Smeagol was a hobbit and did get corrupted, so it can happen. But Frodo, as the Christ analog, was there was something about him that made him immune to it. That he was the only one. Even Sam couldn't carry it. Sam couldn't carry it. He's like, this burden is so heavy. I can't, I had it during Shelob, but you need to take this back from me. And then Bilbo was like, or Frodo, he's like, okay, fine, I'll take it. And it's you can see the weight back on him, that it's visibly killing him. It's like a radioactive reactor.
The Christ analog though, because I don't want to think of Christ crying that much. I don't think Christ did all that crying.
No, the blameless, the innocent, the sacrifice, that he's the only one that can take on sin. Yeah, I'm not talking about the crying part. I mean, just the evil of the sin of the ring, and that he's able to bear it and take it to where it can be destroyed into the lake of fire. There's a lot of biblical analogs within Lord of the Rings.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of biblical analog in a lot of movies these days. Well,
isn't
just
it suspicious
overall.
that Smeagol or Gollum is also cast into the lake of fire at the same time, because he represents sin, because he was fully corrupted by it?
He's the Antichrist.
Yes, he is the devil. And eats fish raw.
I could, this is the first I've heard Frodo described as the Christ figure in the Lord of the Rings. Everybody always thought it was Gandalf, right? Because he was died and reborn. But
would actually more like God, right?
No, Gandalf wasn't God.
But it's you have Christ versus the devil, which is you have Frodo versus Smeagol. That's what it's actually the story's actually about. That he's he's the equivalent of about 33, with the age that Christ supposedly was. And then you have Frodo, that he's a fully mature hobbit, but he's still relatively young-ish, about an equivalent of an early 30-year-old that has to go on this adventure and has to suffer through all this stuff and not be tempted no matter the temptations of the ring, and then end up in the right place to cast ring as well as Smeagol into the fire. But it's Smeagol destroys himself, even though loses a finger, which is the proverbial wounding.
That finger was important to him.
This finger is important to everybody, man. It's your ring finger. So
He couldn't carry the Precious without it.
Exactly.
I swear. Yeah, no, I like that. I like the idea that Frodo is a Christ figure. That does make a lot more sense to me. Yeah.
Well, any truly endearing story that does phenomenally well, like Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, there's always a Christ figure. There's always an echo of that truth.
Well, the thing that I've always said about this is that Tolkien built his own pantheon, which is why that doesn't make a lot of sense that it would be a Christian story in any case at all. But it's impossible to separate the morals of it from Tolkien's Catholicism. I'll agree with that.
He took inspiration from it. He may not have known it, but it was.
You mentioned earlier about the filming of it. I can tell you filming it had to be difficult, and I can say that because that's what I do for a living.
Yeah, they had Ian McKellen, and there'd be 3 or 4 feet away. There's the guy who played Bilbo, but they had to do that to have the perspective where it's a shadow box, where it makes him seem way, way, way small, or that he's in the back of the wagon.
Yeah, the cinematography of it was amazing for sure.
Yeah,
for the depth, to add depth, and then to add
the cinematography was fantastic. It was it was one of the best filmed movies ever made. Just from the everything they had to do with so much of it being live action, it was fantastic.
Oh yeah.
If any of y'all are using Chrome or Edge, you might want to check your fucking add-ons. supposedly some hackers got into the add-on stores and have added malicious software to a lot of the add-ons.
It happens. That happens every day, man. It happens every fucking day.
My mom just sent me a article from the Epoch Times 4 days ago. They started this shit, and as of 4 days ago, they had already hit 2.3 million people's bank records.
Yeah. Oh, I'll say this about the Epoch Times. You know, you said this about Alex Jones a minute ago that occasionally a blind squirrel finds it. I'll say that about the Epoch Times.
Well, the Register's got it listed. Los Angeles Times. There's a number of websites. I just threw out a couple of them, but
I know
there's
Well,
a bunch
I
of
would
websites
caution
covering
people
this.
to look into it because some of it can be triggered where you try to log in during a breach, and then that's actually where they get access sometimes. So I would just
Yeah.
like make sure to actually look it up at reputable sources, and if they should give you directions for like how to do it and not have something bad happen.
I mean, like, generally, I always tell people just don't install any fucking add-ons on your browser
Yeah, I
because
just
that's
looked at mine. I'm like,
stupid
oh, I don't have
anyway.
any add-ons. I was like,
Yeah, yeah.
add-ons? No.
That's
Yeah, I only keep
me
a
too.
few.
I don't.
I've had my identity stolen a couple times, and like I just don't have like any of my banking stuff linked to anything. I
Yeah.
usually don't install add-ons, because there's a lot of like that sort of stuff that like I just try to avoid if at all possible. It makes it difficult because like you have to use an app to pay for half the shit nowadays. But like I still, I need to see your
You know what's
manager
crazy?
sometimes.
Is like they closed down my bank. I live right next to my bank. That was like one of the reasons why I picked the place that I'm at. Like it's so centrally located to everything. I don't have to go very far, right? And now my bank is closed. You know why? Online banking. They said
Yeah.
that we can do everything that we need to do online.
Yep.
Bitch, I can't deposit cash online, can I? I can't deposit cash online, can
No,
I? No,
you
no, I
go.
can't.
They send you to like a TransStar ATM or some bullshit
Yep.
like that, and you get charged like $3 or $5 or yeah,
Or you have
or
to go to
Walmart or Walgreens. Yeah. Yep.
And I'm like, but like it's think about the people that are like elderly or like, that need to talk to a banker, right?
Yeah.
Like Glenn.
They're not gonna be able to get that. They're gonna like travel further now,
What
either
do
to
I
another location.
do? I'm
Online banking.
too
He's
old.
just a boomer.
What do I
My dad can't even
do?
operate his phone. My dad has to have me like update his phone. Like I swear to you, he hates his phone. And he cracks
I
me
hate
up. He's like,
technology.
I think technology has both been good and like bad for us.
No, it's the
You know?
inconvenience of convenient technology. Like when you have to
Yeah.
update it, it's like way more complicated and it fucks with all your stuff. It should be simple, but it doesn't work. It should turn the key and the engine turns on with apps and all of the convenience, but it never works out. Or heaven help you if you buy a smart TV, you don't have the one app needed to log into everything and you have
Oh
to
my
like
God,
backdoor.
yes.
It's so fucking annoying. I hate technology so much. Because there's some dude making 300 grand at these companies. They have to justify their job, so they'll come out with an update that's stupid that doesn't fix anything, but they force everybody to update. It's really somebody trying to save their job. It's so dumb.
Yep.
And it's always because of bureaucracy that someone feels like they have to try and save their job. Whereas, like, I mean, if you invented a fucking software and you're working at a company, why shouldn't you hold your job for as long as you want to be there? If you invented that software and you're supporting it, why would that company ever threaten your job?
Well, hopefully because you built your software to a standard that somebody else can actually understand. Like I ran into that a lot as a software developer, is that people would build shit specifically incongruent and stupid because they wanted to have some sort of leverage over their fucking position. That shit and frustrated the fuck out of me. It's like I got to pick up the pieces when you screw shit up. But
like if you look at Twitter,
this is the one ring right here on my dog's collar.
Water?
Does it glow in the fire?
It does.
You want me to look
It's
at
costume
water?
jewelry.
If you look at Twitter, how
Water.
80% of them were released and the company worked just as fine. There's a lot of that happens in those companies too.
Oh, yeah.
Redundant
Yeah.
jobs, and they're terrified of like if you look at what's happening in the VA right now, like that if you try to interact with them or like get like them to actually do their job to help an external community organization, which they're contractually obligated to at least look into, they're not doing it because they're all trying to justify their jobs. And it's that same thing at these like big corporations and stuff. There's a lot of like idiot-proof redundancy that if 6 people fail, at least 1 will do their job correctly. And it's like, why do you have people that don't know how to do their job working for you? Well, because we're supposed to. And it's just like, let's
Well,
bag it from
because
crazy
they can pass
conspiracy.
the cost on to the customer, and the customer actually pays for it. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the banker's writing a blank check and the customer has no idea.
Yeah, twatters are one of the most horrible about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't.
Facebook.
I don't tech really well.
You can't what?
I don't tech really well, but I tech well enough.
See,
No,
I'd
you don't.
rather pay
Boomer
somebody
tech.
to set it up for me. I'm much happier with that.
Oh yeah,
Because then I can like politely scream at someone if it doesn't work. I'm like, hey, I paid you to set this up. What the fuck? And then they're like, they have to come back and fix it.
Well, this is led in like some of what I learned when I was coding was graphic design and like presentation design, print design, this kind of stuff. And like I learned a lot about that kind of stuff. Like that plays into dungeon mastering a lot. And so like I don't know. I'm having fun setting all this crap up. It's really good times for me to just think about all of how everything works.
Like theory crafting and world building, or actually like poking at the website to get everything just the way you want it? Like which of the two?
Not just the way I want it, just the way it works so that it makes sense to people. But yeah, not the theory building and the game crafting. I'm leaving that up to the module. Like, but when it comes to executing it and making it make sense to everybody, like I'm having fun with that.
No, I get you. It's like in game design, you have the people that think up the level and stuff, and then there's the people that actually code it so it looks like that and the traps work and stuff.
We don't make
Right.
the job easy for him either. Clown penis in the house.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, so fucking last time around, Twisted's character had a mace that was his dick. So they do. They try every fucking thing they can to derail the fucking thing, and I do my best to keep it on the rail.
Well, you're the conductor. That's your job.
Yeah.
Was it like a 1d12 mace?
It was a 1d8, I believe.
Depended on how erect he
1d8?
got.
It depended on whether or not he got erect. He had to throw a d20 to determine whether or not he was erect. Yeah.
Oh man.
That was my one stipulation. I was like, if you're gonna have your dick as a fucking weapon, there's got to be something to stop you from wanting to do that.
So like, what does he have to score? Like 15 or higher in order to?
No, I made it a DC 10. It was a 10, so it was pretty easy. He had a 50-50 shot. He had a 50-50 shot.
But he could take part of a turn to whack off, and he'd automatically get erect.
Wow.
All I know is you guys are talking about somebody's penis and it ain't mine, so I really don't want.
We're talking about D&D. It's a geek shit, man. I'm geeking out right now.
The horrible thing about it, Glenn, is it's not even a real penis. It's a D&D character.
It's a fantasy penis. It's a fantasy penis.
It's a fantasy penis, which means men are literally fantasizing about it.
It's his own, okay, not mine. But
I can't even defend it, man. And I like D&D. I can't defend it though.
I didn't make it up, okay? Like this is what he proposed, and I was like, well, all right.
Different groups have different vibes to them, but it's also you gave permission for it, EOD.
I know. That's because I wanted him to participate. I didn't want to tell him no.
That's like the number one thing you need to learn as a DM, like when it's appropriate to say no.
Yeah.
Most of the game is telling players no. No, you cannot glitch through the wall and steal the treasure. Fuck you.
Oh, I already fucked up on that because fucking Carlos Spicy Wiener. What is it? That's fucking Race Car's character. That's Race Car's character. It's Carlos Spicy Wiener, and so he's a dragonborn. He has a breath weapon, and so he's like, my breath weapon comes out of my cock. I'm like, god damn it.
Yeah. If you give him Moose a muffin, he's gonna want some coffee, and if he wants some coffee, he wants to sit in your living room, and then he wants to watch TV, and then he wants to shower, and then he wants to fuck your wife.
I love how it just got so extreme and like
That ramped up quickly.
Think about it, like spicy wiener or that kind of like dick jokes or fart gags in that sort of thing. Inevitably, it goes to where it kind of goes too far, and the
Well,
DM has
okay,
to,
so the other side of it is, do I want to be a rigid fucking asshole that just wants everything to be exactly as it ought to be in the Forgotten Realms, or do I want people to have a good time? Do I want people to have a fun time? Like, that's the other side of it, right?
Like,
So,
I can't take it seriously because you said the word rigid, and we're talking about dicks.
oh, for shit's
Good
sake!
asshole as well.
Ah, there's one of our players right there. What's up, Heavy?
I mean, I get it, letting people have fun, but it's also, as a facilitator, it's mindful of the consequences.
Well, I would encourage you to check out the D&D Shenanigans 696 channel on YouTube. We've already done 2 episodes. I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job of keeping everybody on pace and on the rail and getting through the story. So
I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm just giving you a chance to shout out your other channel.
well, there we go. There it is.
Yeah.
Heavy Fisted's character doesn't by chance have like a special root attack that he
No, it's
right
Cockknocker.
up in there, like just
Cockknocker. Like from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back, like Cockknocker, where Mark Hamill had like a giant fist and he hit people in the dick.
Just Warhammer, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Wait,
What was I gonna say?
Like Warhammer 40k, or like you wield a Warhammer that's a 1d8?
I did a highlight video for the D&D channel where but somebody tried to slide. I think it was Grumple slid actually in between Twisted's fucking feet in order to get into a small room where there were a bunch of enemies, and he ball tagged him. So.
Oh God.
Well, don't leave out the whole happy ending with a cobalt now.
Oh no, I'm definitely leaving that out because I had to roleplay that. That was weird.
Yeah, you basically had sex with the OD. That's what it is. In public.
You roleplayed it?
Yeah. Okay, so here's what happened. Okay, it was a coster. It was like a fucking monastery of people who worship this particular god Bahamut, this dragon Bahamut. Okay, and they were all kobolds, so they're somewhat dragonborn but not powerful creatures. So they could not participate in the adventure, but they were at the coster. So one of them. But I don't know what happened. Somebody, wasn't it you, Heavy? You poisoned him, and he fucking passed out. And then
Grumple poisoned him. He passed out. I picked the dumbest kobold of them all and convinced him to go try to get this mace that we really needed for an adventure, and then find him on Twisted's character. And I told him to keep pulling it. We gotta have it. So no matter what it takes, just keep yanking on it till you get it.
And he was covered in some kind of oil, which ended up causing the kobold to pass out too.
This is horrible.
The kobold was yanking on the
member.
What would you? The mace member.
The member.
This is just like erotica with dudes.
D&D, Degenerate Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey man, look
pretty
at
much.
Critical Role, Adventurous, and all the rest of them. They're doing it.
They're worse than we are sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, but in those,
sounds
like, the DM,
hilarious.
like paints their fingernails, and like they do a lot of other things.
Oh, I know. But what was I going to say is that Sam Raimi is actually a little bit of an inspiration for some of this because he's a complete fucking wild card in Critical Role. Everybody else is pretty serious, right? Like the one jock guy gets a little bit fucking bombastic sometimes, but everybody else is pretty much just in the fucking role and in the story and on point. Sam Raimi will come in and be like, I just fucking pull Mage Hand out of the fucking blue and stick my finger up somebody's butt. I was like, what the fuck, man? And that kind of shit makes people laugh. So I'm like, eh.
No, all of them dabble in it, man. All of them do.
There's a reason it's labeled D&D Shenanigans, not just D&D.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, I mean, the context for that is the behind the scenes, like what they'll do for Critical Role, is they will say some of the most hateful, fucked up shit to Matt Mercer during the commercial break, so that like when it ends, he has to have a straight face, and they all think it's hilarious. Like they constantly fuck with each other, which is fine.
Well, that's us. I mean, the majority of the group that plays, we've all been buddies for what, 5 years, 4 years?
Oh yeah, we did that first group. Yeah.
Time. Yeah.
Yeah, drunk high service members. Yeah, hey. Well, ex-service members. Yeah. What do you expect?
For sure. I ultimately that's what it is. It's about having a good time. I feel like we have good times.
Hey, you guys could be as gay as you want with your games. I don't judge.
I think Glenn is upset that he got left out, that he can't play. And
I'm totally mad that nobody's jacking off my member.
Right?
Again, all of this. Oh my goodness. What's up, Grumple?
Oh, what's up, Grumple?
Oh, he played with us in the last campaign for most of it. So.
It wasn't
Oh,
just...
good evening. Good morning.
Good evening.
Whoa.
And I just ended. Y'all still going.
Yeah.
Good morning and good night.
It rolls. As it rolls, I go with the roll. I don't know.
You realize it's not just that the jacking off of was a human and a not human, but a human and a not human, both male.
Yeah.
Oh, just wait until you hear about the tragedy.
It was gay. It was very gay. I'm not gonna pretend like it wasn't gay, but it was. It's a game, dude. And I'll tell you this is as I was uncomfortable about it and I was awkward about it, and we went through that pretty quick, and like that guy passed out in a hurry. So
Hey, as long as you know, it's just in a game, right?
You went through them pretty quick, huh?
And you're not doing it in real life. That's okay, okay?
Well, what's really fucked up is that Twisted wasn't there to fucking be his own fucking dude. I had to do both of those.
I was on a storm chase.
Yeah, and then the character.
I didn't even know any of this was going on.
The character also fucked a dragon's egg. So
I was at a family barbecue. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I almost forgot about that fucking.
I had the dragon egg.
I almost forgot about the
dragon
egg.
Not Twisted.
no, you got drugged under a boat.
We had to kill haul you because you left.
Was
Yeah.
given to somebody else.
No, because he was playing the
Oh.
missing character
No,
as
that's
well as
fine.
the NPC. EOD basically jerked himself off.
Essentially.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And
Wait,
you
you weren't there.
reenacted and he did it on camera too.
Oh, don't put it in those words, Darth.
Are you
phrasing?
Are you still streaming this, EOD?
Yeah. Yeah. I still need subscribers. Y'all subscribe for more DGen content. Come on.
When you get the original group of us around, this is normal. This is our normal conversations.
Pretty much.
I don't think EOD was live on YouTube at the time.
This is actually a little bit lightweight compared to where we usually wind up.
You all would be surprised, Darth.
Somebody needs to take the title of DGen channel from me and place it over here because I'm tired of being misclassified as something that I'm not.
It's like you showed up, Glenn, and then everything turned into DGen and jerking off.
Oh,
so.
All right, I need more water.
You're talking gay stuff before. You're talking about Frodo and the little fat one crying
Well, it was
all the
just
time.
he was a little gay, and then now it's this.
We
Now it's
are
really gay.
definitely the DGen crew over here.
There is no just a little gay unless you're a hobbit.
Glenn, around these parts, which is kind of where we're at right now, it's dark humor. It's kind of like food, not everybody gets it.
I'm tracking, Grump. I got you. I'm good.
Dark humor would have been if the Cobalt successfully ripped the mace off of him.
Oh, the mace was detachable. It wasn't permanently.
Oh
attached.
God. Just
like a strap on.
Remember that song?
Yeah,
That was like a
yeah,
song
kinda
from the
like-
90s, Detachable Penis.
He was kind of like the Lord of
The Weird Al Yankovic song, yeah.
He was, it was
why you
the
know this
character.
song?
No, that was a
Weird Al,
SNL.
wasn't it?
No, that was a Saturday Night Live skit.
it wasn't-
Detachable
Oh, was that,
Weird Al.
was that SNL?
The
No,
character
that was the same
kinda
time
like,
as My
the
Dick in a
character
Box or I'm
the
on a
character
Boat.
was
It was that
kind of
same
like
time.
Lord of the Cock Rings.
No, it was from way earlier
Yeah.
than Dick in a Box.
Yeah.
It was like Lord of the Cock Rings. He
Oh,
slides,
I think-
his weapon on.
Power Thirst. Do you
Wait,
remember
hang on,
those?
Detachable
Those
Penis.
were awesome. Power Thirst. Yeah.
No, like he finds the detachable penis in like a dumpster.
You mean Brondo?
No.
No, Detachable Penis Was it from avant-garde band King Missile from 1992? It's way before Dick in a Box. Maybe you're just not old enough to remember that one. No biggie. It's fine.
No, it's just usually when I say it, people believe me. I don't necessarily have to
King
fact
Missile.
check it because it's a dick in a box.
No, Dick in a Box was like the 2000s.
Yeah.
There you go.
Quite a while
Power
after.
Thirst. I put it in the chat.
Nice.
Power Thirst. It's the shit.
Brondo. It's got the electrolytes plants crave.
I remember that song,
Plants
Detachable Penis. Boom, boom, jam, boom,
Yeah,
boom,
where it's in the
jam.
dumpster and stuff. He's like, someone's like selling
Yeah.
it on the street. He keeps finding it.
Detachable penis. This was a whole ass thing.
Plants don't need
well
salt.
before
Don't talk
Plant in a Box.
about ass with penis, Grumple.
I was gonna say it was like a mace. I don't even want to get into it because I had to realize what this fucking was and how it worked and everything, and it's really weird.
Oh,
Wait, you remember how we worked out like the rules for it too? Like we had to create. I helped you. We had to create a whole separate set of rules for like how he had to get hard before.
I know. Yeah, he had to throw a D20 and then
Like,
fucking score
was-
better than 10. Yeah.
Should have just said no to the whole premise, but
That's what Darth was saying, and I'm like,
Your game.
yeah.
I mean, if you're comfortable with it and you want the players to have fun, that's fine. But it's like I was telling you before, you spend money and you like build a cat tower in your living room, but the cats are in the kitchen playing with the tinfoil from supper. And it's like, well, I guess we're doing that. We're going to be in the kitchen.
Like I said, it's more about people having fun than being completely adherent to the fucking world lore at large, right?
Well, there's ways to.
wait.
do it,
Also,
but,
Darth.
like-
Hello. I don't know that I've met you before. Hello.
Oh, I'm the one I use
do we-
on StreamYard is
I
Octavius.
talked to a lot of people.
He's Octavius, yeah.
I had like a 40k Space Marine as the icon, and it's Octavius. You and I have talked before, at least once or twice.
Okay. Okay. Just if we hadn't met, I'd be shamed if I didn't introduce myself. Just saying hi. I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, you're good. It's
Hello.
like there's ways in D&D to like you can be super strict and rules lawyer, or you can be incredibly lax, and it's like every DM has a different way of going about that. And the trick is the DM's way of doing it is what the players also agree with and enjoy. And a lot of it is you're at like a dining room table and you have memes or dick jokes or whatever the hell your group does that people, if they look into it and they find enjoyment, that they'll want to watch it. And that's really like finding that niche that works. If you have one, that's fine. Don't mess with it. But, people are going to think a certain way if they come at it cold and they hear about how you jerked yourself off on camera.
Yeah, well, let's stop talking about that and instead talk about the fact that we do have a good time doing D&D, and I don't know, I could probably take on two or three more characters if we all want to fucking participate.
Yeah.
At max. I wouldn't want to do any more than 9. That's too many. So.
I really did not
That's way too many.
imagine this conversation going to a point of men talking about fantasy jackoffs with a kobold and a D&D guy.
Yeah.
I did not see
That's
that
just
coming.
what
By the
happened.
way, my hard fast rule is 5 EOD. Like I don't go more than 5 players for a reason. I just don't.
Yeah.
5's about the perfect. Yeah.
It's ideal, I'll agree,
It's
but
designed-
pushing it.
No, it's designed for like action economy and like the CR rating, like and party balance. It's all designed around 5 players. If you have less, it skews it. If you have more, it skews it. That's just the combat. That's not the like in a session like trying to be the Eye of Sauron. Like, okay, I'm going to focus on you. Now I focus on you, and I focus on you, and it's like with 5 people, it takes most of a session to go shopping. Like with 9 people, it's like you're going to be there for 3
Yeah, it
weeks
does.
in town. And so it's somewhat like a storytelling narrative, giving it gas, but slowing it down and keeping it on the rails, so to speak. It's more difficult with 9 people.
And it's all just due to systemic racism, right? I mean,
Exactly, because the orcs have a -2 to intelligence, which means that they're somehow racist.
yeah.
And so they had to get rid of that because of racism.
Yeah. I do not like what they've done with the orcs. I really don't. Like I said, the module that I have right here has orcs as a monster, and then somehow that's not compatible with 2024 rules. That's retarded.
Well, it's because orcs
as a
they were
player,
black and
half
now they're
orc.
Mexican. That's the thing. Like they were black. And
Half orc's a
everyone is
different
like,
thing.
well, if you say they have a neg-2 for intelligence, then you're racist. And then they portrayed them as Mexicans in the Badlands. And so now if you put them as bad guys, you're killing Mexicans, and so you're bad.
So now I want to play an orc or a half orc or whatever.
You can play an orc now if you want, but what was I going to say is that half orcs were a thing before because you had to be a half orc because an orc was necessarily chaotic evil, which is inherently incompatible with the party, from the start. So
yeah,
it had to be half orc. That was the only. I don't think a full orc has
it
ever
was
been PC.
almost like it was a fantasy game that certain tropes were like things were bad and you killed them.
Right.
You didn't have moral compunction.
Super weird, right?
About that you go into a cave and you kill all of the goblins and the young, and you just kill all of them in a wholesale, like wiping out an entire civilization. You had no compunctions against it. But now there's the moral quandaries of it, that they're people too and stuff, and it's like.
And they're trying to whitewash that out of this fucking book, where with the fucking rings of power or whatever, right? They're trying to say like, oh no, we're not war hungry. We just want to live and raise our families. Like that's never what orcs were about, man.
The noble savage.
Yeah.
I just got into this conversation and had a whole ass. It was like an hour long, not debate, but conversation about the moral compunctions about all that. I mean, when in doubt, frag out.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about the women and kids.
Yeah.
Some of the more famous songs in the D&D universe were all about like orcs eating people like humans.
Yeah.
Eating them.
It sounds like something that would have been like a running cadence for Marines or something.
A little bit.
I mean, right, but that's like play pretend for Marines. They're using that to hype themselves up and shit. But like in this fantasy world,
it's
morbid. Are
yeah.
eating people alive, like literally just like biting chunks out of them while they're alive.
It was a kill on sight where you would be like, oh, I see orcs, I kill them.
Yeah.
Because they are legitimately bad monsters.
Yeah.
Like you don't try to argue with like old Yeller that's like foaming at the mouth. You shoot him.
Yeah.
Like you put
Well,
the
I don't
dog
try to
down.
argue with the dog anyway. I just shoot him anyway.
Well, yeah, but it's the equivalent of that you don't try to like play nice and understand the rabies infected dog. You just handle it because it's going to like victimize your sheep or your sister or whatever it is. But now it's like you have to have all this compassion for it, and it muddies the waters. It's not a fantasy game anymore because they don't even have races. They got rid of it because of the stupid notions.
I determined the best way to train dogs is to get them in packs of like 20 and then issue a command. And when the one that you're issuing the command at doesn't follow the command, just shoot it fucking dead. And all the others will follow command immediately.
Oh,
then
man.
you start with another command.
Fucking imagine that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, that's all you got to do. And then like at the end of it, you'll be left with like 15 or 14 or 13 dogs, but they'll be fucking based as shit, dude. They will be like, no, I will follow that command.
It works. It also works with illegal immigrants too.
It does. Yes, illegal immigrants too. Yes.
Wiener, I don't think we've had an in-depth conversation. I like your
farmers on the border have been proving this for a long time.
Just so long as people understand we're not advocating for violence.
I am.
Oh, no, it's in
illegal.
GTA 6.
They're illegal and invading our country. They literally grape farmers' goats and livestock while stealing all their water, food, destroying their land, I'm like, go ahead, kill them. I don't give a shit.
I'm just doing from a TOS standpoint.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Darth.
Oh, my bad.
It's like not advocating for, not saying that anyone should go out and do any violence.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying I understand why they do it.
Cleaner, just in the context of exactly that. We have to talk about it within the context of like a video game. That makes it.
They actually came back to that the in Minecraft defense no longer works. Actually, believe it or not.
I thought we were talking about Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, within GTA 6.
We were still talking about that gay 40K gay game.
D&D, yeah, and D&D, yeah.
See, now since you mentioned 40K, the reason why it's fantastic is no matter if they try to make it woke or not, it's already baked in because there's the god Slanesh. That's all of that already. Like even in the miniatures, like they have like one tit and then they don't have a tit. They're like hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
They're all. It's baked in that it's bad and it's temptations and it's corruptive. and that anyone who tries to do that is an agent of Slaanesh and should be fought. Like, so 40K actually has within it like things to defend against the woke, which is part of why it's so fantastic.
Is that like
And
also
like-
what Korn and Nurgle?
My buddy's doing this like
the other ones?
D&D campaign.
That's how I know.
And like he made me, it's like I guess he's like he named me a character. He's like, "This is you," and he sent me a picture of it. I'm like, looks like a motorcycle thingy. I think I couldn't tell. I just said thanks.
That's fitting.
But the thing about D&D is it's really just a rule set and a way of conducting a game. You can set the game anywhere you want.
It's tools for narrative storytelling. Like
Yeah.
it's like literally you have the
Nerds.
capacity to have stories that you tell with your friends, and the dice are just an engine for the RNG aspect. If you were sitting around and you're like, oh, so what would you do if you had $1 million? And then they all talk about how their lives would change. That's in a weird way a version of D&D, where you're just telling a story as a group and you all agree to certain rules on the outset for what you can and can't do. And D&D is just a very, very regulated version of that.
Yeah, except
Some
that for
DMs
some
do.
reason, y'all's went into a
regulated
cobalt
that
jerking off a human.
It's so
Yeah,
regulated
that's
that weapons.
some DMs in some contexts are like, hey, if you can explain it, you don't even have to roll. Like if you can explain exactly how it works, you don't have to, unless it's like, hey, then hey, you know, if it's a little bit out there, then maybe you get a roll to see if it works or not.
It really depends on what you're doing. Yeah, it
It's just
depends on
about
what
how
you're
much,
doing.
like it's a role playing game. None of this is real. You're just describing stuff. You're writing a story. You're essentially writing a fantasy story.
Those DMs, that
Yeah,
don't
every
make
single
people
one.
roll, there's a lot of trust between
You're just
the
a character
DM and
within
the
it.
group that they won't abuse it, or that like that they'll be realistic. Or if
Yes.
the DM is,
No, exactly.
Don't
That's
do that, that they
that's
don't
that's
push.
why.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It's not a
That's
like the term safe space has been co-opted, but it's the equivalent of like that. There's a net under it that will keep it from going too far. That everybody can keep that matrix going, which is why it's important.
Some things are out of bounds.
It is a collaborative writing effort. I'll agree with that. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Well, the DM isn't God. They're just another player with a different tool belt.
That's true. That's exactly true. Like I'm kind of along for the ride with whatever the fucking players want to do and where they want to go and how they want to do things. And it's
And
like
the onus is on the players because they outnumber the DM to not go too far, to not do too much, because then they won't be able to play.
unless I just want to keep putting up walls and say no, 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 no. You have to exactly do this, otherwise we're not actually following the story. I was like, I don't want to do that.
Dude, when me and my brother were kids, one of us would always come up with like the most impossible to defeat scenarios to try and kill us all as the DM. That was like his only objective was to fucking kill us all.
Well, see, what I'll
That can
do
be
is
fun.
I'll come
Oh,
up with
Cleaner, you're a D&D nerd too. I see
Yeah.
you're a man of culture
I'll
as
come up
well.
with a scene that I want to have because I think it's cool or there's a narrative element to it, and I won't give two fucks what the players do. Like it doesn't matter how they solve it. It's up to them to make the attempt, and if they figure something out and they roll well, hey, that's now the story. But it's like I wanted this moment to be there that's very like evocative, and so sometimes it'll be like obvious answer for traps, but a lot of times I just like it's like throwing the deck of many things in front of people, and it's like, what do you do with it? That's the actual story. Is that people?
Well, that's, I mean, part of it's keeping the players engaged too, right? And keeping them
Put it in your
involved
pocket,
and
don't touch
interested in what's going on.
Exactly. Yeah, never touch it. It's like destroying it if you never use it, because then no one else.
I mean, unless you got a Kender, and then the Kender will just draw all the cards.
Yeah.
One of the things that I found frustrating about Grumple as a player was that he kept trying to fucking hack the fucking inventory system. You wanted to bring a mule, and you went through every fucking thing that was available in terms of inventory and trying to stack as much shit as you
Being
could.
a thorough player. I can't help if nobody else looked at just what are the options in this system.
He is acoustic.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon, but as everybody else was like, whatever, man, I'll just go through the fucking walkthrough and get to the point where I can actually play the game. I'm like, cool, let's get there. And like, they didn't bother with their appearance, much less their background or what was in their fucking inventory. They didn't really care.
The thing to be mindful of.
Whereas I did all that stuff because I played for like, dude, I played in the barracks in the 2000s.
Like different people enjoy
3.5
different
edition.
aspects of the game. Like Grumple
Yeah.
apparently really enjoys the minutia of item management and the character sheet interaction, where some people might like political intrigue and there was a murder at the ball they were all invited to and
All
they
of
have
the
to solve
above.
it. Some people want to murder hobo, some people want to steal from all the shops, and some people want to try and have sex with the DM and get them to jerk him off. So it's like different people have fun in different ways.
See, Darth and I agree on that.
Man, no, I don't disagree with that at all. I'm not disagreeing with that. Wait, I'm just saying, like, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's not like I planned this shit out so that would happen. It's just this is just what happens.
No, you planned to jerk him off.
I did not.
Some part of you that was thinking about it subconsciously, which manifested during the game.
Now, hold on. Hold on. You can't give. Hold on. That was actually.
EOD jerked my character off while I wasn't present.
We had a lot of stuff that was
Did
going
you
on
even get
beforehand.
consent?
We had a lot of stuff that
Right,
was going on beforehand that was kind of,
non-consensual.
deviant. So I just took it to the next level. I'm the one that was like, yeah, go do this. Because we were already
Oh,
walking
that's
that
right.
line.
Heavy, you also jerked him off, didn't you? That's my bad. I forgot.
Yeah.
No. Nobody else jerked him
Twisted,
off.
you weren't there. You have no way to remember.
He was knocked out on the floor. Yeah.
The character was unconscious
It's
at the
like
time.
the movie Ghost.
Not
like,
not because of me.
EOD
Yes, because of you. Because you reached into the fucking inventory system and found some fucking poison that knocks people out on contact. That's what led to the whole fucking encounter in the first
I
place.
used to play intelligence rogues. It's like that is right up my alley. Come on, it's like perfect.
I shouldn't have even allowed that in the damn game.
No,
It is
as a
time to
DM,
re-up my coffee. I will be
It
back.
was in the
shortly.
inventory.
as
You
a
approved it.
DM, did you give him that item, EOD?
Yeah.
He sure as shit did.
I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Okay, it's the first game that I had ever fucking DM'd, so
Well,
I
here's
didn't know what I was
the
doing.
takeaway. No, the takeaway as a DM is to be mindful that players will use the most innocent, innocuous items to break the fucking game. Like a lantern that can
God,
like
don't I
do a
fucking
thing
know it
that
now.
It's in their like pack for like, I don't know, 12 levels, and then they pull it out with something else and break your game. And that's something to be mindful of. And poison's
Movable rod intensifies.
it's a great torture device.
4, 3,
Freaking
2.
immovable rod.
I think it was either 2 or 3. It was either 2 or 3. So let's say 3, maybe.
Yeah. It's
Two or
not a
three what?
fault thing. Like you're gonna make mistakes as a DM, especially a new one. But like you just you take your
That's
lumps
when we
and,
went to the fucking mushroom fields. It was when we got back from the mushroom fields, I think.
Oh, that
No,
was
but
after
there was
that.
a lot of mushroom stamps, though.
Shit, we actually made it to the shipwreck after that. It must have been right about here, about 3.5 hours into episode 3. Yeah, that was it. Right there.
I'm gonna drop out, you guys. Catch you later.
Hey, have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Later, Wobbly.
Keep her
Cheers,
sexy,
Wobbly.
Loris.
What in the fuck are y'all doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, it's
DJ.
All out. What am I doing?
That one thing.
No. I said you're a degen. I didn't like. It was other.
I'm going to
people.
work, y'all.
He's driving a German car. That's what he's doing right now.
Car. I'm driving the German car to the Japanese manufactured car dealership.
IP a lot's another of our players. IP a lot and Heavy are part of the current campaign so far.
IPA also played Twisted for a bit.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
IPA was playing with my penis.
So did Jixer.
Jixer definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah, Twisted. Your entire like hog.
Holy shit!
With your like hog with mace attached to it, like that was like public domain. I think everybody except Heavy. Well, no, Heavy did. Maybe I'm the only one who didn't touch it.
I had nothing to do with it.
No. I'm the fucking Kobold is the only one who touched it.
But he was the instigator.
Yeah.
Hey man, I was the one that come up with screwing the dragon egg. Okay, that wasn't me.
Jixer did that. Jixer stuck the dick in the dragon egg. That was weird.
The dragon, like the worm egg that I had carefully taken, but then my character, whatever happened, but
yeah,
I'm out here.
The red worm egg.
Innocently chasing storms and driving into tornadoes.
Oh, degeneracy.
And you guys are molesting my character without my consent.
Bullshit without your consent. You set it up for that.
I slathered some of your gear with contact, like just go to sleep. It's not technically poison.
I was here for that one.
Twisted, you're just angry
yeah.
there wasn't a bunch of sucking and blowing and somebody lost their house, okay?
Well, I mean, there was that.
That's serious.
That did happen.
Maybe it was
I
episode
missed
2.
Something horrible.
But speaking
No,
of
you didn't
D&D
miss it.
stuff, EOD, if you're curious, that channel I'm associated with has started a new chapter for videos.
I see. Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh hell.
Yeah, she does daily upload animations of the D&D campaign that we're doing.
I think something that's missing here is when this all initially started, it was just like a community thing. It wasn't really being put out there for like public consumption in that manner.
It was very much an experiment. Yeah, it really was.
Well, EOD and I were definitely streaming.
Yeah.
Like live for it, but
Right, but that wasn't the main principle of it.
wasn't promoting it. It was just have fun.
So I'll put it to you this way. I once, with a party, they were outside of town and they came across a half giant that was very miserably and crotchety towards them. And so they managed to convince him that getting a camel would be a good thing, where if they traded him the camel, that they could be able to go on their way. And so they ended up going back, and there was a shop that they could get damn near anything they wanted, as well as a bazaar where they found a camel. They returned to the half giant. The half giant proceeds to enchant it, and then fist its asshole and go all the way up its neck and put his hand inside of its head. So it's still alive and drooling, and he's using it as a poop it, and he proceeded to talk to the party with it the entire rest of the time. And it was like probably about 20 or 30 minutes of this. Yeah, it was a poop it, and it was.
That sounds like some great degeneracy.
Like there's like years later, like that group, if I mention a poop it, like they'll just start dying laughing because it was like a half giant fist at a camel. Like, sometimes these things happen, but it's just that was also a private thing. Like I didn't stream it.
Yeah, I'm learning why people generally do not stream D&D campaigns sometimes. So
you know how in an IP, if whatever you do, people are going to ship characters or take it too far in fan fictions. There's a bit of that in D&D when you're facilitating it, like on camera. There's just, not that it's bad to do it. It's just when you put something into the world, like a potion or poison that can put things to sleep, like they may use that on the boss, or they may do it to like fondle the bartender or jerk off a kobold or like whatever it is that they're going to do.
Yeah, I know.
Or maybe use command on bosses.
Yeah, in some way that they get a natural 20 or some bullshit. It shouldn't work, but it does. Like sometimes the thief steals the king's crown.
So one of the things Heavy did in the last session was that he fucking commanded the pompous ass rich lady who was running the miners exchange to get down on her fucking knees and grovel. Like I'm still not sure how I'm gonna react to that. How she's gonna react to that, I should
to
say.
the dragon too in the previous campaign.
Well, if you really want to know, you give her a MacGuffin item that makes her immune to charm. Or like that she does it, and then lo and behold, it's she's now hellbent on punishing the party.
She's not infallible. She's not untouchable. I mean, she has to be dealt with at some point. But what am I gonna say? Is I've been experimenting with, like, this is what I'm talking about, like with the web development shit and all of its design and stuff overlapping. I've been experimenting with dynamic lighting and stuff. I think you guys are gonna be really impressed with the fucking first dungeon of the fucking module that we're finally gonna get to after 3 sessions. But so far, I've been making everything up out of my ass right now. Like we've just been improvising.
So
That was IPA Lappin', wasn't it?
It
A
was.
tip that I would suggest for your dungeon delving is to keep
Just
a
a tip.
timer that if they're in a room and they're doing exploration, that to have like 5 or 8 minutes that you start a timer, that you're like regardless of what they do, that it's like, okay, you have to move forward because otherwise you'll be in the dungeon for like a month. If you don't
Do you-
like, okay, you need to move forward. We're in a dungeon, or there's something going on outside that attracts them.
It's not that big. They're not gonna have a problem. They'll find a way.
You know the you know the law that strippers really like that just got passed?
What's that?
No tax on tips.
No tax on tips.
So the kobold didn't have to pay for the tip he jerked off.
Just the tip.
Just the
Just the
tip.
tip.
Just the tip.
Just the tip. Just to feel it. Just for a second.
Y'all got a couple sessions now, man. Yeah, Wednesdays have been. I have a thing that I'm already I'm obligated to on Wednesdays. I think
It's
I said
amazing that came up when we were talking about just the tip and strippers.
Well, another thing that's amazing is
Cobalt on Wednesday nights.
It's like a game show.
the highlight video that I put on the D&D channel is actually a moment where fucking race car is walking out to the tip of the, what do you call that thing, the stick on the front of the boat. Just the tip. What is this stick on the front of the boat? Y'all had to tell me in the goddamn highlight that I fucking said. I can't remember.
Yeah, I know. I'm not even gonna.
There's a stick on the front of a boat. If it runs into something, the stick breaks before the boat does.
The figurehead
No.
that would double as a battering ram.
It's
No,
a-
it's like a
Sail is a
carved
jib.
woman.
It's a big stick. It's like a 30-foot long stick.
I mean, that's a lot longer than I've
That's
ever
my
seen on a
penis.
boat. They're normally like 5-6 feet, but I thought that was I thought that was just the guide. That was just called a guide.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not sure exactly what you're
Now,
talking
are you
about.
talking about a bowsprit?
I mean, maybe. Okay.
No, it's the thing that the front sails would be attached to, and there's also the figurehead, which is like the carved thing that doubles as a battering ram.
That's
the
a jib.
bowsprit.
Now, the figure.
A jib. That's it. It's the jib. Jib. This thing.
People said that earlier.
Okay.
Well, the jib is. It's the frontmost sail, at least.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The bowsprit is the pokey stick that looks like it.
That's what I'm talking about. Is the jib.
Rail.
A bow rail, a jib. However you call it. Race car was walking out there and
Not like the cut of your jib.
race car was walking out there and trying to get to the tip of it. And he said
the origin of that phrase is so the jib sail. It's shaped different depending on where the ship makes berth. Liking the cut of your jib means you like the country of origin of where the boat comes from, or vessel, or ship, or whatever you want to
from
call
the
it.
ghetto, or you came from a port that has the Black Death or something.
Got it. So I can,
Yeah,
so I
it's
can
like- it's
legitimately use that
literally-
phrase to be racist. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have to be. I mean, yes, but you got to put work into it to
In
make it
multiple
racist.
ways. Yes.
Hey.
Well, it's been fun, but I actually gotta, get some other things done. But I hope you all have a great day.
Multi-pass.
You too, man.
Multi pass.
Thank you for coming by. It's
You
good
know
to see
now,
you.
like
No problem.
my
I'll see y'all later.
racist high elf character is gonna have to
Have a
find
good
a
one.
way to
And
incorporate that
Earth
phrase
Nerd, I'm
somehow.
gonna send you something later.
Multi-pass.
Lilu Dallas multipass? My favorite part of that fucking movie of The Fifth Element, she's getting chicken out of the fucking microwave, and she grabs this whole fucking roast chicken and starts walking off, and she's so fucking excited. She's like, chicken! Like, every time I eat chicken, that's what I think of.
Bada boom.
Chicon.
Boom bada boom.
Chicon.
That's a great movie. It really is.
Multi pass.
Shit.
Multi pass.
Yeah.
All right.
Multi-pass definitely won.
I am fucking exhausted, fellers. It's 9:00 in the morning. I've been going for fucking 10 hours, so I'm done.
Similar.
Only 10 hours?
I'm not going now.
Yes, 10 hours. 10 hours is a long time for me. I usually do 4.
Damn. All right.
Quite a girthy stream time.
It does well for me. That'll do. But I do appreciate you guys hanging out. I'm gonna step out for just a minute and end the stream, and then I'll be right back for a few. But all right. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Glenn Lawrence, thank you so much for coming by. A Cleaner, it's good to see you as well. And the rest of you, I know you fuckers way too well. So all right.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
too.
thanks
I've
for
had a
having
lot
me.
of fun. Thanks
Oh,
for
yeah,
Thanks for
having
having
me.
me. I enjoyed learning a lot of nerd here. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, man. Like I say, I'll be right back. I'll be right back in just a second. I'm just gonna end the stream. All right. Oh man, it's been such a fucking it's been a long one. It's been a long one, you guys. I do appreciate y'all chilling and hanging out. Thank you so much for coming out. Do check out the D&D channel if you want to see more D&D G-Gen fucking shit. I normally end the stream with a song, but I'm not gonna do that this time. So I'll just say salute and good tidings, and thank you for chilling. So Jess White is streaming. We got JS Urban Adventures. He's up. So I would recommend one of those two channels if you're looking for somewhere to go. I'm gonna end and I'm gonna say goodbye to these guys, and that's gonna be the end of that. So many cheers. Good night, because it's supposed to be night for me, but it's not anymore.